Cristiano Ronaldo netted an astounding 43 goals, solidifying his legendary status, while a young talent from Atlético Madrid's U17 team scored a hat-trick in just 10 minutes, leaving Diego Simeone utterly astonished. Real Madrid triumphed over Juventus with a score of 41 to claim the Champions League title. Ronaldo's performance was nothing short of spectacular, boasting 43 goals and 11 assists. In the Atlético Madrid office, Simeone, visibly distressed, pounded the table, exclaiming, "We must acquire a top-tier striker. Torres has only netted 10 goals in 45 matches. This simply won't suffice." The owner countered with a biting remark. "If La Masia can produce Messi, why can't our youth academy achieve the same?" Upon exiting, he stumbled upon a frenzy on the training ground. Torres was undergoing extra training with the U17 squad, but he found himself outmatched and overpowered. The red team surged to a 30 lead within 10 minutes, with the child scoring all 3 goals. The substitutes erupted in cheers, shouting, "What an extraordinary shooting technique! A hat-trick in just 10 minutes!" Simeone stared at the scoreboard in disbelief. Torres didn't score a single goal? Is there a U17 player better than him? It was unexpected. Even if Torres struggled, one would assume he could easily dominate against youngsters. Yet, this prodigy overshadowed the once prominent Torres, who now appeared as merely a backdrop. As the red team maintained possession, one couldn't help but wonder if this young talent was destined to become Atlético's own Messi. The 17-year-old sensation scored 4 goals, leaving Torres in tears, prompting Simeone to offer a trial opportunity on the spot. Could this herald a remarkable turnaround? In the penalty area, surrounded by 3 defenders, the young player leaped into the air, delivering a powerful header that found the net 40. The U17 coach was left in awe, exclaiming, "An Asian player scores a hat-trick in 10 minutes. And he's not done yet, he's added another." Simeone, fixated on the player, pulled Torres aside. "Who is this talented young man?" Torres, visibly embarrassed by his own performance, could only reply, "His name is Chu Feng. He just joined the youth academy last month." No one anticipated that Simeone would suddenly declare, "Let's give him a trial opportunity." Upon hearing the news, Chu Feng simply remarked, "It's not too late to be excited about becoming a first-team player." It is noteworthy that Atlético's youth academy had never seen a player jump directly to the first team. What made this young man worthy of such an exception from the iron-willed Simeone? What extraordinary talent could he showcase during the trial? Could it be that Chinese football was on the verge of producing a player capable of thriving in La Liga? After dominating Torres, he was promptly handed a card. The 17-year-old sensation saw his attributes skyrocket, poised to impress during the trial with the first team. The referee hasn't blown the whistle, yet there's still hope. Chu Feng's words jolted Torres awake. However, as the second half concluded, Torres felt an even deeper sense of despair. That evening, in the dormitory, the system exploded with notifications. "Congratulations on acquiring a Clevel Torres star card. Would you like to match?" Upon opening the attribute panel, Torres was rated 73, with shooting at 80 being somewhat acceptable, yet other attributes were dismal. Chu Feng decisively chose to match, and his stats surged dramatically. Speed at 75, shooting at 80, and strength skyrocketing to 88. With an overall rating of 75, he reached the level of a substitute in the top 5 leagues. His newfound strength allowed him to overpower U17 defenders effortlessly. The system also offers an upgrade package: win matches to earn attribute points, double points in the Champions League, and a direct 5 points for winning the Golden Boot. Chu Feng clenched his fists. Simeone's trial was an opportunity, as long as he could play in an official match for Atlético Madrid. His attributes would increase. On the trial field, he aimed to demonstrate to Simeone that a young talent from the East was not merely there to make up the numbers. Could this lead directly to playing in La Liga? The 17-year-old prodigy faced fierce criticism during the trial. Go deliver takeout. He was determined to break through Atlético Madrid's defenses. Upon arriving at the first team's trial field, Chu Feng was immediately surrounded. That U21 players pointed and jeered. "An Asian playing football? Just leave. You're only fit for delivering takeout." Chu Feng's eyes narrowed. Not convinced? Let's see on the field. What infuriated him further was that the assistant coach relegated him to the substitute bench. The reasoning absurd. "You're only 17, don't get injured." The mockers on the opposing team laughed even louder as they saw him sitting on the bench. "He's clearly just here to fill the roster." Torres patted his shoulder. "Ignore them." Griezmann also offered encouragement. "Good luck." Chu Feng tightened his fist. So what if he was a substitute? Once he stepped on the pitch with 88 in strength and 80 in shooting, he would pierce through their defense. This trial was a must for Simeone to sign him. What's wrong with being Asian? He could still be a key player in La Liga. With 88 in strength, he could overpower his opponents. The 17-year-old prodigy made an immediate impact, assisting a goal, leaving the Atlético coach dumbfounded. The A team was mercilessly thrashing the B team, leading 30. While those who mocked Chu Feng laughed. The Asian monkey is pointless on the field. Yet as soon as Chu Feng entered, he exploded into action. Hank charged forward with the ball, and Chu Feng met him heated. His core strength of 88 was no joke. Hank flew back as if struck by a tank. The ball under his control, Chu Feng delivered a long pass with a beautiful arc, precisely landing on Lass's head. 13. On the sidelines, Burgos was stunned. Isn't he a forward? Such a fierce pass. Torres was equally astonished. That pass was it luck? Lasse embraced Chu Feng, shouting, "So accurate. Let's have another." Chu Feng calmly replied, "Just wait in the box." The U21 players turned pale, having just called him an Asian monkey. Now they found themselves being dominated. Was Chu Feng about to unleash his full potential? This trial was bound to make him a legend. Hank, in a fit of rage, lunged at him with his cleats exposed. The 17-year-old prodigy deftly dodged with a flick and a leap, then assisted another goal. The A team, desperate now, sent Hank and Smith charging toward Chu Feng. Hank leapt into the air, aiming to tackle him, with his cleats glinting. Chu Feng deftly flicked the ball past him, leaping aside to evade. Then barreled into Smith, delivering yet another long pass. Lass scored a magnificent header, netting his second goal, bringing the score to 32. On the sidelines, Burgos trembled, exclaiming, "Is this a striker? He is clearly a master of assists." Torres scratched his head in confusion. He was just average in passing yesterday. Has he suddenly become extraordinary today? Chu Feng was not done as his teammates delivered subpar crosses. He dashed to the back post to seize the ball, using his arm to shove aside two defenders before executing a sharp shot from a tight angle. 33. His shooting attribute of 80 exploded in brilliance. Hank, unwilling to back down, attempted to collide with Chu Feng, only to find himself tumbling to the ground. Chu Feng remained unfazed. His physical prowess was simply outrageous. Was a hat trick about to unfold? A contract with Atletico's first team seemed assured. In just 45 minutes, he had contributed 4 goals and 2 assists. The 17-year-old prodigy from the East had a hand in 6 goals, prompting Simeone to decisively declare after reviewing the footage, "Sign him." Suddenly, at the edge of the penalty arc, Chu Feng halted, glanced at the goal, and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. The ball crashing into the net like a cannonball. 43. In just 20 minutes, he had achieved 2 goals and 2 assists, leaving Atletico's assistant coach in awe. This talent, at 17, as the match concluded, the score was 63. Chu Feng had single-handedly turned the game around with 4 goals and 2 assists. Torres patted him on the shoulder, laughing, "You remind me of my younger self." Chu Feng, anxiously awaiting news, received a call from Burgos the following day. "Pack your things. Report to the first team this afternoon." After watching the entire footage, Simeone was left speechless. This is an enhanced version of Torres. "Hurry, sign him." Chu Feng was bewildered. Is this for real? From being ridiculed as an Asian monkey to conquering Atletico with 6 goals. With such a performance, wouldn't he be destined for greatness in La Liga? In the next match, would he finally partner with Griezmann? The 17-year-old prodigy from the East signed a contract with Atletico, earning $3,000 per week. He also drew an incredible card featuring Alvarez. His roommate, witnessing Chu Feng packing his bags, was astonished. Simeone has never promoted an U17 player. Chu Feng smiled faintly. Now he's at T2 p.m. Simeone slid the contract across the table. 3 years, $3,000 per week, with potential raises for good performance. The moment he signed, a system notification popped up. Reward, Atletico's elite striker skill card. He drew a card. To his surprise, it was Alvarez. Luck overflow card passive. The more active your movements, the greater your scoring luck. This was the extraordinary skill of the little spider. It seemed tailor-made for scoring. Chu Feng clenched his fists. With 88 strength and 80 shooting, combined with this luck buff, wouldn't he dominate La Liga defenders in the new season? With this configuration, a starting position was surely secured. In a Spanish supermarket, a Chinese uncle was called Tofu, only to be handed an Atletico contract by his nephew. Elena clutched the cargo box, exclaiming, "Dofu, come help me." Dofu, visibly exasperated, retorted, "It's Dofu, not Dofu." Amidst the awkwardness, Chu Feng burst in, declaring, "Uncle, sign here." Upon seeing the contract, Dofu was left in a state of disbelief. "Atlético Madrid's first team? You haven't been deceived, have you?" Elena leaned in for a closer look and gasped, "It's true. Chu Feng has become an Atletico player." Chu Feng patted his chest proudly. "I showcased a bit of my skills, and Simeone was utterly captivated." Dofu remained skeptical in his youth. He had been an athlete himself and understood the challenges of playing in La Liga. From the proprietor of a Nokia store to an Atletico player, such a leap seemed outrageous. Quickly, Uncle handed the contract to Elena, urging, "Please help me verify its authenticity." Given this contract, should the marriage between Uncle and Elena be brought to the forefront? Chu Feng's return home appeared poised to rewrite the family's destiny. Next time at the supermarket, would he be referred to as Uncle, the Atletico star? 35.6 million for a striker with 6 goals? The 17-year-old prodigy from the homeland scoffed. "At this level, I could easily outshine him." Chu Feng addressed Elena as aunt, causing Duff's face to flush crimson. "Don't call me that, you mischievous brat." He turned and explained to Elena in Spanish. After a sumptuous meal, Chu Feng returned to Madrid the following day. June in Spain was swelteringly hot, yet he practiced tirelessly on the field, sweating profusely without uttering a single complaint. Upon learning that Atletico had acquired Vitalo for 35.6 million, who scored merely 6 goals in 25 matches last season, Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Is that all?" He was less impressive than during my trial. Opening his attribute panel, he noted his speed at 76, strength at 88, and stamina increased by 2 points. 3 weeks of rigorous training had borne fruit. What of Simeone's cautious strategy? Even with Vitalo's arrival, he would still be relegated to the bench. A training match was imminent, and Chu Feng clenched his fists, determined to demonstrate that the 35.6 million acquisition paled in comparison to his prowess at 17. Could he possibly keep the new recruit on the substitutes bench? Offensive attributes: shooting, 80, long shot, 76, heading, 77, set pieces, 66, dribbling, 72, offensive attribute rating, B. Passing attributes: long pass, 70, short pass, 64, through ball, 67, cross, 67, vision, 79, passing attribute rating, C. Defensive attributes: tackle, 56, slide tackle, 56, interception, 56, save, 56, physicality, 62, defensive. Attribute rating, D. Overall rating, 75, comprehensive evaluation level, C. Star skill: Alvarez's luck boost card. Chu Feng meticulously scanned his attributes, only to find that a few values had seen slight improvements, while the overall rating and comprehensive evaluation level remained unchanged. One must strive even harder. To be candid, Chu Feng finds himself rather dissatisfied with the current training outcomes. He had anticipated that 3 weeks would suffice to elevate his overall score to 80. However, he was taken aback to discover that his total score remained utterly unchanged. Resolving within himself, Chu Feng vowed to increase his training intensity in the sessions to come. On the following day, when Chu Feng arrived early at the training ground, he noticed several unfamiliar faces among the players. During this period, as the first team of Atlético Madrid was on holiday, the majority of those training alongside Chu Feng were members of the Atlético B team. The first to greet him was a young African man named Arona, hailing from Senegal and only 23 years of age, serving as a backup forward for Atlético. Like Chu Feng, he was also making his debut this season after being promoted from the youth academy. "Chu, I have heard of your remarkable achievements. It is a pleasure to become your teammate." The news of Chu Feng's impressive trial performance, where he had scored 4 goals, had spread throughout the Atlético youth ranks. Hence Arona was already familiar with his name. "I have as well," Chu Feng replied briefly to Arona before swiftly redirecting his focus to the training. At this juncture, Chu Feng felt compelled to race against time. In addition to Arona, several other young players had also joined the first team for training, such as the 20-year-old Tony Moya, fellow 20-year-old Cuddy Bear, and the even younger Rodness. These players, like Chu Feng, had been promoted to the first team by coach Simeone for training sessions. Perhaps due to their similar ages, it did not take long for Chu Feng to bond with these young individuals. Nevertheless, a number of Atlético's younger players regarded Chu Feng with disdain. Among them was the young center back Antonio Montoro, a quintessential Spaniard who, regardless of Chu Feng's exceptional performance, harbored an inherent disdain for Asians. This also led to frequent conflicts and altercations between the player and Chu Feng during their daily training sessions. However, for Chu Feng, he never took Montoro's provocations to heart. Soon, the end of June arrived, and Simeone's coaching staff gradually made their way to Atlético Madrid. As for Simeone himself, he would not reach the club until July 15th, which meant that all first-team training activities during this period were organized by assistant coach Burgos. As July commenced, in order to assess the current condition of the young players in the first team, Burgos deliberately arranged an internal training match. Undoubtedly, this scrimmage would serve as a midterm examination for Atletico's young talents. A stellar performance would significantly enhance their chances of remaining with the team, while a mediocre or poor display could potentially relegate them to the B team. Consequently, when Burgos announced the details of the match, everyone was eager and brimming with determination. On July 3rd, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, within the training grounds of Atlético Madrid, the young players were divided into the red and blue teams, and the internal competition officially commenced. Chu Feng and Arona were assigned to the red team. For Chu Feng, the desire to gauge his abilities through competition had long been simmering within him. Thus, upon the commencement of the match, he exerted himself with remarkable fervor on the field. In the 3rd minute, Tony Moya, a mere 20-year-old midfielder for the red team, received the ball. However, he quickly found himself surrounded by players from the blue team. Acting on instinct, Tony Moya sent the ball towards the penalty area. Bang! At that moment, within the confines of the box, Chu Feng skillfully positioned his body to firmly hold off the young Carlos Isaac. The Spanish center-back stood at a height of 184 centimeters. While he and Chu Feng were nearly equal in stature, in terms of sheer core strength, Carlos Isaac was utterly no match for Chu Feng. At the 12-yard mark, Chu Feng did not exert his full strength. Rather, he gently nudged the defending player with his shoulder, causing the latter to lose his balance and fall to the ground. In the next moment, Chu Feng effortlessly completed a header within the penalty area. The impact of his powerful strike resonated like a cannonball, hurtling towards the blue team's goal. The goalkeeper was utterly helpless against it. 1-0. Chapter 11. Dominating the field. 17. And overwhelming the opponent. Merely 3 minutes into the match, Chu Feng had already assisted the red team in scoring. Applause erupted from the sidelines as assistant coach Burgos, witnessing Chu Feng's performance, could not contain his admiration. This young man was in even better physical condition than during the training sessions. Burgos appeared exceedingly pleased with Chu Feng's display. Before long, the red team found another opportunity to attack. This time, Chu Feng did not linger in the penalty area, but actively retreated to the midfield to receive the ball. In the 8th minute of the match, Tony Moya received the ball in the center and, without hesitation, promptly passed it to the forward Chu Feng. Upon receiving the ball with his right foot, Chu Feng was immediately confronted by 2 blue team defenders charging towards him. Clearly, following Chu Feng's recent goal, the blue team's defenders had intensified their focus on him. Now, wherever Chu Feng found himself on the field, he was invariably surrounded by at least 2 players attempting to disrupt his play. Upon witnessing the situation, Chu Feng remained utterly composed. He halted the football with his right foot and immediately surged forward with the ball. It is noteworthy that Chu Feng's dribbling attribute had now reached an impressive 72, complemented by a speed rating of 76. Most significantly, his strength had soared to an astounding 88. As Chu Feng charged ahead, he resembled a high-speed freight truck. Surging forward in an instant, Chu Feng resolutely maneuvered through the encirclement of 2 defenders from the blue team, successfully achieving a breakthrough. Immediately following this, Chu Feng immediately surged forward, charging into the blue team as penalty area like a shooting star. In that fleeting moment, all the pressure fell upon the shoulders of the 21-year-old center-back, Antonio Montoro. The defender took a deep breath, gathering all his strength, and charged towards Chu Feng with determination. It had been previously noted that Antonio Montoro had always looked down upon Chu Feng. This time, he was resolute in making Chu Feng experience his prowess. Yet, he was a step too late. Near the edge of the penalty area, Chu Feng suddenly halted his advance, then swiftly lifted his right foot to execute a powerful strike. Thud! With a dull sound reverberating in the air, the football darted past Antonio Montoro in an instant, heading straight for the corner of the goal. On the goal line, the blue team's goalkeeper was exerting every ounce of effort to make a save, but Chu Feng's shot was unparalleled in both speed and angle. Bang! The football struck the inside of the goalpost and ricocheted swiftly into the net. 2-0. Chu Feng scores again. How infuriating. This Asian striker with dark hair is nothing short of a phenomenon. His strength is overwhelming, utterly uncontainable. Has the standard of Asian football risen to such heights? Upon witnessing Chu Feng's second goal, the players of the blue team could not conceal their despair and helplessness. Antonio Montoro stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the precision of Chu Feng's shot. Yet, the match is far from over, and Chu Feng's individual showcase continues. 10 minutes later, Chu Feng, utilizing his robust physique, bulldozed through the opposing midfielder, effortlessly seizing the ball. In the next moment, he surged forward like a meteor, charging towards the opponent's penalty area. At this juncture, the entire defensive line of the blue team instinctively focused their attention on Chu Feng, with 3 defenders drawn to his breakthrough. In that fleeting instant, Chu Feng astutely spotted Arona, making a run into the box. It is worth noting that, apart from his exceptional physical attributes. Chu Feng possesses remarkable vision and a keen sense of the game. Realizing that Arona was surrounded by no defenders, he swiftly pivoted and delivered a perfectly lofted pass. The ball soared at an incredible speed, gliding over the heads of multiple blue team players, and with pinpoint accuracy, it landed right at Arona's feet. The latter wasted no time, unleashing a powerful strike past the blue team's goalkeeper. The score was once again altered, 3-0. Chu Feng delivered a flawless performance, achieving 2 goals and an assist. Is this young man truly only 17? Incredible. Isn't he a forward? How can his passing be so precise? What a marvel. This Asian player is nothing short of a goal machine. Upon hearing his teammates' remarks, Antonio Montoro felt a surge of anger ignite within him. A bunch of useless players, unable to contend with a single Asian player. Do not dare to call yourselves Atlético Madrid players henceforth. Watch me. In the ensuing match, Antonio Montoro actively sought to mark Chu Feng. To be fair, Montoro, as a central defender, possessed considerable talent. His physical attributes and defensive awareness placed him among the elite of his age group. However, when confronted with Chu Feng's onslaught, he found himself utterly helpless. In the 35th minute of the match, at the edge of the penalty area, he managed to shield Montoro while successfully receiving the ball. At that moment, Montoro attempted to intercept the ball at Chu Feng's feet, but Chu Feng offered him no opportunity. Instead, he swiftly turned and shoulder-barged Montoro. Montoro, undeterred, put forth every ounce of effort to withstand the challenge, but at the moment their shoulders collided, he distinctly heard a cracking sound. With a cry of anguish, Montoro collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Chu Feng unleashed a powerful shot that effortlessly pierced through the goalkeeper's defenses. 4-0. How could this be? Montoro gazed at Chu Feng with incredulity. In his mind, an Asian player, especially one from the Celestial Empire, could not possibly possess such formidable physical prowess. Before the end of the first half, Chu Feng delivered a surgical through ball to Arona, successfully assisting him in scoring. Ultimately, the halftime score settled at 5-0. Before the second half commenced, Burgos replaced Chu Feng with another player, undoubtedly having recognized Chu Feng's extraordinary abilities. A 17-year-old player completing a hat trick and providing 2 assists in a single half speaks volumes about his talent. Now, Burgos deemed it essential to allow Chu Feng to rest, as he wished to avoid any injury to such a prodigious player. Chapter 12. Key Players Return. Official sprint into the new season. After the match concluded, the friendly encounter came to an end, and post-game, Coach Burgos and his assistant provided ratings for all participating players. Chu Feng has achieved the highest S rating, accompanied by exceptionally high praise. This player possesses outstanding heading and shooting abilities and can retreat to the midfield for passing and organization. Given his tender age of 17, he can undoubtedly be deemed a prodigy. Following this competitive match, the previously dismissive Spanish players underwent a remarkable transformation in their attitudes towards Chu Feng, including Antonio Montoro. It is no exaggeration to say that Antonio Montoro has completely morphed into Chu Feng's devoted acolyte, even going so far as to offer to clean Chu Feng's boots after every training session. Indeed, the key to earning the respect of others lies solely in one's ability to grow stronger. Currently, nearly all the young players at Atlético Madrid firmly believe that Chu Feng has the potential to remain in the first team. Consequently, besides Montoro's fervent attempts to win Chu Feng's favor, the other players have also joined in, surrounding Chu Feng daily in hopes of fostering a good relationship, anticipating future support from him. However, Chu Feng himself remains remarkably composed. He understands that, given his current capabilities, securing a stable position within Atlético Madrid's first team remains uncertain. Therefore, during this period, Chu Feng continues to train fervently, tirelessly honing his skills. As time gradually passes, the much-anticipated date of July 15th finally arrives. This marks the gathering of Atlético Madrid's main squad. Additionally, head coach Simeone has concluded his vacation and has officially arrived at the training ground with his coaching staff. On the first day of assembly, Chu Feng has the opportunity to see many renowned stars up close. Griezmann, Gamero, Saul, Coke, Gaetan, Godin, Felipe, Oblak, and notably, Atlético's new signing, Vitalo. Gentlemen, with just a month until the new season kicks off, I need you to forget the joys of vacation starting today. All of you are to engage in physical training. Before the matches commence, Simeone gathers all the first-team players for a brief meeting. Last season, we only garnered 78 points in La Liga, finishing third. Frankly, I'm not satisfied. Our noisy neighbors next door clinched 4 titles last season, while we ended up empty-handed. This is nothing short of a disgrace. Simeone continues to roar at the players. This season, our primary objective is to secure the La Liga championship, followed by the Champions League and Copa del Rey titles. I know some of you may think I'm insane, but I want to emphasize that as long as you adhere to my tactical directives, Atlético Madrid will undoubtedly have a chance. For an entire hour, Simeone elaborated extensively. Frankly, as the head coach of Atlético Madrid, he bears considerable pressure, especially following last season's disheartening outcome where the team failed to secure any titles while their city rivals, Real Madrid, triumphed with 4 prestigious trophies. Currently, Simeone's support among fans and club executives is markedly waning. Should he fail to achieve commendable results this season, the specter of dismissal looms ominously. Therefore, it is imperative for Simeone to conduct a psychological session with the Spurs players to invigorate their competitive spirit. Shortly after 10 o'clock in the morning, the training session for the Atlético Madrid first team commenced. Since most of the key players had been vacationing and had not participated in training, Simeone opted to focus on fitness and strength training to swiftly restore the players' condition. How are you finding the team? Are you settling in well? During the training, Torres took the initiative to engage with Chu Feng. Not too bad. I heard you received N's rating in the previous intra-squad match. However, I must caution you against becoming overly confident. N's rating does not guarantee your place in the first team. Torres patiently explained to Chu Feng. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Coach Simeone will organize another scrimmage in a week. Only those who excel in this match will secure their spots on the team, so make sure to give it your all. Chu Feng nodded towards Torres and then immersed himself in training once more. This was well within Chu Feng's expectations. He had long understood that establishing a foothold in the Atlético Madrid first team was no trivial endeavor, requiring one to endure a rigorous selection process. At this moment, the only course of action for Chu Feng was to train diligently, striving to refine his condition as much as possible. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, following the conclusion of the training session, all the Atlético players departed one by one, while Chu Feng remained alone on the training field, continuing his practice. Chu Feng meticulously analyzed his current attributes and discovered that his physical fitness value stood at a mere 67, while his confrontation attribute was a paltry 62. These two attribute values were undeniably insufficient. Chu Feng understood that Atlético Madrid placed great emphasis on physical confrontation and relentless running. Although he was a forward within Simeone's squad, he was still required to engage in high pressing and active movement. If he could not swiftly enhance these attributes, he would undoubtedly fail to secure a starting position with Atlético. Thus, Chu Feng's foremost task was to rapidly improve his physicality and stamina. With no shortcuts available, only relentless practice, there was no alternative. He could only drag his weary body and continue to sprint fervently across the pitch. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. At this moment, within the confines of the Atlético Madrid head coach's office, Assistant Coach Burgos presented the training summary of the young players from the first team to Simeone. After casually flipping through a few pages, Simeone quickly found the page dedicated to Chu Feng. A confrontation rating of S? Upon seeing this rating, an expression of intrigue immediately spread across Simeone's face, prompting him to closely examine the evaluation of Chu Feng. A prodigious striker? Burgos, is this your assessment of Chu? Simeone inquired, glancing up at his assistant coach standing before him. Indeed, Mr. Simeone. Chu achieved a hat-trick in just 45 minutes during the confrontation match, along with 2 assists. His displayed talent is truly exceptional, Burgos replied. After pondering for a moment, Simeone slowly directed another question towards Burgos. Do you believe he qualifies to remain in the first team? Given his age, it may be somewhat challenging for him to stay in the first team, but based on his performance within the squad, he certainly merits a place in the team. To be honest, I haven't seen a young player work as diligently as he does in a long time. Simeone gazed out the window, reflecting. Indeed, this lad has already been training for 2 hours beyond the regular session. There's something noteworthy about him. Chapter 13. The Drawbacks of Injury. The divine striker on the training ground. Nighttime, 10 o'clock. With a weary body, Chu Feng slowly reclined on the bench. In pursuit of enhancing his physical attributes, he had increased his training regimen, typically extending his practice by an additional 2 to 3 hours after regular sessions. However, today, his endurance training had persisted for a grueling 4 hours. It is no exaggeration to say that he could barely feel his legs at this moment. After taking a brief moment to catch his breath on the bench, he gathered his spirits and opened his attribute panel. Chu Hao, age 17 years and 2 months. Stands a height of 185 centimeters and weighs 80 kilograms. His physical attributes are as follows: speed, 76, explosiveness, 74, reaction speed, 69, strength, 88, stamina, 70. Jumping ability, 72, injury resilience, 60, with an overall physical rating of C. In terms of offensive capabilities, his attributes are as follows: shooting, 80, long-range shooting, 76, heading, 77. Set pieces, 66, dribbling, 72, culminating in an offensive rating of B-. His passing attributes include long pass, 70, short pass, 64, through ball, 67, cross, 67, vision, 79, resulting in a passing rating of C. Defensively, his attributes are as follows: tackle, 56, slide tackle, 56, interception, 56, goalkeeping, 56, physicality, 66, yielding a defensive rating of D. His total score is 75, with an overall evaluation grade of C, star skill. Alvarez's fortuitous card. The diligent efforts have borne fruit, as Chu Feng's stamina has finally improved to 70, while his physicality has reached 66. It appears that this week's training has indeed paid off. At long last, a long-lost smile graced Chu Feng's face. Ever since the Atlético Madrid first team officially commenced their training, he had been diligently engaging in additional practice sessions. And today marked the completion of a week of such relentless training. It is worth noting that during regular training, Coach Simeone's regimen is already quite formidable, prompting nearly all Atlético players to hasten home for rest after practice. Yet, Chu Feng stubbornly pressed on with his extra drills, often leaving his legs cramping from exhaustion after each session. His unwavering dedication stemmed from a desire to remain within the ranks of Atlético's first team. "You are training in an exceedingly unscientific manner," suddenly interjected Atlético's assistant coach, Burgos, who appeared before Chu Feng. "The internal match is just 2 days away, and your strenuous training could adversely affect your performance then." Burgos tossed a bottle of mineral water to Chu Feng and continued, "You are only 17. Excessive training could potentially jeopardize your skeletal health." "I understand, Mr. Burgos," replied Chu Feng, taking the bottle and gulping down a few sips. "The competition within Atlético's first team is exceedingly fierce, and given my stamina is a weakness, I felt compelled to train this way." However, before Chu Feng could finish his thought, Burgos interjected once more, "I will reiterate, your training regimen poses a significant risk of injury. If you wish to continue playing, you must heed my advice." Seeing Burgos' agitation, Chu Feng could only nod in agreement, vowing to refrain from such excessive additional training. In truth, after enduring over a week of grueling workouts, he had begun to feel the persistent ache in his legs. Perhaps it was indeed time for a brief respite. As Burgos rightly pointed out, while such intense training might enhance his physical capabilities, it could also heighten the risk of injury. Before departing, Burgos offered one final admonition. Extra practice is permissible, but it must be moderated. Engaging in 4 to 5 extra hours daily is simply unsustainable for your body. Be vigilant. Do not sustain any injuries. With that, Burgos vanished from Chu Feng's sight. Once Burgos had left, a look of alarm suddenly crossed Chu Feng's face. As if a realization had struck him, he promptly accessed his attribute overview again. "What? My injury status has dropped to 60? Upon discovering that his injury attribute had plummeted to 60, Chu Feng was instantly engulfed by a wave of anxiety. Goodness, it appears that intensive training indeed affects injuries. I must be more cautious in the future." He vividly recalled that during his last evaluation of attributes, his injury rating stood at 65. Now, merely a week later, it had declined by 5 points. "Sleep. I must rest." Chu Feng hurriedly dragged his weary body back to the player's apartment. It seemed that relentless training was not necessarily beneficial. The following day, after the training session with the Atlético Madrid first team, Simeone addressed the squad once more. "Tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we will hold an internal scrimmage. Please prepare yourselves." After a brief pause, Simeone continued with a serious expression. "This match is of utmost importance for the young players. My coaching staff and I will determine which of you will remain in the first team based on your performance in this scrimmage." Upon hearing these words, many young players exhibited signs of tension, and Chu Feng was no exception. At last, the match that would dictate his fate was imminent. "Chu, how are you feeling? Do you have confidence?" Arona approached Chu Feng and inquired quietly. "I don't know. I'll just give my all," was Chu Feng's honest sentiment. Although his stamina and resilience had improved during this period, his injury attribute had unfortunately diminished. Furthermore, this scrimmage would not only feature young players, but also key members of the first team. Chu Feng was uncertain whether his current abilities could withstand the intensity of La Liga. Among the young players, you are undoubtedly the most promising. Keep it up. You must stay in the first team. Arona had a good relationship with Chu Feng, as they were also roommates. Moreover, during the last friendly match, Chu Feng had assisted Arona, which fostered a genuine belief in him. Let us work hard together. Chu Feng patted Arona's shoulder before heading towards the player's apartment. Chu, aren't you going to train extra today? Arona inquired curiously as he caught up with Chu Feng. Chu Feng let out a faint sigh and replied, recently. My body has been unable to cope. I need a rest for a while. It was evident that since the previous day, when he sensed the increase in his injury attributes, he had completely lost interest in additional training. At this moment, Chu Feng's immediate priority was to recuperate. Upon returning to the player's apartment, just as he was about to lie down for a brief rest, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Ding! Mission issued. To realize the dream of football, the host must remain in the Atlético Madrid first team. Ding! Mission reward. Divine Striker Training Ground. Divine Striker Training Ground? What on earth is that? Chapter 14. The crucial showdown that determines fate. Little Spider's luck explodes. Card activated. The following day, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Simeone, Burgos, and other members of the coaching staff stood solemnly at the sidelines. Meanwhile, within the pitch, the players of Atlético Madrid's first team were divided into the red team and the blue team, signaling the official commencement of the internal match. This was Chu Feng's first experience competing alongside the primary players of Atlético Madrid, and truth be told, he was undeniably exhilarated. Chu, this time I won't lose to you. Before the match began, Torres deliberately approached Chu Feng, boasting with confidence. In the recent draw, Torres had been selected for the red team, while Chu Feng found himself on the blue team, setting the stage for a direct confrontation between the two strikers. Chu Feng paid no heed to Torres, instead focusing intently on his warm-up exercises. On the sidelines, Burgos presented the recently finalized team lineups to Simeone and the other assistant coaches. The red team comprised 8 key players and 3 promising youths. The goalkeeper was Oblak, with defenders Juan Fran, Savic, Godin, and Felipe. The midfield boasted Gaitan, Gabi, Olavi, and Tony Moya, while the forward line featured Torres and Gamero. In contrast, the blue team consisted of 5 young players and 6 mainstays, with Moya as the goalkeeper. The defensive lineup included Montoro, Lucas Fernandez, Jimenez, and Carlos Isaac. The midfield was composed of Partey, Saul, Griezmann, and Kadi Bear, with Angel Correa and Chu Feng leading the attack. Upon Burgos concluding the starting lineups for both teams, Simeone nodded slightly and declared, "Let us begin." As soon as his words faded, the referee blew the whistle, marking the commencement of the match. The clash that would determine whether Chu Feng would remain in Atlético Madrid's first team had officially begun, with a total of 8 main players. The red team swiftly seized control of the match. Within the second minute, the players of Atletico's red team launched an offensive. Midfield General Gabi received a pass from a teammate, made a slight adjustment, and immediately delivered a long ball. Moments later, the football was secured by the red team's fullback, Juan Fran. As Atlético Madrid's principal right-back, Juan Fran possessed exceptional attacking prowess, and his crossing ability was among the finest in La Liga. Upon receiving the ball, Juan Fran glanced at his teammates' movements and, without hesitation, decisively executed a cross with his right foot. The ball, as if guided by an invisible hand, sailed past the defenders and headed straight for Torres' head. In the small box, Torres, having positioned himself against the blue team's Carlos Isaac, executed a powerful header. Despite Moya's remarkably swift reflexes, he could not touch the ball. It found the back of the net. 1-0. Within 3 minutes of the match's onset, Torres had scored. Marvelous. On the sidelines, Simeone, witnessing Torres' goal, couldn't help but exclaim, "Experience speaks volumes. Torres is in splendid form." Assistant coach Burgos echoed the sentiment, remarking, "Though Torres is already 34, his instinct as a forward remains as sharp as ever. It appears that he will continue to be a cornerstone of the team in the new season." Simeone nodded, seemingly in agreement with Burgos. At that moment, within the confines of the stadium, Chu Feng felt an involuntary tension grip him as he observed Torres reveling in his exuberant celebration. In the initial 3 minutes, Chu Feng had yet to make contact with the ball, while Torres had already found the back of the net, which inevitably instilled a profound sense of pressure upon him. "Stay calm. The match has only just commenced." At that juncture, Griezmann approached Chu Feng, patted him on the shoulder, and continued, "Chu, I will pass the ball to you shortly. Be prepared." Like Chu Feng, Griezmann was also a member of the blue team. Several months prior, Griezmann had witnessed Chu Feng's trial match in person. Thus, he possessed a certain understanding of the capabilities of this Asian player before him. "All right, no problem." Chu Feng promptly nodded in agreement. Following the restart, the blue team took possession of the ball. Upon passing the football to Griezmann in the center, Chu Feng immediately sprinted into the penalty area with the speed of a 100-meter dash. The midfielders of the blue team, under Griezmann's guidance, refrained from launching a hasty attack, opting instead for a series of measured passes in their own half. However, it wasn't long before the ball found its way back to Griezmann's feet. At this moment, he positioned himself on the left flank to receive the ball. As a left-footed player, Griezmann had already assessed Chu Feng's positioning before receiving it, and without pausing, he executed a cross with his left foot. Thud! In an instant, the football traced an elegant arc within the red team's penalty area, heading straight for the far post. At that precise moment, Chu Feng was perfectly positioned by the far post. Griezmann did not break his promise. He indeed delivered the ball to Chu Feng. On the sidelines, Simeone and his assistant coach Burgos turned their attention to the unfolding scene. Clearly, both Simeone and Burgos were eager to witness whether the 17-year-old Chu Feng could gain the upper hand against the main players of Atlético Madrid. Within the small box, as Chu Feng was about to leap and execute a header towards the goal, the red team's central defender, God-In, swiftly advanced to intercept him. God-In, who serves as both the captain of Uruguay and Atlético Madrid, stands tall at 188 centimeters and possesses formidable physical prowess, making him a pivotal figure in Atlético's defensive line. At that moment, when God-In collided with Chu Feng in midair, Chu Feng could distinctly sense his body losing its balance. Bang! Chu Feng was abruptly knocked to the ground by God-In. Although Chu Feng's core strength had reached 88, his defensive capability was merely 66. Clearly, with such attributes, the prospect of defeating God-In was nothing short of a fanciful dream. He was simply too weak. It seemed that this young player was destined to compete only in the youth league. Upon witnessing Chu Feng being so effortlessly toppled by God-In, Atlético Madrid's coach, Simeone, was visibly filled with disappointment. God-In is a top-tier defender in La Liga. Even strikers like Benzema and Suarez would struggle against him, let alone the 17-year-old Chu Feng. Burgos quickly spoke a few encouraging words for Chu Feng, having interacted with him over this period. The Atlético assistant coach had been moved by Chu Feng's determination. To be honest, Burgos hoped that Chu Feng could remain with the team. Just as Simeone and Burgos were engaged in conversation, the dynamics on the field suddenly shifted dramatically. After being knocked down by Godin, Chu Feng immediately rose to his feet and sprinted towards Godin with the speed of a 100-meter dash. It was evident. Chu Feng endeavored to intercept the ball from Godin's feet. With a resounding clang, the Alvarez luck card activated splendidly. The host's abilities in tackling, dueling, and shooting surged by 80%. Chapter 15. Disposición a top la Liga defender. A spectacular goal. In that fleeting moment, Chu Feng collided forcefully into God-In from behind, leaving the Atlético Madrid captain utterly unprepared for such an audacious attempt at interception. The sudden impact caused God-In to slightly lose his balance. After all, Chu Feng's core strength had reached an impressive 88. Coupled with the substantial enhancement provided by the Alvarez luck card, God-In found himself at a disadvantage. Just as God-In was on the verge of toppling, Chu Feng swiftly executed a poke with his right foot, seizing the ball. Before anyone could react, Chu Feng swiftly assessed the positioning of the red team's goalkeeper, Oblak, and launched a powerful strike with his right foot. Bang! The football soared like a cannonball, spinning ferociously before crashing decisively into the corner of the net. A goal was scored. With his singular prowess, Chu Feng propelled the blue team to equalize the score. 1-1. At the moment Chu Feng found the back of the net, a wave of disbelief swept over the field. The spectators could scarcely fathom that the mere 17-year-old Chu Feng managed to snatch the ball from Godin's feet, let alone that the quality of his shot would be so exceptional, leaving Atlético's starting goalkeeper, Oblak, utterly unresponsive. Even Chu Feng himself was taken aback by the extraordinary turn of events. Chu Feng stood in place, silently reflecting, is this the luck card of the little spider? How formidable! The moment Alvarez's luck card was activated, Chu Feng could distinctly sense a surge of power coursing through every part of his body, and his movements quickened several-fold compared to before. Especially during that shot on goal, he could hardly believe that a mere attempt had sent the ball straight into the corner. What a stunning strike. Incredible. The first to rush to Chu Feng's side to celebrate was Montoro. Although Montoro had previously harbored some reservations about Chu Feng, he was now thoroughly captivated by his technique. He leaped onto Chu Feng's back, exuberantly raising his arms in celebration, as if he were more delighted than if he had scored himself. In contrast, Chu Feng's expression remained composed. After their celebration, he jogged directly towards the red team's goal, quietly retrieved the ball, and made his way back to the center circle. Clearly, having experienced the power of Alvarez's luck card, Chu Feng's confidence soared. He was no longer content with merely securing a draw. He yearned for victory. How could this be possible? How had he achieved that? On the goal line, the red team's goalkeeper, Oblak, stood in a daze, still reeling from the recent goal conceded. As the starting goalkeeper for Atlético Madrid, Oblak had already established himself among the world's elite, yet he had been utterly unresponsive to Chu Feng's explosive shot. This underscored just how terrifying the quality of that strike had been. Among the red team, Godin also felt incredulous. He helplessly raised his hands and muttered, "Damn it, I'll let a little kid intercept me. This is nothing short of shameful." However, to be fair, the Asian player's impact was formidable. Godin's emotions were undoubtedly complex. He felt discontent at his own carelessness while simultaneously being thrilled by Chu Feng's prowess. Perhaps, at that moment, Godin was beginning to acknowledge this striker from the Middle Kingdom. On the sidelines, Atlético Madrid's coach Simeone could not help but swallow hard, then turned to his assistant Burgos with a serious expression, inquiring, "Did you see that? This kid managed to steal the ball from Godin." Before Simeone could finish, assistant coach Burgos responded excitedly, "It seems Chu truly is a genius. Godin's defensive capabilities are top-notch, and his ability to shield the ball is unparalleled. Few players in La Liga can take the ball from him, yet today, Chu accomplished it." Burgos continued to extol Chu Feng's performance, while a satisfied smile crept across Simeone's face. "This is intriguing. It appears this young man truly possesses the talent to remain with Atlético Madrid." From the very beginning, Simeone harbored doubts about Chu Feng's abilities. In fact, prior to the commencement of this internal training match, he had already contemplated loaning Chu Feng out. However, upon witnessing Chu Feng's astonishing goal, his intentions regarding the loan shifted dramatically. The match was still in progress. With the score equalized, the stronger red team naturally felt the weight of pressure. Although today's contest was merely a scrimmage, for professional players, any form of defeat is utterly unacceptable. Thus, in pursuit of victory, the players of Atlético Madrid's red team were fully focused and determined. In the 23rd minute, the midfield maestro gate in received the ball at the center, and despite the interference from two blue team players, the Argentine star effortlessly maneuvered past Vin Gamero and Sa El with a series of quick stops and directional changes. Meanwhile, up front, the red team's forward Torres had begun to accelerate. With a thud, gate in, having spotted Torres' run, wasted no time in delivering a penetrating through ball. Mere seconds later, the ball found its way to Torres' feet. However, at the same moment, blue team defenders Jim Nez and Montoro closed in on him. Under the pressure from these two defenders, Torres' shot was easily gathered by goalkeeper Moy. Following this, Moy opted for a quick free kick. In an instant, the ball traversed nearly half the length of the field, landing at the feet of Griezmann on the right flank. The French star, upon receiving the ball, was immediately besieged by numerous red team defenders. Felipe, Olavi, and Gabi surged towards him. Yet, Griezmann, being Atletico's star player, exhibited exceptional footwork. Within seconds, he deftly evaded the defenders with a series of feints and changes in rhythm, carving a path through them. In a matter of moments, Griezmann surged into the arc of the penalty area. Upon witnessing this, the red team's central defenders God and Salvaging dared not be complacent and swiftly lunged towards Griezmann. At that critical moment, Griezmann gently nudged the ball to his left. It landed perfectly in front of Chu Feng on the right side of the penalty area. With no defenders in sight, undoubtedly, this would be Chu Feng's golden opportunity to shoot. Chapter 16. A last-minute interception. A divine pass. With a resounding thud. Faced with this exceptional chance, Chu Feng showed no hesitation. He lifted his gaze to assess Oblak's position before unleashing a powerful strike with his right foot. At this moment, Chu Feng concentrated all his physical strength into his right foot. With a resounding thud, the soccer ball soared toward the corner of the goal with astonishing speed. On the goal line, Oblak, upon witnessing Chu Feng's shooting motion, immediately heightened his focus, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the ball. As he observed Chu Feng complete his strike, Oblak swiftly bent his legs and leapt into the air. However, The force behind Chu Feng's shot was formidable, imparting an incredible spin to the ball. Oblak could only exert every ounce of his strength, extending his arms in a desperate attempt to intercept it. Yet, as the ball approached him with increasing velocity, a flicker of panic surfaced in the eyes of the Atlético Madrid's star goalkeeper. Whoosh! The ball narrowly grazed the tips of Oblak's fingers. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as the ball struck the inside of the post, rebounding with lightning speed into the net. Oblak found himself powerless. 2-1. Chu Feng has once again breached Oblak's goal, and in doing so, he has propelled the blue team to a remarkable lead. Splendid. Chu Feng, I always knew you would score. Griezmann, who provided the assist, promptly rushed to Chu Feng's side. Thank you, Antoine. Without your ability to attract the defender's attention, I would not have had such a splendid opportunity. Chu Feng is acutely aware that his untroubled shot from the edge of the penalty area was largely facilitated by Griezmann's distraction of the defenders. The ability to consistently breach a goal guarded by Oblak speaks volumes of your talent. Chu Feng, you are the most gifted 17-year-old I have ever encountered. As a world-class player, Griezmann recognizes the boundless potential within Chu Feng. Simultaneously, as Atlético Madrid's star player, he hopes that the young Chu Feng will remain with the team, as his presence is undeniably essential for the squad's success in the upcoming season. On the sidelines, Simeone could not restrain his applause upon witnessing Chu Feng's powerful strike once again penetrate Oblak's defenses. Burgos, what do you think of Chu Feng's shot? Simeone inquired of his assistant coach. Top-notch. Both the power and angle were exquisite, and Chu Feng was fortunate as well. Had it veered just slightly, the ball might have struck the post, Burgos replied candidly. Simeone nodded, his expression one of satisfaction. I can hardly believe he is only 17, he mused before returning his gaze to the field. Undoubtedly, after Chu Feng's thunderous strike found the back of the net against the red team, the players of the opposing side found themselves with no avenues for retreat. They were compelled to go all out. Shortly after the kickoff, several Atlético Madrid stalwarts began to reveal their true prowess. In the 38th minute of the match, Gabi received the ball in midfield and executed a series of precise one-touch passes with Gaten, Olavi, and others. As the ball returned to Gabi's feet, the entire blue team's midfield had been pierced. At the edge of the penalty area, the Atlético midfielder attempted a long-range shot. The position from which Gabi attempted a shot was nearly identical to that of Chu Feng's earlier attempt. However, the outcomes were worlds apart. Gabi's strike soared directly into the stands. 5 minutes later, the red team's left back, Juan Fran, also opted to surge forward and deliver a cross, but regrettably, Torres' header from within the penalty area glided past the goal. During this period, the players of the red team squandered numerous opportunities with reckless abandon. Upon entering the second half, the red team made a substitution, with Arona, who had been ineffective in the first half, being replaced by Gamero. It must be noted that Gamero's introduction immediately enriched the red team's offensive strategies. Although standing just over 7 meters tall, he possessed a robust physique and commendable shooting skills. In the 60th minute of the match, Gamero and Torres executed a wall pass at the edge of the penalty area. Gamero used his strength to hold off the blue team's center back, swiftly redirecting the ball to Torres. At that moment, Torres had surged into the penalty area. Seizing this golden opportunity, Torres struck a low shot that successfully breached the blue team's goal. The score was now 2-2. At last, the red team had leveled the match. This goal by Torres undoubtedly ignited the fighting spirit among the red team players. In the ensuing moments, the red team launched a relentless assault against the blue team. Upon witnessing this, Chu Feng promptly retreated to the midfield, actively engaging in defensive duties. However, to be candid, the effectiveness was minimal. The midfielders of the red team, Gabi, Gaten, alongside the two flanks, Juan Fran and Felipe, are all indispensable mainstays of Atlético Madrid, exhibiting a seamless synergy. No matter how fervently the blue team's supporters endeavored, the football remained steadfastly under the dominion of the red team's players. During this period, forwards Torres and Gamero were afforded numerous shooting opportunities. Regrettably, the red team's attack was akin to thunder without rain, failing to secure any goals. Conversely, while Angel Correa of the blue team encountered several counterattack opportunities, they were thwarted by God, and Salvaging. Thus, the score remained a stalemate at 2 apiece, unknowingly extending into the final 10 minutes. As the 80th minute approached, fatigue rendered both teams incapable of orchestrating effective assaults, plunging the match into a deadlock. For the majority of the time, red team players dominated possession in their defensive half, utilizing inconsequential passes to whittle away the remaining moments. In the 88th minute, With merely 2 minutes left in the match, Red Team center back God delivered the ball to Gabby, who was positioned with his back to the play. Just as Gabby was about to pivot, a shadow suddenly darted past him from behind. In an instant, Gabby seemed to be struck by a freight truck, losing his balance, while the ball rolled into Chu Feng's realm of control. It was precisely at this moment that Chu Feng, having keenly observed the opportunity from behind, unleashed his strength to topple Gabby. Clearly, Chu Feng was not inclined to conclude the match with a score of 2-2. He yearned for triumph. In the next moment, Chu Feng immediately dashed forward with great determination, dribbling towards the opponent's penalty area. At that precise moment, several players from the red team surged towards him in unison, including 2 key defenders, Salvaging and Godin. Additionally, the fullback Juan Fran actively moved inward. In an instant, Chu Feng found himself besieged by 3 pivotal players of Atlético Madrid. To be honest, given Chu Feng's current abilities, breaking through the defenses of these 3 players seemed nearly impossible, a fact he was acutely aware of. Just as the trio was about to close in on him, Chu Feng unexpectedly passed the ball into the penalty area. At that moment, Griezmann was positioned near the penalty spot, ready to take a shot. Chapter 17. Successfully retaining his place. The training ground of the divine striker opens. In a brief moment, Chu Feng's remarkable strike deftly evaded the heads of numerous defenders from the red team, landing precisely at Griezmann's feet. Without a hint of hesitation, this French star unleashed his left foot with unbridled vigor, enveloping the ball entirely with the breadth of his foot before delivering a powerful shot. With a resounding thud, the football soared towards the goal like an arrow released from a bow. Even Oblak could do nothing but watch as the ball gracefully found its way into the net. 3-2. In the dying moments, the blue team secured a stunning victory. Exhilarating. Following the goal, Griezmann rushed to embrace Chu Feng, the architect of this exquisite assist. "Chu, your pass was simply magnificent," Griezmann exclaimed, giving a heartfelt thumbs up to the 17-year-old prodigy, filled with admiration. "Mainly because your shot was superb. Ha ha ha." The praise from the team's star brought a radiant smile to Chu Feng's face. Soon, an increasing number of Atlético Madrid's blue team players gathered around Chu Feng to celebrate. Although the match was not yet concluded, it was evident to all that victory was firmly in the grasp of the blue team. Meanwhile, Atlético's head coach, Simeone, stood on the sidelines, applauding enthusiastically. "Well done." It appears that Chu can also play in midfield. He is a player of great potential. By the end of the match, Chu Feng had registered 2 goals and 1 assist in this internal scrimmage. If Simeone possessed any discernment, he would certainly keep Chu Feng on the team. After the restart, the red team's players refused to concede defeat, with Gamero, Torres, and Gabby swiftly joining the offensive. The referee generously allocated nearly 5 minutes of stoppage time. Unfortunately, the red team squandered their opportunities, and with Torres' shot for the penalty area striking the crossbar, the referee ultimately blew the final whistle. "Chu Feng," his face marked by disappointment. Despite the loss, he sincerely offered his commendations. Beside them, Griezmann patted Chu Feng on the shoulder, speaking with admiration. "Chu, let us give our all in the new season. Let us strive to seize the La Liga championship from the grasp of Real Madrid and Barcelona." Evidently, following this match, Griezmann has become firmly convinced that Chu Feng will remain with the team. And indeed, this is the case. The head coach of Atlético Madrid's first team, Simeone, along with his assistant coach Burgos, approached the gathered players bearing the evaluation reports for each athlete. Here are your scores from this match. Those who received a grade of B or higher will remain with the team, while those who scored below a B will need to undergo further training with the B team, Simeone declared. After his statement, the assistant coach distributed the individual evaluation reports to all players. Chu Feng has received IN's rating, the highest tier of evaluation, a distinction he shares with Griezmann. This indicates that Chu Feng has successfully secured his place in the first team. While he has performed admirably, it would be misguided to assume that this guarantees him a starting position at Atlético Madrid. In a few days, the team will organize several friendly matches, and I will determine the starting lineup for the new season based on their performances. Therefore, continue to strive, young man. Simeone intentionally approached Chu Feng to outline his plans. As an experienced coach, he understands the nuances of managing young talent. Despite Chu Feng's flawless display in the match, Simeone refrained from excessive praise, opting instead for a more motivating approach. This strategy stems from his awareness that young players are particularly susceptible to arrogance. However, what Simeone does not realize is that Chu Feng is not an ordinary young player. While he may possess confidence, he is far from being boastful. Chu Feng comprehends that to become a mainstay in Atlético Madrid's first team, his current abilities are insufficient. He must remain diligent and committed at all times. Later that evening, at 8 o'clock in the player's residence, Chu Feng had just concluded a telephone conversation with his uncle.The, informing him about his retention in the first team. Just as he hung up, a familiar voice echoed in his ear once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. You will remain in the Atlético Madrid first team for the new season. Ding! Task reward. Divine Striker Training Ground. Oh, and their SA task reward as well. If it weren't for the system's reminder, Chu Feng might have nearly forgotten. By the way, what on earth is this Divine Striker Training Ground? Upon finishing his statement, a dialogue box and a system explanation reappeared before Chu Feng. The Divine Blade Training Ground. A virtual football arena where the host can enhance various attributes. The training efficiency surpasses that of conventional training, and it does not elevate the risk of injuries. Incredible. What a marvelous asset. Upon reading the system's explanation of the Divine Sharp Training Ground, Chu Feng's interest was piqued. He swiftly activated the Divine Sharp Training Ground. In an instant, Chu Feng found himself within a football field that appeared remarkably lifelike. Before him lay an array of options concerning all attributes. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Feng ultimately chose the attribute of confrontation. Instantly, a virtual player clad in a golden jersey materialized on the training ground, and without hesitation, charged directly at Chu Feng. In an instant, Chu Feng was knocked to the ground. Goodness, the sensation was astonishingly real. The experience of being toppled by the virtual player felt almost identical to that of an actual match. Upon rising, Chu Feng immediately focused his full attention and began to engage in a confrontation with a virtual player clad in golden attire. After an exhaustive 5-hour training session, he discovered the existence of a training progress bar. Training project, confrontation attribute, target value, 66 to 67. Current progress, 10. Estimated time required, 7 days. Thus, once the progress reaches completion, the confrontation attribute is expected to elevate from 66 to 67. Upon gaining a general understanding, Chu Feng ardently immersed himself in training. After nearly 2 hours of intense practice, indeed, his progress has been notably augmented. Current progress, 14. Chu Feng originally intended to train, but at that moment, the training ground of the Divine Sharpshooter was unexpectedly closed. It turned out that the training facility had a daily time restriction of only 7 hours. If this limit were exceeded, it would automatically shut down. With no other options, Chu Feng had to wait until the next day to resume his training. Although limited to 7 hours, there was no doubt that the efficacy of the Divine Sharpshooter training ground surpassed that of conventional training by leaps and bounds. Perhaps, before long, Chu Feng would evolve into a versatile warrior of 6 dimensions. Chapter 18. The warm-up match begins. A heavy hit from Balotelli. Time drifted into late July. The commencement of the new season was drawing near, and during this period, Coach Simeone began to intentionally alter the training regimen. He started placing greater emphasis on tactical training. Simeone's forte lay in the 4-4-2 formation. Consequently, the first-team players of Atlético Madrid practiced this formation almost daily. After the regular training sessions, Chu Feng would promptly return to his apartment and engage in 7 hours of simulation training at the Divine Sharpshooter facility. After nearly a week of training, Chu Feng's combative attributes finally reached 67. However, to be candid, there was scarcely any distinction between 67 and 66. To enhance his combat performance and improve his success rate, Chu Feng could only persist in diligent practice. Training project, combative attributes, target value, 67 to 68. Training progress, 1. Estimated time required, 10 days. According to the current estimated timeline, it would be quite commendable if Chu Feng could elevate his combative attributes to 70 by the onset of the new season. After all, the opening of the La Liga season was set for August 20th, leaving approximately 30 days. As July drew to a close, Atlético Madrid welcomed their warm-up matches. On the final day of July, July 31st, Atlético would face their first warm-up match opponent in the United States, Nice from League One. For Chu Feng, to fully earn the trust of Coach Simeone, he needed to deliver an outstanding performance in the warm-up match against Nice. On July 29th, the first-team players of Atlético boarded a plane, crossing the Atlantic and successfully landing in Arbor City, Michigan, USA. Although soccer was generally regarded as a secondary sport in the United States, a considerable number of fans donned Atlético jerseys to greet them at the airport. After all, Atlético Madrid, as one of the three giants of La Liga, enjoyed immense global influence. Griezmann, Torres. The fans excitedly shouted the names of Atlético stars, creating a scene of delightful chaos. Stars like Griezmann, Torres, and Oblak found themselves surrounded by enthusiastic supporters. And what of Chu Feng? He is almost disregarded, with scarcely anyone noticing the presence of an Asian face among the players of Atlético Madrid. Chu Feng, however, remained undaunted. He firmly believed that one day he too would ascend to the echelons of stardom, much like Griezmann, basking in the adulation of countless fans. 2 days later, on the day of the match between Atlético Madrid and Nice, as the Atlético team bus slowly approached the stadium, head coach Simeone officially announced the roster for the warm-up match. Inside the bus, all the Atlético players fixated their gazes upon Simeone. Although this was merely a routine warm-up, each player yearned for the opportunity to showcase their talents. After all, only by stepping onto the field could they exhibit their skills, potentially catching Simeone's eye and securing a pivotal role in the upcoming season. Forwards, Griezmann, Torres. Midfielder, Coke. Once Simeone revealed the starting lineup, the players of Atlético Madrid found themselves divided between joy and despair, with Chu Feng leaning toward the latter. He had not made it onto the starting list. On the front line, Simeone opted for last season's mainstays, Griezmann and Torres. In truth, Chu Feng was not surprised. He was, after all, a newcomer, only 17, and needed to exercise patience as he awaited his opportunity. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Michigan Stadium was filled with nearly 20,000 fans, the majority donning Atlético Madrid jerseys. This was a common sight, as Nice, Atlético's opponents, were merely a relegation-threatened team in League One, lacking the stature and influence of Atlético Madrid. However, Nice was not without merit, boasting a renowned forward among their ranks, Mario Balotelli. At 8:30, the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the match. The more formidable Atlético Madrid swiftly seized control of the game, with Griezmann, Torres, and midfielder Sá all presented with numerous shooting opportunities. Yet, on this night, Nice goalkeeper appeared to be in extraordinary form, executing acrobatic saves to keep the net secure. Remarkably, in the 30th minute, it was Nice that broke through Atlético's defenses, scoring a goal. The player who netted the goal was none other than Balotelli. Central defender Dante gained the upper hand in a duel with Torres, first clearing the ball with a header. The ball landed at the feet of midfielder Cagniello. Without hesitation, launched it forward with a powerful kick. At the edge of the penalty area, Balotelli used his physicality to overpower central defender Savic, followed by a dazzling burst of speed that allowed him to evade God's challenge. He surged forward into the Atlético Madrid penalty area with the grace of a meteor. As the goalkeeper Oblak prepared to make his move at the goal line, Balotelli suddenly unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot. Bang! In an instant, the football soared like a cannonball, crashing into the net. The velocity of Balotelli's shot left Oblak utterly defenseless. 1-0. Nice took the lead. On the sidelines, Simeone furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with the performance of his players. Both the defenders and forwards had shown a dismal display that evening. Meanwhile, on the substitute bench, Chu Feng lamented the team's concession. Balotelli's shot was remarkable, indeed a testament to his world-class prowess below the neck. Beside Chu Feng, Arona could not help but exclaim in admiration after witnessing Balotelli's goal. Indeed, when Balotelli first emerged onto the scene, he was hailed as the third great talent after Messi and Ronaldo, but alas, his eccentric personality has often overshadowed his potential. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, a notification box flashed before his eyes. Ding! Task issued. Assist Atlético Madrid in winning the match. Task reward. Balotelli's powerful shot skill card. At last, it has arrived. Upon seeing the prompt from the system, Chu Feng instantly felt invigorated. His strength had now reached 88, and if he could acquire the Balotelli cannon card, it would be a perfect match. However, Chu Feng is currently just a substitute, and he is uncertain whether he will even have the opportunity to take the field, let alone assist Atlético Madrid in securing a victory. Chapter 19. Debut in the warm-up match. Balotelli scores twice. Minutes later, the first half of the match between Atlético and Nice came to a close, with the score remaining at 1-0. Nice temporarily led Atlético Madrid thanks to Balotelli's powerful strike within the penalty area. Upon returning from the halftime break, Simeone's face was etched with fury. He vehemently roared at the Atlético players. "Is this your true capability? Get your act together. Focus. Do not fear injury. Show your real strength. Simeone understood that the majority of Atletico's players had failed to exhibit their genuine abilities during the first half. The reason was simple. The starting lineup primarily consisted of last season's main players. It was highly likely that these players would also be key contributors in the new season. Thus, they needed to demonstrate their true level in this warm-up match. Moreover, with only 20 days remaining until the commencement of La Liga, any injury sustained from exerting themselves in a friendly would undoubtedly jeopardize their chances of retaining a starting position. As a seasoned coach, Simeone was acutely aware of the calculations running through the minds of his starting players. After some contemplation, he decisively opted for a substantial substitution. 15 minutes later, Arona, Bilbao, Cadiber, Montoro, and Chu Feng were granted the chance to take the field. Clearly, these players were all new signings. Simeone sought to leverage these fresh reinforcements to alter the current disadvantage faced by the team. As Chu Feng first stepped onto the competition field, he could distinctly feel his heart racing with fervor. Although it was merely a warm-up match, it marked his debut representing Atlético Madrid. With a sharp whistle signaling the commencement of the second half, Chu Feng swiftly advanced into the attacking zone, eager to seize an opportunity to score. However, it must be said that following a significant rotation of players, the newly introduced youngsters seemed determined to play the role of savior for the team, resulting in a predominance of individual efforts among Atlético's players. This was particularly evident with Vitalo, who had just transferred to Atlético Madrid for a staggering $35.6 million this summer. In the 48th minute, Juan Fran delivered a precise cross from the flank that soared into the small penalty area. At that moment, Vitalo found himself surrounded by at least two defenders from Nice. Positioned at the edge of the penalty area, Vitalo deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, made a quick maneuver, and shot. Yet, his attempt was thwarted by Dante, the towering center-back of Nice. Intriguingly, at the very moment Vitalo took a shot, another Atlético forward, Chu Feng, was positioned completely unmarked. Had Vitalo opted to pass the ball to Chu Feng, it would have been an undeniable scoring opportunity. "Hey, pass the ball. There's no one around me," Chu Feng exclaimed in frustration, raising his hands in exasperation as he directed his ire towards Vitalo. Nevertheless, Vitalo paid no heed to Chu Feng's outburst, remaining engrossed in his solitary pursuit of glory throughout the subsequent plays. In the 53rd minute, the ball once again found its way to Vitalo's feet. Positioned at the top of the penalty arc, he received a pass from the young midfielder, Koch, only to find himself sandwiched between Nice's two central defenders, Dante and Lamar. It was evident that Vitalo had no chance to shoot amid the defenders' tight marking. Yet, despite this, he stubbornly refused to pass, attempting a turn and, while losing his balance, unleashed a shot. The ball was once more blocked by Dante's imposing physique. Clumsy play. On the sidelines, Simeone observed Vitalo's recent performance with a look of despair, shaking his head in disappointment, evidently dissatisfied with the new recruit's display. Just then, Nice launched a counterattack. After blocking Vitalo's shot, Dante swiftly regained possession of the ball. With a powerful kick, he sent the ball soaring towards the front line. What began as a routine clearance unexpectedly landed squarely at Balotelli's feet. Without hesitation, Balotelli unleashed a powerful dribble and charged with great strides toward Atlético Madrid's penalty area. Despite the noticeable decline in Balotelli's physical prowess compared to his peak, he still managed to exert immense pressure on the Atlético Madrid defenders when he surged forward. Compounding the challenge for the defense was the fact that the Atlético player tasked with marking Balotelli was the recently introduced Montoro. As a mere 21-year-old, Montoro was evidently ill-equipped to withstand Balotelli's formidable charge. With Balotelli's powerful advance, Montoro felt as if he had been struck by a speeding bus. In an instant, the young center-back lost his balance and crashed hard onto the pitch. Moments later, Balotelli stormed into the Atlético Madrid penalty area. Oblak, the goalkeeper for Atlético, was undoubtedly filled with despair, fully aware that Balotelli would not opt for a subtle shot to the far corner or a delicate lob. Instead, he would unleash a thunderous strike at goal. At such a close range, Oblak would have no time to react to a powerful shot from Balotelli. The moment Balotelli entered the box, he swiftly lifted his right foot, preparing to shoot. However, just as his foot was about to connect with the ball, another Atlético defender, God-in, collided with Balotelli from the side. The referee, witnessing the incident, wasted no time in blowing the whistle for a foul. Consequently, Nice was awarded a penalty. God-in did not contest the referee's decision. He knew in his heart that it was indeed a foul. At the penalty spot, Balotelli took the ball from the referee and, without exchanging any words with Oblak, unleashed another powerful shot. The ball rocketed into the bottom corner of the net like a cannonball, leaving Atlético's main goalkeeper O-Block motionless and unresponsive. The penalty was successfully converted, putting Nice ahead 2-0 against Atlético Madrid. This exemplified Balotelli's prowess. As a naturally gifted striker, he maintained a perfect penalty conversion rate thus far. No goalkeeper had been able to decipher Balotelli's intentions. On the sidelines, Simeone, witnessing Balotelli's successful penalty, returned to the bench, utterly disheartened and lacking confidence in his players. At that moment, Simeone simply wished for the match to conclude swiftly. Chapter 20, Goal. The final 15 minutes. The moment of Chu Feng has commenced. As Nice altered the score to 2-0, an unrelenting pressure descended upon every Atlético Madrid player. With key stars like Griezmann and Torres already withdrawn from the match, Atlético's hopes of equalizing or securing victory in this friendly now rested solely on the shoulders of their younger players. In the 58th minute, right-back Felipe delivered a precise 45-degree cross, akin to a guided missile, landing perfectly for Bilbao within the penalty area. Undoubtedly, this presented a prime opportunity to score. However, the new Atlético recruit squandered yet another chance. His header lacked power, and the ball was securely caught by Nice goalkeeper. What a waste. It seems the 30 million euros spent were in vain. Observing Bilbao's consecutive missed opportunities from the bench, Simeone felt a piercing pain in his heart. Just a month prior, it was Simeone who personally brought Bilbao on board, only to realize that he had become a terminator of attacks, redirecting nearly every shot to assist the opposition's clearances. The notion that Atlético could contend for the La Liga title against Barcelona and Real Madrid with Bilbao was sheer folly. Approximately 15 minutes later, the match settled into a stalemate. For Nice, leading by 2 goals, they believed they had crushed Atlético's spirit, leading to a gradual relaxation in their approach. On the other hand, while the young players of Atlético yearned desperately to alter the scoreline, their limited capabilities and Bilbao's dismal form gradually extinguished their fighting spirit. In the 73rd minute, Atlético finally earned a corner kick through the breakthrough of left-back Juan Fran. Central defenders Godin and Montoro rushed into Nice penalty area, attempting to capitalize on the corner to breach the opponent's net. Bang! Felipe sent the ball sailing into the box. At that moment, chaos reigned in front of the goal. Offensive and defensive players became entangled. Yet despite the turmoil, the towering Godin managed to claim the first touch. The players of Nice were acutely aware of Godin's exceptional aerial prowess. To thwart his attempt, 3 Nice players surrounded him, but even so, Godin valiantly executed a header. On the goal line, Nice goalkeeper Cardinali, who had been largely uninvolved, showcased his remarkable reflexes, leaping into the air to powerfully punch the ball away. This was a save worthy of world-class acclaim. Just when all the Nice players believed they had successfully defended, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The ball ricocheted to Chu Feng's feet at the edge of the penalty area. Moreover, there were no Nice players surrounding Chu Feng to interfere. Ever since Chu Feng took the field, Nice defense had disregarded this Asian player. If Bilbao had managed to pass the ball to Chu Feng, Atlético Madrid might have already taken the lead. Bang! At this moment, faced with this golden opportunity, Chu Feng certainly would not let it slip away. With all his might, he swiftly lifted his right foot to execute the shot. The ball shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, curving directly into the corner of the net. The Nice goalkeeper, who had just performed a world-class save, now stood frozen, helplessly watching as the ball sailed into the goal. 2-1. Atlético Madrid finally scored. Yet, Chu Feng understood that this goal had not altered the scoreline between the two teams. To fulfill the task set by the system and earn Simeone's trust, he needed to continue scoring. Thus, as his teammates rushed toward him to celebrate, Chu Feng sprinted with the speed of a 100-meter dash into the goal to retrieve the ball. With determination in his gaze, he ran toward the center circle. On the bench, the moment Chu Feng struck the ball, it instantly invigorated Simeone. He sprang to his feet, exuberantly pumping his fists in celebration. Well done, Chu. In critical moments, we rely on you. To be candid, Simeone had long since lost hope and confidence in this match. Yet now, Chu Feng's shot rekindled the suspense of the game. Coach, Chu has once again demonstrated his prowess. Beside Simeone stood his assistant coach, Burgos. Perhaps the most delighted by Chu Feng's contribution to the team's goal was Burgos, who had personally brought him into the first team. Burgos had always held Chu Feng in high regard. With approximately 15 minutes remaining in the match, let us observe how this 17-year-old Asian talent will perform. Anticipation gleamed in Simeone's eyes. Beep. As the game resumed, the players of Nice remained oblivious to the impending threat. For the majority of the time, they appeared relatively relaxed, opting not to launch an offensive but instead indulging in meaningless passes at the back, attempting to waste time. In the 78th minute, the ball found its way to Nice defensive midfielder, Cagelo. However, the moment Cagelo received the ball, Chu Feng surged with determination, charging towards Cagelo's flank. And then, in a flash, Chu Feng collided forcefully with Cagelo, using his shoulder. Cagelo, a robust midfielder in his own right, lost his balance at the moment of impact with Chu Feng. Ding! The lucky spider card is activated. Clearly, the system detected Chu Feng's fervent desire for victory, thus activating the passive skill card, the lucky spider. In an instant, Chu Feng's physical attributes surged, and he ruthlessly toppled the Nice midfielder. As Chu Feng's shoulder made contact, it was deemed a fair challenge. The moment Cagelo fell to the ground, Chu Feng seized the opportunity to snatch the ball. At that moment, his sole focus was scoring. Without hesitation, he surged forward, seemingly propelled by the winds, charging directly into the penalty area of Nice. The two center-backs, Dante and Lamar, witnessed Chu Feng's interception but showed no urgency. In fact, they failed to close down on him immediately. Dante, a former member of the Brazilian national team, and Lamar, who had experience with the French national team, both looked down upon Chu Feng simply because he was Asian. They even believed that Chu Feng posed no threat to their goal. Chapter 21, the last-minute decisive strike. A hat trick. In that fleeting moment, Chu Feng strode forward like a meteor, the ball at his feet as he surged into the penalty area of Nice. Simultaneously, Chu Feng swiftly raised his right foot, just as Dante and Lamar charged towards him. The football had already whizzed past the ears of the two Nice defenders. Bang! With a remarkable stroke of luck granted by the little spider Alvarez, Chu Feng's shooting accuracy and power saw a significant enhancement. Although Nice goalkeeper Cardinale reacted promptly with a diving save, the angle of Chu Feng's shot was nothing short of a dead corner of the goal. A second later, the ball found the net with a resounding thud. In that moment, the Nice goalkeeper could only watch in dismay as the ball sailed past him. The score stood at 2-2. Chu Feng has assisted Atlético Madrid in equalizing the score. Following his goal, Chu Feng remained composed, rushing immediately to the net to retrieve the ball. For him, leveling the score was not the ultimate goal. He yearned for victory. How could this be? The speed of his shot was astonishing, leaving Dante, the Nice central defender, stunned and rooted to the spot, seemingly unable to believe the strike he had just witnessed. Meanwhile, fellow defender Lemerson stood with his hands on his hips, a hint of despair etched on his face. To be scored upon twice by an Asian player was nothing short of disgraceful. It seemed they needed to take this seriously. Lemerson glanced at the clock. Approximately 6 minutes remained in the match, providing Nice with a chance to alter the scoreline. Of course, Atlético's players also had the opportunity to seize victory. On the sidelines, Simeone was fervently clapping his hands, thoroughly satisfied with Chu Feng's performance. Keep going. There's still time. Let's strive for another goal. As a renowned figure in the football world, Simeone was determined not to lose to a relegation-threatened League One team in front of over 30,000 American fans. He cared about his reputation. Not far from Simeone, on the Nice bench, Coach Lafleur's expression grew grave. He had initially believed his team would secure victory with ease. But unexpectedly, Chu Feng had emerged as a formidable force. Who exactly was this Asian player? Lafleur inquired of his assistant coach, who quickly opened a computer to search for Chu Feng's name, yet found no information. At that moment, the referee blew the whistle to restart the game. With Chu Feng's 2 consecutive goals, Atlético Madrid's players were filled with renewed spirit, actively pressing in the final minutes, eager to secure a third goal. Conversely, the morale of the Nice players had plummeted. The ball had become a hot potato for them. To avoid conceding, Nice players often resorted to hasty clearances when faced with Atlético's pressing. Soon, the match clock ticked to the 90th minute, and the fourth official raised the board, indicating 3 minutes of stoppage time. As the score remains tied at 2-2, the players of Nice begin to deliberately slow the pace of the game, with several players collapsing to the ground. The referee, left with no choice, is compelled to halt the match. With time slipping away, Chu Feng feels an increasing sense of urgency. It is worth noting that the task assigned by the system is for Chu Feng to assist Atlético Madrid in securing victory in this friendly match, and he is in dire need of a goal. Failure to accomplish the mission set forth by the system would undoubtedly mean that Chu Feng would not receive any rewards. He is determined to give it his all. With a determined grit, Chu Feng summoned every ounce of his strength and charged towards the ball-bearing Nice player like a tiger descending a mountain. upon witnessing Chu Feng's ferocious advance. The defensive midfielder, Kaguro, chose not to hold onto the ball. Instead, he hastily opted for a backward pass. The football found its way to the feet of center-back Lemerson. At this moment, the match clock read 92 minutes and 21 seconds. Clearly, time was not on Chu Feng's side, with less than a minute remaining. Nevertheless, he refused to relent, resolutely persisting in his pursuit of the ball. In an instant, Chu Feng surged forward with meteoric strides, closing in on Lemerson, only to see the nice center-back send the ball towards Dante. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Feng swiftly adjusted his center of gravity and raced towards Dante with the speed of the wind. Ding! The little spider luck card activated. The system detected that Chu Feng was still fervently pursuing the ball, reactivating Alvarez's skill card. Instantly, Chu Feng felt a surge of strength, reinvigorating his weary legs. He quickly propelled himself forward, executing a meteoric sprint. The diligent efforts bore fruit. This time, Lamar's pass lacked considerable force, causing the ball to not materialize promptly before Chu Feng, presenting him with a splendid opportunity. Suddenly, as the ball arrived at Dante's feet, Chu Feng had already galloped forth. For him, this was the final chance. He would not let it slip away. With all his might, Chu Feng charged, using his shoulder to collide fiercely with Dante. At the moment Chu Feng activated the little spider luck card, his attributes of confrontation, stamina, explosiveness, and shooting received a significant enhancement. In that instant, Chu Feng resembled a raging bull, crashing into Dante with tremendous force. The former Brazilian national player found himself utterly defenseless at that moment. And so it unfolded. Chu Feng deftly seized the football from beneath his opponent's feet without shedding a drop of blood. And then, Chu Feng, akin to a whirlwind, decisively stormed into the penalty area of Nice. On the goal line, the last line of defense for Nice, Cardinale, found himself with no retreat. His only option was to advance. The goalkeeper promptly abandoned his post, rushing forward to confront Chu Feng. Alas, having been endowed with the fortuitous card of Alvarez, Chu Feng's attributes had ascended to near the pinnacle of Alvarez's prowess. In a split second, Chu Feng deftly maneuvered the ball with his left foot, and the sphere glided past Cardinale in a flash. In the next moment, Chu Feng struck an empty goal. Bang! The football resonated as it found the net. 3-2. Almost in the final minute of stoppage time, Chu Feng scored a last-minute goal. Immediately after Chu Feng sent the ball into the net, the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. With a splendid hat trick, Chu Feng propelled Atlético Madrid to victory in a warm-up match. Chapter 22. The acquisition of Balotelli's powerful card, gaining national attention. Marvelous. Exquisite performance. Chu. At the moment Chu Feng scored, nearly all the Atlético players instinctively surged towards him. Undoubtedly, Chu Feng emerged as the most significant contributor to Atlético's triumph this evening. He achieved his hat trick in a mere 45 minutes and delivered a decisive goal in the dying moments of the match. Although this encounter was merely a friendly, the final goal stirred the adrenaline of all the players. Even Diego Simeone, the head coach of Atlético, donned a black suit and exuberantly rushed towards Chu Feng to celebrate. Well done, Chu. Simeone embraced Chu Feng, clearly indicating that after this warm-up match against Nice, he has gradually come to appreciate this young forward from Asia more and more. Chu Feng was elated as he embraced and high-fived his coach and teammates in celebration. This marked his inaugural match with Atlético Madrid, and naturally, securing a victory filled him with exhilaration. However, what truly captured Chu Feng's attention was the mission reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for aiding Atlético in their triumph over Nice. Mission reward, Balotelli Cannon Card. Balotelli Cannon Card. Active skill. Before taking a shot, the host can activate the Balotelli Cannon Card, which will enhance shooting attributes by 20%, power attributes by 20%, and long-range attributes by 20%. Note, active skill cards require extensive practice. Proficiency must reach 100 to unleash their full potential. Upon returning to the locker room, Chu Feng felt a tinge of disappointment upon seeing the system notification. The fact that the Balotelli Cannon card necessitated practice weighed on him. Yet, he soon conceived a promising solution and promptly activated the striker training ground. In the selection of training programs, he indeed discovered the Superstar Skill Training. Training Program, Balotelli Cannon Card Proficiency, 1100 time required, 38 days currently. His proficiency stood at a mere 1. To reach complete mastery, he would need to train diligently for no less than 38 days. However, this would inevitably result in a suspension of his competitive training. After contemplating for a while, Chu Feng ultimately resolved to enhance his confrontation attributes first. As for the Balotelli heavy artillery card, he decided to find time for training once the new season commenced. After all, even without elevating his proficiency to a perfect 100, Chu Feng could still utilize the Balotelli card in matches, albeit not at its optimal performance. Chu, you played splendidly today. Maintain this momentum, and I am confident it won't be long before you become a mainstay in Atlético. At that moment, assistant coach Burgos specifically sought out Chu Feng to greet him. Chu Feng promptly exited the striker training area, returning to reality. I will strive diligently, Chu Feng asserted to Burgos with unwavering determination, fully aware of the substantial assistance he had received from him since joining the first team. In a couple of days, Atlético will engage in a friendly match against Swansea, and U1T need to participate. Coach Simeone has excluded you from the roster. Ah, why? Chu Feng quickly inquired of Burgos. With a slight smile, Burgos patiently elucidated, you have earned Coach Simeone's trust. Now, your primary focus should be on avoiding injuries, as there are only 20 days left until the new season begins. Train earnestly and strive to bring your form to its peak. Trust me, you will undoubtedly receive playing opportunities in the upcoming La Liga season, as Burgos had indicated following the recent match against Nice. Simeone's attitude towards Chu Feng underwent a remarkable transformation. In fact, Simeone had already included Chu Feng in the main roster. Upon hearing Burgos' explanation, a bright smile illuminated Chu Feng's face. I will train hard. I will not disappoint you, or Coach Simeone. In that fleeting moment, visions of himself scoring for Atlético at the Calder-N Stadium flashed through Chu Feng's mind. With precisely 20 days remaining until the new season, Chu Feng needed to optimize his condition during this crucial period to secure his chance to play. Meanwhile, in a tavern somewhere in Madrid, Spain, several fans donned in Atlético jerseys sip beer while watching football news. Recently concluded, a friendly match saw Atlético Madrid triumph over Nice with a score of 3-2, thanks to a hat-trick by the 17-year-old Chu Feng, marking their first victory in the preseason. As the television reported on Atlético's friendly match, it instantly captivated the attention of the supporters. What? Chu Feng? Who is he? A newly signed player? Inquired a slightly older fan, intrigued. I don't know. I've never heard of this player before. Is he Asian? Another fan, upon witnessing a highlights reel of Chu Feng's goals on television, was instantly captivated. Only 17? Could he be a young player promoted from the youth academy? It is truly astonishing that at such a tender age, he could achieve a hat-trick. To be frank, Atlético Madrid's front line is in dire need of rejuvenation. Torres is simply too seasoned, and his competitive edge has waned. Yet, this young talent, named Chu Feng, is merely 17. Can he genuinely acclimatize to the intensity of La Liga? A group of Atlético fans began to fervently discuss Chu Feng. After all, Messi himself made his debut in La Liga at the age of 17. Perhaps this young Asian forward could become Atlético's own Messi. One can only hope. Aspiring to be Messi may be too extravagant, but reaching Agüero's level would suffice. In Asia, at the headquarters of the largest sports website in our nation, a staff member responsible for La Liga statistics stumbled upon news regarding Atlético. Chu Feng? Could he be from our country? The staff member was instantly invigorated. It has been a long time since any player from our nation has graced the clubs of the top 5 leagues. If this player named Chu Feng indeed holds our nationality, it would be seismic news for domestic football. The staff member did not dare to be careless. He quickly logged onto Atlético's official website to search for Chu Feng's name. Indeed, he found Chu Feng listed among the team, and the official website confirmed his nationality as our own. What? I can't believe it, the staff member exclaimed with exhilaration, feeling as if he had discovered a new world akin to Columbus. Chapter 23. Public Opinion and Turmoil. Chu Feng's meteoric rise. On the Atlético Madrid forum, a member posted highlights of the match between Atlético and Nice, titled, 17-year-old Chinese prodigy scores hat-trick, secures Atlético's first victory in preseason. Within half an hour, this post attracted a swarm of domestic fans. Who is this Chu Feng? Why have I never heard of his name before? At just 17, he represents Atlético on the field. This is sheer genius. Could it be that football in our nation is truly on the rise? We must summon him to the national team. Perhaps he could lead us to the 2018 World Cup. Goodness, this is Atlético Madrid. To have a player from our country. His shooting power is astonishing. It's hard to believe such prowess comes from a player of our nation. He must not return home. He must stay with Atlético Indeed, he should develop in Europe, and who knows? He might genuinely become a world-class star. Is Chu Feng truly one of us? Let's not get it wrong. I can hardly believe it. It seems I can no longer conceal my identity as a fan of Atlético for the past 20 years. If Simeone truly allows Chu Feng to take the field in La Liga, I would undoubtedly transform from a Real Madrid supporter into a die-hard Atlético fan. For the majority of fans from our homeland, hope in a national football team has long since faded, yet the emergence of Chu Feng has, to some extent, rekindled that hope. After all, since 2002, football in our country has stagnated, particularly in recent years. Although the domestic league has flourished under monetary policies, the national team's performance has consistently declined. Currently, the national team has become a source of derision among fans. It is no exaggeration to say that Chu Feng's debut has left domestic fans in a state of disbelief and fervor. After all, it has been a considerable time since our national team has produced a player capable of competing in the top 5 leagues. And the most remarkable aspect is that Chu Feng is merely 17 years old. His future is boundless. Gradually, the influence of this post began to expand, with an increasing number of fans joining the conversation. Within just 3 hours, the post had gone viral. In a manner of speaking, Chu Feng seemed to have skyrocketed to fame overnight. Upon learning of Chu Feng's news, the management at Doncio Network convened an emergency meeting that very night. In a bid to capitalize on Chu Feng's burgeoning popularity, Doncio Network contemplated spending a fortune to acquire the broadcasting rights for the new La Liga season, while also planning extensive coverage of Chu Feng's news. The following day, the homepage of Doncio Network was inundated with articles about Chu Feng. The 17-year-old prodigy from our homeland had become the savior of Atlético, scoring a hat-trick in a friendly match against Nice, a beacon of hope for our nation. Chu Feng's last-minute goal sealed the victory against Nice, leading to an embrace with Simeone post-match. A new football genius has emerged, and he is one of our own. The hopes of an entire village rest on him. Chu Feng has become a member of Atlético's first team, poised to battle in the new La Liga season. Could he be the cornerstone of a revival for our national football? With a debut hat-trick at just 17, his future shines brightly. As Doncio Network continued its extensive coverage, other media outlets began to follow suit, and soon Chu Feng's name soared to the 3rd spot on trending searches. The highlights of Chu Feng's performance against Nice went viral online, amassing nearly 10 million views in less than a day. In the comments section, fans lauded his outstanding display. While Balotelli scored 2 goals, Chu Feng achieved a hat-trick, clearly showcasing his superior talent. The upper commenter seems to be mistaken. Nonetheless, Chu Feng is indeed exceptional. To represent Atlético at just 17 is nothing short of astonishing. It appears that Chu Feng may become a key player for Atlético, and perhaps we will witness him on the pitch in La Liga this season. Those 3 goals are truly remarkable. His physical prowess and shooting strength are levels above his peers. At last, there is no need to envy our neighbors. Our great nation has birthed its own football prodigy. Football has found its own Yao Ming. I possess but one wish. May he never return his homeland. From this moment forth, I shall pledge my allegiance to Atlético Madrid. Ding, ding, ding. At this very moment, within the hotel where Atlético is residing. After a day of rigorous training, Chu Feng was on the verge of resting when his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Dofu. What's the matter? Chu Feng inquired, his voice laden with fatigue. On the other end, Dofu's voice trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, Xiao Feng, do you know? You've become a sensation in the country. Almost every domestic sports website is reporting your news. It was evident that Dofu's tone was infused with exhilaration and enthusiasm. Why? Chu Feng asked. Because you scored a hat-trick in the match against Nice. You rascal, I didn't expect you to have such skill, ha ha ha. You've truly brought honor to your uncle. Keep up the good work. I won't keep you any longer. We have customers in the shop. After hanging up with Dofu, Chu Feng, filled with curiosity, logged onto domestic websites. As anticipated, just as Dofu had said, he was met with a plethora of news about himself adorning every sports site. After carefully surveying his surroundings, Chu Feng's expression revealed neither excitement nor joy. Instead, he furrowed his brow. In his view, numerous reports from domestic media were starkly at odds with reality, exhibiting a pronounced tendency for exaggeration. Furthermore, a considerable number of outlets had dubbed Chu Feng as the savior of the football realm, a title that seemed rather overinflated for him to bear. Chu Feng, too, being well aware of the nature of the media, understands that should he perform poorly or find himself absent from the Atlético Madrid match roster, Those same media outlets that once lauded him would undoubtedly revel in his misfortune. As anticipated just a few days later, Atlético Madrid faced their second warm-up match in the United States against the Premier League team, Swansea City. Players such as Chu Feng, Griezmann, Gabi, and God-In were conspicuously absent from the starting lineup, and even excluded from the 18-man roster. Simeone opted for a degree of rotation, ultimately resulting in a stalemate of 0-0 against Swansea. Upon observing Chu Feng's absence from a match, domestic media promptly launched a series of negative reports. Chu Feng has lost the trust of Simeone, even failing to make it into the 18-man squad. Chu Feng has been relegated to the cold palace. Simeone has deployed Gamero and Vitalo in the forward line. At the tender age of 17, Chu Feng has been reduced to a substitute. As a young player, he has yet to score a goal that could captivate Simeone. The future for Chu Feng at Atlético Madrid appears to be fraught with uncertainty. Whispers suggest that several domestic clubs have extended olive branches to him. This young talent is poised to join a domestic team. Chapter 24. The new season is on the horizon. The starting lineup has been finalized. Chu Feng chose to disregard the domestic reports, dedicating his entire focus to training during this period. Following the friendly match between Atlético Madrid and Swansea, the first team swiftly boarded a flight back to Spain the very next day. The date had reached August 5th, with a mere 15 days remaining until the commencement of La Liga. For Simeone, it was imperative to optimize his team's condition within this limited time frame. Upon returning to Spain, Chu Feng adopted a regimented lifestyle, engaged in training throughout the day. After training concluded, he would return early to the player's apartment, subsequently accessing the training field to further hone his skills. After 7 hours of rigorous training, he would succumb to slumber. This routine persisted for over a week. Following this intense training regimen, Chu Feng experienced a notable enhancement in various attributes, particularly in his physicality, which had already surged to 6'9", just one step away from 70. After the day's training, he took a moment to meticulously review his personal attributes. Chu Hao, age 17 years and 3 months, height 185 centimeters, weight 80 kilograms. Physical attributes: speed 77, explosiveness 75, reaction speed 70, strength 88, stamina 71, jumping 73, injury 60, physical attribute rating C. Offensive attributes: shooting 80, long shot 76, heading 77, set pieces 66, dribbling 72, offensive attribute rating B-. Passing attributes: long pass 70, short pass 64, through ball 67, cross 67, vision 80, passing attribute rating C. Defensive attributes: tackle 56, slide tackle 56, intercept 56, save 56, physicality 69, defensive attribute rating D. Total rating 75. Overall evaluation level C. Star skills: Alvarez luck boost card, Balotelli heavy shot card. Aside from improving his physicality to 69, Chu Feng also made slight enhancements to his physical attributes, yet his total score remained unchanged at 75. With the new season approaching, Chu Feng resolved to concentrate his training goals on the Balotelli heavy shot card. In his perspective, La Liga does not place significant emphasis on physical confrontation. Thus, a physicality rating of 69 is barely sufficient. Moreover, if he can activate the Alvarez luck boost card during matches, his physicality would experience a temporary elevation. Therefore, the urgent priority now is to maximize the proficiency of the Balotelli heavy shot card skill. Upon closing his attribute panel, Chu Feng immediately accessed the Divine Sharp Training Ground to examine the training progress of the Balotelli Heavy Artillery card. Training project: Balotelli Heavy Artillery card proficiency 12. 100 times spent 32 days. During this period, Chu Feng occasionally engaged in shooting practice at the training ground, which contributed to a gradual increase in proficiency. However, according to the system's projected time, approximately another month would be required. Commence training. For Chu Feng at this moment, time equates to wealth. He hesitated not for an instant and promptly initiated the training. In contrast to standard attribute training, the training of star skill cards is almost entirely distinct. Astonishingly, the figure of Balotelli manifested within the simulated training ground. Chu Feng needs to emulate Balotelli's shooting technique. This training method, in fact, proves to be rather enjoyable. Furthermore, should Chu Feng err in his imitation, the system will provide corrective feedback. With the support of the Divine Striker Training Ground, Chu Feng's proficiency has skyrocketed. Suddenly, The date has shifted to August 15th, with merely 5 days remaining until the inaugural match of the new season. After the day's training concluded, Coach Simeone convened a brief meeting with the entire team. All first-team players of Atlético Madrid gathered around Simeone, attentively listening to the coach's address. As a revered figure in the Atlético Madrid hierarchy, Simeone commands immense respect, and thus, when he began to speak, the players remained utterly silent, their gazes solemnly fixed upon him. The opponent for the first match of the La Liga season is Girona, a team not to be underestimated. I expect each of you to prepare yourselves for a tough battle. This season, we shall contend for championships across 3 fronts: the Champions League, La Liga, and the Copa del Rey, with our ultimate goal being to secure a treble. As Simeone articulated this ambition, a flicker of unease and astonishment passed across the faces of the surrounding Atlético players. Clearly, many among them felt that, given their current capabilities, achieving a treble was beyond reach. I recognize that some of you lack confidence in this objective. Yet I wish to emphasize that as long as you unite and train diligently, miracles can be achieved. Prior to my tenure as Atlético's head coach, the team languished in the mid-table of La Liga, even flirting with relegation. But now, we have emerged as formidable contenders for the La Liga title and are regular participants in the Champions League. Thus, trust in me and my tactics, and I assure you that we shall meet our seasonal goals. Simeone's impassioned speech stirred the players' emotions, prompting an eruption of applause. Following the meeting, in the office of the head coach at Atlético Madrid, Simeone gazed intently at the tactical board, contemplating the starting lineup for the opening match of the new season. He turned to Burgos beside him and inquired, "What are your thoughts on selecting the forward partnership for this match?" The lineups for the goalkeeper, defense, and midfield had already been confirmed, leaving only 2 forward positions still in deliberation. During this training period, Chu Feng has exhibited a remarkably positive attitude, and he has netted a hat trick in the warm-up matches, which would typically merit a place in the starting lineup. Chu Feng. After a moment of contemplation, Simeone shook his head in response to Burgos. While Chu Feng's form is indeed commendable, he remains too young, merely 17 years of age. I prefer the established combination of Griezmann and Torres. On one hand, they have developed a strong rapport over the previous season, and on the other, they possess extensive experience in La Liga matches. After Simeone concluded his remarks, before Burgos could interject, he inscribed the names of Griezmann and Torres upon the tactical board. Thus, the decision was made, leaving Chu Feng's fate in limbo for the time being. For Simeone, he did not afford Chu Feng the opportunity to start, and indeed, Chu Feng was not even included in the 18-man roster for the inaugural match. Chapter 25. Atlético Madrid's opening round loss, Griezmann's red card, Chu Feng's opportunity arises. August 16th. Today marks the deadline for submitting the registration list. As for Atlético Madrid's new recruits, they must select a jersey number to call their own. However, as a young player, Chu Feng finds his options for available numbers within the team are exceedingly limited. After contemplating for half a day, Chu Feng ultimately chose the number 18 jersey. The reason for this choice was quite simple. His birthday falls on May 18th. When Chu Feng excitedly reported his chosen number to Burgos, he was met with the disappointing news that he had not made it into the 18-man roster for the match against Girona. "I'm sorry, Chu. This was Coach Simeone's decision, but please don't be disheartened. The season is long, and you will eventually get your chance." Burgos gently patted Chu Feng on the shoulder after speaking. "All right," Chu Feng replied, feeling somewhat dejected. In truth, he had anticipated that he would not quickly become a key player for Atlético Madrid, as he understood Simeone's coaching style. The Argentine coach is not known for favoring young talent. Instead, he prefers players with whom he is familiar. As a 17-year-old newcomer, Chu Feng knew he would need to patiently await his opportunity to establish himself as a mainstay in Simeone's squad. After bidding farewell to Burgos, he promptly headed to the training ground for extra practice. Following 3 hours of rigorous training, Chu Feng returned to the players' residence, opened the training ground for strikers, and immersed himself in practice once again. Since he could not secure playing time, the only course of action for him was to train diligently, striving to maximize his proficiency with the powerful shooting skill card of Balotelli in the shortest time possible. As time passed, it was now August 20th, the opening day of La Liga. The Atlético Madrid players selected for the match had already boarded the bus to the away game, while Chu Feng remained at the training base. Back home, the largest sports website, .Com, had invested a staggering 30 million euros to secure broadcasting rights for La Liga and the Copa del Rey. employing renowned commentators He Wei and Su Yang from TV5 to provide coverage. It was evident that Dongxiao.com spared no expense to broadcast Chu Feng's matches, even pinning the livestream link to the top of their official website 3 days prior. However, when the 18-man roster for Atlético Madrid was unveiled, it undoubtedly delivered a crushing blow to Dongxiao.com. Chu Feng did not make the starting lineup. The roster for the match between Atlético Madrid and Girona has just been released, and the 17-year-old prodigy, Chu Feng, has been excluded. Simeone holds a lack of faith in the young talent from the Celestial Empire. Chu Feng was not even included on the substitutes bench. The fate of Chu Feng at Atlético Madrid remains shrouded in uncertainty, with rumors suggesting he is on the verge of being loaned out. On a Spanish evening at 7 o'clock, the La Liga opener between Girona and Atlético Madrid commenced. Chu Feng chose not to watch the match, opting instead to continue his training at the Shinfeng training ground. As the match unfolded, Atlético Madrid, playing away, took a proactive approach, with forwards such as Griezmann and Torres creating numerous scoring opportunities. However, the Girona goalkeeper seemed to possess divine intervention, skillfully thwarting Atletico's attempts on goal. Soon, the first half concluded with both teams entering the second half at a stalemate of 0-0. Upon the commencement of the second half, Girona visibly intensified their offensive efforts. Forward Stunias capitalized on a counterattack, successfully breaching the defense of Oblak, giving Girona a 1-0 lead over Atletico. The visiting Atletico players, now trailing, exhibited clear signs of anxiety. In the 65th and 72nd minutes, Griezmann committed fouls against Girona's midfielder Granelli, resulting in the referee issuing a red card to Griezmann. Atletico was now down to 10 men. Just when it seemed Girona would secure a comfortable victory, Atlético Madrid, despite their numerical disadvantage, found a resurgence of spirit. With a solid defense, they prevented Girona from extending their lead. In the 85th minute, Atletico, through substitute Angel Correa, executed a counterattack that resulted in a goal. Ultimately, after a fierce battle lasting 90 minutes, the match concluded with a score of 1-1. Atletico secured a point away from home. Frankly, the performance of Atletico's players in this match left much to be desired among fans. On the Atlético Madrid fan forum, nearly all supporters criticized Simeone and the red-carded Griezmann, lamenting that Simeone's tactics were overly conservative and that his team lacked offensive prowess. Many expressed confusion over Torres' inclusion, deeming him unworthy of a starting position. Griezmann's performance was also deemed abysmal, as he displayed a lack of composure. While Real Madrid and Barcelona celebrated victories, Atletico could only muster a single point, seemingly destined to miss out on the championship once more this season. My feelings towards Simeone are a complex mix of admiration and frustration. He must enact some changes. Post-match, a plethora of Spanish media outlets lambasted Simeone and Atletico. Diario Sport stated that Simeone's team has lost its attacking capabilities, managing only a draw against relegation-threatened Girona. Mundo Deportivo reported on Atletico's disappointing draw and Griezmann's expulsion, emphasizing that offensive play remains Atletico's most pressing issue. As for AS, they commented on the 36-year-old Torres, suggesting he has lost his magic and questioning who could step into the role of T9. According to Marca, the latest odd for the La Liga championship position show Real Madrid at the pinnacle, followed closely by Barcelona, while Atlético Madrid shares the same standing as Sevilla. Following the match, Simeone refrained from expressing anger toward his players, understanding that the failure to secure victory was largely attributable to his tactical arrangements. With a full week remaining until the second-round match against Las Palmas, Simeone must devise a suitable starting formation for Atlético in this crucial time frame. On the training ground, the team's morale has plummeted following the defeat, particularly after losing in the opening round of the league, which has caused the players to begin questioning Simeone's strategies. Furthermore, with Griezmann suspended for the next match due to a red card, the pressing question remains, who will assume Griezmann's attacking role in the front line? As time passed, it was suddenly August 25th, just 2 days before the second-round match. After training, Simeone summoned Chu Feng to his office. Prepare yourself. You will be starting in the upcoming match against Las Palmas. Chapter 26, a starting debut. Chu Feng is set to make his La Liga debut. Upon leaving Simeone's office, Chu Feng was overwhelmed with excitement as he was finally presented with an opportunity to take the field. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that if he failed to score or perform adequately in the upcoming match against Las Palmas, regaining Simeone's trust would undoubtedly become a daunting challenge. Thus, he understood the gravity of the situation. No matter what, Chu Feng must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Upon returning to the player's apartment, Chu Feng immediately laid down on his bed and opened the Divine Blade training ground. Chu Feng must elevate his proficiency with the Balotelli Powerhouse card as swiftly as possible. The higher his mastery of the Balotelli card, the greater his chances of scoring in the upcoming match will be. 2 days later, on match day, the players of Atlético Madrid boarded their flight to Las Palmas early in the morning. The scheduling of this season's La Liga has been exceedingly unreasonable, as Atlético has been away from home for the first 3 rounds, only to host a match in the 4th round. Despite Atlético's protests to the La Liga organization, their appeals fell on deaf ears. Las Palmas, located in the Canary Islands, is a modest city with a population of around 600,000. Due to its island location, the Atlético players could only travel by plane. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, upon landing, Simeone promptly attended a press conference. Following Atlético's draw against Girona in their opening match, skepticism surrounding the team's prospect for the season began to mount. As the press conference commenced, a journalist from Marca brazenly provoked Simeone by asking, "Coach Simeone, do you believe the La Liga title will go to Real Madrid or Barcelona?" Upon hearing this question, a faint smirk appeared on Simeone's face, but he quickly regained his composure. As a seasoned coach accustomed to the tumult of high-stakes football, he responded with measured calmness. Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atlético all have the potential to claim the La Liga title. However, the journalist pressed on, "Your team drew with Girona in the 1st round, and during the summer transfer window, Atlético has only acquired Vitalo. Do you genuinely believe Atlético is a contender for the title? Drawing with Girona is not the end of the world. The league is a long journey. As long as we can swiftly adjust our form, anything is possible." The Marca journalist continued, "In the last match, Griezmann received a red card, meaning he will be suspended for this game. Which player will you choose to replace him in the forward line? You will find out after the match," he replied enigmatically. Meanwhile, within the hotel, most of the Spurs players were taking their final moments of rest to prepare for the evening's fierce battle against Las Palmas. However, Chu Feng remained intensely training at the sharpshooter practice ground. The exercises there did not tire him in the slightest, allowing him to train for as long as he wished without it affecting his performance in tonight's match. At 5:30, as the press conference concluded, the Atlético players boarded the team bus, heading towards the stadium. Las Palmas is a relegation-threatened team, their strength even weaker than that of Girona. Thus, today, we have but one goal, to secure those vital 3 points. Simeone shouted hoarsely to all Atlético players, "Now I will announce the starting lineup for this match." Forward line, Angel Correa, Chu Feng, midfield. Although Chu Feng had learned 2 days in advance that he would be starting in this match, he still felt a surge of excitement and exhilaration when Simeone called his name. As the bus drew nearer to the stadium, Chu Feng's anxiety naturally escalated. Torres, seated beside him, perceptibly noticed Chu Feng's nervousness. He gently patted Chu Feng's shoulder and said, "Chu, feeling nervous is entirely normal. I can still faintly recall my own debut for Atlético. I was just as anxious as you are now. However, once the referee's whistle blew, all my focus shifted to the game and the nerves dissipated. Play well and strive to help Atlético secure our first victory." Despite the competitive nature of their relationship, Torres offered his heartfelt encouragement to Chu Feng in that moment. Chu Feng slightly nodded towards Torres and then proactively opened his skill panel for inspection. Training item, Balotelli's heavy shot card proficiency, 56, 100 times spent, 10 days description. After extensive training, the host has fundamentally mastered the shooting technique of Balotelli. However, he may not fully exhibit the full potential of the heavy shot card during matches. Upon reading the description of the skill card, Chu Feng found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. With a proficiency level of merely 56, he was unable to fully unleash the formidable power of the Balotelli cannon card. Thus, he would have to rely more heavily on the performance of another passive skill card. At 20 minutes past 7 in the evening, after conducting the final tactical brief in the locker room, the starting players of Atlético Madrid gradually made their way to the player tunnel, preparing for their imminent entrance. Chu Feng stood in the penultimate position of the lineup. While other players from Atlético Madrid and Las Palmas exchanged pleasantries, Chu Feng closed his eyes to meditate, striving to relax himself. From the beginning of his previous life to this present one, Chu Feng's aspiration had always been to make his debut in one of the top 5 leagues. And now he was on the verge of realizing that dream. He understood that if he could score in this match, he would undoubtedly alter the course of his destiny. Ding! A side quest was announced. Score your first goal in La Liga. Quest reward. increased training duration at the godly striker training ground to 8 hours. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Chu Feng's ear as the system updated the task. Scoring a goal would elevate the training duration at the godly striker facility to 8 hours. To be honest, this reward was incredibly tempting. Beep. Just then, the main referee blew a few short whistles towards the players in the tunnel, signaling them to take the field. As Chu Feng stepped onto the pitch alongside his teammates, waves of heat and a cacophony of sounds enveloped him. The home ground of Las Palmas, named Estadio Gran Canaria, could accommodate 31,000 spectators, and tonight, the stadium was packed to the brim, teeming with fans. Chapter 27. A match under the spotlight. The rapid tempo of La Liga. In the distant eastern continent of the Celestial Empire, within the studio of Dongxiu Network, Wei and Su Yang commenced their commentary duties. Welcome, friends of Dongxiu Network, to the second round of the 2017 to 2018 La Liga season, where Las Palmas hosts Atlético Madrid. In the previous match, Las Palmas suffered a crushing defeat against Sevilla, losing 3-0, while Atlético Madrid was held to a draw by Girona away from home. Neither team had yet to secure their first victory of the season. Now, let us introduce the starting lineups of both teams. Las Palmas coach, Max, deployed a 4-3-3 formation. The goalkeeper was Chicazola, with defenders David Simon, Lemos, Vigas, and Danny. The midfield comprised Fabio Gonzalez, Borja, and Vieira. The attacking front featured Halilovic, Benito Ramirez, and Momo. On the visiting side, Atlético Madrid, Simeone opted for his familiar 4-4-2 formation. The goalkeeper was Oblak, with a defensive line of Felipe, Godin, Jimenez, and Juanfran. The midfield consisted of Carrasco, Coke, Party, and Saul, while the forwards were Angel Correa and Chu Feng. 17-year-old Chu Feng was given the opportunity to take the field tonight. If my memory serves me correctly, Chu Feng should break the record for the youngest Asian player to start in La Liga. Goodness, it is truly hard to believe that a player from the Celestial Empire has emerged at the tender age of 17 to compete in La Liga, representing none other than Atlético Madrid. Although Wei, as a football commentator, has weathered many storms in his career, the moment he glimpsed the name Chu Feng on the starting lineup, he found himself unable to maintain his composure. It has been an exceedingly long time since our nation has produced a football prodigy, or perhaps it has never done so. Now, with Chu Feng achieving a starting position in La Liga at merely 17, is a testament to his extraordinary talent. It appears we are about to witness history in the making. As is well known, Coach Simeone is not one to favor the inclusion of newcomers. Yet tonight, he has astonishingly granted the 17-year-old Chu Feng the opportunity to take the pitch, highlighting the exceptional qualities this young player possesses. The commentator Su Yang's tone brimmed with excitement as well. Initially, this match attracted few spectators. But once the news of Chu Feng's starting role was prominently featured on the official website of Dongxiu Network, a flood of fans surged in almost instantaneously. Within a mere 5 minutes, nearly 1 million viewers had entered the live stream. Have I missed Lu Xiang's entrance? I would trade my roommate's fortune for a goal from Chu Feng. Am I dreaming? Chu Feng is starting? Could it be that Simeone has been bribed? Hey, do you think Europe is like our national team? Simeone must recognize Chu Feng's talent. I can hardly believe that a player from the Celestial Empire is representing Atlético Madrid, and as a starter no less. From this moment on, I shall declare myself an Atlético Madrid fan. Where might I procure a number 18 jersey for Chu Feng? Upstairs, go find Wang Dao. Come on, Chu Feng. Strive for a goal. My expectations are modest. A single shot on target would suffice. On the screen, aside from a small portion of fans engaging in playful banter, the majority of domestic supporters sent their well wishes to Chu Feng. For these fans, it has been an extended period since they last witnessed a player from the Celestial Empire in one of the top 5 leagues, especially in recent years, as players from the land of kimchi and the land of cherry blossoms have excelled in their performances in Europe, with the likes of Sun Heung-min and Shinji Kagawa establishing themselves as key players in the top leagues. As for our nation, although Zhang Shizhe once joined VfL Wolfsburg in the Bundesliga, the club's intention was primarily to sell Volkswagen cars, which earned him the moniker of a sales-oriented midfielder. He never got the chance to step onto the field and ultimately returned home. Yet now, amidst the lowest ebb of Celestial Empire football, Chu Feng has emerged as a beacon of hope. He not only represented Atlético Madrid as a starter, but also made his appearance at the tender age of 17 years and 4 months. A moment that undoubtedly felt surreal for all domestic fans. This evening, millions of supporters across the nation will rally behind Chu Feng, cheering for him from the distant eastern continent. In Catalonia, within the confines of the Chinatown supermarket, Dofu had already turned on the television, quietly munching on sunflower seeds as he awaited the commencement of the match. "Do you really think Xiao Chu will start?" asked Elena, her gaze fixed intently on the modest 20-inch screen. "Yes, on the field. Look, number 18. The one wearing the number 18 jersey is Chu Feng. Ha ha ha. He didn't deceive me after all. He truly is starting," Dofu exclaimed, rising from his seat in sheer delight as he witnessed Chu Feng emerge from the player's tunnel, his joy reminiscent of a child's. "How wonderful. I'm so proud of Xiao Chu," Elena exclaimed, crossing herself in fervent hope for Chu Feng's success. At the Gran Canaria Stadium, the match officially commenced with the referee's long whistle. The home team, Las Palmas, took the first kick. As a relegation-threatened team in La Liga, Las Palmas did not launch an aggressive assault on Atlético Madrid despite their home advantage. Instead, they opted to play conservatively, passing the ball around their midfield and defense. "Press forward. Win the ball. Show Atlético Madrid's tenacity." In the coaching area, Simeone animatedly directed his players to apply pressure. Under Simeone's urging, forwards Angel Correa and Chu Feng also began to press. However, Las Palmas, being a La Liga side, possessed commendable technical skills, and their defenders skillfully evaded Atlético's advances with precise passing. Is this the rhythm of La Liga football? Upon witnessing his futile attempt to seize the ball, Chu Feng felt a subtle shock reverberate within him. Chu Feng had not anticipated that Las Palmas, merely a relegation-threatened team in La Liga, would possess such remarkable passing skills among their defenders. "Hey, stop dawdling. Get moving. Quickly seize the ball." At that moment, the furious roar of Simeone reached Chu Feng's ears, leaving him no time for contemplation as he immediately plunged into the pressing effort. Boom! In the 5th minute of the match, Las Palmas opted for a long clearance. The ball landed in the Spurs' defensive zone, where it was successfully controlled by Godin. Once possession fell to the Spurs, they swiftly initiated an offensive towards Las Palmas' half. On the left flank, Carrasco received the ball. Chapter 28. Atlético's attack stalled. Chu Feng withdraws. Carrasco, a right-footed player, found himself positioned closer to the left wing within Simeone's tactical framework. This strategic placement aimed to capitalize on Carrasco's ability to cut inside for a shot. As the owner of Atlético's number 10 jersey, Carrasco had barely halted the ball along the left sideline when several defenders from Las Palmas surged towards him. Fabio Gonzalez and David Simon, a midfielder and a fullback, respectively, rushed to intercept Carrasco's path, despite being closely marked by the two defenders. The Belgian winger resolutely chose to force his way through. Carrasco first attempted a touch with his left foot, misleading his opponents into thinking he would accelerate past them, only to swiftly nudge the ball with his right foot toward the inside. In an instant, Carrasco cleverly utilized a change of rhythm to shake off the defender's interference. Following this, Carrasco charged boldly into the edge of the penalty area and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball soared over the goal line. Continue. Maintain the pressure. Play like this. Even though Carrasco's attempt did not find the target, Simeone still applauded him. 3 minutes later, Atlético successfully intercepted the ball from Pereira with the combative efforts of midfielders Coke and Party. With swift precision, Coke passed the ball back to the flanking Carrasco. Las Palmas once again deployed a two-man blockade. However, this time the defenders were more experienced. The moment Carrasco prepared to change direction, they immediately engaged him physically. Fabio Gonzalez and David Simon collided with Carrasco almost simultaneously. The latter was abruptly knocked off balance. After successfully reclaiming the ball, Fabio Gonzalez promptly passed it to the side where Halalovia waited. This player, having emerged from the La Masia Youth Academy, was once dubbed Little Messi by numerous Barcelona fans upon his debut. Harry Lavric may not possess a towering stature, yet his feet move with remarkable agility, showcasing his exceptional dribbling prowess. In this instance, confronted by Felipe's defense, Lavric immediately unveiled his incisive footwork, weaving left and right before suddenly accelerating. In a flash, he deftly maneuvered along the baseline, breaking through. The defense of Atlético Madrid now faced a formidable challenge. Observing this, the central defender Godin, understandably, could not afford to be negligent and quickly dashed to Lavric's side. However, in that fleeting moment, Lavric executed a precise pass. Thump! The perfectly timed delivery zipped along the grass, slipping past Godin, and subsequently landed at the feet of Benito Ramírez. As a leading scorer for Las Palmas, Ramrez would not let such a golden opportunity slip by. Thump! Without pausing, he unleashed a powerful strike with the instep of his foot. The next second, the ball, like a cannonball, thundered into the net. On the goal line, Oblak stood frozen in disbelief. The sheer force of Ramrez's shot generated an unimaginable spin. Even Oblak could only watch in despair. The goal was scored. Playing on home soil, Las Palmas had struck first against Atlético Madrid. The scorer was Benito Ramrez. At this moment, the defensive system that Simeone took pride in had been thoroughly breached by Las Palmas. 1-0. Upon witnessing Atlético Madrid concede the first goal, Hiway's commentary brimmed with disappointment. Another commentator, Su Yang, lamented, "The moment of truth for Atlético's attacking capabilities has arrived. Let's hope Chu Feng can find the net." In the live chat, fans from the homeland expressed their concerns upon witnessing the event. Has Atlético become this weak? Las Palmas displayed a stunning combination. Atlético's defense is utterly helpless. Chu Feng has scarcely touched the ball in the first 10 minutes. Alas, Chu Feng is still too young, unable to adapt to the rigors of La Liga. If Atlético loses today, given Simeone's temperament, he will surely cast Chu Feng aside. It is unfortunate that the Atlético players have little faith in him. Within the stadium, the home fans of Las Palmas rose en masse, fervently waving their fists. At this moment, over 30,000 supporters seemed to glimpse the dawn of victory. Meanwhile, the faces of Atlético's 1,000 or so traveling fans reflected a tinge of despondency. They had anticipated a straightforward victory for Atlético over Las Palmas. Yet unexpectedly, the team trailing was Atlético Madrid. On the substitute bench, Simeone's face was etched with disappointment. Focus. The opponents are not that formidable. Take it seriously. To be frank, Simeone felt a twinge of anxiety, particularly after Atlético Madrid lost Griezmann in the offensive front, akin to losing their engine of attack. As the game resumed, the palpable tension among the Atlético players was evident. In the midfield, Gabi received the ball and once again passed it to the flanks to Carrasco, attempting to exploit the Belgian winger's dribbling prowess to create an opportunity. Unfortunately, Las Palmas had already begun to closely mark Carrasco. At that moment, 3 defenders surged toward Carrasco simultaneously. Following their lead, Las Palmas opted for a defensive strategy, intent on preserving their narrow 1-0 advantage until the final whistle. Upon seeing the trio of Las Palmas players before him, despair flickered in Carrasco's eyes. Although he undoubtedly possessed exceptional dribbling skills, breaching the defenses of 3 players simultaneously was clearly an insurmountable task. He was merely Carrasco, not Lionel Messi. With a heavy heart, Carrasco chose to pass the ball back. The sphere found its way once more to Gabi's feet. It was then that Chu Feng, struggling to find a chance within the penalty area, unexpectedly withdrew to the midfield for support. After a moment's contemplation, Gabi ultimately decided to pass the ball to Chu Feng at the edge of the penalty area. Chu Feng received the football with his back turned, and at that moment, astonishingly, there were no defenders in proximity to impede him. In the next instant, he swiftly pivoted, facing the goal. To the players of Las Palmas, Chu Feng was merely an Asian player, and moreover, a mere 17-year-old forward who posed no significant threat to the goal. Consequently, when Chu Feng withdrew to the edge of the penalty area, not a single Las Palmas player attempted to challenge him. Chapter 29. The birth of his first La Liga goal. A golden strike. After glancing at the position of the goal, Chu Feng swiftly raised his right foot and struck the ball with great force. The defenders of Las Palmas, witnessing this moment, rushed towards him in a frantic attempt to intervene. The center back, Ramos, was the first to confront Chu Feng. Unfortunately, he was too late, as Chu Feng had already executed a shot. Thud! With a dull sound reverberating, the ball soared towards the Las Palmas goal like a cannonball. Ding! The powerful strike of Balotelli was unleashed, boasting a proficiency of 56. On the goal line, the goalkeeper, Chicazola, was not about to take any chances. Upon seeing Chu Feng's shooting motion, he leapt into the air. However, the sheer power behind Chu Feng's shot propelled the ball with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. Though Chicazola attempted to save it, he was simply too late to reach the ball. As the ball hurtled closer to the goal, despair flickered in the eyes of the Las Palmas goalkeeper. Bang! Yet the ball did not find its way into the net. Instead, it struck the goalpost. A proficiency of 56 was evidently insufficient. Chu Feng, witnessing his shot denied by the post, instinctively clasped his head in dismay. A look of regret etched across his face. In truth, he had made an effort to control the angle of his shot, but it was just slightly off target. Good, good, keep going. Shoot with more conviction. On the sidelines, Simeone did not scold Chu Feng for missing the opportunity. Rather, he offered applause and encouragement. In the current match, it was only Chu Feng's shot that posed a threat to the opponent's goal. In other words, the standout performer for Atlético Madrid at this moment was the 17-year-old Chu Feng. For Simeone, he naturally hoped for more displays of such brilliance from Chu Feng. Not far from Simeone, the coach of Las Palmas was berating his defenders fiercely. Concentrate. Do not allow that Asian player a chance to shoot. We only have a one-goal lead. Hold steady. Back in the studio, Hiwei and Su Yang expressed their regret upon seeing Chu Feng's shot bounce off the post. What a pity. Chu Feng's shot was just a hair's breadth away from fortune. However, as a 17-year-old player, to execute such a high-quality shot in La Liga speaks volumes about Chu Feng's talent. Moreover, I observed that the defenders of Las Palmas seemed to underestimate Chu Feng. For the majority of the time, he was unmarked, perhaps indicating that more opportunities would arise for him. Just as Su Yang finished speaking, Chu Feng indeed found himself with another chance in the attacking front. After the goalkeeper of Las Palmas executed a goal kick, the first touch was seized by Atlético Madrid's central defender, got in. Following a series of precise passes, the ball found its way to forward Angel Correa. Hailing from Argentina, Angel Correa may not possess extraordinary physical attributes or explosive speed, yet his technical finesse and ball control are exceptional. At that moment, close to the edge of the penalty area, Correa, with his back to the opponent's central defender, was poised to turn and shoot when unexpectedly, another central defender approached from behind him. Both Ramos and Pigas, the Las Palmas defenders, were drawn towards Correa. In a flash, Correa made a decisive move, deftly nudging the ball with his right foot to the arc's edge where Chu Feng awaited. Surrounding Chu Feng was an expanse of emptiness, a golden opportunity for a shot. This time, Chu Feng, exercising caution, did not shoot immediately. Instead, he lifted his gaze to meticulously assess the goal's position before executing a strike. Bang! Balotelli's cannon fired. As Chu Feng's right foot made contact with the ball, Las Palmas defensive midfielder Borja had already lunged towards him, attempting a block. However, his defense was a fraction too slow. The ball completed its shooting motion. In an instant, it soared past Borja like a bullet, crashing into the bottom corner of the net. A goal was scored. Throughout the sequence, the Las Palmas goalkeeper remained motionless, underscoring the sheer velocity of Chu Feng's shot. The moment the ball struck the net, an eerie silence enveloped the Las Palmas stadium. Both the home supporters and the visiting Atlético fans were momentarily in disbelief that the ball had found its way into the net. Beep! When spectators witnessed the referee signal towards the center circle, realization dawned that Chu Feng had indeed scored. In an instant, over 1,000 Atlético Madrid supporters erupted in jubilation. What? A goal! What a stunning long-range effort. But wait, who is this player? I've never seen him before. He appears to be an Asian forward. Who is this prodigious talent? The quality of that shot was extraordinary. I heard he was promoted from the youth academy, and he is only 17. 17? Finally, the Atlético forward line has a promising future ahead, as Chu Feng unleashed a powerful strike to score. The Atlético Madrid fans in attendance suddenly realized that the starting lineup included an Asian forward. In that moment, all the Atlético supporters fervently engaged in discussions about Chu Feng on the pitch. After scoring, Chu Feng did not celebrate his first La Liga goal. Instead, he silently rushed to the goal, retrieved the ball, and sprinted toward the center circle. Chu, you have saved the team. A flawless strike. Well done, Chu. Keep it up. We still have a chance. Atlético Madrid shall prevail. On the field, his teammates from Atlético Madrid rushed to embrace him, their emotions running high in celebration. Meanwhile, on the bench, Simeone leaped up in excitement upon witnessing Chu Feng's long-range shot. He fervently waved his fists, seemingly releasing his pent-up emotions. Assistant coach Burgos embraced Simeone, equally exhilarated, exclaiming, "Mr. Simeone, we have equalized." It was Chu. Chu scored. Simeone vigorously patted Burgos on the shoulder, joyfully cheering, "You are not mistaken. Chu is indeed a genius. He showcased his talent tonight." For Simeone, including Chu Feng in the starting lineup had been a considerable risk, as he understood that a loss or a lackluster performance from Chu would invite scorn from Atlético fans. However, it now appeared that Simeone had made the right choice. Chapter 30, Making History. The first player from the Celestial Empire to score in La Liga. Chu Feng received the ball at the edge of the penalty area. No Las Palmas defenders were in sight. He shot. The ball whizzed past Borja. It's a goal. 1-1. Oh my. 17-year-old Chu Feng has leveled the score for Atlético Madrid. A magnificent goal. Chu Feng is the first player from the Celestial Empire to score in La Liga. He has made history in this moment. In the studio, commentator He roared into the microphone with excitement, as if he could see the hope of Celestial Empire football in that instant. Next to him, guest commentator Su Yang could not contain his emotions, remarking, "This will be a milestone moment for Celestial Empire football." Chu Feng, at just 17, has scored his first goal in La Liga. Moreover, the match was not over. Given Chu Feng's current form, he might score even more goals. At the moment Chu Feng scored, the entire live broadcast screen was inundated with comments. Scanning the room, it was evident that the viewers were ecstatic. Wow, Chu Feng really scored. Amazing. Chu Feng is incredible. I can't believe I'm witnessing history. This night was not in vain. Finally, a player from the Celestial Empire has scored in La Liga. Keep it up. Let us aim for another one. Where can I buy Atlético Madrid jerseys? It is imperative to sell an 18 jersey to support Chu Feng. Frankly, I can scarcely believe that a player from our nation could represent Atlético Madrid and score a goal. The resurgence of Chinese football is finally upon us. Undoubtedly, millions of fans from our homeland, upon witnessing Chu Feng's goal, were overwhelmed with excitement. They have awaited this moment for an exceedingly long time. For Chinese football, which has long been shrouded in darkness, Chu Feng's emergence shines like a beacon of hope. However, at the match venue, the spirits of the 30,000 Las Palmas fans plummeted to despair, as they could not have anticipated that an Asian player, let alone a Chinese player, would score against them. This was perceived as an egregious humiliation for Las Palmas. How outrageous to concede a goal to an Asian forward. What on earth was the team's defense thinking? Nonetheless, it must be said that this Chinese forward possesses impressive shooting skills. Perhaps it is merely a stroke of luck. Indeed, Asians are generally not known for their prowess in football. Come on, Las Palmas, you must secure victory. Soon, the match resumed. During this interval, the players of Las Palmas promptly abandoned their defensive strategy and began to engage in an all-out attack against Atlético Madrid. Yet, it must be acknowledged that this was not the wisest choice. Atlético Madrid, both in terms of player strength and market value, far surpasses Las Palmas. Given the current capabilities of Las Palmas, attempting to confront Atlético Madrid head-on is akin to challenging a mountain with an egg. In the 38th minute of the match, Las Palmas midfield general Borja halted the ball in the center and was about to advance when he was suddenly besieged by multiple defenders. In an instant, players such as Coke and Party surged towards Borja. Witnessing this, Borja was clearly flustered. Without time to think, he swiftly passed the ball to the flank, where Halilovic awaited. The goal for Las Palmas was indeed secured through Halilovic's breakthrough on the wing. Consequently, when Halilovic stopped the ball, several players clad in Atlético Madrid colors charged towards him. The fullback Felipe, defensive midfielder Coke, and even center-back Godin all converged on Halilovic, drawing the attention of three defenders. Although Halilovic is lauded as the new Messi, it must be said that his skills are still leagues away from Messi's. Thus, when confronted by three Atlético players, it was impossible for him to replicate Messi's dribbling prowess. At this moment, Halilovic's only option was to pass the ball. With a swift motion, Halilovic delivered a quick pass just before the defenders closed in. In the blink of an eye, the basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, and then the football landed precisely at the feet of the forward, Benito Ramírez. Just as the striker prepared to head the ball towards the goal, Atlético Madrid center-back, Jimenez, intervened. He soared through the air, crashing his shoulder heavily into the Las Palmas striker. In an instant, Benito Ramírez lost his balance. His header was securely caught by Atlético's goalkeeper, Oblak. With a resounding thud, Oblak wasted no time. The moment he grasped the football, he launched it forward with a powerful kick. In the blink of an eye, the ball landed within the control of Sael. Noticing Chu Feng retreating to the center for support, the Atlético midfielder promptly passed the ball to him. However, as Chu Feng received the football and began to turn, he was unexpectedly struck hard by a Las Palmas defender, sending him crashing to the ground. Clearly, without the luck of the Alvarez card, Chu Feng's ability to withstand the physicality of La Liga was still inadequate. As he fell onto the grass, the stands erupted in a cacophony of hysterical boos and insults. "Get out, you Celestial Empire dweller. This is not your place. You little brat. Hurry back to your country. Foolish Asian. Useless. Don't embarrass yourself on the pitch. Yellow-skinned pig. You're merely fortunate." The deafening shouts echoed throughout the stadium, and upon hearing such derogatory remarks, a fierce glint appeared in Chu Feng's eyes. Chu Feng took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. Chu Feng understood that the most effective retort lay in scoring goals and achieving victory. In the ensuing moments, he devoted himself almost entirely to the match. Before he knew it, the first half was nearing its conclusion. In the 43rd minute, the home team, Las Palmas, aimed to inflict another blow on Atlético Madrid's defense during the dying moments of the first half. This time, Las Palmas defensive midfielder Borja received the ball and opted for a powerful clearance into Atlético's penalty area. Bang! At the edge of the penalty area, Las Palmas star forward Benito Ramírez and Atlético's central defender God leaped almost simultaneously. However, in terms of physicality and jumping ability, God clearly held the upper hand. Chapter 31, Assist 1, a divine pass from Chu Feng. Bang! After God knocked Benito Ramírez down, he promptly directed the ball forward. The moment for Atlético's counterattack had arrived. Coincidentally, God's clearance landed in the space between Chu Feng and David Simeone. The two players sprinted towards the ball with the urgency of a 100-meter dash. At this moment, Chu Feng's explosive power attribute was a mere 70, while David Simeone, as a quintessential fullback, evidently possessed superior speed. Ultimately, the Las Palmas fullback managed to gain control of the ball first. Nevertheless, Chu Feng refused to concede defeat. He gritted his teeth and sprinted with all his might. Merely a second later, Chu Feng found himself right in front of David Simeone. Although the ball was firmly under Simeone's control, Chu Feng did not relent. With a sudden burst of speed, he dashed into Simeone's path. And then, with unwavering determination, Chu Feng summoned all his strength and charged forward, disregarding all else. In that pivotal moment of impact, the luck-enhancing skill card of Alvarez was once again activated. Ding! The attributes of confrontation, speed, and shooting surged to 80. Empowered by the attributes of the skill card, Chu Feng transformed into a swiftly racing heavy truck, instantly toppling David Simeone. However, the referee, upon witnessing this, refrained from blowing the whistle for a foul. Clearly, the referee perceived this as a mere instance of legitimate physical contact. Thus, Chu Feng successfully seized possession of the football. Without a moment's hesitation, he exerted every ounce of his energy and surged towards the penalty area of Las Palmas. Observing this, the other defenders immediately heightened their alertness. Center-backs Ramos and Bigas, along with defensive midfielder Fabio Gonzalez, swiftly converged towards Chu Feng. It is no exaggeration to say that, in that instant, Chu Feng found himself besieged by 3 La Liga players. Although he had activated the Spider luck-enhancing card, breaking through the defenses of 3 players of such caliber in quick succession proved challenging for the 17-year-old Chu Feng. Just then, he abruptly halted his advance and opted to pass. In fact, the moment he intercepted the football, he had already noted the positioning of his teammate, Angel Correa. As the entire defensive line of Las Palmas rushed towards him, it became evident that Correa was left unmarked. By delivering the ball to Correa, he could undoubtedly create pressure on the opponent's goal. Without hesitation, Chu Feng swiftly executed a pass with his right foot. In the blink of an eye, the ball darted over the heads of 2 Las Palmas defenders. The moment the ball landed in the penalty area, Angel Correa was already poised to shoot. The Argentine forward, without pausing the ball, opted for a challenging volley. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the ball tore through the fingers of goalkeeper Chicazola and sped into the net. 2-1. Atlético Madrid, playing away, had completed the comeback. A goal. This time, it was Angel Correa's volley from inside the penalty area. The player who provided the assist to this Argentine forward was none other than Chu Feng. This evening, the 17-year-old Chu Feng had already achieved a goal and an assist. Up to this point, Chu Feng's La Liga debut was nearly flawless. An ecstatic Yue passionately shouted into the microphone. Atlético Madrid has taken the lead, and at the moment Correa's shot crossed the goal line, it felt as though the hearts of all Las Palmas fans had momentarily stopped beating. On the sidelines of the Atlético Madrid stadium, Simeone, witnessing his team's resurgence, immediately began to wildly pump his fists in the coaching area, even leaping up in excitement. This is the charismatic coach. Every goal elicits unparalleled exhilaration from Simeone. Within the stadium, Correa rushed to Chu Feng immediately after scoring, ruffling his thick hair with enthusiasm and exclaiming, "Chu, your passing skills are quite impressive. Honestly, I thought you would shoot yourself." After receiving praise from his senior, a long-lost smile appeared on Chu Feng's face. "It's mainly because your volley was stunning. You must teach me a few tricks someday." Angel Correa responded, patting his chest. "Rest assured, it's absolutely no problem." This goal instantly altered the dynamics of the match. and scoring just before halftime undoubtedly disrupted the tactical plans of the Las Palmas coach during the break. When a referee blew the whistle to restart the game, the home players of Las Palmas were mentally crumbling. Their attacks became increasingly isolated, clearly failing to pose a threat to Atlético's defense. As the first half came to a close with stoppage time, the referee signaled for halftime. 2-1. Atlético Madrid, playing away, had scored 2 goals and turned the tide. In the district of Arguinzuela, Madrid, lies the Kank Bar, a sanctuary for the devoted supporters of Atlético Madrid. Whenever a match is underway, throngs of fans gather within its walls, indulging in libations while fervently watching the game. As the first half drew to a close, Atlético Madrid, playing away, found themselves momentarily ahead with a score of 2-1 against Las Palmas, thanks to the remarkable performance of the 17-year-old prodigy, Chu, who delivered both a goal and an assist. This young forward from Asia showcased an impeccable 45 minutes of play. It seems that, before long, this talented individual named Chu will ascend to a pivotal role within the Atlético lineup. As the voice of the Spanish commentator faded on the television, an exuberant atmosphere enveloped the Kank Bar. Clad in Atlético jerseys, fans unanimously extolled Chu's first-half performance, clearly captivated by his prowess on the pitch. This young lad has indeed salvaged the team. From this moment forth, I shall proudly declare myself one of his admirers. It is hard to fathom that he is merely 17. Ha ha ha. Atlético now has its very own Messi, yet in contrast to Messi, I perceive Chu's style of play to be more akin to that of Cristiano Ronaldo. Regardless, I fervently hope that coach Simeone provides this young talent with ample opportunities. His ability to score and assist suggests he could even excel in a midfield role. Torres can now retire with peace of mind, for we have found new hope for our attacking line. Chapter 32. A brace. Machine gun celebration. Extra. Atlético leads 2-1 at halftime. The 17-year-old Chinese sensation delivers 1 goal and 1 assist. A powerful strike. Chu scores the first goal by a Chinese player in La Liga, etching his name in history. Chu has become the youngest Asian player to grace the pitch in La Liga. The highlights of Chu Feng's performance in the first half of the match are nothing short of remarkable, showcasing both goals and assists. After many years, a player from the Middle Kingdom has once again started in one of the top 5 leagues. The 17-year-old Chu Feng may very well become the cornerstone of the revival of Chinese football. As soon as the first half concluded, the official Dongxiu network released a plethora of news and reports regarding Chu Feng, which swiftly attracted a multitude of comment from domestic fans beneath each article. Undoubtedly, Chu Feng has emerged as a paragon of popularity. I never imagined a player from the Middle Kingdom could score in La Liga. His performance was simply flawless. The basketball world's Yao Ming of football. It won't be long before Chu Feng ascends to become the foremost figure in domestic sports. The mere fact that he represents Atlético Madrid is astonishing enough, and to think he also scored. Who dares to claim that people from the Middle Kingdom cannot play football? Step forward. A true football genius. Scoring in La Liga at the tender age of 17. While I was still playing in the mud at that age. The strongest high school footballer. Could it be that the spring of Chinese football is finally dawning? On the trending list, Chu Feng's name soared to the top with remarkable speed. Not only football fans, but also individuals disinterested in football or sports began searching for his name. That night, Chu Feng's name became a sensation across the Chinese internet. In the Dongxiu Network studio, He gently removed his headphones and let out a deep breath, excitedly remarking to Su Yang, "It seems we have the privilege to witness history today." Su Yang replied, "Indeed, my hands are still trembling with excitement." Chu Feng's emergence has brought a glimmer of hope to our nation's football. Perhaps there is a genuine opportunity to qualify for the 2018 World Cup. However, after Su Yang made this statement, He expressed a differing opinion. "I would prefer not to see Chu Feng selected for the national team. He should concentrate all his energy on the club. Football is a team sport, and even if Chu Feng represents the national team, victory is not guaranteed. After all, even a player of Messi's caliber could not lead Argentina to win the Copa America." After a brief silence, Su Yang slowly responded, "That makes sense." Chu Feng's immediate priority is to establish himself at Atlético, as the competition in Europe is exceptionally fierce. 15 minutes later, the referee signaled the commencement of the second half. As the team in the lead, Atlético Madrid's players displayed a markedly composed demeanor throughout the latter period of the match. In contrast, the home side, Las Palmas, perhaps due to the advantages of playing on familiar turf, exhibited a fervent desire to equalize the score. However, their offensive strategy proved overly simplistic, primarily relying on Halilovi's breakthroughs along the flanks. Once Simeone implemented tight marking on Halilovi, it became painfully evident that this player was effectively neutralized. Confronted by Atlético's formidable defense, the Las Palmas players could scarcely envision the prospect of scoring. In the 55th minute, Atlético's midfielder Gabi, in conjunction with another midfielder, Party, executed a successful interception from Fabio Gonzalez. Mere moments later, the ball found its way to Carrasco at the left flank. This Belgian winger, capitalizing on his speed, deftly maneuvered past defenders David Simon and Borja. In the blink of an eye, Carrasco surged into the arc of the penalty area. At this juncture, Atlético had completely dismantled Las Palmas' defensive line in a desperate bid to thwart Carrasco's advance. Central defenders Ramos and Piku had pushed up to the edge of the penalty area. With a resounding thud, Carrasco resolutely unleashed a shot. The ball zipped through the gaps in the defense like a missile, veering sharply toward the goal's blind spot. Yet at that critical moment, Las Palmas goalkeeper Chiquizzola executed a world-class save. He leaped with remarkable agility, managing to deflect the shot with his right hand. However, despite Chiquizzola's valiant effort, the ball did not venture far from him, landing squarely at the feet of Chu Feng. Seizing the golden opportunity presented to him, Chu Feng did not hesitate. With a swift push, the ball hurtled into the goal, leaving Chiquizzola with insufficient time to respond. 3-1. The home team, Atlético Madrid, regained their lead. Another goal. Once again, it was Chu Feng. A brace. The 17-year-old made an indelible mark in his La Liga debut with a stunning double. Am I truly not dreaming? Hiwei's final exclamation was a genuine reflection of his astonishment. Having once been a football commentator for a sports channel, Hiwei had witnessed countless moments of sorrow and disappointment from the national team, making Chu Feng's extraordinary performance all the more astonishing to him. Su Yang swallowed hard, expressing his emotions in an excited yet anxious tone. No words can encapsulate the feelings I experience at this moment. Chu Feng is undoubtedly a monumental figure in the realm of Chinese football. On this night, he has allowed all Spanish fans to witness the prowess of the Eastern Dragon. Within the stadium, mere moments ago, the Las Palmas supporters who had mocked Chu Feng were now silenced. A glance around revealed that the eyes of almost all home fans were filled with desolation, despair, and resignation. Meanwhile, after scoring, Chu Feng sprinted with the speed of a 100-meter dash towards the corner flag, executing the celebration he had envisioned for so long. After his run, he abruptly turned and mimicked the act of shooting towards the Las Palmas supporters, as if his hands had transformed into a machine gun, firing wildly. The reason behind Chu Feng's celebratory gesture was to deliver a resounding slap to the faces of the Las Palmas fans present at the scene. Throughout the match, every time Chu Feng received the ball, the supporters of Las Palmas would unleash a barrage of boos and a plethora of insulting remarks directed at him. This was all firmly etched in Chu Feng's mind. After executing his machine gun celebration, he still felt unsatisfied. He pointed to his ears with both hands, further provoking the Las Palmas fans. Chapter 33. First victory in La Liga. Chu Feng. Following the restart of the game, the morale of the Las Palmas players undoubtedly plummeted. While a score of 1-2 might have still left room for a comeback, the moment the score transformed to 1-3, it signified a slow demise for the home team players of Las Palmas. In the 73rd minute of the match, Atlético Madrid scored again. A long, over-the-top pass from midfield Maestro Coke sailed over the heads of two Las Palmas players before landing at Chu Feng's feet. This marked the first occasion in the match where Chu Feng received the ball inside the penalty area. The defender tasked with marking him was Lemos, a 23-year-old from Uruguay, standing at an impressive height of 187 centimeters. Despite Lemos being 2 centimeters taller than Chu Feng, the latter still managed to seize the first touch. In addition to Gabi's precise passing, it was Chu Feng's exceptional awareness of the ball's trajectory that allowed him to gain the upper hand and establish his position. Inside the penalty area, Chu Feng did not opt for a direct header at the goal. Instead, he utilized his robust physique to shield the ball. After casting a quick glance at the positioning of the Las Palmas goalkeeper, he decisively lifted his right foot for a shot. Having already scored 2 goals in this match, the entire Las Palmas defensive line was filled with trepidation towards this dark-haired, fair-skinned youth. In that fleeting moment, the players of Las Palmas dared not be complacent. Both central defenders, Lemos and Bigas, instinctively surged forward to confront Chu Feng. Bang! Indeed, Chu Feng's right foot struck the football. Yet he opted not for a shot on goal, but rather a pass. With a swift push of his inner foot, the ball zipped through the gap between the two central defenders, skimming along the grass. It landed the feet of Angel Correa, who found himself utterly unmarked. Bang! Angel Correa did not squander the opportunity presented by Chu Feng's assist. After a quick glance at Chiquizola's positioning, he lifted his foot and unleashed a powerful strike. The football soared like a swift sword, whistling past the Las Palmas goalkeeper's ear. 1-4. Atlético Madrid has once again extended their lead while playing away. Another goal. The attacking line of Atlético Madrid has utterly dismantled the defensive line of Las Palmas. This was a decisive goal that extinguished any suspense in the match. In the studio, Hue expressed his heartfelt admiration. Chu Feng has earned his second assist in this match, and so far, he has achieved 2 goals and 2 assists. He has directly contributed to 4 goals. I believe that after this match, Chu Feng will become a topic of national discussion within the confines of the stadium. Following Angel Correa's goal, he chose not to celebrate, but instead rushed towards Chu Feng, sharing a high five with the 17-year-old prodigy. What a splendid pass! Chu, your vision of the game is remarkable, Angel Correa exclaimed, giving Chu Feng a thumbs up. Your positioning was commendable as well. Just as Chu Feng finished speaking, Carrasco couldn't help but interject. All right, you two, enough of the mutual flattery. I haven't scored yet. Chu, could you pass me the ball? Carrasco gazed at Chu Feng with immense anticipation. Strangely enough, while playing, Chu Feng unexpectedly assumed the role of playmaker. After the restart, the players of Las Palmas, competing on their home turf, had utterly lost their fighting spirit. Under the coach's directive, they retreated to their own half, forming a defensive fortress. Clearly, Las Palmas had resigned themselves to the futility of the match. In the final 20 minutes, the game devolved into mere garbage time. In the 76th minute, Simeone executed a triple substitution, replacing Carrasco, Angel Correa, and Chu Feng. Simeone was already preparing for the upcoming match against Valencia, thus opting to substitute these 3 attacking players to afford them additional rest. Bilbao, Torres, and Gate entered the fray. However, it must be said, the trio exhibited a distinct lack of synergy on the field, particularly when confronted with Las Palmas' formidable defense, failing to create any shooting opportunities. Ultimately, after 90 minutes of play, Atlético Madrid triumphed over Las Palmas with a score of 4-1, securing their first victory of the season. Chu Feng, who contributed 2 goals and 2 assists in this match, was honored as the best player. In the player tunnel, he faced his first interview with a Spanish journalist. Chu, how do you feel about your debut in La Liga? Inquired a blonde, blue-eyed reporter, microphone in hand. It is an honor to represent Atlético at the age of 17. I am grateful for Coach Simeone's trust, replied Chu Feng. As a second-generation player, Chu Feng demonstrated considerable emotional intelligence, promptly expressing gratitude towards Atlético's coach. After all, without Simeone's endorsement, he might still be in the U17 training camp. Can Atlético Madrid wrest the La Liga title from the grips of Real Madrid and Barcelona this season? Another bespectacled reporter posed a question to Chu Feng. Apologies, but I am not a deity. I possess no foresight into the future, Chu Feng retorted, understanding the reporter's intent. However, I firmly believe that Atlético is on the right path. As long as the players adhere to the coach's tactics, we will undoubtedly achieve satisfactory results by the end of the season. Meanwhile, in another interview zone, Atlético's head coach Simeone was also fielding questions. Mr. Simeone, could you share your thoughts on player Chu Feng? The majority of reporters were evidently curious about this 17-year-old talent from China within Atlético's lineup. Upon hearing Chu Feng's name, a smile instantly graced Simeone's face. He is the most gifted 17-year-old star I have ever encountered. In many ways, his playing style closely resembles that of a young Torres. Moreover, he possesses a remarkable long-range shot. I am confident he will evolve into a top-tier forward. Simeone is lavish with his praise. In the eyes of this Atlético Madrid coach, he rates Chu Feng's performance this evening a perfect score. To be candid, prior to the commencement of the match, Simeone harbored concerns that Chu Feng might struggle to acclimate to the intensity of La Liga. However, the outcome revealed that not only did Chu Feng seamlessly adapt to the rhythm of the game, but he also emerged as the most outstanding player on the team. Ding! The system detected that the host has assisted Atlético in achieving goals, rewarding an extension of the training duration at the Divine Strikers training ground to 8 hours. Chapter 34. Mastery of 100 achieved. Season tasks initiated. Immediately after Chu Feng concluded his interview with the reporters, the system's voice resonated in his ears. The training time at the Divine Strikers training ground has now been unlocked to 8 hours. indicating that Chu Feng will accelerate the enhancement of his attributes. Furthermore, due to his accomplishment of scoring 2 goals during the match, he has been awarded 2 points in free attributes. Chu Feng hastily opened his personal attribute panel to examine it. Chu Hao, age 17 years and 3 months, stands tall at 185 centimeters and weighs 80 kilograms. His physical attributes are as follows: speed, 77, explosiveness, 75, reaction speed, 70, strength, 88, stamina, 71, jumping, 73, injury proneness, 60, with an overall physical rating of C. In terms of offensive attributes, shooting, 80, long-range shooting, 76, heading, 77, set pieces, 66, dribbling, 72, resulting in an offensive rating of B-. Passing attributes include long pass, 70, short pass, 64, through ball, 67, cross, 67, vision, 80, with a passing rating of C. Defensive attributes consist of tackle, 56, slide tackle, 56, interception, 56, goalkeeping, 56, physicality, 69, culminating in a defensive rating of D. His total score stands at 75, with an overall evaluation level of C. Star skills include the Alvarez Lucky card and the Balotelli Heavy Artillery card. He possesses 2 available attribute points. After careful consideration, Chu Feng decided to allocate both points to his stamina. During the match against Las Palmas, particularly after the 70th minute, Chu Feng distinctly felt his legs losing strength, a clear indication that a stamina rating of 71 was insufficient. Thus, he raised his stamina from 71 to 73. However, to sustain high-intensity running for a full 90 minutes, a rating of 73 remains inadequate. Therefore, he resolved to focus on stamina training in the striker training ground once the proficiency of the Balotelli Heavy Artillery card reaches 100. Following this match, numerous prominent Spanish media outlets took notice of the 17-year-old Chu Feng. AS reported, Atlético Madrid triumphs 4-1 away against Las Palmas, with the 17-year-old prodigy from the East scoring twice. Simeone hails him as the successor to Torres. World Sports News stated, Atletico finally claims their first victory. In the absence of the suspended Griezmann, the young Chu Feng emerges as the pivotal player. This 17-year-old talent achieved 2 goals and 2 assists in his La Liga debut. Marca commented, is Chu Feng the hope for Atletico's front line in the next decade? In an unprecedented move, Simeone fielded the 17-year-old in La Liga. This Asian forward substantiates his prowess with goals and assists. Within Spain's largest Atletico fan forum, nearly every post revolves around Chu Feng. Fans are abuzz with interest in this 17-year-old talent from the East. Scoring 2 goals and providing 2 assists in his debut, this Asian forward is indeed formidable. Atletico's youth training camp has finally produced another top-tier forward. It has not been an easy journey. The future of Atletico's front line appears promising. Torres should swiftly step aside and make way for Chu Feng. Can the Asian football scene truly be advancing at such a rapid pace? It is hard to believe he is only 17. Whether in archery or physical prowess, he is nothing short of perfection, and most importantly, he possesses an exceptional understanding of the game. Atlético Madrid has truly stumbled upon a gem. It is to be hoped that Coach Simeone will afford this Asian talent ample playing time. Let us not rejoice too prematurely. It will be prudent to wait until he scores 10 goals in La Liga before heaping praise. The young talent from the East, in the aftermath of the match, has dominated the headlines on various sports platforms, with reports celebrating Chu Feng's remarkable performance. The 17-year-old prodigy has netted 2 goals, rescuing his team. He is not only a scorer, but also a provider, contributing 2 assists in a single match, thereby setting a record for the most assists by an Asian player in a La Liga game. Post-match, Simeone proclaimed Chu Feng to be the most gifted 17-year-old he has ever encountered. Numerous Spanish media outlets have lauded Chu Feng's stellar performance, as the young talent emerges as a beacon of hope for Atlético Madrid's attacking line. Chu Feng has been honored as the best player of the match in La Liga. His debut performance, lasting 75 minutes, was nothing short of flawless. According to insider information, Lippi has been captivated by Chu Feng and has decided to visit Spain to observe him in person. Under every report concerning Chu Feng, a considerable number of domestic fans have gathered to share their thoughts, and, unsurprisingly, his name has surged to the top of the trending list once again. Even prominent football influencers have taken to the internet to express their opinions on Chu Feng. Renowned football commentator Huang Jinxiang remarked, "The hope of Chinese football. The 17-year-old Chu Feng scored twice in his debut for Atlético Madrid, leading his team to victory. Perhaps, from this moment onward, Chinese football is poised for a remarkable resurgence. Underground football commentator Li Laoba stated, "Who says that Chinese players cannot compete in the top 5 leagues? Who says that Chinese athletes cannot make their mark in prestigious clubs?" Chu Feng has emphatically silenced his critics with his 2 goals and 2 assists. He is the beacon of hope during the dark times of Chinese football. Young player advocate and commentator Dong Lu added, "Chu Feng's performance was indeed exceptional, but I still advise Lippi against including him in the national team just yet. The immediate priority is to ensure that Chu Feng establishes himself in Europe." At this moment in Spain, aboard the flight back to Madrid, while all the Atlético players are resting, Chu Feng quietly opened the training ground for strikers. He resumed his training with the powerful Balotelli skill card. During the match, Chu Feng successfully utilized this skill card to score a goal, which allowed him to truly appreciate the potency of the powerful card. Chu Feng is confident that if he can elevate Balotelli's formidable skills to perfection, scoring during matches will become significantly more effortless and straightforward. Furthermore, with a full 10 days remaining until Atletico's next encounter against Valencia, Chu Feng possesses ample time for enhancement. 4 days later, after training diligently for a full 8 hours at the Divine Sharp training ground, Chu Feng's perseverance bore fruit as he finally attained a mastery level of 100 with the Balotelli Cannon card. Training objective, Balotelli Cannon card. Training progress, 100. Description: after an extensive period of simulating Balotelli's long-range shooting technique, the host has fully grasped the essence of this skill card. In matches, whenever the host attempts a long-range shot, the Balotelli Cannon card will automatically activate. The host's strength and long-range shooting ability will increase by 50. Upon exiting the Divine Sharp training ground, Chu Feng could distinctly feel that his thighs and calves had noticeably thickened. Is this the enhancement granted by the full mastery of the Balotelli Cannon card? Chu Feng could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the fruits of his training through competition. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in his ear once again. Ding! Main quest issued. Secure the La Liga Golden Boot. Quest reward: an S-level superstar skill card. Chapter 35. The derision of the opposing coach before the match. Who is Chu Feng, claiming the La Liga Golden Boot? Surely this is a jest. Upon seeing the task announced by the system, his first reaction was disbelief. It is well known that the Golden Boot in La Liga has long been monopolized by Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, both of whom are undeniably among the most illustrious football stars in the world today. At the tender age of 17, Chu Feng aspired to seize the La Liga Golden Boot from the hands of the unparalleled duo, a feat that seemed more daunting than scaling the heavens. Ding! The ball is round, and anything is possible. The system presented another prompt. Upon reading the system's response, a bemused expression involuntarily surfaced on Chu Feng's face. Indeed, while the saying holds true, he remained somewhat lacking in self-confidence. Nevertheless, Chu Feng was resolute in his determination not to yield. Having elevated his proficiency with the powerful Balotelli Cannon to a perfect score of 100, he now shifted his training focus to physical endurance. Training objective: endurance 73 to 75. Training progress: 1. Time expended, 10 days. Forge ahead. Upon noticing that the estimated time was set for 10 days later, Chu Feng's expression flickered with a hint of helplessness. Clearly, he found the duration indicated by the system rather prolonged. Nevertheless, in his pursuit to establish himself within Atlético Madrid, Chu Feng resolved to give it his all. In the Atlético Madrid club's head coach's office, Simeone was engaged in a discussion with his assistant, Burgos, regarding the starting lineup for the upcoming match. With Griezmann's return from suspension, Simeone's options for the forward line had notably expanded. Both Correa and Chu had achieved a remarkable brace in the previous match, showcasing their exceptional form. Thus, Burgos suggested allowing this striking duo to play another match together. Simeone nodded in agreement, as this was indeed his own inclination. Correa and Chu would remain the primary forwards, while Griezmann could be positioned on the flanks, complementing Carrasco on either side, thereby significantly enhancing the team's offensive prowess. And so, it was decided. Known for his preference for defensive counterattacks, Simeone chose this occasion to fully unveil the attacking talents of Atlético's players. Unbeknownst to the passing time, it was now September 8th, the day before the match between Valencia and Atlético. At the pre-match press conference, the home team's coach, Marcelino, was the first to take questions. Mr. Marcelino, your team shares a record of 1 win and 1 draw with Atlético. Do you believe Valencia can secure 3 points at home tomorrow? inquired a reporter from Marca, raising his hand eagerly. Marcelino shrugged, responding with an air of confidence. Atlético is an outstanding team, but achieving victory at the Mestalla Stadium is no easy feat. Our players are fully prepared to confront Atlético head-on, and we will strive for 3 points for our fans. Following this, a black-haired, yellow-skinned reporter from the Middle Kingdom posed a question to Marcelino. Mr. Marcelino, what are your thoughts on the number 18 player in Atlético's lineup? He recently scored a brace in the last match. Since Chu Feng's impressive performance of 2 goals and 2 assists in the previous match, he had become a sensational figure in his homeland, even earning a reputation as a representative of trending topics. In pursuit of first-hand coverage on Chu Feng, Dongxiu Network had enlisted the renowned sports channel host, Ma Fanshu, as a special correspondent. This time, Ma Fanshu deliberately inquired about the coach's perspective on Chu Feng before the match. However, the Valencia coach seemed unimpressed by Chu Feng's presence. Who? Excuse me, but who is the number 18 player for Atlético? After Marcelino finished his statement, the journalists in attendance erupted in laughter. Ma Fanshu's cheeks immediately flushed with embarrassment, her expression reflecting the awkwardness of the moment. At that juncture, the Valencia head coach spoke again. Scoring twice at the age of 17 in La Liga, to be candid, is not a monumental achievement. A flash of brilliance does not signify anything substantial. Valencia has always been a team centered around me. Atlético Madrid is a traditional powerhouse in La Liga, naturally boasting a roster filled with prodigious talents. Our focus should be on Griezmann and Carrasco, rather than a mere 17-year-old. Regardless, victory in tomorrow's match will ultimately belong to Valencia. A few minutes later, following the conclusion of Marcelino's press conference, Atlético Madrid's coach Simeone arrived at the venue. Ma Fanshu promptly relayed Marcelino's remarks regarding Chu Feng to Simeone. Chu Feng is merely 17 and has played only 1 match in La Liga. It is understandable that Marcelino is unfamiliar with him. However, I believe that after tomorrow's match, he will certainly remember this young talent from the East. I have faith that Chu will exert pressure on Valencia's goal during the game. After answering a few more questions, Simeone concluded the pre-match press conference. Shortly after its conclusion, major media outlets in both Spain and the East began reporting on Marcelino's pre-match interview, sparking a flurry of discussions among fans. Marca, Valencia's coach disregards 17-year-old Chu Feng. Simeone asserts that the young talent from the East will respond to Marcelino through his performance. AS, the battle is about to commence. The two coaches engage in a verbal skirmish before the match. Mundo Deportivo. Atlético's number 18 faces Marcelino's mockery. Can this young player strike back with a goal? In the comments section, Atlético fans also mocked Marcelino. This old man is truly arrogant. I hope Chu can make Marcelino regret his words with a victory. The opposing coach is utterly insufferable. Atlético must win. I have a premonition that Chu might truly dominate the match tomorrow. This oblivious old man. Chu must score. Let this fellow experience the mysterious power of the East. At this moment, within the hotel where Atlético was staying, Simeone returned from the press conference and immediately relayed Marcelino's comments to Chu Feng. However, upon hearing them, Chu Feng displayed no signs of anger, his face betraying no emotion whatsoever. This surprised Simeone. Chu, aren't you upset by such remarks? Simeone could not help but inquire. Chapter 36, continuing as a starter. The heavyweight clash begins. It's all right, Chu replied. In contrast to anger, I yearn to respond with goals, Chu Feng replied calmly. This was precisely the response Simeone wished to hear. Satisfied, Simeone patted Chu Feng's shoulder and continued. Very well. If that is the case, you shall start tomorrow's match. Use your goals to fiercely challenge Marcelino. Upon hearing these words, Chu Feng's eyes instantly sparkled. Initially, he had thought that with Griezmann's suspension coming to an end, he would be relegated back to the bench. However, now he was once again granted the opportunity to start, which invigorated him immensely. Rest assured, coach, I shall deliver, Chu Feng asserted with unwavering determination and confidence. A sentiment Simeone was eager to witness. The following day, on match day, at 7 o'clock in the evening, Mestalla Stadium, Valencia's home ground, boasted a capacity of 55,000 spectators, and that night, the attendance approached a staggering 100%. 50,000 Valencia fans united in a chorus, singing their anthem. Amunt Valencia, the lyrics proclaimed. This is one of the finest teams in the league. We are Valencia Football Club. We fight for everything. Meanwhile, on the opposing stands, nearly 3,000 Atlético Madrid supporters had also arrived. although they could not match the fervor of the home crowd. Each Atlético fan sang their anthem with fervent passion. The stage was set for an epic showdown. Far away in Asia, within the Dongxiu Network studio, commentators He Wei and Su Yang were ready to commence. Due to the early announcement of the starting lineups for both teams, a multitude of domestic fans flocked to the live broadcast. The current viewership had surged to 8 million, shattering previous records. Welcome, dear fans, to Dongxiu Network as we present the highlight match of La Liga's third round. The Bat Squad, Valencia, faces off against Atlético Madrid at home. The commentary for this match will be provided by myself, He Wei, alongside Su Yang. On Valencia's home turf, Marcelino deployed a 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper Neto, defenders Montoya, Paulista, Garay, and Gay, midfielders Soler, Parejo, Condabia, and Pereira, and forwards Zaza and Rodrigo. In contrast, Atlético Madrid, under Simeone's guidance, also arranged a 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper Oblak, defenders Felipe, Lucas Hernandez, Savic, and Juan Fran, midfielders Carrasco, Sael, Koch, and Griezmann, and forwards Chu Feng and Gel Correa. In the initial 2 rounds of the competition, Valencia and Atlético Madrid each achieved a draw and a victory, currently occupying the 7th and 8th positions in La Liga. As the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the match, Valencia, playing on home turf, swiftly launched an offensive. Following the kickoff by Rodrigo, the ball found its way to the midfield maestro, Condabia, who, after a brief adjustment, passed it to the young Soler. However, at that moment, a towering Atletico player surged towards Soler and, without hesitation, collided with him shoulder first, sending Soler sprawling to the ground. In a matter of moments, the Atlético Madrid player successfully seized the ball. Chu Feng, barely into the match, Chu Feng had already engaged in the action, utilizing his robust physique to topple Soler. The referee, Jose Gonzalez, refrained from blowing the whistle for a foul, deeming it a splendid interception. In the studio, as He Wei concluded his commentary, Chu Feng propelled the ball toward Valencia's penalty area. Meanwhile, nearly 50,000 Valencia supporters in the Mestalla Stadium responded with a chorus of boos upon witnessing this. To some extent, the Valencia fans, much like those from the previous match against Las Palmas, harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Asian player, Chu Feng. Thus, as Chu Feng advanced with the ball, the Valencia crowd endeavored to disrupt his concentration with their vehement jeers. In the coaching area, Marcelino's expression was one of calm assurance, as if he held little belief that Chu Feng could pose a threat to Valencia's front line. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng has already penetrated into the vicinity of the penalty area. At this moment, Valencia's defensive midfielder, Condabia, has also arrived on the scene. This player hails from Central Africa, is currently only 25 years old, and stands at an impressive height of 188 centimeters, possessing exceptional physical prowess and defensive skills. Chu Feng possessed a certain degree of understanding regarding this player. He was acutely aware that in terms of confrontation, he was no match for Condabia. Thus, in that fleeting moment, he promptly passed the ball to the right flank where Griezmann awaited. The French star, having served a suspension due to a red card in the opening match against Girona, was eager to make a significant impact upon his return to the field. Once on the right side, Griezmann controlled the ball and, confronted by Valencia's left-back Gaia's close marking, deftly nudged the ball with his left foot, sending it through Gaia's legs in an instant. Subsequently, Griezmann, positioned at the right side of the penalty arc, lifted his left foot for a powerful strike. Thud! The ball rocketed towards Valencia's goal like a cannonball. At this critical juncture, goalkeeper Neto sprang into action. Leaping into the air, Neto exerted every ounce of effort to punch the ball away. A magnificent shot met with an equally remarkable save. Barely 2 minutes into the match, Atlético Madrid had already attempted a shot, with Valencia's keeper Neto executing a splendid save in response. In the studio, commentator He Wei had just finished a sentence when Atlético attempted another shot. This time, Neto's fist propelled the ball swiftly towards the top of the penalty arc, where Chu Feng was poised to intercept. Although Valencia's midfielder Parejo rushed to challenge him, Chu Feng seized the opportunity to take the shot first. As he lifted his foot to strike, the activation sound of his skill card echoed in his ears. Instantly, the ball hurtled towards Valencia's goal. Bang! The ball crashed solidly against the intersection of the goalpost and crossbar. Clearly, Chu Feng's shot had overly pursued the angle, a mere fraction off target. Chapter 37. What? The coach is fighting on the sidelines? Chu Feng's shot struck the post. Such a pity. His attempt lacked just a hint of fortune. Within the studio, Disappointment was etched on commentator Wei's face as he remarked. Chu Feng's performance had been increasingly impressive, and he seemed to be adapting to the rhythm of the game. Had it not been for the interference from Valencia's defensive midfielder, perhaps Chu Feng's shot would have breached the opponent's goal. At this moment, in the stands of Mestalla Stadium, tens of thousands of Valencia fans were taken aback by Chu Feng's powerful strike. Many Valencia supporters began discussing Chu Feng, having heard that this Asian player had scored 2 goals in the previous match. It appeared he was indeed a formidable talent. What a remarkable shot. Is Atlético's youth training about to rise again? One must exercise caution regarding this Asian forward. Under no circumstances should he be allowed another opportunity to shoot. What is there to fear? Coach Marcelino has already stated that this player poses little threat. Indeed, this individual is merely fortunate. Valencia must focus their defensive efforts on Griezmann instead. On the pitch, as Chu Feng's long-range shot struck the junction of the post and crossbar, a flicker of regret crossed his eyes. However, he swiftly composed himself, channeling all his energy into the match. The game continued. During this period, the away team, Atlético Madrid, employed a high-pressing tactic in the attacking third, with players like Chu Feng, Angel Correa, Carrasco, and Griezmann tirelessly striving to intercept the ball. Unfortunately, the Valencia defenders remained resolute, making no errors. Upon seeing the Atlético players advance, Valencia's players opted for powerful clearances. Gradually, the match reached a stalemate. In the blink of an eye, the clock struck the 25th minute, when Valencia finally revealed their sharp fangs. In their defensive half, as the ball reached Parejo's feet, Angel Correa and Griezmann, the 2 Atlético forwards, dare not be complacent and rush towards him. Yet, their pressing was a moment too late. Parejo had already identified the gap in Atlético's defense. Bang! Suddenly, Parejo showcased his exceptional long-passing ability. Within mere seconds, the ball landed on the left side of the penalty area, where it was received by Rodrigo. As a Spanish forward, Rodrigo certainly possessed a measure of dribbling prowess. At this juncture, Atlético's center-back Salvaging had already emerged from the penalty area. Notably, Atlético's midfield stalwart God-In was absent due to injury, leaving Lucas Hernandez to partner with Salvaging in defense. The defensive awareness and physical attributes of this player are, of course, not on par with those of God-In. As Salvaging closed in on Rodrigo, it signified a gap had emerged in Atlético Madrid's defensive line. Seizing this golden opportunity, Rodrigo did not hesitate. Bang! He deftly prodded the ball with his right foot. Subsequently, the ball rolled swiftly along the ground into the penalty area. Simultaneously, another Valencia forward, Zaza, charged into the 12-yard box. Block. Do not afford the opposing forward any space to shoot. Hurry. In the coaching area, the seasoned Simeone sensed the impending danger and urgently called for his defenders to close down. However, Lucas Hernandez's reaction was noticeably delayed. Zaza had already made the motion to shoot, yet the defender remained rooted to the spot. Boom! In the next moment, the football struck by the Valencia forward hurtled into the net's corner like a cannonball. Oblak could only watch in despair. The home team, Valencia, took the lead first. Zaza's goal. Valencia 1, Atlético Madrid 0. Wei's voice was filled with resignation as he continued to lament into the microphone. The defensive line, which Coach Simeone prides himself on, has been effortlessly torn apart by the players of Valencia. Atletico's concession of a goal was far too easy. In the stands of the Mestalla Stadium, tens of thousands of Valencia fans leapt from their seats upon witnessing this goal, their cheers and shouts soaring into the heavens. On the bench, Valencia's coach Marcelino could hardly contain his excitement. He impulsively dashed onto the Atletico bench, repeatedly shaking his fists. It is worth noting that prior to this match, Simeone and Marcelino had exchanged heated words from afar due to Chu Feng, and now, seeing his forward score first, Marcelino began to provoke Simeone. After waving his fists, Marcelino shouted at Simeone, "Diego, did you see that? The Asian player in your team is worthless. Valencia is already in the lead. And what about your trusted Asian forward? He has achieved nothing. You and that Asian forward are both fools." On the Atletico bench, Simeone, already feeling frustrated from conceding, was further incensed by Marcelino's taunts, igniting his fury. As a renowned maverick in football, once Simeone is angry, it is nearly impossible for anyone to restrain him. He rolled up his sleeves and stormed towards Marcelino, ready to deliver a left hook, only to be intercepted by assistant coach Burgos. "Calm down, Diego. Don't fall for his tricks." Burgos and several other assistant coaches firmly held Simeone back, continuously soothing the emotions of the Atletico coach. Meanwhile, The referee approached the sidelines and issued yellow cards to both Simeone and Marcelino. In the broadcasting studio, Huey could not resist teasing. The coaches are about to fight on the sidelines. Simeone must control his emotions. The match has only just passed 25 minutes, and Atletico still has the opportunity to equalize or even take the lead. Another commentator, Su Yang, added, "Indeed, from the start of the match until now, Atletico has consistently been the dominant side. Do not let a single goal affect your mindset." Soon, the match resumed play. During this period, Chu Feng displayed remarkable enthusiasm, understanding that the recent altercation between Simeone and Marcelino was primarily to uphold his own dignity. Thus, Chu Feng aspired to express his gratitude to Simeone through goals. Chapter 38, Balotelli's Cannon. A last-minute equalizer in first-half injury time. After Valencia, playing on their home turf, took the lead, they immediately adopted a defensive stance. Marcelino was acutely aware that Atlético Madrid would launch an aggressive onslaught for the remainder of the match, making solid defense the immediate priority for Valencia. Under Simeone's guidance, Atlético Madrid has never been an offensively oriented team. Rather, Simeone excels in defensive strategies. Consequently, once Valencia fortified their defense, the prospect of Atletico scoring became significantly more challenging. During this time, despite Chu Feng's vigorous efforts in the attacking front, the overwhelming number of defenders often thwarted his attempts as he prepared to shoot. Moreover, every time Chu Feng received the ball, the Valencia supporters in the Mestalla Stadium erupted in jeers, incessantly undermining his composure. Not only Chu Feng, but even the team's star player, Griezmann, struggled to make an impact. He attempted several individual breakthroughs, all of which ended in failure. The prolonged inability to threaten Valencia's goal caused a shift in the mindset of Atletico's players, leading to a noticeable decline in their morale. Unbeknownst to them, the clock had already ticked to the 40th minute. In the Atletico coaching area, Simeone paced anxiously back and forth, occasionally shaking his head in frustration. Witnessing Chu Feng's performance in the first half, Simeone undoubtedly felt a sense of despair, having already resolved to substitute Torres for Chu Feng at the start of the second half. Only 2 minutes of injury time remained in the first half. Currently, Valencia held a 1-0 lead over Atlético Madrid. Atletico's performance in the first half stood in stark contrast to their previous match against Las Palmas. Chu Feng's display was far from commendable. In the studio, Huey chose not to shield his player, directly highlighting Chu Feng's shortcomings in the first half. Torres had already begun warming up on the sidelines. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Coach Simeone would likely replace Chu Feng with Torres. After this remark by commentator Su Yang, he shook his head in resignation. Meanwhile, on the field, Atletico's wing player Carrasco suddenly opted for a driving run, despite facing the dual interference of Montoya and Soler. He stubbornly attempted to break through with speed, yet unfortunately, Carrasco was unsuccessful. The ball was cleared decisively by Soler. In an instant, the ball soared towards the forward area. And then, Rodrigo, the forward for Valencia, seized the ball amidst a challenge with Savic. In an instant, Valencia found themselves with a counterattack opportunity. At the edge of the penalty area, having snatched the ball, Rodrigo lifted his foot and unleashed a powerful shot. Fortunately, Jan Oblak, the goalkeeper for Atlético Madrid, remained highly focused, swiftly diving to the side to execute a remarkable save. At that moment, the ball fell to Sael, the defensive midfielder. Just as Sael had halted the ball, another wave of Valencia players surged forward. Parejo and Kondogbia charged towards Sael almost simultaneously, prompting the Atletico midfielder to act impulsively, opting for a hasty clearance. Bang! Suddenly, the ball landed in Valencia's defensive half. As Pereira, the defensive midfielder, prepared to receive the ball, a player clad in Atletico Madrid's colors sprinted toward him at breakneck speed. Before Pereira could react, this Atletico player collided forcefully with him. This player was none other than Chu Feng. As the collision between Chu Feng and Pereira occurred, Alvarez's luck was spectacularly activated. With the activation came enhancements in confrontation, shooting, and a 50 increase in speed. Since the luck card was passively triggered, the effects varied each time. This time, the attributes of confrontation, shooting, and speed were all elevated. Under the influence of a skill card, Chu Feng successfully intercepted the ball from the feet of the Valencia midfielder, and without hesitation, he surged forward towards the penalty area. In the coach's area, Marcelino observed Chu Feng's interception from a distance, his expression calm. He believed that, given Chu Feng's abilities, there was no threat to his goal. The Valencia defenders shared a nearly identical mindset, completely oblivious to the impending danger. The two center backs, Paulista and Garay, chose not to advance, but rather focused their defensive efforts on another Atletico forward, Angel Correa. As for Chu Feng, he was to be challenged by another midfielder, Kondogbia. Perhaps before activating the little spider luck card, Chu Feng lacked confidence against Kondogbia. But now, Chu Feng's confrontation, shooting, and speed have all improved by 30%. When Chu Feng charges forward, he resembles a small cannon. In the blink of an eye, he deftly maneuvered with his right foot and then intentionally collided with Kondogbia using his shoulder. In the next moment, the formidable Valencia midfielder lost his balance, nearly toppling to the ground. What? How is this possible? Kondogbia's eyes were suddenly filled with tension and confusion. Previously, during their defensive exchanges, Kondogbia had dominated Chu Feng, but now he found himself on the losing end. As Kondogbia pondered this bewilderment, Chu Feng surged into the penalty area. At this juncture, Valencia's two central defenders finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Paulista and Garay raced towards Chu Feng at full speed, attempting to halt his advance. Meanwhile, Chu Feng halted his momentum and swiftly swung his right foot. The powerful shot, reminiscent of Balotelli's cannon, was unleashed. At the instant Chu Feng completed his strike, the system notification chimed. In the next heartbeat, the ball, spinning violently, soared over the heads of the Valencia defenders. On the goal line, Valencia's goalkeeper Neto, witnessing this, lunged to make a save. Bow! Neto's right hand nearly grazed the ball, but due to the tremendous force behind Chu Feng's shot, the football ricocheted off Neto's hand and crashed into the net. Chapter 39, Unlimited Firepower, earning Simeone's trust. The goal is scored. Chu Feng netted his third goal in La Liga. In the dying moments of the first half, he once again rescued the team. In the Tianchao Sports Network studio, He-Wei witnessed Chu Feng's thunderous strike as it found the back of the net, prompting him to erupt with excitement. Guest commentator Su Yang also shouted with fervor, "This shot is truly magnificent," like a cannonball crashing into the net. Valencia's goalkeeper Neto gave it his all, yet was unable to stop the football. In the comment section, fans from Tianchao praised Chu Feng's performance. Incredible. In crucial moments, we rely on Chu Feng. That goal was quite stylish. Neto managed to get a hand to it, yet it still went in. Keep it up. Let's aim for a brace. Marcelino must certainly recognize Chu Feng now. At this moment, within the Mestalla Stadium, after scoring, Chu Feng dashed to the corner flag, striking his iconic machine gun shooting pose. Upon witnessing this, Valencia fans erupted once more with deafening boos and insults. Asian monkey, hurry and get lost. The Mestalla Stadium is not a place for your antics. Hurry back to your homeland and focus on your tasks. It was merely a minor setback. What was there to be proud of? Worthless Asian. As for the insults hurled by Valencia fans, Chu Feng remained utterly indifferent. In fact, the louder the Valencia supporters jeered, the more exhilarated Chu Feng became. He understood that his goal had successfully breached the defenses of the Valencia fans. Chu, your shot was incredibly powerful. Who would have thought your thighs held such strength? The first to rush towards Chu Feng was his Atlético teammate, Griezmann. Clearly, the star player could not conceal his astonishment upon witnessing Chu Feng's strike. Keep it up. Chu, we have yet to take the lead. Score again. Precisely. Chu, I will pass the ball to you. Just focus on shooting. At that moment, Carrasco, Angel Correa, and others joined in the celebration with Chu Feng. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Simeone, having witnessed Chu Feng's astonishing goal, was completely overwhelmed with excitement. He sprinted to the edge of the pitch, fervently pumping his fists while vocally challenging Valencia's head coach, Marcelino. "Hey, did you see that? This is Chu's power. Your defense is no match for him. Speak up." It was a stark contrast to when Marcelino, after Valencia's goal, had rushed to the Atlético bench to taunt and mock Chu Feng. Now, it was Simeone's turn for retribution. The law of the boomerang had been proven true. Marcelino did not respond to Simeone. In that moment, he regretted his earlier mockery of Chu Feng. Upon witnessing the Asian player's remarkable shot, he immediately recognized that Chu Feng possessed not just luck, but also undeniable skill. Before long, the referee blew the whistle for halftime. 1-1. Both teams had reached an impasse after the first 45 minutes. In the home team's locker room, Marcelino cast a dark look at all Valencia players, clearly dissatisfied with their final defensive performance in the first half. After all, Valencia could have returned to the locker room with a 1-0 lead. But now they found themselves back at square one. This undoubtedly disrupted Marcelino's tactical plans. Make sure to keep an eye on their number 18 player. I will reiterate, I do not want to see this Asian score a second goal. Kondogbia, Your sole task in the second half is to follow this 17-year-old Asian player. At this moment, within the away team's locker room, Simeone entered and immediately rushed to Chu Feng, embracing him fervently. This unexpected gesture startled Chu Feng significantly. "You played exceptionally well," Simeone exclaimed, patting Chu Feng's shoulder with vigor. He continued, "In the second half, you have the unbounded right to shoot. Whenever you feel the opportunity to strike, unleash that damn football with all your might toward Valencia's goal. We have a full 45 minutes to turn the tide. Young men, for Atlético for the fans. Let us vanquish Valencia." His words ignited a fervent atmosphere in the locker room, and every Atlético player exhibited a resolute confidence. Meanwhile, far to the east, in the studio of Dongxiao, commentator He slowly removed his headphones, replaying Chu Feng's remarkable goal several times. It was truly hard to fathom that such a shot came from a mere 17-year-old. Unbelievable. Nito's right hand nearly intercepted the ball, but the sheer power of the shot forced him to relinquish it. He-Wei's voice trembled with excitement. Beside him, Su Yang couldn't help but marvel indeed. From a professional standpoint, this shot is nearly flawless. It reminds me of the tiger shot from Captain Tsubasa. I am confident that in the second half, Chu Feng will seize even more shooting opportunities. 15 minutes later, with the referee's whistle, the second half of the match between Valencia and Atlético Madrid commenced. The home side, Valencia, immediately launched an offensive towards Atlético's goal. In the 50th minute, midfield maestro Parejo executed a long pass, which landed perfectly at the feet of Soler on the right flank. Faced with Felipe's defense, he effortlessly maneuvered through with a deft nutmeg, breaking free in an instant. Subsequently, Soler decisively crossed the ball. It arced beautifully through the air before landing precisely at Rodrigo's feet. After holding off Savic with his body, Rodrigo spun and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball was securely caught by Atlético's goalkeeper Oblak, who promptly threw it to midfielder Coke. As the engine of Atlético's attack, Coke had three passing options: Carrasco on the left, Griezmann on the right, and Chu Feng in the center. Without prolonged contemplation, he made his decision in the next moment. A through ball. With his right foot, he swiftly struck the ball, delivering a penetrating pass that landed at Chu Feng's feet. Chapter 40. The Genius Idea. A backheel flick. Assist +1. At the apex of Valencia's penalty area, Chu Feng, with his back against the holding midfielder Kondogbia, successfully received a pass from Coke. Although Simeone had unequivocally granted Chu Feng the liberty to shoot during halftime, in that moment, with his back to the play, he found himself unable to execute a shot. Just then, another Valencia midfielder, Pereira, rushed towards him. In an instant, Chu Feng was besieged by a double team from Valencia. A dual marking. Such attention is typically reserved for superstars in La Liga. To everyone's surprise, Chu Feng found himself in that very scenario tonight. Before He could finish a sentence, Chu Feng made a decisive choice. Initially, he intended to forcefully pivot and shoot. However, in that fleeting moment of turning, his peripheral vision caught sight of Griezmann already making his way into the penalty area. Thus, Chu Feng swiftly struck the ball with his heel. In an instant, the football slipped through the legs of Kondogbia and landed precisely at Griezmann's feet. Kondogbia was utterly unprepared for such a pass from Chu Feng, leaving him completely immobilized as the ball passed through. Inside the penalty area, Griezmann received the ball and immediately curled a shot with his left foot. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the ball soared towards the corner of the goal. Valencia's goalkeeper, Neto, was unable to reach it, left only to watch in despair. 2-1. Atlético Madrid has taken the lead. Griezmann's goal, and the assist came from Chu Feng, a heel pass assisting Griezmann's shot. Now it was Atlético who was ahead. Frankly, when He witnessed Chu Feng's heel pass to Griezmann in the penalty area, he was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that a 17-year-old player from China could possess such skill. In truth, even Chu Feng himself was astonished that he managed to deliver the ball to Griezmann's feet. After all, his passing level was only rated C. Beautiful. After scoring, Griezmann rushed to Chu Feng, embracing the young talent who provided the assist. "What made you think of that passing line?" "I don't really know. Perhaps it's just talent." "Ha ha." Chu Feng responded with an awkward smile. With Griezmann's goal, Atlético Madrid, playing away, finally took the lead, placing immense pressure on the Valencia players. In the coach's area, Marcelino clasped his head in despair, his eyes betraying a sense of hopelessness. "Can't you two stop a 17-year-old Asian player? How infuriating. Allowing him to pass with his heel. You're all a bunch of fools. Focus. If you don't want to play, then get off the field." At that moment, Marcelino's composure had completely shattered. Just prior to the match, in a press conference, this Valencia coach had claimed not to recognize Chu Feng, even asserting that he posed no threat to Valencia's defense. But now, just 50 minutes into the match, Chu Feng had already contributed a goal and an assist. This undoubtedly served as a stark rebuke to Marcelino's statements. As the game resumed, Valencia, playing at home, had no choice but to attack fervently to defend their honor and preserve their coach's reputation. This was precisely what Simeone desired. As a renowned defensive maestro in football, Simeone excelled at defense. Sure enough, Atlético Madrid had now formed a solid defensive wall. The forwards have all retreated to their half, and the moment of truth for Valencia players has arrived. Within the current ranks of the Bad Army, there exists no player with extraordinary single-point breakthrough capabilities. Therefore, when faced with Atlético Madrid's formidable defensive wall, the only recourse for Valencia's players is to incessantly launch high balls, endeavoring to funnel the football into the penalty area. Regrettably, such an offensive approach fails to pose any threat to Atlético's defense. After a relentless 15 minutes of assault, Valencia remains fruitless without a single shot on goal. Push forward. Fullbacks advance. We must attack with all our might. In an attempt to address the offensive dilemma, Marcelino is compelled to involve both fullbacks, Montoya and Gay, in the offensive foray, seeking opportunities through crosses from the flanks. In the 68th minute, on the right flank, as the ball reached Valencia's fullback Montoya, he cast a quick glance into the penalty area and, seeing Zaza, Rodrigo, and even the defensive midfielder Kondogbia surging into Atlético's box, he decisively delivered cross. Bang! Mere seconds later, the ball hurtled into the 6-yard box. Although the three Valencia players exerted themselves to the utmost in contesting for the ball, the initial touch was nonetheless cleared by Atlético's defender Salvaging. On the left side of the penalty area, as the ball descended, it was promptly seized by Coke. Now, it is Atlético's turn to launch an attack. Given Valencia's substantial commitment of personnel to the offensive front, their defensive line now consists of merely 2 center-backs, while Atlético also boasts 2 attacking players in their forward line, Chu Feng and Angel Correa. Bang! Coke immediately launched the ball forward with a powerful kick. Suddenly, the ball landed at the arc of the penalty area. The Argentine forward Angel Correa swiftly controlled the ball. Atlético's counterattack. 2v2. 2 defenders versus 2 forwards. Angel Correa received the ball. Garay surged forward to confront Angel Correa. The 2 Argentine players faced off directly. Hiway intently gazed at the screen. Although Angel Correa was advancing with the ball, he occasionally glanced at Chu Feng's position. Indeed, the next moment, Angel Correa opted for a lateral pass. The ball reached Chu Feng's control zone. Just as Hiway finished speaking, Chu Feng, positioned at the left side of the penalty area, lifted his foot for a shot. Upon noticing this, Valencia's other center-back Paulista reacted instinctively, leaping to block. At that instant, Chu Feng altered his right foot's motion from a shot to a dribble. A shot. No. A feigned shot transformed into a dribble. Chu Feng deftly maneuvered past Valencia's center-back. The commentator Hiway was entirely deceived by Chu Feng's earlier shooting motion. Thus, Chu Feng charged into Valencia's penalty area with the ball. All the pressure suddenly fell upon the goalkeeper Neto. Chapter 41. Third on the scorers list. Consecutive braces. The Valencia goalkeeper, without hesitation, dashed out of the goal as he saw Chu Feng entering the penalty area, rushing towards him. But at that moment, Chu Feng had already made his shooting motion. The cannon of Balotelli was unleashed. Bang! This shot, fueled by Balotelli's power, soared like a missile, whizzing past Neto. Then, the ball struck the net with force. Neto, as the last line of defense for Valencia, had no response. He could only quietly retrieve the ball from the net. 3-1. Atlético Madrid, fighting away from home, once again extended their lead. And this time, the scorer was none other than Chu Feng. Consecutive braces. Chu Feng once again emphatically silenced Valencia's head coach with his goal. In the studio of Dongxiu Network, Hiway, witnessing Chu Feng's goal, wore a face filled with excitement and pride. He continued to express into the microphone. At just 17 years old, Chu Feng has already netted 4 goals in La Liga, along with 3 assists. In the scoring charts, Chu Feng stands just behind Cristiano Ronaldo, who netted 6 goals, and Lionel Messi, who scored 5. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Mestalla Stadium, the expressions on the faces of tens of thousands of Valencia fans were a complex amalgamation of emotions. To be candid, prior to the commencement of this match, few could have anticipated that an Asian player would score 2 goals. In fact, The majority of Valencia supporters were unfamiliar with Chu Feng. Were they truly on the verge of defeat? Yet again, this damned Asian. How infuriating. Was Valencia's defense in a stupor? Tonight's match was destined to be a night of disgrace. It was incomprehensible to concede 2 goals to a young talent from the Celestial Empire. The defenders might as well retire collectively. All fingers pointed at Marcelino. He had to provoke this Asian player before the match. Indeed, he should resign immediately. Marcelino is unworthy of being the head coach of Valencia. Gradually, discontent began to surface among the Valencia fans. They even directed their ire squarely at head coach Marcelino. At this moment on the bench, the Valencia coach's face was etched with fear and shock. The course of the match had completely exceeded his expectations. Just as he had stated before the game, Marcelino did not believe that Chu Feng could exert pressure on Valencia's goal. Thus, during the tactical briefing, he had emphasized the need to defend against Carrasco and Griezmann. Yet now, Chu Feng had scored 2 goals, marked the opponent's number 18. I did not wish to see that fellow shoot again. At last, Marcelino began to adjust his tactics. He explicitly instructed the Valencia players on the field to focus their attention on Chu Feng. He gradually realized that one player, contenders, was insufficient to halt Chu Feng's advance. More players needed to be deployed to keep him in check. After the restart, Valencia's players swiftly launched an offensive toward Atlético's goal. However, due to contenders and Pereira needing to closely monitor Chu Feng, there were not many players committed to the attack. Additionally, with Atlético 2 goals ahead, they continued to adopt a defensive stance, further exacerbating Valencia's offensive challenges. For the majority of the time, Valencia's players could only attempt long-range shots from midfield to threaten Atlético's goal, yet this approach yielded minimal results. In the blink of an eye, the match reached the 80th minute. With only 10 minutes remaining, Marcelino, in a decisive move, replaced the underperforming Pereira with forward Gone-Allo-Gages. Substituting a defensive midfielder for an additional forward, Valencia's formation shifted from 4-4-2 to 4-3-3. In the 83rd minute, Perejo's long pass found Gone-Allo-Gages in the attacking third. Perhaps it is due to his recent introduction that Gone-Allo-Gages exhibited remarkable vitality in the attacking front. This time, Gages adeptly positioned himself, receiving the ball with his back to the play on the left side of the penalty area. Meanwhile, his fellow forwards, Zaza and Rodrigo, surged into the box. Regrettably, Gages opted not to pass. Instead, he forcefully turned to face Savic's close marking and chose to shoot. Thud. Unfortunately, his strike soared into the stands. On the sidelines, Marcelino shook his head in frustration, utterly displeased with Gages' decision during this offensive play. Pass the ball. Don't shoot. Do you think you're Messi or Ronaldo? Just as Marcelino chastised Gages, Atlético Madrid's goalkeeper Oblak swiftly took a goal kick. Moments-later, the ball landed at Carrasco's feet on the left flank. An opportunity for Atlético to attack. However, upon receiving the ball, Valencia's defenders, Montoya and Soler, swiftly closed in. Faced with the pressure of 2 opponents, Carrasco found himself lacking the strength to break through. Thud. Carrasco delivered cross, and the ball swiftly entered the penalty area. At the near post, Choupo-Moting leaped into the air, realizing that a direct header against Paulista's interference would be challenging. Thus, he opted for a clever flick. The ball sailed over another defender, Garay, and landed at Angel Correa's feet. Thud. The Argentine forward, presented with such a golden opportunity, immediately unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. Although Neto exerted every effort to make the save, the ball thundered into the net. 4-1. The suspense was extinguished. The Mestalla Stadium fell into silence, and a considerable number of Valencia fans began to exit, while the away supporters erupted in jubilant cheers. One more goal. Who says Atlético's attack lacks vigor? This evening, Atlético netted 4 goals. They decimated the bad army of Valencia. 17-year-old Choupo-Moting also achieved his 2nd assist of the match. The suspense had nearly evaporated. As he stated, a score of 4-1 was more than sufficient for Atlético to secure victory. Consequently, after the restart, Atlético players refrained from further attacks, and the visiting Valencia players appear to have lost their spirit. The final minutes devolved into mere garbage time. Chapter 42, Hat-Trick, Reward, Divine Stamina Potion. As everyone anticipated the match to conclude with a score of 4-1, Chu Feng did not relent in his offensive pursuit. In a bid to etch his name indelibly in Marcelino's memory, Chu Feng resolved to leave a lasting impression on the Valencia coach this evening. Thus, even as all the Atlético Madrid players seemed to have surrendered their offensive efforts, Chu Feng continued to sprint fervently. At last, in the 89th minute, when Condabia returned the ball to the fullback Montoya with slightly insufficient force, an opportunity presented itself for Chu Feng. Despite reaching the limits of his physical endurance, he pressed on, gritting his teeth and running with fervor. Meanwhile, the Valencia coach, observing from the sidelines, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and shouted urgently, "Be careful. Clear the ball." However, before Marcelino could finish his warning, Chu Feng had already surged forward, intercepting Montoya with the swiftness of a meteor. He seized the ball. In the 89th minute, Chu Feng was still running with unbridled energy. This was a prime opportunity for an attack. As commentator, Wei's words lingered in the air. Chu Feng charged towards the Valencia penalty area with the ball at his feet. To be frank, the Valencia defenders had utterly relinquished their focus on the match. Their thoughts were elsewhere. Consequently, when Chu Feng penetrated the box, the defenders failed to react. Just as Chu Feng lifted his right foot, poised to strike, center back Paulista lunged in with a reckless tackle, upending both Chu Feng and the ball. The referee, witnessing this moment, immediately blew his whistle. Beep! He swiftly approached the foul location and issued a yellow card to Paulista. The Valencia center back was cautioned for committing a foul within the penalty area, and the referee pointed to the penalty spot. A penalty kick. In the final minute of the match, through his tireless efforts, Chu Feng had earned Atlético Madrid a penalty. Wei, upon witnessing this, raised his commentary voice in excitement. Like everyone else, he was astonished that Chu Feng continued to press forward in the dying moments of the game. "Chu, you take the penalty. It's yours to claim." Originally, the first-choice penalty taker for Atlético Madrid was Griezmann, but he willingly ceded the honor to Chu Feng. Griezmann understood the underlying tensions between Chu Feng and the opposing coach, and as a teammate, he hoped Chu Feng would deliver a performance that would resoundingly silence Marcelino. Moreover, this penalty was a direct result of Chu Feng's relentless determination, and Griezmann was more than willing to pass the responsibility to him. Chu Feng did not refuse. After taking the football, he gently placed it on the penalty spot. Chu Feng, he himself, is stepping up to take the penalty. In the studio, Wei, upon seeing Chu Feng standing behind the 12-yard mark, immediately raised his voice in excitement, exclaiming that if Chu Feng could score this penalty, he would achieve his first hat-trick in La Liga. Within the Mestalla Stadium, every Valencia supporter was emitting intense boos, attempting to sway Chu Feng's mindset through this cacophony. Beep! As the referee blew the whistle for the penalty, the chorus of boos and insults escalated several decibels. However, there was no expression on Chu Feng's face. His gaze was firmly fixed on Neto. Suddenly, Chu Feng began his run-up, and at that moment, the Valencia goalkeeper on the goal line, seeing Chu Feng's shooting motion, immediately dove to the right. He guessed correctly. Indeed, Chu Feng directed his shot toward the right side of the goal. Bang! Balotelli unleashed a powerful strike, and with the force of Balotelli's cannon-like shot, Chu Feng's attempt resembled a projectile, swiftly finding its way into the far corner of the net. Although Neto anticipated the direction, his hands could not touch the ball. A thunderous shot. The goal is scored. 5-1. Chu Feng has achieved a hat-trick. If my memory serves me correctly, this marks the first instance of an Asian player scoring 3 goals in a single La Liga match. Chu Feng is crafting his own miracle. Following his goal, Chu Feng refrained from his usual machine gun celebration. Instead, he leapt onto the advertising board, removed his jersey, and pointed to his number 18 shirt in front of the ardent Valencia supporters. At that moment, the Valencia fans fell utterly silent, despite the provocative nature of his celebration. Fool! On the sidelines, Marcelino furiously smashed his mineral water bottle against the substitute bench before striding directly toward the player tunnel. Shortly thereafter, the referee blew the final whistle, concluding the match. 5-1. Atlético Madrid, playing as visitors, secured a resounding victory over the backcourt. It was no surprise that Chu Feng, who achieved a hat-trick during the match, was awarded the title of player of the match. Moreover, due to his 3 goals, he was entitled to take the match ball home as a memento. Ding! System detected that the host scored 3 goals in the match, awarding 3 points of free attributes. After the conclusion of the match, Chu Feng received 3 points of free attributes. Without hesitation, he immediately allocated these points to his confrontation skill. Subsequently, Chu Feng examined his latest status panel. Chu Feng, 17 years and 3 months, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 80 kilograms. Physical attributes: speed, 77, explosiveness, 75, reaction speed, 70, strength, 88, stamina, 72, jumping, 73, injury proneness, 60, physical attribute rating, C, offensive attributes, shooting, 80, long-range shot, 76, header, 77, set piece, 66, dribbling, 72, offensive attribute rating, B-, passing attributes, long pass, 70, short pass, 64, through ball, 67, cross, 67, vision, 80, passing attribute rating, C, defensive attributes, tackle, 56, slide tackle, 56, interception, 56, save, 56, physicality, 72, defensive attribute rating, D, overall rating, 75, comprehensive evaluation level, C, star skills, Alvarez luck boost card, Balotelli cannon card, usable attribute points, 0. Aside from slight improvements in stamina and physicality, other attributes remain largely unchanged. It seems further training is essential. At that moment, the system's voice rang in Chu Feng's ears once more. Ding! Host detected a hat trick in La Liga. Reward: Godly Stamina Potion. Following this, the system provided further clarification. Godly Stamina Potion. Upon usage, it reduces host fatigue and rapidly restores stamina. It can only be used before a match and is available only once. Chapter 43. The Champions League approaches. Atlético Madrid enters the Devil's Group. Eliminate fatigue? Upon perceiving the system's explanation, Chu Feng maintained a serene expression. To him, the potion was not yet a necessity. After all, he had only participated in 2 matches, and at present, his body did not feel fatigued. Furthermore, most of his additional training took place in the divine training ground, where the primary benefit was the absence of exhaustion. Thus, during this recent period, Chu Feng had little need for it. Chu Feng, may I request an interview? At that moment, a voice from the celestial realm reached his ears, prompting him to swiftly turn around, only to find a woman with a ponytail. When Chu Feng laid eyes on her for the first time, he was struck by a fleeting sense of familiarity. Ma Fanshu? Chu Feng suddenly recalled that she was the host of World Football. Oh, you know me? Ma Fanshu's face revealed a hint of surprise upon hearing her name called. Yes, I have watched your program. In his previous life, World Football was a weekly staple for Chu Feng, especially during his school days when he could not watch the matches live and had to rely on the show to keep abreast of the major leagues. I am a correspondent for Dongqiu Network in the West. May I interview you? Many fans back home admire you and are eager to learn about your recent activities. Faced with Ma Fanshu's earnest request, Chu Feng naturally did not refuse and nodded slightly. Subsequently, Ma Fanshu and Chu Feng commenced the interview in a corner of the players' tunnel. The first question: how did you become a player for Atlético Madrid? Ma Fanshu inquired with curiosity. I was previously a player in Atletico's youth training camp and, by a stroke of fortune, earned a trial with the first team, after which Simeone invited me to join. Chu Feng succinctly outlined the process of his entry into the team. Ma Fanshu nodded and glanced at her notes before posing her second question. You're the first Asian player to score a hat trick in La Liga. How do you feel about that accomplishment? Chu Feng responded with unwavering calmness. Feelings? I have none. As a forward, my sole responsibility is to score goals. The final inquiry, one of great concern to the devoted fans of the nation, was posed. If the national team extends an invitation, would you choose to join the men's football squad? It is rumored that you are not particularly interested in joining. Upon hearing this question, Chu Feng fell silent. As a traveler from another time, he was acutely aware of the chaos and darkness enveloping the football scene in this era. With a resolute shake of his head, he replied in an unmistakable tone, I will not join. Really? Chu Feng, are you certain? Ma Fanshu seemed unable to believe her ears and pressed further. I am quite certain. Chu Feng elucidated to Ma Fanshu that his current desire is to remain in Europe, focusing all his efforts on club competitions, and regarding the national team, that discussion can wait a few years. During Chu Feng's interview with Ma Fanshu, Spanish media outlets were abuzz with extensive reports about him. 2 consecutive victories. Atlético Madrid triumphed in a resounding away victory against Valencia, thanks to a hat trick from the 17-year-old prodigy from the East. A remarkable 3-game winning streak. As reported by AS, Atlético's emphatic 5-1 win declared their return to dominance. With 2 wins and 1 draw, Atlético has surged to 4th place in the standings. Notably, the 17-year-old sensation has scored in consecutive matches. Marca reported 5 goals in 2 games. An Asian forward with black hair and yellow skin has emerged. The most astonishing fact is that he is merely 17. Catalonia Sports pondered whether Chu Feng could be the next superstar striker, having achieved a hat trick against Valencia. He is crafting his own miracle. World Sports highlighted that the young talent, once ridiculed by Marcelino, has left an indelible mark with 3 exquisite goals that will ensure Marcelino never forgets his name. Chu Feng. Daily Sports noted the fervor within a bar in the Arganzuela district of Madrid, where dozens of fans clad in Atlético jerseys passionately discussed Chu Feng's performance. A middle-aged man, sipping on beer, exclaimed that it has been a long time since Atlético's youth academy produced a talent like him, reminiscent of his first viewing of Torres. A younger fan remarked that Chu Feng's prowess seems even more formidable than Torres' ascent to the first team. His shooting accuracy is terrifying. He resembles Agüero, and also Forlan. May he assist Atlético in clinching the La Liga title. The primary concern for Atlético lies in their attacking line. If this Asian forward can reach the pinnacle of Torres' abilities, we truly have a chance at the championship. The tavern was filled with fans extolling Chu Feng's performance, with some even beginning to dream of the La Liga championship. Meanwhile, in the locker room, Atlético Madrid's coach, Simeone, was exceedingly pleased with his players' performance. After all, Valencia's strength surpasses that of Las Palmas, yet Atlético secured a resounding victory. Well done, lads. Keep it up. Next week, we face a doubleheader, and the Champions League group stage begins. I hope we can maintain tonight's form against Roma. With the match concluded, the focus now shifts to the upcoming Champions League clash. Defeat Roma. Defeat Roma. Under Simeone's guidance, each Atlético player radiated confidence. 4 days hence, Atlético Madrid is set to face AS Roma in an away match, marking the inaugural game of the UEFA Champions League group stage. Atlético finds itself in Group C, a veritable group of death. Alongside the formidable Chelsea from the Premier League and Carabao, in addition to Roma and themselves. The strength of Roma, Atlético, and Chelsea appears to be closely matched. Thus, for Atlético to advance from the group, it is imperative they secure an advantageous result against Roma. The following day, at the Atlético training ground, Simeone did not grant his players a moment's respite. Instead, he fervently dedicated himself to preparing for the match against Roma. Each player exerted themselves with utmost diligence during training, particularly Chu Feng, who immersed himself entirely in the practice sessions. Moreover, even after the regular training concluded, Chu Feng continued to hone his combative skills at the striking training facility. Chapter 44. The away match against Roma. Chu Feng makes his Champions League debut. In a recent exclusive interview with Don't Show Network, Chu Feng declared his intention not to join the national team, aspiring instead to become a legend at Atlético Madrid. On the distant eastern continent, Don't Show Network officially released this report, and within a mere 10 minutes, it garnered nearly 100,000 reads. As time progressed, the readership surged exponentially. In the comments section, domestic fans divided into factions supporting Chu Feng and opposing him, igniting fervent debates regarding whether he should join the national team. As a native of the East, it is deemed a duty for him to join the national squad. After all, a football prodigy has emerged, and he must assist the national team in reaching the World Cup. It is perplexing to comprehend Chu Feng's stance. Joining the national team could render him a hero in his homeland. We are all acutely aware of the state of domestic football. Including Chu Feng in the national team would be fraught with peril and devoid of benefits. Recall how Yao Ming suffered injuries in the NBA due to excessive participation in international competitions. Let us not forget that Chu Feng is merely 17 years old, a child who must not be burdened with too many matches. Even if he were to join the national team, would victory in competitions be assured? Would the national squad necessarily qualify for the World Cup? One fears Chu Feng may struggle to elevate the performance of his less competent compatriots. Before long, the comments section erupted, with tensions escalating between the two factions of fans, leading to increasingly sharp exchanges. Observing this, Don't Show Network promptly initiated a poll titled, "Do you believe that 17-year-old Chu Feng should join the national team?" In just one day, nearly 1 million fans participated in the voting, with 80% opposing Chu Feng's inclusion, 10% remaining neutral, and only 10% advocating for him to fight for his country. At this moment in Madrid, Spain, Chu Feng was indifferent to the discussions among domestic fans. Upon returning to his apartment, he promptly opened the training ground of the divine striker once more. Only 2 days remained until the UEFA Champions League match against his Roma. Chu Feng urgently needs to enhance his combat attributes. He yearns to score goals in the Champions League, as the system's reward mechanism dictates that a single goal in the Champions League grants 2 points of free attributes. In a sense, the Champions League presents a splendid opportunity for Chu Feng to augment his attribute values. The following day, at 8 o'clock, the players of Atlético Madrid set off early on their flight to Italy. On board the flight, Chu Feng did not neglect his rigorous training at the Divine Blade training ground. As the airplane touched down, so too did the conclusion of Chu Feng's training, only to be accompanied once again by the familiar voice of the system in his ear. Ding! Side quest issued. Assist Atlético Madrid in reaching the Champions League quarterfinals. Ding! Quest reward, unknown. Another task. Yet this time, the system refrained from disclosing the specifics of the reward, marking it as unknown. This, paradoxically, piqued Chu Feng's curiosity. However, for Atlético Madrid to penetrate the semi-finals, the foremost task is to ensure advancement from the group stage. Naturally, to achieve this, Atlético must secure victory in this crucial match. Upon returning to the hotel, Chu Feng once more accessed the Divine Blade training ground, believing that any training, however slight, would be beneficial. At this moment, during the press conference, Simeone articulated his aspirations for the upcoming match. We have traveled a great distance to Rome, not for leisure, but to seize victory in this match. Undoubtedly, Roma is an outstanding team, boasting numerous elite players within their ranks. Yet, this will not hinder Atlético from achieving success. Following Simeone's declaration, the expressions of the Roma journalists in attendance were noticeably incredulous. One journalist from the Rome Sports Daily raised his hand, directing a question at Simeone. Roma has remained unbeaten in this season's Serie A, particularly at home, where they have secured 3 consecutive victories. Do you genuinely believe Atlético possesses the capability to defeat Roma? Simeone, maintaining an impassive demeanor, replied, "Of course, that is precisely why we have come to Rome. As you have noted, Roma is indeed in fine form in the league. However, regrettably, this match is not Serie A, and Atlético is certainly not an Italian club. The competition in the Champions League is incomparable to that of Serie A. Such is Simeone, never one to conceal his ambitions, as he straightforwardly expressed his objectives during the interview. The following day marked match day. Surrounding the Stadio Olimpico in Rome, throngs of Roma supporters awaited the commencement of the grand battle with palpable excitement. The Roma fans were acutely aware that for their team to advance from the group stage, victories against both Atlético and Chelsea were imperative. Thus, a substantial number of fans arrived, intent on transforming the Stadio Olimpico into an infernal fortress for their team. At 7 o'clock in the evening, within the visiting team's locker room, Simeone announced the starting lineup for the evening's match. As anticipated, Chu Feng, who had netted a hat-trick in the previous game, was once again included in the starting 11. Chu, bring your goal-scoring talent to the Champions League match. Go for it. Before taking to the field, Simeone took a moment to bolster Chu Feng's spirits. The Champions League is just like La Liga. Do not be anxious. I believe you can aid the team with your goals. Since Chu Feng's remarkable brace in the match against Las Palmas, he has unequivocally earned Simeone's trust. Thus, in this crucial encounter against Roma, Chu Feng once again secured a starting position. I will give it my all, he declared resolutely to Simeone. At 7:25 p.m., the starting players of Atlético Madrid and Roma, hand in hand with ball boys, officially stepped onto the hallowed pitch. In that moment, the entire Stadio Olimpico erupted in a frenzied chorus. Over 50,000 Roma fans sang in unison their anthem, AS Roma, Roma Mia. The essence of this song, translated as Rome, my Rome, embodies the spirit of unity, proclaiming that the people of the entire city will stand and fight alongside Roma, a sentiment both powerful and uplifting. Meanwhile, in the away supporter section, more than 2,000 Atlético Madrid fans accompanied their team to the away match. Although they could not rival the home crowd in numbers, their fervor and enthusiasm in singing their anthem were equally formidable. Chu Feng was profoundly moved by the atmosphere of the venue. He felt his legs brimming with determination, eager to showcase his talent on the pitch. Chu, give it your all. Once the match commences, I shall create opportunities for you. At that moment, Griezmann leaned in close to Chu Feng's ear. In this match, Griezmann was Chu Feng's partner on the front line. Let us seize this bloody victory together. Like Chu Feng, Griezmann was ignited by the fervor of the crowd, filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 45, The Clash Erupts. The fans' emotions ignite. At this moment, in the studio of Dongfang Continent Sports Network, commentator He Wei announced the starting lineups for both teams. The first round of the 2017 to 2018 UEFA Champions League group stage was upon us. Serie A powerhouse Roma was set to host Atlético Madrid. Head coach Di Francesco deployed a 4-3-3 formation. In goal was Brazilian Alisson. The defensive line comprised Bruno Perez, Manolas, Juan Jesus, and Kolarov. The three midfielders were Strootman, Rossi, and Nainggolan. The attacking trident included El Shaarawy, Dzeko, and Prodigy. On the visiting side, Atlético Madrid's Simeone continued with a 4-4-2 formation. In goal was Oblak, with defenders Felipe, Godin, Savic, and Juanfran. The midfield quartet consisted of Saul, Partey, Gavi, and Koch, while the forward duo featured Chu Feng and Griezmann. Notably, this match marked Chu Feng's first Champions League start. We hope he could deliver a remarkable performance on his debut. On the pitch, the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. The entire Stadio Olimpico erupted in a deafening roar of cheers and shouts, as over 60,000 Roma fans raised their fists in unison, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. Within the stadium, the home team Roma immediately launched their assault, with veteran midfielder Rossi delivering a long pass that accurately found El Shaarawy on the flank. Facing Felipe's defense, El Shaarawy executed a series of sudden stops and changes of direction, attempting to break through with feints. However, Felipe remained focused, refraining from rashly intervening, which meant El Shaarawy was unable to secure a favorable shooting opportunity. At that moment, midfielders Saul, Partey, and others swiftly positioned themselves. Clearly, this Italian winger had lost his chance to penetrate. Bang! At that instant, El Shaarawy opted for a different approach, sending the ball directly into the penalty area. Near the penalty spot, Roma's towering striker Dzeko leapt into the air. The forward from Bosnia stands at an impressive height of 193 centimeters, boasting remarkable heading ability. Just as Deco was preparing to leap for a header, Atlético Madrid's defensive stalwart, God surged forward. In that fleeting moment, both players made simultaneous attempts to seize the opportunity. Ultimately, the ball was deftly cleared by the defensively astute God as the cornerstone of Atlético's defense. It must be noted that God's aerial defensive skills are indeed exceptional, leaving Roma's forward Deco at a complete disadvantage in this encounter. The second ball was secured by Atlético's midfielder God, paving the way for a counterattack. With a decisive thud, the seasoned God wasted no time in showcasing his long-passing prowess. In mere moments, the ball soared into the attacking third, just outside Roma's penalty area. Chu Feng anticipated the play and positioned himself advantageously. Despite the interference from midfielder Rossi, Chu relied on his height to gain control of the ball. Here! At that instant, Atlético's attacking linchpin, Griezmann, darted into the penalty area. Observing this, Chu deftly flicked the ball with the back of his foot. Suddenly, the ball found itself at Griezmann's feet. What a chance! Inside the commentary booth, the announcer, Jean Jun, heightened his voice as he witnessed Griezmann receiving the ball within the box. Simultaneously, Griezmann executed a shot with his left foot. Bang! Griezmann's strike was assertive, sending the ball hurtling towards Roma's goal. Alas, the illustrious Brazilian goalkeeper Alisson was present. Upon seeing Griezmann's shooting motion, Alisson sprang into action, leaping with all his might, stretching his arms wide in midair. With a powerful punch, Alisson single-handedly preserved his goal. In the stands of the Stadio Olimpico, over 60,000 Roma fans erupted into applause for Alisson's heroics. Meanwhile, Griezmann, having taken a shot, clasped his head in despair, his eyes reflecting frustration and embarrassment. Nonetheless, Atlético Madrid's offensive onslaught persisted. The ball, deflected by Alisson, landed in the midfield, where Atlético players successfully seized the second ball. Before long, the ball found its way to Saul's feet within the penalty area. Upon witnessing this, Chu Feng suddenly opted to withdraw. He understood that given his current strength, the likelihood of securing a shooting opportunity within the penalty area was rather slim. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to linger at the edge of the penalty arc. Indeed, as soon as Chu Feng retreated to the arc's apex, Saul delivered a precise through ball. The football landed perfectly at Chu Feng's feet. This time he faced the goal squarely. Confronted with this golden opportunity, Chu Feng did not hesitate. He swiftly swung his right foot, only to be violently knocked to the ground by Roma's defensive midfielder, Rossi. In that fleeting moment, when Chu Feng was about to shoot, Rossi suddenly lunged in from the side, taking both player and ball down in a single sweep. Beep! The referee, witnessing the incident, promptly blew the whistle for a foul and brandished a yellow card from his pocket towards Rossi. The Roma captain was filled with dissatisfaction regarding the referee's decision, even going so far as to assert that Chu Feng had feigned injury. I clearly touched the ball. It is this Asian who is acting. You ought to give him a yellow card. As the referee remained unmoved, a frustrated Rossi stormed up to Chu Feng, hurling insults. "Actor, cunning Asian, stop your charade and get up." Upon hearing those words, Chu Feng was instantly engulfed in fury. Just as he was about to rise and confront Rossi, Atlético Madrid's midfield stalwart, Coke, surged forward and forcefully shoved Rossi, exclaiming, "Are you accusing us of diving? Did you not see that you missed the tackle? What a shameless scoundrel." With Coke's push, the emotions between the players ignited in an instant. Numerous players became entangled with one another, and, simultaneously, the Roma fans in the stands erupted in a torrent of vitriol directed at the Atlético players. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle pierced through the chaos, finally managing to calm the players of both teams. Yet the fervor among the Roma supporters remained uncontainable. "Take down these Spaniards. Wipe out that Asian player. Give them a punch. This is Rome, not a place for the likes of you to provoke us. Foolish Madrid OS, get lost." Meanwhile, in the visiting fan section, over 2,000 Atlético supporters waved their fists defiantly at the home crowd, resulting in a cacophony of unsavory language filling the stadium. Chapter 46, a world-class goal. Chu Feng scores his first Champions League goal, a free kick. Chu Feng was brutally tackled from behind by Rossi. Atlético Madrid was awarded a favorable free kick in the attacking third. Rossi's provocation of Chu Feng led to an altercation. It seemed both teams had lost control. Indeed, it was a Champions League match, where the intensity surpassed that of La Liga. In the studio, Hiwei expressed his concerns, saying, "Let us hope that Chu Feng is not seriously injured. He is currently an idol of Chinese football. Moreover, he holds a significant position in Simeone's tactics." Following this clash, the match resumed. Chu Feng, limping slightly, managed to rise from the turf. Upon witnessing this, Simeone, the seasoned coach, bellowed from the sidelines, "Chu, can you endure? Do you need the physician's assistance?" As a coach with ample experience, Simeone was acutely aware that a young player like Chu Feng, merely 17 years of age, was particularly susceptible to injury during the match. Fortunately, the issue was not severe. Chu Feng gave a thumbs up to Simeone, signaling his determination to continue playing. At this moment, Griezmann had already placed the ball on the penalty spot. As Atlético Madrid's primary penalty taker, Griezmann resolved to take the free kick himself. On the goal line, Alisson was busily directing the positioning of the wall. "2 steps to the left. Okay, no problem. Come on." Alisson enthusiastically clapped his hands, then crouched slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Griezmann. Suddenly, the once boisterous stadium fell into a hush. The attention of both Roma supporters and Atlético's traveling fans riveted on this pivotal moment. With a sharp whistle from the referee signaling the start of the free kick, Griezmann began his measured run. He glanced at Alisson's positioning before decisively striking the ball with his left foot. Alas, his shot failed to clear the wall, as a Roma defender blocked it with his body. The wall held firm. Atlético had squandered this opportunity to score. Just as Hiwei lamented this missed chance for Atlético, his eyes widened in sudden astonishment as he intently observed the screen before him. Griezmann's shot, thwarted by the wall, fortuitously landed right at Chu Feng's feet. Remarkably, there were no Roma players nearby to impede him, without a doubt. This was an excellent opportunity for Chu Feng to strike. Thud! Without hesitation, Chu Feng swiftly lifted his right foot and unleashed a powerful shot. The Balotelli skill card activated. In the fleeting moment that Chu Feng completed his shooting motion, the ball surged forward like a cannonball, whistling past numerous defenders at lightning speed. Due to Alisson's view being obstructed by his own defenders, the Roma goalkeeper was unable to react in time to make a save. By the time Alisson noticed the ball slicing through the defenders, it was evidently too late for him to intervene. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the back of the net, leaving Alisson with no chance to respond. What a remarkable goal! Chu Feng executed a breathtaking long-range shot, successfully piercing through Alisson's defenses. 1-0. Atlético Madrid takes the lead. This also marks the first goal of 17-year-old Chu Feng in the UEFA Champions League. Chu Feng has seamlessly transitioned his fiery form from La Liga to the grand stage of the Champions League. In the studio, Hiwei, filled with excitement, shouted passionately, expressing that, to be honest, he did not expect Chu Feng to start before the match. Yet now, not only has Chu Feng started, but he has also scored. On the screen, numerous fans from the homeland echoed Hiwei's exhilaration, flooding the screen with comments. Can you believe it? He actually scored. Chu Feng's shooting is truly remarkable. No way. Is this really happening? Chu Feng's long-range shooting ability is almost on par with that of Cristiano Ronaldo. Is it truly the case that Chu Feng is merely 17 years old? Can he really be a player from the Celestial Empire? I find it hard to believe. Scoring in La Liga is one thing, but to net goals in the Champions League as well. How astonishing. This night has certainly not been in vain. Such a world-class strike. Alisson had no chance to respond. On the pitch, following his goal, Chu Feng refrained from his customary machine gun celebration. Instead, he stood still, arms outstretched, with an expression of serene tranquility on his face. His celebration was reminiscent of a sovereign reigning supreme, exuding immense confidence. Once again, Chu Feng silenced his critics with a splendid goal. On the sidelines, Coach Simeone celebrated with fervor, raising his fists in jubilation upon witnessing Chu Feng's long-range strike. Meanwhile, assistant coach Burgos clapped enthusiastically, and the joy on everyone's faces was genuine, reflecting their heartfelt happiness for Chu Feng. He has once again demonstrated his prowess in a crucial match. Mr. Simeone, Chu will undoubtedly be the treasure of the team's future, Burgos remarked, to which a rare smile emerged on Simeone's face. Indeed, he is the most gifted 17-year-old I have ever encountered. Perhaps he is destined to claim the Ballon d'Or someday. Simeone's attitude towards Chu Feng has undergone a complete transformation, evolving from initial skepticism to profound admiration. With unwavering determination and skill, Chu Feng has firmly established himself as a key player in the team. On the pitch, Atlético Madrid's players surged towards him, exuberantly celebrating the magnificent goal that had just been scored. In stark contrast, the players from Roma were enveloped in expressions of resignation and frustration, particularly the goalkeeper, Alisson. He stood frozen in place, helplessly raising his hands. In his view, had his teammates not obstructed his line of sight, he would have had a genuine chance to save the ball. However, in the realm of football, there are no what-ifs, and the Roma players must now confront the harsh reality of trailing behind. As the game resumed, Roma, playing on home turf, had no option but to press forward with tenacity in their pursuit of a goal. Yet, after taking the lead, Simeone's team immediately adopted a defensive strategy. Griezmann and Chu Feng swiftly retreated to bolster the midfield. For Roma to find the back of the net, they urgently needed to devise a way to breach Atlético's formidable defense. Consequently, in the ensuing moments, Roma resorted to frequent long passes, attempting to exploit the aerial prowess of their tall striker, Deco, to threaten Atlético's goal. However, after a relentless 15 minutes of assault, Roma found themselves empty-handed, even granting Atlético the chance for a counterattack. In the 38th minute of the match, Roma's opportunity arose as forward El Shaarawy received the ball on the right flank. With a deft nutmeg, he elegantly bypassed Felipe's defense. Nevertheless, faced with the combined efforts of Sa, El, and God-In, the Italian winger opted to continue his advance. The inevitable outcome ensued, as God-In thwarted the attack with a decisive clearance. Despite El Shaarawy's reputation for dribbling prowess in Serie A, he found himself at a loss against God-In's resolute defense. Once again, Roma's offensive endeavor was halted. Across the distant eastern continent, commentator Hiway remarked into the microphone with a hint of levity, acknowledging that Roma had few effective strategies to combat Atlético Madrid's ironclad defense. With just 7 minutes remaining in the first half, Roma's players needed to conjure a solution. 2 minutes later, Roma's offense re-emerged, this time with the ball at the feet of right winger Prodigy. His playing style bore resemblance to El Shaarawy's, primarily focused on breaking through defenses. Yet, upon encountering the combined blockade of Juanfran and Coke, he too found no avenue for advancement. The sheer number of Atlético defenders quickly overwhelmed him, and in a blink, the ball was cleared away by Coke's powerful boot, soaring towards the front line. At that moment, near the center circle, Chu Feng positioned himself brilliantly, successfully outmuscling De Rossi to seize the first touch. On the stands occupied by the visiting fans, over 2,000 Atlético Madrid supporters raised their arms in unison, fervently chanting the name of the 17-year-old prodigy, Chu Feng. Undoubtedly, Chu Feng has emerged as the star player in the hearts of Atlético Madrid's devoted fans. Within the confines of the stadium, with De Rossi's interference, Chu Feng successfully halted the football. However, just as he was about to forcefully pivot, Roma's central defender Manolas suddenly charged in behind him. In that fleeting moment, facing the encirclement of two elite defenders from Serie A, Chu Feng found himself in a challenging predicament. To be frank, for Chu Feng, attempting to force his way through would indeed pose a considerable difficulty. Bang! Indeed, Chu Feng did not break through, but opted for a direct pass. With his exceptional vision, he swiftly discerned Griezmann's movement. The star player of Atlético Madrid suddenly surged forward, even penetrating the penalty area. Crucially, with Manolas advancing towards Chu Feng, only Juan Jesus remained as the defender within Roma's box. A pass to Griezmann would undoubtedly present a golden opportunity for a shot on goal. In less than 3 seconds, Chu Feng's precise through ball swiftly found its way to Griezmann's feet. Inside the penalty area, upon receiving the ball, Griezmann showed no hesitation, raising his foot to deliver a powerful strike. At that moment, the only defender in the Roman penalty area, Juan Jesus, rushed towards Griezmann, but all was in vain. Just as Juan Jesus attempted to block, Griezmann's shot remarkably slipped through the gap between his legs. In the next instant, the ball shot forth like a bullet, hurtling towards the far corner of the goal with breathtaking speed. All the pressure fell upon Alisson, standing on the goal line. The Brazilian goalkeeper leaped, desperately attempting to make a save with lightning speed. Despite Alisson's valiant effort, he was a fraction too late. Bang! The ball cruelly evaded his fingertips and crashed into the net. A goal! In the dying moments of the first half, Griezmann had assisted Atlético Madrid in extending their lead. The exhilaration on Griezmann's face was palpable as he rushed to embrace Chu Feng. The two of them locked in a tight hug. Both players radiated brilliant smiles. With the score now at 2-0, there was no doubt that the scales of victory had tilted decisively in favor of Atlético Madrid. Griezmann, what a spectacular shot! The ball pierced through Alisson's defense. 2-0. Atlético Madrid continued to widen their lead. The player who provided the assist to Griezmann was none other than the 17-year-old Chu Feng. In the studio, commentator Hiwei expressed heartfelt joy for Chu Feng, excitedly exclaiming, in his Champions League debut, Chu Feng not only scored his first goal, but also recorded his first assist. This prodigy from the Celestial Empire is crafting his own history. On the bench, Simeone couldn't help but display a satisfied smile. As an experienced coach, he understood that Atlético Madrid had firmly grasped victory in their hands. After the restart, with only 3 minutes remaining in the first half, it was unfortunate that the home team, Roma, failed to score during that brief period. In fact, the Roman forwards did not even manage a single shot on goal. Beep, beep, as the referee signaled the end of the first half. A thunderous cheer erupted from the visiting supporters, clearly indicating the satisfaction of Atlético Madrid fans with their team's performance. In stark contrast, the faces of the tens of thousands of Roma fans were etched with despondency and disappointment. Prior to the match, nearly 90% of Roma supporters believed that their team could leverage the home advantage to triumph over Atlético Madrid. Yet, the reality was a disheartening score of 0-2 at halftime. This was undoubtedly the most abysmal first half I have ever witnessed. Di Francesco, it's time to resign. How could a 17-year-old Asian forward dismantle our defense? What is happening with Alisson? I can't bear to watch any longer. In the stands, many Roma fans were left to sigh in despair, with numerous supporters already beginning to exit the stadium. Meanwhile, in the distant east, the official website of Donchio.com promptly seized the opportunity during halftime to publish a plethora of news regarding Chu Feng, scoring his first goal in the Champions League. Chu Feng's extraordinary strike pierced through Alisson's defenses. A goal on his Champions League debut. Chu Feng has successfully transferred his fiery form from La Liga to the grand stage of the Champions League, continuing to perform miracles. The 17-year-old Chu Feng helped Atlético Madrid take the lead. Chu Feng assisted Griezmann. The twin stars of Atlético Madrid united in force. They triumphed over Roma with a resounding 2-0 lead in the first half. Celebrations akin to a royal decree ensued. Chu Feng unveiled his second celebration gesture. The youngest Asian player to score in the Champions League. 17-year-old Chu Feng is crafting his own miracle. In Chapter 48, he executed a dazzling dribble through the legs. Inside the home team's locker room, Roma's head coach Di Francesco furiously pushed open the door and bellowed with a voice like thunder. What were you doing in the first half? Were you in a daze? This is the Champions League. You must bring forth 100% of your fighting spirit. Do not allow that young forward from the Celestial Empire to get a shooting chance. He is merely 17, and I do not wish to witness his celebration again. We must battle for our fans. Di Francesco scolded the Roma team for a full 10 minutes, and as they prepared to take the field for the final 5 minutes, he hastily arranged the tactics for the second half. Soon after, the second half commenced, and the beleaguered Roma team had no choice but to charge forward with determination. In the 49th minute, the ball reached Nainggolan's feet, and the formidable Roma midfielder opted for a powerful advance. Truth be told, Roma's midfield was not lacking in strength. Whether it was Strootman, De Rossi, or the ball-carrying Nainggolan, each possessed exceptional physical prowess and excelled on both offensive and defensive fronts. As Nainggolan surged into the opposing half, he immediately drew the attention of multiple Atlético defenders. In an instant, Saul, Party, and Gabby converged upon Nainggolan simultaneously. Bang! Nainggolan was acutely aware that, given the current circumstances, breaking through was an impossibility, leaving him with but one choice: to pass. In a fleeting moment, the ball zipped over the heads of the three Atlético players. Moments later, it landed within the penalty area. Roma's towering striker Zeko leaped into the air, exerting every ounce of effort to seize the first touch. Unfortunately, Atlético's central defenders Godin and Savic executed a tactical sandwiching. Zeko found himself ensnared like a filling in a cookie, unable to claim the initial touch. Ultimately, Godin managed to clear the ball. Roma's offensive efforts continued to falter against Atlético's impregnable defense, and the second ball was swiftly controlled by Atlético players. The young Saul, positioned at the edge of the penalty area, seized the ball without hesitation and unleashed a powerful kick towards the forward line. Bang! A few seconds later, the football landed gracefully at Griezmann's feet. As the most valuable player in Atlético Madrid's lineup, it is undeniable that the entire Roma defense would instinctively tense up when the ball reached him. The first to charge towards Griezmann was Roma's center-back, Manolas, while the defensive midfielder Strootman was also advancing toward the Atlético star. Additionally, lurking in Roma's backline were center-back Juan Jesus and full-back Bruno Perez, all poised and ready. This meant that in order for Griezmann to seize a shooting opportunity, he would need to maneuver past four defenders in a remarkably brief span of time. The challenge was undoubtedly monumental. Griezmann is indeed Atlético's marquee player, possessing considerable dribbling skills. Yet the expectation for him to bypass four of Roma's defenders in one swift motion seemed rather unreasonable. Just then, Griezmann heard someone calling his name. A newer. Pass it. At the pinnacle of the penalty area, Chu Feng beckoned for the ball from Griezmann, surrounded by an absence of defenders. Without a moment's hesitation, Griezmann swiftly pushed the ball forward with his left foot, sending it gliding along the grass to Chu Feng's feet. Meanwhile, in the stands of the Stadio Olimpico in Rome, a cacophony of deafening boos erupted from the home supporters. The Roma fans were thrown into disarray. In the first half, Chu Feng had already notched a goal and an assist, propelling Atlético Madrid to a 2-goal lead. This performance instilled an inexplicable anxiety within the Roma fans each time Chu Feng received the ball, prompting them to resort to jeering in an attempt to disrupt his composure. However, the reincarnated Chu Feng remained unaffected. In fact, the louder the boos grew, the more resolute and spirited he became. As Chu Feng received the football and was poised to lift his foot for a shot, Roma's fullback Bruno Perez surged forward to intercept him. Upon witnessing this, Chu Feng had no choice but to alter his offensive strategy, shifting from shooting to dribbling. However, in terms of sheer speed, he was utterly outmatched by Bruno Perez. Thus, the moment Chu Feng began to dribble, the Roma fullback swiftly closed in on him. At that instant, Bruno Perez resembled an unyielding adhesive, persistently adhering to Chu Feng's side. Chu Feng understood all too well that to seize a chance to shoot, he had to opt for a breakthrough. Consequently, he deliberately slowed his pace while dribbling, and then, with a sudden change of direction, simultaneously, Bruno Perez, the player from Roma, made a swift attempt to intercept. Just at that critical moment, a familiar voice echoed in Chu Feng's ear. Ding! The luck-enhancing card of Alvarez activated. Enhancements in confrontation, speed, breakthrough, and shooting by 30%. Bruno Perez's right foot had already made contact with the ball, yet in the next instant, the ball ricocheted off Chu Feng's calf. At that moment, Chu Feng quickly nudged the ball with his right foot. Bolstered by the luck-enhancing card of the little spider, he swiftly completed the breakthrough with remarkable speed. How could this be? Bruno Perez was momentarily stunned. In the first half of the match, this Roma fullback had previously engaged with Chu Feng and had not perceived his explosive speed to be significant. Yet in this instant, Chu Feng darted past him like a flash of lightning. This not only left Bruno Perez questioning his own abilities. Breakthrough. Chu Feng instantly surged past the Roma defender with astonishing speed. He charged into the penalty area. He Wei, commentating on the match, silently prayed in his heart. As Chu Feng dashed into the penalty area, the last remaining center-back for Roma, Juan Jesus, also rushed towards him. Nevertheless, Chu Feng did not halt his advance. As Juan Jesus closed in, he instinctively flicked the ball lightly with his right foot. Remarkably, the ball passed through Juan Jesus' legs. A nutmeg. In the studio, Wei suddenly exclaimed, Chapter 49, Double Goals. A minor injury won't halt the fire. Inside the penalty area, After elegantly dribbling past one Jesus, Chu Feng found himself confronted by AS Roma's goalkeeper, Alisson, who charged out his goal with remarkable speed. In a split second, Alisson's right hand grazed the ball, yet unfortunately, he failed to deflect it far enough. Instead, the ball landed right at Chu Feng's feet. Seizing this golden opportunity, Chu Feng would not let it slip away. With a deft push of his right foot, the ball soared through the air like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly bypassing Alisson and nestling securely into the net. The score was now 3-0. Atlético Madrid had secured another goal in their away match. Following the goal, Chu Feng dashed towards the advertising boards, executing his signature machine gun celebration. At that moment, within the Stadio Olimpico, the expressions on the faces of the tens of thousands of Roma supporters were a tapestry of emotions: discontent, disappointment, and helplessness. No one could have anticipated that a 17-year-old player from the Celestial Empire would score 2 goals in this match. Once again, it was Chu Feng. In the studio, Hiwei exclaimed in a fit of excitement, "A brace." Chu Feng has netted his second goal of the match. This was a breathtaking solo effort, as Chu Feng skillfully maneuvered past both Bruno Perez and Juan Jesus, and even under the pressure from Brazil's national goalkeeper, Alisson, he managed to find the back of the net. Truly remarkable. Chu Feng had once again demonstrated that players from the Celestial Empire can indeed excel in football. On the sidelines of Roma, head coach Di Francesco stood in a state of desolation, hands on his hips, gazing at his players with a shake of his head from time to time. Perhaps at that moment, he had relinquished all hope for the match. In stark contrast, not far from Di Francesco, Atlético Madrid's coach Simeone was in a state of fervent excitement, wildly waving his fists in the air, his eyes alight with exhilaration. Chu Feng scored the decisive goal that sealed the match. Simeone is firmly convinced that it is merely a matter of time before Atlético Madrid secures victory in tonight's encounter. The morale of the Roma players has plummeted to an all-time low. In fact, it is not only the Roma players who have lost faith in this match. The tens of thousands of Roma fans present have also succumbed to despair. Gradually, a significant number of supporters have begun to vocally express their calls for Di Francesco's dismissal. Some fans have even chosen to leave the stadium altogether. Upon the resumption of play, the Roma players exhibited no intention of conceding defeat. In the 58th minute, De Rossi's long pass found the flanks where Schick awaited, but the young Mosquito's attempt at a breakthrough once again ended in failure. It is evident that the entire attacking trident of the Roma squad is performing dismally. Whether it be Schick, D'Ico, or Parodi, all have squandered a plethora of scoring opportunities. By the 63rd minute, De Rossi, thoroughly disillusioned with the forwards, opted to take a long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area. Bang! The ball soared directly into the stands. Roma's offense continues to pose no threat to Atlético's goal. Before long, the match clock ticked to the 70th minute, and once again, Atlético Madrid seized a counterattack opportunity. Godin's header clearance found the midfielder Koch, who subsequently delivered a precise through ball to the forward Griezmann. Griezmann, without hesitation, passed the ball forward to Chu Feng. Upon receiving the football, Chu Feng immediately surged forward with full vigor. Although the score of 3-0 was sufficient for Atlético Madrid to secure 3 points that evening, Chu Feng yearned for more goals. After all, according to the system's regulations, each goal scored in the Champions League would yield 2 points of free attributes. To elevate his attribute values swiftly, Chu Feng had no intention of halting his offensive momentum. At that moment, Roma's captain, De Rossi, rushed forth to defend against him. However, as De Rossi extended his leg for a tackle, Chu Feng seized the opportunity, deftly nudging the ball with the inside of his right foot. The football elegantly glided through De Rossi's legs once more. Ding! Alvarez's luck was off the charts. The next moment, as Chu Feng maneuvered past De Rossi, preparing for a powerful strike, he suddenly felt his balance falter. It turned out that De Rossi, incensed after being humiliated, impulsively launched a reckless tackle from behind. Beep! At the instant Chu Feng fell to the ground, the referee promptly blew the whistle for a foul and swiftly brandished a yellow card at De Rossi, followed by a red card from his pocket. The captain of Roma had been sent off. 2 yellows transformed into a red. De Rossi's foul was utterly reckless. Having lost control of the football, he resorted to such a desperate tackle. Hopefully, Chu Feng would remain uninjured. Just as Hiwei concluded his statement, the live stream was instantly inundated with a flurry of comments. Clearly, countless fans from the homeland were deeply concerned about Chu Feng's condition. Damn, is De Rossi out of his mind? Why resort to a flying tackle against Chu Feng? If he can't compete, must he resort to such underhanded tactics? It's disgraceful. Please, young lad, don't get hurt. He embodies the hope of our football. Such vile actions must be penalized. I hope he receives a 5-match ban. This fellow was thoroughly outplayed by Chu Feng tonight. He must be seething with frustration, losing the game and his dignity. De Rossi should retire on the spot. On the sidelines, Simeone's expression turned tense upon witnessing Chu Feng's fall, urgently beckoning the medical staff to attend. Just then, with Griezmann's assistance, Chu Feng gradually rose to his feet. "Coach, I'm fine." Chu Feng waved his hand towards Simeone, seemingly intent on persevering through the match. To be frank, at that moment, he could scarcely feel his ankle. However, in pursuit of scoring more goals in the Champions League and swiftly enhancing his attributes, he chose to battle through the pain. With De Rossi sent off, Roma would be down a man for the next 20 minutes, presenting Chu Feng with a golden opportunity to score. No matter what, he had to seize it. Thus, he resolved to endure. Regrettably, the diminished Roma side opted to abandon the contest, subsequently adopting a defensive formation akin to a fortress. Due to various factors such as injury and declining physical fitness, Chu Feng failed to secure a third goal. After 90 minutes, the referee's whistle marked the conclusion of the match, with Atlético Madrid triumphing over Roma with a score of 3-0. In Chapter 50, titled Missed Home Debut, Atlético held to a draw. The system's reward echoed in Chu Feng's ears after the match concluded. However, this time, he chose not to allocate the 4 points of free attributes to his confrontation skills, but rather to enhance his injury attribute. Having been tackled by De Rossi during the game, Chu Feng's right ankle remained excruciatingly painful. Following this match, he gradually recognized that in order to ascend to the ranks of a world-class forward, he must first ensure the possession of a healthy physique, or rather, a body that is not easily prone to injuries. With his injury attribute now at 64 after the adjustments, it remains quite low, to be honest. In the forthcoming matches, Chu Feng must exercise caution regarding physical confrontations. The competition for a starting position in Atletico's forward line is fiercely intense. Should he be sidelined by injury, there is a significant risk that a teammate might usurp his position. "Chu, how is your injury?" Upon returning to the locker room, Simeone promptly approached him, inquiring about his condition. "It's manageable," Chu Feng replied, reluctant to reveal the extent of his injury. Nevertheless, each step he took appeared to be a struggle, and he looked visibly distressed. Observing this, Simeone wasted no time in summoning the team doctor for an examination. A few minutes later, the Atletico team doctor, with a look of disappointment, stated, "You have sprained your right ankle. It will require at least a week of rest. My recommendation is for you to refrain from participating in the next match." Both Chu Feng and Simeone displayed a hint of resignation upon hearing the doctor's words. After a brief silence, Simeone solemnly placed a hand on Chu Feng's shoulder and gently said, "For the next few days, you need not train. Focus on your recovery." To be candid, Simeone felt somewhat guilty towards Chu Feng. After all, it was he who had encouraged Chu Feng to partake in numerous high-intensity matches, which could indeed be taxing for a 17-year-old player. At this juncture, Chu Feng could only acquiesce to Simeone's advice. Although he yearned to participate in the next match, his injured ankle posed a risk. If he were to rush back onto the pitch, it might exacerbate his injury or even jeopardize his professional career. Therefore, he had no choice but to rest at home. The following day, while all Atletico players were on the training ground rehearsing tactics for the upcoming match against Malaga, Chu Feng was not idle in his player apartment. He had already opened the training program early, ready to hone his skills. However, this time, Chu Feng did not continue with the additional practice of confrontation, but rather shifted his training objective to the enhancement of his injury attributes. Although his right foot was currently in a sprained condition, upon entering the training ground of the divine striker, Chu Feng was astonished to discover that his injury had miraculously healed. This revelation instantly filled him with hope. In Chu Feng's perspective, if he could take advantage of this period to swiftly elevate his injury attributes, it was entirely possible that his recovery could be expedited. Training objective: injury 64 to 66, training progress, 1 time spent, 8 days. In a span of 8 days, to elevate 2 points in attributes? Upon observing the elapsed time, a look of despondency immediately enveloped Chu Feng's countenance. This indicated that he was on the verge of missing the match against Malaga, especially considering that only 5 days remained until the commencement of this encounter. The primary reason for Chu Feng's desire to participate in the upcoming match was that the clash between Atlético Madrid and Malaga marked the inaugural home game of the season. Chu Feng has always dreamed of competing at the Calderón Stadium, yet it seems he must now relinquish that aspiration. On the training ground, as the head coach, Simeone bears immense pressure. He is acutely aware that Malaga is far from an easy opponent to conquer. In the absence of Chu Feng, Simeone can only place his hopes on Griezmann and Angel Correa. As for Torres and Gamero, it is evident that these two players have been thoroughly sidelined by Simeone, particularly Torres, who was a mainstay for Atlético Madrid last season, has seen his position diminish dramatically this season with the emergence of Chu Feng and the excellent form of the Argentine forward, Angel Correa. Soon, the date of September 17th arrived, the match day between Atlético Madrid and Malaga. This was Chu Feng's first experience watching a game from the stands at Calderon Stadium. However, to be frank, Chu Feng yearned to be on the pitch rather than merely an observer. For this match, Simeone opted for a forward pairing of Griezmann and Angel Correa. Unfortunately, as the game commenced, the duo's performance in the attacking third was lackluster, failing to create substantial offensive opportunities. Furthermore, both Griezmann and Angel Correa are agile forwards, and when Atlético's teammates sent high balls into the penalty area, it became exceedingly difficult for them to seize the first touch. Conversely, the visiting Malaga frequently posed threats to Atlético's goal through swift counterattacks. Were it not for Oblak's remarkable performance, Atlético might have already conceded. Watching from the stands, Chu Feng felt increasingly frustrated. The poorer the forwards played, the stronger his desire grew to don the jersey and take to the field. Ultimately, he decided to close his eyes and engage in additional training in his mind. After 90 minutes, Atlético Madrid and Malaga ended in a goalless draw. Having recently claimed 2 consecutive victories in La Liga, Atlético was held to a stalemate at home by Malaga. After 4 rounds, Atlético's record stood at 2 wins and 2 draws. On the league table, they had been surpassed by Sevilla, now relegating Atlético to 4th place. Such a result undoubtedly displeased the Atlético supporters present, and after the match, a chorus of boos emerged from many home fans, expressing their discontent in this manner. At the post-match press conference, numerous journalists did not hold back, posing a plethora of pointed questions to Simeone. Mr. Simeone, what do you believe was the primary reason the team failed to secure victory this evening? The journalist from Marca was the first to raise his hand to inquire. Undoubtedly, the team's offensive performance has been dismal following Chu's injury. Both Griezmann and Angel Correa were effectively subdued by their opponents this evening. Chapter 51. Returning to the starting lineup. Garnering Agent Mendes' attention. Are you suggesting that as long as Chu takes the field, Atlético Madrid can triumph over Malaga at home? The Marca reporter continued to press Simeone with questions. Indeed, I must concede that Atlético has become reliant on Chu. He scored 5 goals in the first 2 La Liga matches, which attest to his formidable prowess. Simeone's response instantly ignited a flurry of reactions among the journalists present. From a media perspective, it seemed he was evading responsibility. Is it truly credible that Atlético's offense hinges on a 17-year-old forward from China? Another journalist from Madrid Sports could no longer contain himself and directed a question towards Simeone. Simeone frowned, raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, and stated, "Yet this is the reality. I must admit, although Chu is merely 17, he has already ascended to the ranks of first-class forwards in La Liga. If all goes as expected, Chu will return from injury for the next match, and I have faith that he will score against Athletic Bilbao." After the press conference concluded, Simeone's remarks swiftly became the focus of Spanish media coverage. Marca, Atlético Madrid held to a draw by Malaga at home. Simeone claims the team's inability to secure victory is due to the injury of the 17-year-old Chinese prodigy. Mundo Deportivo, 2 draws and 2 wins. Simeone's squad has slipped to 4th in the standings. Chu's absence has plunged Atletico's offense into disarray. Madrid Sports. The solution for Atletico's forward line? Chu's injury leaves Atletico's attack barren. AS. Simeone asserts post-match that 17-year-old Chu is Atletico's hope for goals. Without Chu, Atletico will lose their scoring capability. The comment section of the reports sparked considerable debate among Atletico fans. A substantial number believe that the failure to defeat Malaga stemmed primarily from Simeone's tactical decisions, while another faction chose to side with Simeone, leading to a heated exchange in the comments. It is undeniable that Chu's performance in the first 2 La Liga matches was indeed commendable. Yet he is Chu, not Messi. Indeed, Chu's absence cannot possibly hinder Atletico's offense. Simeone could easily deploy players like Gamero or Torres. Simeone is merely being obstinate. He must bear the brunt of the blame for this match. Is there a possibility that Simeone's statements hold truth? Is it conceivable that Atletico's offense genuinely cannot function without this young Asian talent? Indeed, Chu Feng's ascension to a pivotal role in Atlético Madrid at the tender age of 17, coupled with his remarkable achievement of scoring 5 goals in 2 La Liga matches, undeniably attests to his prodigious talent. Brothers, let us cease our quarrels. The match is behind us. Let us anticipate the next one. Frankly speaking, even Chu Feng himself did not foresee the esteemed position he holds in Simeone's regard. Therefore, upon encountering these reports, he was genuinely taken aback. Simultaneously, Chu Feng gradually comprehended his significance to the team. In a fervent effort to prepare for the upcoming match against Athletic Bilbao, he dedicated extensive hours to rigorous training at the Divine Striker training ground. The following day, in the affluent district of distant Portugal, the renowned football agent Mendes held a newspaper in his hands, which featured Simeone's appraisal of Chu Feng. Particularly, upon reading the words 17 and Celestial Empire within the article, Mendes's pupils dilated in realization. At that moment, he astutely sensed a lucrative opportunity. Immediately send me the information on Atlético Madrid's number 18 player. Quickly. After perusing the newspaper, Mendes promptly dialed his assistant. 5 minutes later, the assistant relayed all of Chu Feng's details to Mendes's mobile device. Scoring 5 goals and assisting 4 times in La Liga at the age of 17, making 1 appearance in the Champions League and netting 2 goals. This boy is nothing short of a prodigy. Mendes then glanced at Chu Feng's current market value, and upon discovering it was merely 100,000 euros, he hesitated not a moment longer and redialed his assistant. Now, book me a flight to Madrid immediately. As one of the preeminent agents in the world of football, Mendes represented elite stars such as Cristiano Ronaldo, Di Maria, and Diego Costa. However, these luminaries had not approached Chu Feng's level at the tender age of 17. This conviction bolstered Mendes's belief that Chu Feng would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable contender for the Ballon d'Or in the future. He had to secure Chu Feng's signature without delay. On September 20th, the day before Atlético's away match against Athletic Bilbao, Chu Feng arrived at the training ground early. After nearly a week of rest, his right foot had completely healed, and thanks to his intensive training at the Divine Striker facility, both his physical resilience and injury attributes had improved. His resilience attribute reached 75, while his injury attribute rose to 66. When Simeone observed Chu Feng returning to the training field, he was naturally elated and excited. Nevertheless, for prudence's sake, he instructed the team doctor to conduct a thorough assessment of Chu Feng's condition. Upon seeing the doctor give a thumbs up, a rare and radiant smile spread across Simeone's face. He embraced Chu Feng and exclaimed exuberantly, "Chu, play well in tomorrow's match. Let your goals serve as a resounding rebuttal to those foolish media." It was evident that Simeone still harbored grievances over the previous match's media interviews. Leave it to me. Though he had only missed 1 match, Chu Feng had long been yearning for the opportunity to compete. He was eager to step onto the field at once. The following day marked the day of the match. Early in the morning, the first-team players of Atlético Madrid boarded a bus heading towards the Basque region. On the bus, Simeone announced the starting lineup for the match. As expected, the returning Chu Feng was successfully included in the starting 11. "Chu, I never expected you would start again. Be cautious during the match, and for heaven's sake, do not get injured again. "The players of Athletic Bilbao are known for their physical play, and the San Mamés Stadium is famously regarded as a fortress in La Liga. This match would be quite challenging. Despite being direct competitors for the center-forward position, Torres and Chu Feng maintained a friendly rapport, devoid of any rivalry. I know, those Basque warriors. I've heard that all the players of Athletic Bilbao are native Basques." Chapter 52. Another Devil's Home Ground. Athletic Bilbao's triad. At 3 in the afternoon, the pre-match press conference took place. Perhaps due to Chu Feng's return from injury, Simeone made a rare bold proclamation during the conference. "I am fully aware that competing at San Mamés is no easy feat, but Atlético Madrid is well prepared to seize victory. Our purpose in coming to this stadium is to secure 3 points." Simeone added, "Today, Chu Feng will return from injury. To those media and fans who previously doubted him, I hope you will sincerely appreciate Chu Feng's performance. This young talent from the East shall lead Atlético Madrid to victory soon." The words spoken by Simeone during the conference reached the ears of Athletic Bilbao's players. An hour before the match, in the home team's locker room, the players of Athletic Bilbao rallied each other. "Brothers, let us give it our all. Let us crush Atlético Madrid. Silence Simeone. Athletic Bilbao will prevail. Defend the honor of our home ground. We must not allow that Asian to wreak havoc here. Go Bilbao! Under the captain's fervent encouragement, the entire Athletic Bilbao team brimmed with fighting spirit. They were eager to engage in a fierce battle against the Atlético side on the distant eastern continent. The viewership in the live broadcast room of Dongxiu Network surged past 8 million. Welcome, dear fans, to the spotlight match of the 5th round of La Liga. Athletic Bilbao hosts Atlético Madrid. Currently, Athletic Bilbao ranks 5th in the standings, with merely a 1-point gap separating them from Atlético Madrid. Coach Saganda has deployed a 4-2-3-1 formation for this evening's match. The goalkeeper is Kepa, with the defensive line consisting of Kappa, Unai, Nez, Laporte, and Valencia. The two defensive midfielders are San Jose and Torres. In the forefront, the trio comprises Susueda, R.A. Elgark A, and Muniain, while the striking line features the formidable Adris. On the visiting side, Atlético Madrid, Simeone has opted for his preferred 4-4-2 formation. The goalkeeper is Oblak, with 4 defenders, Felipe, Godin, Savic, and Jimenez. The midfield quartet includes Coke, Sael, Party, and Gaydin, while the forward duo consists of Griezmann and Choupo-Moting. In the previous match, Choupo-Moting was sidelined due to injury, which directly contributed to Atlético Madrid's draw against Malaga at home. Now, with Choupo-Moting's swift return, we eagerly anticipate his performance. In the last 12 encounters between the two teams, Atlético Madrid has undeniably held an overwhelming advantage, triumphing in 9 matches with 2 draws, while Athletic Bilbao managed to secure victory only once. The last time Athletic Bilbao overcame Atlético Madrid dates back to January 2013, illustrating that Atlético Madrid has been a formidable adversary for Athletic Bilbao. Shortly after Hiway announced the starting lineups for both teams, a deafening cheer erupted from the stands of San Mamés Stadium. The starting players, led by the officiating crew, stepped onto the pitch. In that moment, over 50,000 Athletic Bilbao fans passionately sang their anthem, Himno del Athletic, in Basque. The essence of this song conveys that Athletic Bilbao is the greatest team in the world, and the Basques will always support them. One must admit, the lyrics of this song are quite stirring, and coupled with the fans singing in Basque, it creates an atmosphere of tremendous spirit. This marks Choupo-Moting's first appearance at San Mamés Stadium, and truth be told, upon hearing the Thunder's chorus, he felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. However, as the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the match, Choupo-Moting swiftly focused his attention on the game. In the 3rd minute of play, the home team, Athletic Bilbao, seized a shooting opportunity in the attacking third. Midfielder San Jose delivered a penetrating through ball that successfully found the core of Athletic Bilbao, Muniain. Faced with Jimenez's defense, Muniain executed a series of sudden stops and directional changes. Standing at approximately 1.7 meters with remarkable speed, Muniain's agility put Jimenez at a disadvantage during the defense. In a fleeting moment, Muniain utilized his sharp movements and technical prowess to evade Jimenez's balance, and then, with lightning speed, he surged towards the penalty area. Instantly, the entire Atlético Madrid defense was thrown into disarray, as central defenders Godin and Savic rushed towards Muniain without hesitation. At that moment, the core player of Athletic Bilbao unexpectedly opted for a back pass. Within the penalty area, veteran Aritz Adris swiftly received the ball and unleashed a powerful shot. Bang! The ball soared like an arrow, grazing the left post before flying out of bounds. A near miss that was perilously close. Athletic Bilbao delivered a formidable strike against Atletico Madrid's goal right at the onset, completely penetrating their defensive line. Hiway continued, remarking that it seemed Simeone's pre-match comments had successfully provoked Athletic Bilbao, which was certainly not beneficial for Atletico Madrid. No sooner had he finished speaking than Athletic Bilbao launched another wave of attack. This time, it was a steal by Torres, who passed the ball to the attacking midfielder Raul Garcia, a player renowned for being the offensive linchpin of Atletico Madrid, excelling in both passing and shooting. True to form, upon receiving the ball, Raul Garcia wasted no time in engaging with Atletico Madrid's defenders and immediately took a shot. Bang! With a dull thud, the ball hurtled toward the goal. At this crucial moment, Atletico's goalkeeper Oblak showcased his worth, diving to make a save. His fist deflected the ball away. Athletic Bilbao's initial onslaught had left Atletico's defense in disarray. In the stands, over 50,000 Bilbao fans erupted in cheers, raising their arms in jubilation. Even the diehard supporters began to sing the team anthem, Himno del Athletic. On the sidelines, Atletico's coach Simeone wore a look of discomfort. utterly unprepared for the ferocity of Bilbao's assault. The players up front seemed as if they were fueled by adrenaline. Of course, Atletico would not remain passive. After Oblak's save, the ball fell to midfielder Saul, who swiftly distributed it to the right flank to gate in. Meanwhile, within the penalty area, Chu Feng and Griezmann had taken their positions. Chapter 53. The ability of a world-class defender. Restricted? Counterattack. Atlético Madrid seized a counterattacking opportunity. Gate in advanced down the wing with the ball. He passed. Under pressure from multiple Bilbao players, Gate in opted for a direct cross. In the studio, Huey had just commented when Gate in's precise cross found its way into the penalty area. At that moment, at the penalty spot, Atletico's towering striker, Chu Feng, leaped into the air, just as Bilbao's center-back Laporte was also positioned to contest. The two players jumped almost simultaneously. Yet in terms of height and leaping ability, Laporte evidently had the upper hand. Bang! Without any surprise, Laporte swiftly completed a header clearance. Chu Feng, in the aerial duel, was clearly no match for Laporte. Although Chu Feng stood an impressive height of 185 meters, his jumping ability was rather mediocre. Huey, witnessing Laporte's prompt clearance ahead of Chu Feng, could not help but display a hint of disappointment on his face. Meanwhile, in the stands of San Mamés Stadium, over 50,000 Athletic Bilbao fans erupted into genuine cheers and shouts. Clearly, Laporte's defensive prowess had greatly satisfied the home supporters. Splendid. Laporte's defense remained steadfast. This Asian striker's capabilities appear rather ordinary, unable to even contest high balls against Laporte. Indeed, it is perplexing how this individual managed to score so many goals in previous matches. Madrid should quickly retreat. Laporte's defensive performance is truly commendable. This Asian player will have no opportunities tonight. At that moment, every Athletic Bilbao fan in the stands firmly believed that Laporte would completely neutralize Chu Feng's advances. Many fans even directed boos and insults towards Chu Feng, attempting to disturb his state of mind and performance. In a private box, a middle-aged man clad in an exquisite suit displayed a fleeting expression of disappointment upon witnessing the confrontation between Chu Feng and Laporte. This man was Mendes. Mendes had come to Spain with the intention of persuading Chu Feng to become his client. However, he was now beginning to regret his decision, realizing that Chu Feng's abilities were not as formidable as depicted in Spanish newspapers. Am I mistaken? Mendes shook his head in resignation, evidently dissatisfied with Chu Feng's performance. The match continued. After Laporte preemptively cleared the ball before Chu Feng could intervene, it was quickly regained by an Athletic Bilbao player. This time, the defensive midfielder Torres received the ball and swiftly executed a through pass to the attacking midfielder R.A.L. Garca. Moments earlier, R.A.L. Garca had attempted a long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area. Although it did not result in a goal, it effectively served as a warning. Now, as R.A.L. Garca advanced the ball to the top of the penalty area, two Atlético Madrid defensive midfielders suddenly surged into his path, namely Sael and Party. These two players formed an impenetrable wall before R.A.L. Garca, effectively blocking any opportunity for a shot. Bang! Despite missing a shooting opportunity, Raul Garcia opted to pass instead. With a gentle flick of his right foot, the ball soared into the air, gracefully descending into the penalty area. At that moment, Athletic Bilbao's forward, Adris, skillfully positioned his body against God-in. As Raul Garcia's pass landed before him, Adris struck decisively. Thud! The ball flew like an arrow, narrowly grazing the post before crossing the goal line. Once again, Athletic Bilbao's attack ended in failure. Nevertheless, the stands of San Mamés erupted with cheers and encouragement. It is no exaggeration to say that in the opening phase, Athletic Bilbao almost besieged Atletico Madrid's goal. On the sidelines, Coach Zaganda applauded his disciples. Although the players were somewhat unfortunate, they had adhered strictly to the pre-match tactics. Zaganda believed that given a few more chances, his players possessed the requisite skill to find the back of the net. During this period, Chu Feng seemed somewhat adrift on the pitch, particularly as Athletic Bilbao dominated possession. Chu Feng found himself with little opportunity in the forward line. Furthermore, the player he faced today was none other than the illustrious Laporte. Rumor has it that the esteemed central defender has caught the eye of Manchester City's coach, Guardiola, and it is anticipated that Laporte will join the Sky Blues once the winter transfer window opens. Currently, Chu Feng's strength is rated at a mere C level, while Laporte undoubtedly holds an A level. In both physical confrontations and one-on-one matchups, Chu Feng stands little chance against Laporte. Therefore, Chu Feng found himself in need of transformation. he began to frequently retreat to the midfield and even the defense to receive the ball. Within Simeone's tactical framework, Chu Feng possessed a remarkable degree of freedom. He could both pass and shoot with equal finesse. Before long, the football found its way to his feet. In the 18th minute of the match, Atlético Madrid's midfielder Coque, upon receiving a throw-in from Oblak, immediately spotted the retreating Chu Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, Coque delivered the ball to him. At the very instant Chu Feng received the pass, a chorus of boos erupted from the stands of Simeone's stadium. Jeers, taunts, and scornful remarks bombarded him. Moreover, several players from Athletic Bilbao rushed towards Chu Feng, including Sanjos and Torres, who converged upon him in a dual assault. Clearly, the players of Athletic Bilbao harbored a certain apprehension regarding Chu Feng's individual prowess. Wei was utterly astonished that, even when Chu Feng dropped back to the midfield, two players from Athletic Bilbao would confront him directly. Just then, however, Chu Feng opted for a daring breakthrough. Initially, his intention was to pass the ball to the forward, Griezmann. Yet, regrettably, Griezmann found himself equally marked by the relentless Nez and the vigilant fullback, Kai. A pass was not the most prudent choice. In Chapter 54, he skillfully maneuvered past two opponents, orchestrating a goal. With no space for a pass, Chu Feng decided to seize the moment and charge forward with the ball. Bam! In a swift motion, Chu Feng deftly maneuvered with his right foot. At that very moment, the two defensive midfielders of Athletic Bilbao also surged forward. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Feng summoned all the strength within him and abruptly collided with San Jose using his shoulder. Chu Feng understood that his sole advantage compared to these La Liga players lay in his strength. Thus, to seize opportunities amidst his opponent's double team, it was imperative to fully leverage his core power. The correctness of Chu Feng's choice was soon evident. The moment his shoulder collided forcefully with San Jose, the Bilbao Athletic midfielder lost his balance and crashed to the ground. In truth, San Jose possessed commendable core strength, but on this occasion, he underestimated Chu Feng's impact and did not exert his utmost to resist, resulting in a rather embarrassing fall. Chu Feng had sent San Jose sprawling. One must admit, Chu Feng's physical prowess is truly remarkable. He moved across the pitch like an armored vehicle, unstoppable by any contender. As a devoted fan of Chu Feng, Wei could not contain his admiration for the young player's performance. However, Chu Feng had yet to complete his breakthrough. Besides San Jose, another defender stood in his path. Upon witnessing his teammate fall, Torres was momentarily taken aback, yet quickly regained his composure. Without hesitation, he charged towards Chu Feng, prepared to halt his advance by any means necessary, even if it meant committing a foul. Ding! The luck boost card for Alvarez activated. At this critical moment, a familiar voice echoed in Chu Feng's ear. The luck boost card had successfully engaged, significantly enhancing Chu Feng's attributes related to confrontation, breakthrough, and passing. Empowered by this skill card, Chu Feng felt a newfound confidence in his ability to break through. Just then, Torres lunged towards him, and instinctively, Chu Feng flicked the ball with his right foot. Perfectly timed, Torres attempted to block, but the football deftly slipped through his legs. With a single move, Chu Feng had maneuvered past two players. The stands of San Mamés Stadium fell into a hush as over 50,000 home fans witnessed this astonishing display. Even the visiting Atlético Madrid supporters were left in awe by Chu Feng's series of brilliant breakthroughs. The nutmeg. Chu Feng had evaded two opponents. In the face of Atlético Madrid's stalled offense, the 17-year-old Chu Feng emerged as a beacon of hope, single-handedly tearing through Bilbao Athletic's central defense. As Wei finished his sentence, fellow commentator Su Yang expressed his heartfelt astonishment. I can hardly believe that such remarkable feats were accomplished by a player from our homeland. Chu Feng's skills are virtually unmatched domestically. As a former national player of the Celestial Empire, Su Yang possesses a profound understanding of the current capabilities of the national men's football team. Thus, his remarks carry a degree of authenticity. On the field, the personal performance of Chu Feng has yet to reach its conclusion. After effortlessly surpassing two players from Athletic Bilbao in quick succession, he did not halt his advance, instead sprinting towards the opponent's penalty area with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Now, it is Athletic Bilbao who finds themselves in a state of urgency. Particularly in the coaching area, where Zaganda's brow is furrowed, he immediately raises his voice, commanding, "Focus on defense. Do not allow the opponent's number 18 to take a long-range shot. Clear it out. Quickly." Prior to this match, Zaganda had observed all of Chu Feng's performances throughout the season, understanding that this 17-year-old possesses a powerful long-range shot. Should he be granted an opportunity to shoot in the attacking zone, the consequences could be dire. Under the coach's insistence, finally, the defenders of Athletic Bilbao rushed forth. Among them, Unai, Nez, and Laporte were the first central defenders to confront Chu Feng at the edge of the penalty area. Chu Feng faced a direct confrontation with these two defensive players. In fact, during previous matches, he had already experienced the defensive prowess of Laporte, and now he is additionally confronted by Unai, Nez. Chu Feng comprehended that the likelihood of overcoming the interference of these two central defenders in such a brief span was virtually non-existent. For him, the most prudent course of action was to pass the ball, with the enhancement of his vision attributes. He caught a glimpse of Griezmann making a dash into the lateral space of the penalty area. The most pivotal factor was that, due to the advance of Unai and Ez and Laporte, only a solitary fullback remained before Griezmann. Faced with this golden opportunity, how could Chu Feng let it slip away? Bang! Chu Feng swiftly lifted his right foot. At that moment, defenders Laporte and Unai Nunez, upon noticing this, hurriedly made a desperate attempt to block the shot. Alas, it was in vain. Chu Feng's kick was not a shot on goal, but rather a precise pass. Suddenly, the ball sailed ruthlessly over the heads of the two defenders and landed perfectly at Griezmann's feet. It was nearly a piercing ball through the defensive line. After controlling the ball, Griezmann, facing the interference from the fullback Valencia, did not hesitate but executed a deft poke shot. However, at that critical moment, Athletic Bilbao's goalkeeper, Kepa, stepped up. He successfully blocked the shot towards the near post. Despite Griezmann's powerful strike, he could not breach the fortress that Kepa had established. With a powerful punch, Kepa sent the ball away. Instantly, the stands of San Mamés erupted with the cheers of over 50,000 Athletic Bilbao fans. Everyone was uncontrollably chanting Kepa's name. Yet, before the name could fully escape their lips, despair washed over the faces of the supporters. For the ball that Kepa had punched out did not travel far. In fact, it landed directly at Griezmann's feet once more. Bang! This time, Griezmann did not squander the opportunity. He swiftly struck the ball with his left foot. In a flash, the ball darted towards the goal's dead angle like a shooting star. The ball found the net. 1-0. The visiting Atlético Madrid had finally breached Athletic Bilbao's defenses. Griezmann had made his mark. Kepa, having given his all in that save, regrettably found himself helpless against Griezmann's double strike. Chapter 55. Athletic Bilbao was in a frenzy. They launched a full-scale attack. Griezmann, elated after scoring, did not celebrate but rushed towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng, I'm sorry I didn't T-convert your pass into an assist, Griezmann expressed with a tone of remorse. Yet, it was evident that Chu Feng did not mind. Assists were inconsequential. All that mattered was the victory of the team. Chu Feng patted Griezmann on the shoulder and spoke sincerely. Though he had amassed a considerable number of assists in La Liga, it must be said that he held little interest in them. Rather than assists, Chu Feng yearned to score goals. For each goal could be exchanged for a modicum of freedom attributes, thereby enhancing his prowess. Conversely, assists bore no tangible benefit. Once the game resumed, Athletic Bilbao's players swiftly launched an offensive towards their opponent's goal. Undoubtedly, a loss was intolerable for any player of Athletic Bilbao. Prior to the match, Simeone had emphatically declared that Atlético Madrid would secure 3 points at San Mamés, a statement that inadvertently ignited the ire of the entire Bilbao squad. Additionally, it had been quite some time since Athletic Bilbao had triumphed over Atlético Madrid, with many fans derisively labeling them as the patsy for the Madrid club. For these reasons, the players and supporters of Athletic Bilbao were fervently eager to vanquish Atlético Madrid that evening to alleviate their pent-up frustrations. Thus, from the very first minute of the match, the home team played with remarkable vigor. However, their offensive efforts bore little fruit. Now, having conceded the first goal to Atlético Madrid, Athletic Bilbao found themselves with no retreat, compelled to intensify their assault. In the 32nd minute, Bilbao's center-back Laporte launched a powerful kick towards the forward line. In an instant, the ball landed at the feet of right-winger Ceceda. As he prepared to break through, he was swiftly constrained by Felipe and Sael. Simeone's team adopted an exceedingly conservative approach, especially after taking the lead. With a mere gesture, he instructed all Atlético Madrid's attacking players to retreat to defense. Indeed, Atlético Madrid had once again erected a defensive fortress. Their objective was clear: to stifle the opponent's offense and maintain a 1-0 lead until halftime. On the right flank, Sociedad found no opportunity to breach the defense amidst the double team of two Atlético players. With no alternative, he ultimately opted to pass back. In the attacking midfield position, R.A.L. Garca successfully received the ball. Thus far, he had proven to be Athletic Bilbao's standout performer. After controlling the ball, he wasted no time and immediately unleashed a strike. In an instant, the ball surged forth like a speeding bullet, darting past several Atlético players and veered towards the goal. Alas, R.A.L. Garca's third long-range attempt of the first half was once again thwarted by Oblak. Faced with Atlético Madrid's impenetrable defense, it is evident that the players of Athletic Bilbao lacked effective solutions, resorting primarily to long-range shots to threaten the goal. However, the results of these attempts were largely mediocre. Unbeknownst to them, the first half of the match had already entered its final 10 minutes. As time gradually slipped away, the players' mentality began to shift towards anxiety, resulting in noticeable technical errors in their performance. A flurry of passing mistakes ensued. Moments later, the referee's whistle echoed, signaling the end of the first half. The score stood at 0-1, with the home team trailing. In the visiting team's locker room, Simeone expressed satisfaction with his players' performance. Upon entering, he greeted them with applause. "Well done, lads. Keep it up." In the second half, Athletic Bilbao will undoubtedly launch a fierce attack, so hold your positions. Do not concede. I believe we will have opportunities for counterattacks. And one more thing, be careful not to get injured. The Basques are quite aggressive. Simeone's final remark was particularly directed at Chu Feng. After all, Chu Feng had sustained an injury in the previous Champions League match, causing him to miss the game against Malaga. Despite being only 17, he had already established himself as a key player in Atlético Madrid's attack. Meanwhile, far away on the eastern continent, Don'Tio Network promptly published a report on the first half, announcing that Atlético Madrid had taken the lead with Griezmann's 2 consecutive goals. Chu Feng transformed into Messi. He skillfully maneuvered past 2 defenders, breaching the entire defensive line. A crucial pass facilitated Griezmann's goal. With only 30% possession, Simeone employed a bus-parking defense to stifle Athletic Bilbao's offensive attempts. Chu Feng faces targeted defense. Athletic Bilbao employs a double-team strategy. This 17-year-old prodigy has already become a cornerstone of the team. In the comments section, fans from the Celestial Empire have lauded Chu Feng's performance in the first half. The young lad has truly established himself as a mainstay for Atletico Madrid. His dribbling is indeed incisive. Athletic Bilbao's offensive play is somewhat fierce. Let us hope Chu Feng remains unscathed. Anticipating a potential eruption of conflict in the second half, we urge the young star to maintain his composure. It appears that Chu Feng has yet to regain his optimal form, as he had virtually no shooting opportunities in the first half. Nonetheless, it is acceptable. After all, Athletic Bilbao is no weak opponent, especially with Laporte bolstering their defense. It is truly unfortunate that Griezmann squandered an assist from Chu Feng. We still hope for Chu Feng to score in the second half. Keep pushing. 15 minutes later, the second half commences. Undoubtedly, Athletic Bilbao immediately initiates an offensive surge. Upon the kickoff, midfielder Raul Garcia receives the ball and swiftly delivers a through pass. Bang! The ball zips past Coke and Saul like a surgical instrument. Mere seconds later, it lands precisely at Adjura's feet. As a seasoned forward for Athletic Bilbao, Adjura swiftly unleashes a shot from just outside the box. The ball schemes the grass, heading straight for the goal. In a critical moment, Oblak promptly dives to make a save, deflecting the ball with a powerful punch. Coke regains control of the ball, and in an instant, an opportunity for a counterattack arises for Atletico Madrid. As the second half begins, the pace of both teams' offensive and defensive transitions accelerates. Chapter 56. A mistake leads to a goal. Bilbao equalizes. A long pass. Coke's delivery finds Chu Feng with precision. This is Atletico Madrid's chance for a counterattack. Just as commentator Hiwei finishes his sentence, several defenders from Athletic Bilbao surge towards Chu Feng. Atletico Madrid's sole goal was initiated by Chu Feng in the first half, especially after he skillfully navigated past 2 defenders in midfield, effectively breaching the opponent's defense. Thus, when Chu Feng receives the ball again, the entire defensive line of Athletic Bilbao is understandably on high alert. In a flash, defensive midfielder San Jose and fullback Kappa rush towards Chu Feng. Additionally, another Atletico forward, Griezmann, is already positioned within the Bilbao penalty area. For Chu Feng, the optimal offensive choice would undoubtedly be to pass. However, this time, he opts for a different route. Instead, he boldly strides forward, breaking through the defensive line. With a feint to pass with his right foot, he accelerates. The defenders of Athletic Bilbao have already developed a wary vigilance towards Chu Feng. At the very moment Chu Feng touched the ball, both San Jose and Kai Kue immediately extended their legs to impede him, while simultaneously colliding forcefully with Chu Feng. The door-closing defense of Athletic Bilbao firmly obstructed Chu Feng's advance. In the blink of an eye, in an instant, the football at Chu Feng's feet was intercepted. Kai Kue suddenly collided with Chu Feng using his shoulder, causing Chu Feng to lose control over the ball. At that moment, another defender, San Jose, seized the opportunity and launched a powerful clearance. Bang! The ball soared towards the front line of Athletic Bilbao. What was originally a counterattack opportunity for Atlético Madrid had now transformed into an offensive chance for Athletic Bilbao. In the attacking zone, the more experienced Adjures successfully anticipated the ball's landing, subsequently passing it to the winger, Munian. It must be noted that once Munian is afforded a one-on-one breakthrough opportunity, his confidence shines through remarkably. With a simple feint and a swift touch, Munian effortlessly glided past the defender. Atletico's fullback, Jimenez, stood like a stationary pole, unable to react in time. Immediately, Munian decisively cut inside, surging into the penalty area with his lightning speed. At that moment, it is no exaggeration to say that the entire defensive line of Atletico Madrid focused their attention on Munian. Center-backs Godin and Savic sprinted towards him at full speed. Bang! Just then, Munian opted for a diagonal pass. The ball spun rapidly, slipping through the gap between Godin and Savic. In the blink of an eye, the ball appeared before Adjures. Before the veteran of Athletic Bilbao stood only the opposing goalkeeper, Oblak. Confronted with such a golden opportunity, Adjures displayed the poise of an experienced player. He first lifted his right foot, feigning a shot. As Oblak charged forward, Adjures deftly nudged the ball with his right foot, bringing it under the control of his left foot. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the ball, like a swift arrow, pierced through Oblak's outstretched fingers. The ball found the net. Athletic Bilbao equalized the score. The entire San Mamés stadium erupted in jubilation. Both teams had returned to the starting line. At this moment, Hiwei's face revealed a hint of embarrassment as he continued speaking into the microphone. In reality, Chu Feng bears some responsibility for this goal conceded. The players of Athletic Bilbao capitalized on the interception from Chu Feng to gain this counterattack opportunity. At this moment, the broadcast camera was already focused on Chu Feng. It was evident that his face was etched with frustration and disappointment. Griezmann, Koch, Saul, and other players approached Chu Feng to offer their consolation. However, he remained engulfed in self-reproach. Since joining Atletico Madrid, Chu Feng had committed virtually no errors, earning him the admiration of numerous media outlets that heralded him as the hope for the club's front line over the next decade. Yet this evening, Chu Feng's reckless offensive play had led to a goal conceded by his team. Chu Feng finds it utterly impossible to forgive himself. In the stands, numerous Athletic Bilbao fans initially erupted in fervent cheers for the goal-scoring Eretz Adjures, only to subsequently turn their ire towards Chu Feng. A barrage of insults ensued. Is this the Asian forward that Simeone extolled before the match? Gratitude to the Asian lad for the indirect assist. Victory shall inevitably belong to Bilbao. Continue the assault. Obliterate these Madridites. What can this Asian do apart from conceding goals? This fellow possesses little more than a stroke of luck. He should hastily return to his homeland. At this moment, however, on the Atlético Madrid bench, Simeone bore no grudge against Chu Feng for the conceded goal. Rather, he actively offered applause to Chu Feng. Chu Feng, do not dwell on the missed opportunity. Continue the match. This is not your fault. We are entirely capable of turning the score around. Simeone harbored unwavering faith in Chu Feng, convinced that this young man with black hair and yellow skin held the potential to perform miracles. As the match resumed, it was now Atlético Madrid's turn to launch an attack. It had been previously stated that Atlético was the absolute nemesis of Athletic Bilbao, with the latter last defeating the former back in the distant year of 2013. From a psychological standpoint, Atlético's players undoubtedly held the upper hand. Soon, the ball found its way to Sael's feet. The young Atlético midfielder made no adjustments, promptly passing the ball to the right flank where Gate awaited. After a swift glance at the situation in the penalty area, Gate indecisively delivered cross. As a South American player, it must be acknowledged that Gate's technique was beyond reproach. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, successfully sailing over the head of Unai Nez at the near post. Following closely, the ball landed perfectly before Chu Feng. Undoubtedly, This presented a redemptive opportunity for Chu Feng, positioned at the penalty spot. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Feng leapt into action with all his might. Just as he was about to make contact with the ball, an unexpected loss of bodily control sent him crashing onto the grass. In this critical moment, Laporte emerged once more to rescue Athletic Bilbao. Chapter 57. The Redemption of Chu Feng. The counterattack begins. Once again, it is Laporte. Throughout this match, Chu Feng has been bested by Laporte on nearly every occasion. This instance was no different. In midair, Chu Feng was forcefully knocked down by Laporte. Within the studio of the sports channel, commentator He shook his head in resignation upon witnessing this, while Su Yang remarked that, given Chu Feng's current abilities, he cannot match Laporte's strength and must play with greater cleverness. In the stands of San Mamés Stadium, Athletic Bilbao supporters erupted into deafening cheers as they witnessed Laporte's dominance over Chu Feng in this confrontation. Undoubtedly, this was the scene every Athletic Bilbao fan yearned to witness. Bravo, Laporte, the world's premier defender. This forward from the Celestial Empire appeared utterly outclassed in Laporte's presence. A disgrace to the Celestial Empire. He is wholly unworthy of competing in La Liga. I wonder, has this Asian player even attempted a shot during the match? Perhaps he should consider retiring. Within the stadium, Chu Feng could clearly hear the derision from the Athletic Bilbao fans, yet there was no trace of anger upon his countenance. Chu Feng was acutely aware that the most fitting response was to score a goal. Thus, in the ensuing moments, he devoted nearly all his attention to the match, yearning to seize a decisive opportunity. However, time was not on Chu Feng's side. It was the 70th minute of the game. With his back to the goal at the edge of the penalty area, Chu Feng successfully received a pass from Coke. This time, he feigned a shot, executing a deceptive maneuver as if to pivot to the right. The moment Laporte reacted, Chu Feng swiftly shifted his weight to the left. Alas, Laporte anticipated Chu Feng's intentions perfectly. As Chu Feng turned left, Laporte lunged forward once more. In that instant, Chu Feng had yet to unleash his powerful shot akin to Balotelli's, and the ball was intercepted by Laporte. With a mighty kick, the ball soared into Athletic Bilbao's attacking territory. Fortunately, Atlético Madrid's seasoned center-back got in, kept a vigilant eye on Adris. Subsequently, this experienced defender managed to successfully dispossess Adris. The ball returned once again under Atlético's control. "Hey kid, did you really think you could breach my defense?" Laporte taunted, having cleared the ball and giving Chu Feng a shove, seemingly aiming to provoke him. "Tonight, I shall show you the intensity of La Liga." In response to Laporte's provocation, Chu Feng remained unfazed, focusing all his attention on the match. Chu Feng understood that as long as he kept striving and running, he would eventually have the opportunity to score. However, at this moment, within the stands occupied by the away fans, many Atlético supporters displayed expressions of helplessness and discontent. With over 70 minutes gone, why had Simeone not made any substitutions? They urged for Chu to be taken off. His performance today had been utterly abysmal. To be candid, it was difficult to discern any impact Chu Feng had on the match. He seemed to be wandering in a dream. Yet, one could hardly blame him. The prowess of Laporte was simply too formidable. The Atlético fans engaged in animated discussions regarding Chu Feng's performance that evening, and it was evident that the majority were dissatisfied, with some even calling out for Torres. On the sidelines, Simeone did indeed make a substitution, but rather than replacing Chu Feng, he withdrew the lackluster party, bringing on Carrasco. Unfortunately, this change bore no fruit, as the team's attacking efforts remained lackluster. Gradually, time slipped into the 82nd minute, and with the match nearing its conclusion, both the home side Athletic Bilbao and the visiting Atlético began to feel the pressure. This time, Atlético's midfielders exerted tremendous effort to reclaim the ball from their opponents. Subsequently, the ball found its way to Carrasco's feet. The Belgian winger possessed confidence in his ability to break through, especially upon noticing that only one defender stood in his path, which only bolstered his resolve. He abruptly halted. He deftly maneuvered. Then, with a swift move, Carrasco evaded the Athletic Bilbao fullback with his agile footwork. "Cover him. Don't let him cut inside. Foul. Quick." Upon witnessing this, Zaganda's face was instantly etched with anxiety. To be fair, he held a fair understanding of Carrasco's individual capabilities. If Carrasco found his rhythm for a breakthrough, he could very well orchestrate a spectacular goal. Under Zaganda's urgent shouts, several Athletic Bilbao defenders rushed into position. Besides the two defensive midfielders, Sanjas and Torres, even center-back Unai and Easy charged forward to confront Carrasco. In an instant, Three players clad in Athletic Bilbao jerseys lunged towards Carrasco. However, Carrasco was not Messi. Faced with the onslaught of three defenders, he found himself devoid of opportunities. Ultimately, he met the same fate as Chu Feng, as the ball was effortlessly intercepted by an opponent. Thud! Once again, Athletic Bilbao launched a counterattack. Center-back Unai Inez's powerful clearance transformed into a long pass, landing perfectly at the feet of R.A. El Garque. The attacking linchpin of Athletic Bilbao found himself at the edge of the penalty area, poised for another shot. However, before R.A. El Garque could execute his attempt, Godin launched into a decisive sliding tackle, harshly bringing R.A. El Garque to the ground. Beep! The referee, witnessing the foul, unhesitatingly brandished a yellow card at Godin, while Athletic Bilbao was awarded a free kick just outside the penalty area. R.A. El Garque stepped up to take it. Bang! The ball soared over the wall, curving swiftly towards the goal. Unfortunately, it failed to breach Oblak's steadfast grip. The Atlético goalkeeper secured the ball confidently in midair and then suddenly unleashed a powerful kick. Bang! Mere seconds later, the ball traversed a significant portion of the pitch, landing squarely in front of Chu Feng. At last, Chu Feng seized the opportunity. Among the entire Athletic Bilbao defensive line, only Laporte and Balanziga remained. The first to rush toward Chu Feng was the fullback Balanziga. Chu Feng opted for the simplest method of breakthrough, an explosive surge. Chapter 58, The Last Moment's Decisive Strike. A salvation for the team. Chu Feng was acutely aware that this counterattack would likely be his final opportunity in the match. Therefore, in order to assist his team in securing victory and to achieve personal redemption, he resolved to act decisively. Chu Feng must score. He is giving his all. Despite his physical stamina being nearly depleted, he has not faltered in his sprint. Ding! The luck card of Alvarez has been activated. At the very moment Chu Feng executed his explosive maneuver, a familiar sound resonated in his ears. Stamina 30, strength 30, breakthrough 30. After numerous matches, Chu Feng has gradually comprehended the principles behind the activation of the Little Spider's luck card, which, as the skill card description states, dictates that the harder one works, the luckier one becomes. The more fervently Chu Feng strives during the match, the greater his desire to score, the higher the likelihood of activating this skill card. Moreover, the attributes he gains will also be significantly enhanced. In summary, Chu Feng has once again activated the Alvarez Luck Boost card. This undoubtedly bolsters his confidence, and most importantly, he no longer feels fatigued. In fact, his legs are infused with vigor. With a sudden burst of speed, Chu Feng surged forward like a tempest, effortlessly gliding past the defenders of Athletic Bilbao. In the final moments of the match, he still possessed the vigor to execute such a formidable advance. He succeeded. What incredible velocity! Chu Feng breached the defenses of Valencia. At that instant, he resembled an indefatigable bull in the studio of Dongxiu Network. As He Wei witnessed Chu Feng's instantaneous breakthrough past Valencia, his pupils dilated, and his commentary grew increasingly tense. Meanwhile, in the stands of San Mamés Stadium, the expressions of tens of thousands of Athletic Bilbao fans mirrored that of He Wei, albeit with a hint of anxiety in their gazes. Should Chu Feng score, it would likely seal the game. In a VIP box, the top football agent Mendez was similarly captivated. Throughout the match, Chu Feng had been effectively contained by Laporte, leaving him with few opportunities to shine, which had dulled Mendez's interest. Yet now, as Chu Feng darted past Valencia, Mendez's expression brightened with intrigue. Like the rest of the crowd, his eyes were firmly fixed on Chu Feng. Now, only two defenders stood between Chu Feng and the goal, the goalkeeper Kepa and Laporte. During the previous 80 minutes, Chu Feng had faced utter defeat in every encounter with Laporte, who had even mocked him during the game. This undoubtedly presented Chu Feng with a chance for retribution. Near the edge of the penalty area, Laporte lunged forward, suddenly closing in on Chu Feng. Perhaps emboldened by his previous victories over Chu Feng, Laporte charged at him, attempting to disrupt him with his body and an outstretched foot. However, Chu Feng was now endowed with the extraordinary luck of the Little Spider card, significantly enhancing his ability to withstand challenges and maneuver. Moreover, after numerous encounters, he had begun to decipher Laporte's defensive strategies. To achieve his breakthrough, this time, Chu Feng opted for a proactive confrontation. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength and collided forcefully with Laporte using his shoulder. Crack! With the sound of bones fracturing echoing, the Athletic Bilbao center-back crumpled to the ground. Meanwhile, Chu Feng surged into the penalty area as if nothing had happened, his strides as swift as a shooting star. In that fleeting moment, Chu Feng fully unleashed his power. It is noteworthy that his strength attribute had reached an impressive 88, and with the enhancement of the little spider card, he had truly become an unstoppable armored vehicle. Even Laporte is rendered powerless. Chu Feng has overturned Laporte. How is this possible? Just as Wei finished speaking, Chu Feng, who had penetrated the penalty area, lifted his right foot. Ding! The Balotelli cannon card is activated. As this Balotelli cannon card is an active card, it automatically triggers every time Chu Feng shoots. Bang! In that moment, Chu Feng seemed possessed by Balotelli, unleashing a powerful strike, the football hurtling towards the goal with almost no spin. On the goal line, Athletic Bilbao's goalkeeper Kepa had no reaction. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to save, but rather that Chu Feng's shot was simply too swift. Whoosh! The ball struck the net with a resounding thud. The entire San Mamés stadium fell into a profound silence. Despair etched across the faces of nearly all Athletic Bilbao players. They had been slain. 2-1. In the 85th minute of the match, Chu Feng executed a stunning solo goal. He deftly maneuvered past two defenders of Athletic Bilbao, including Laporte. This 17-year-old prodigy from the Celestial Empire once again showcased his terrifying scoring prowess. As of this match, Chu Feng had already netted 5 goals and provided 5 assists in La Liga. Truly remarkable. Chu Feng is like a super talent emerging from nowhere. At this moment, the commentator from Dongxiu Network was utterly beside himself with excitement. He had never anticipated that Chu Feng would score in such a manner, nor did he foresee Atlético Madrid achieving a last-minute victory over their rivals. The Chinese fans watching the live broadcast were equally exhilarated. In no time, the entire chatroom was inundated with messages bearing Chu Feng's name. Undoubtedly, all Chinese fans were deeply captivated by Chu Feng's offensive brilliance. To be frank, Chu Feng is the most formidable U17 player I have ever encountered. His prowess is so extraordinary that words seem insufficient to describe it. Laporte, personally endorsed by Guardiola, was effortlessly breached by Chu Feng. Am I dreaming? This feels unreal. I believe Chu Feng is entirely capable of being compared to Messi and Ronaldo. What does it mean to be a genius? This is what true genius looks like. Wasn't Laporte fond of taunting? Why is he silent now? Where have all the naysayers gone? After scoring, Chu Feng once again dashed into the corner flag area, then suddenly turned, mimicking the action of firing a machine gun with both hands, aiming towards the opposing fans. Chapter 59, second in the scoring chart, just 1 goal behind Cristiano Ronaldo. In the VIP box, Mendes, having witnessed the unfolding drama, stood up in excitement, showering Chu Feng with applause. As one of the foremost agents in the world of football, Mendes was acutely aware of Laporte's defensive prowess, especially with Laporte's impending transfer to Manchester City in a few months. Yet, in a recent defensive encounter, this elite defender was utterly outplayed by a mere 17-year-old Asian player, a fact that clearly astonished Mendes. On the sidelines, Athletic Bilbao's coach, Zaganda, stood like a scarecrow, frozen in place and utterly despondent. In truth, upon witnessing Chu Feng's goal, Zaganda's composure had completely shattered. He understood that the suspense of the match had dissipated. The players of Athletic Bilbao lacked the capacity to equalize in the remaining 5 minutes. Moreover, their defensive stalwart, Laporte, lay prostrate on the grass, appearing significantly distressed. After assessing the injury, the team doctor gestured to Zaganda for a substitution. Laporte had suffered a severe injury in his confrontation with Chu Feng, his shoulder dislocated, rendering him unable to continue. As Laporte was carried off on a stretcher, a chorus of boos erupted from the Atlético Madrid supporters. Following the restart, although Athletic Bilbao's players launched a fierce assault towards the Atletico goal, they were regrettably powerless against Atletico's impenetrable defensive wall. As the 3 minutes of stoppage time elapsed, the referee blew the final whistle. 2-1, the away team, Atlético Madrid, clinched victory thanks to Chu Feng's dramatic last-minute goal. As of now, Atlético Madrid has achieved a record of 3 wins and 2 draws in the first 5 rounds of La Liga, currently placing them 4th in the league standings. Chu Feng, who scored the decisive goal in this match, now stands second on the scoring chart with 6 goals, tied with Messi, while the top position is held by Real Madrid star player Cristiano Ronaldo with 7 goals. Moreover, aside from his 6 goals, Chu Feng has also delivered 5 assists, firmly establishing him as the leader in assists in La Liga. Chu, let us discuss tonight's match. You performed relatively modestly for the first 80 minutes. particularly in your duel with Laporte, where you didn't hold a significant advantage. Yet in the final moments, you delivered a miraculous performance that secured the winning goal for your team. How did you accomplish this? In the player tunnel following the match, Chu Feng granted an interview to journalist Ma Fanshu from Dongxiu Network. Upon hearing the question, Chu Feng replied without hesitation. The reason is quite simple. It's faith. I've always firmly believed that Atlético Madrid is the stronger side. Moreover, it is the trust of the coach, as you mentioned. My performance in the first 80 minutes was rather average, yet Coach Simeone did not substitute me. I'm grateful for Coach Simeone's trust. This is undoubtedly a heartfelt sentiment from Chu Feng. In fact, after the second half commenced, he feared that Simeone might replace him, especially considering the plethora of talented forwards on the Atlético bench, such as Angel Correa, Torres, and Gamero. Nevertheless, Simeone chose to place his confidence in Chu Feng, and it was proven that Simeone made the right decision. A last-minute triumph. The 17-year-old player from the Celestial Empire, in the 85th minute, overturned Laporte to successfully breach the Bilbao goal. He helped Atlético secure another 3 points. Marca. The mysterious Eastern force continues. Chu Feng resolved the contest within the final 5 minutes. Mundo Deportivo, the young forward of Atlético, stands second in the scoring chart with 6 goals, tied with Messi. He is merely 1 goal shy of Cristiano Ronaldo. Diario Sport, the savior of Atlético. The young Chu Feng struck a golden goal in the 85th minute. Undoubtedly, after the match concluded, Chu Feng's name once again became the subject of fervent reporting by the Spanish media. However, for Chu Feng himself, he remained indifferent to the external media attention. After finishing his interview with Ma Fanshu, he returned to the locker room to freshen up. Once he had completed his washing, while other teammates were exuberantly celebrating the victory, Chu Feng quietly retreated to a corner to access the system and allocate his skill points. In this match, Chu Feng scored only 1 goal, thus earning just 1 point in free attributes. It was still necessary to enhance his injury attribute. Although Chu Feng's injury attribute had risen to 66 after training at the Divine Striker training ground, he felt this value was still too low. Despite La Liga placing greater emphasis on technique rather than physical confrontation, Chu Feng's position as a center forward inherently involves encounters with defensive players, which naturally increases the risk of injury. Therefore, he deemed it essential to improve his injury attribute. Furthermore, now that he has become Atlético's top scorer, having missed the previous match due to injury, resulting in the team being held to a draw at home by Malaga, Chu Feng recognized the need for a healthy physique to contribute to the team's success. Injury attribute, 66 to 67. After allocating his points, Chu Feng, in a sudden whim, opened his personal panel to review his status. Chu Feng, age, 17 years and 4 months. Height, 185 centimeters, weight, 80 kilograms. Physical attributes, speed, 77, explosiveness, 75, reaction speed, 70, strength, 88, stamina, 72, jumping ability, 73, injury resilience, 67, physical attribute rating, C. Offensive attributes, shooting, 80, long-range shooting, 76, heading, 77, set pieces, 66, dribbling, 72, offensive attribute rating, B-. Passing attributes, long pass, 70, short pass, 64, through ball, 67, cross, 67, vision, 80, passing attribute rating, C. Defensive attributes, tackling, 56, sliding tackle, 56, interception, 56, goalkeeping, 56, physical confrontation, 75, defensive attribute rating, D. Overall rating, 75. Comprehensive evaluation level, C. Star skills, Alvarez luck boost card, Balotelli heavy artillery card. Available attribute points, 0. Equipment, divine stamina potion. Divine stamina potion? Upon seeing this name, Chu Feng suddenly recalled that he had achieved a hat trick in a previous match against Valencia, after which the system rewarded him with a legendary stamina potion. In the upcoming matches, Atlético Madrid would continue with a grueling schedule of 2 games per week, making this potion particularly significant for Chu Feng. Chapter 60. The long-awaited home match. Simeone's confidence soars. Chu, there's someone outside looking for you. At that moment, Chu Feng heard someone calling his name, prompting him to exit the system immediately. Is it a reporter? Chu Feng inquired, casting a curious glance at his companion, Felipe, who shook his head in response. No, it's an agent. An agent? A hint of perplexity appeared in Chu Feng's eyes. Indeed, and he is a top-tier football agent from Europe. Felipe refrained from disclosing the agent's name, which only intensified Chu Feng's curiosity. Chu Feng hastily donned his jersey and, clad in sandals, made his way to the entrance of the locker room. Before he could utter a word, a middle-aged man, elegantly dressed in a luxurious suit, immediately enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Ah, at last, I have the pleasure of meeting you," he exclaimed. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jorge Mendez, a Portuguese agent." Upon finishing his introduction, Mendez retrieved a business card from his briefcase and presented it to Chu Feng with both hands. "So, you are indeed Mendez. What a pleasure it is to meet you." Chu Feng proactively extended his right hand to shake hands with Mendez. In his previous life, as an ardent football fan, he was well aware of Mendez's illustrious reputation. After all, one of the greatest players, Cristiano Ronaldo, was among Mendez's signed athletes. However, Chu Feng had only encountered Mendez's name in news reports and had never seen his true visage. "My purpose in visiting today is to express my desire to become your agent. I watched today's match, and I am convinced that you will undoubtedly become the star player for Atlético Madrid," he declared. Mendez, visibly excited, grasped Chu Feng's hands firmly and continued, "If you are interested, we can arrange a time to discuss this further." Clearly, Mendez was thoroughly impressed by the young prodigy's extraordinary performance that evening. He firmly believed that once Messi and Ronaldo faded from the scene, Chu Feng could very well emerge as the foremost star of La Liga. Moreover, with the vast market of his homeland behind him, it was evident that if Chu Feng maintained such an athletic form, it would not be long before numerous endorsements came knocking at his door, thus ensuring Mendez a substantial profit. "I will consider it further," Chu Feng replied. Chu Feng held Mendez's business card and continued, "If I ever find the need, I shall certainly give you a call. Farewell." As soon as Chu Feng uttered these words, he immediately turned and returned to the changing room. This left Mendez utterly astonished. It is worth noting that Mendez, being the most distinguished agent in the world of football, had only ever refused others and had never been rejected by a player. Moreover, being turned down by a 17-year-old player from the Celestial Empire was something Mendez could hardly believe. This showed a certain character. After a considerable time had passed, an awkward smile gradually appeared on Mendez's face. The reason Chu Feng did not immediately agree to Mendez was primarily to concentrate all his efforts on the upcoming match. Hiring an agent is a significant decision for a football player, one that necessitates careful contemplation before reaching a conclusion. As a young player, Chu Feng is aware that Mendez would likely demand an exorbitant fee, and this is certainly not the most opportune moment for negotiations with him. After the match against Athletic Bilbao, Atlético Madrid returned to the city that very evening. In the following week, the players faced a grueling schedule of 2 matches per week. Just 2 days later, Atlético would host Sevilla, followed by a crucial Champions League group stage match against Chelsea on September 28th. Undoubtedly, both encounters hold immense significance for Atlético. The upcoming clash with Sevilla presents an excellent opportunity for Atlético to ascend into the top 3 of La Liga. Currently, Sevilla occupies the 3rd position while Atlético trails closely in 4th, with only a 2-point deficit separating the teams. A victory at home would allow Atlético to surpass Sevilla and secure a place among the league's elite. However, a loss could see Atlético overtaken by rivals behind them, further widening the gap between them and the top 3. Moreover, this match against Sevilla is a home fixture. In previous home games, Atlético has struggled, even being held to a draw by Málaga. With 5 rounds of the league completed, Atlético has yet to secure a victory at home, which is unacceptable for Simeone. The following day, Simeone canceled the first team's day off and utilized the time to implement focused defensive strategies. For Chu Feng, the last home game was missed due to injury, but now, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was set to make his debut at the Metropolitano Stadium. To ensure victory in the upcoming match, Chu Feng diligently engaged in extra training sessions at the striker training ground during the 2 days of preparation. Soon, the date arrived, September 23rd, match day. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Atlético Madrid's bus slowly made its way to the team's home ground, the Metropolitano Stadium. On board the bus, head coach Simeone announced the starting lineup for the match. As expected, Chu Feng was successfully selected. Partnering with him in the forward line was still Griezmann. Let me reiterate, Sevilla is not a weak team. Defeating them will not be an easy task. Once the match begins, it is imperative that we take control of the game's tempo from the outset. Remember, we must secure a victory this evening. We owe it to our fans to deliver an exhilarating performance. Charge forth, Atlético Madrid. Simeone's exuberance stems significantly from the immense pressure he has recently encountered, particularly following the unsettling draw against Malaga at home. The club's upper management explicitly conveyed their dissatisfaction with him. Moreover, the media in Madrid and even the fans have been vocally criticizing Simeone's conservative tactics on numerous occasions. Therefore, this home match against Sevilla presents Simeone with an opportunity to demonstrate his coaching prowess. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Simeone granted an interview to a reporter from AS. The players of Atlético Madrid are poised to seize victory, and tonight, the triumph will undoubtedly belong to Atlético Madrid. Simeone's words exude an overwhelming confidence. Will the 17-year-old prodigy, Chu Feng, make an appearance in this match? A considerable number of Atlético fans are eager to witness the talents of this young Oriental star at home. Certainly, Chu Feng is in excellent physical condition, and he will undoubtedly take the field. I assure you, his spectacular performance will captivate the Atlético supporters present. Each time Simeone speaks of Chu Feng, an unmistakable trust radiates from his countenance. Chapter 61. The Divine Energy Potion. Confronting Lenglet. Ding. Are you sure you want to use the Divine Energy Potion? Confirmed. At 7:15 in the evening, within the players' tunnel, both teams are making their final preparations to enter the field. Standing at the back of the Atlético lineup, Chu Feng activated his system, preparing to utilize the Divine Energy Potion. This match comes merely 3 days after the previous encounter with Athletic Bilbao, and in another 4 days, Atlético will face Chelsea at home. Such a condensed schedule is undoubtedly demanding for Chu Feng, whose stamina attribute stands at a mere 72. Hence, Chu Feng resolved to utilize the extraordinary stamina potion to rejuvenate his physical capabilities. It is undeniable that the potion's efficacy is remarkably pronounced. Scarcely had a second elapsed after its application when Chu Feng sensed a transformative surge within his body. It felt as though an inexplicable primordial force had been infused into him, instantly banishing his prior fatigue. Come on, Chu. For the fans in attendance, we must secure victory. At this moment, Team Captain God approached Chu Feng to offer his encouragement. Rest assured, Captain, I shall exert my utmost efforts. Following their embrace, a resolute determination shone in Chu Feng's eyes. Meanwhile, in the stands, nearly 65,000 Atlético Madrid supporters eagerly awaited the match. When the starting players of both teams took to the field, an ear-splitting cacophony of cheers erupted from the entire Metropolitano Stadium. Each Atlético fan spontaneously began to chant the club anthem, Vomi Voy al Manzanares. The essence of the lyrics conveys the unwavering support of Madrid fans for Atlético, urging the players to battle on the pitch like warriors. The atmosphere was nothing short of majestic, particularly as nearly 70,000 fans united in song. In the studio of Dongxiu Network, commentator He Wei and guest Su Yang commenced the broadcast. Welcome, dear fans, to the 6th round of La Liga. Atlético Madrid hosts Sevilla at home. Following the conclusion of the first 5 rounds, Atlético temporarily occupied 4th place in the La Liga standings, while their opponent Sevilla held 3rd place, with a mere 2-point gap between them. In their last 12 encounters, Atlético emerged victorious 7 times, with Sevilla securing only 1 win, alongside 4 drawn matches. Analyzing their historical confrontations, it is evident that Atlético, playing on home turf, holds a distinct advantage. However, in their previous home match, Atlético was unexpectedly held to a draw by Malaga, a result that took everyone by surprise. It is hoped that tonight, Simeone's team will deliver an exhilarating performance for the thousands of Atlético fans present. In the starting lineup, Simeone opted for a 4-4-2 formation. The goalkeeper remains Oblak, with defenders Versalco, Savic, God-In, and Felipe. The midfield consists of Koch, Gabi, Saul, and Carrasco, while the striking duo features Chu Feng and Griezmann. On the Sevilla side, head coach Berizzo chose a 4-3-3 formation, with goalkeeper Rico, defenders Carroll, Carrio, Lenglet, and Mercado, and midfielders Banega, Nzonzi, and Vasquez. Forwards, Sarabia, Muriel, Jess S. Navis. At that moment, within the confines of the stadium, the referee promptly sounded the whistle to commence the first half. Amid the fervent cheers of nearly 70,000 Atlético Madrid supporters, the match officially began. As the match commenced, Chu Feng swiftly penetrated Sevilla's defensive line, engaging in a battle of wits and strength with the opposing defenders. Perhaps influenced by an extraordinary stamina-enhancing elixir, Chu Feng radiated an indomitable spirit, seemingly brimming with boundless energy. Merely 30 seconds into the game, he He asserted his core strength against Lenglet, forcefully toppling the Sevilla center-back. Yet, the referee remained unresponsive, allowing the game to progress. In the 5th minute of the first half, Atlético Madrid's offensive finally posed a threat to Sevilla's goal. Midfielder Koch delivered a precise through ball that sliced through the gap between Zonzi and Banega, landing impeccably at Griezmann's feet. As Atlético's offensive linchpin, Griezmann seized the ball, swiftly pivoted, and deftly executed a nutmeg to evade his marker. At that moment, his defender was Vázquez, an Argentine player, aged 28, whose market value had reached 18 million euros. Regrettably, in this confrontation, the Sevilla midfielder faced utter defeat. Griezmann unleashed his prowess, breezing through with ease. He aimed for the goal. As commentator Higuain noted, once Griezmann evaded Vázquez's defense, he exhibited no hesitation, striking immediately towards Sevilla's net. The ball grazed the upper right corner of the post, soaring into the stands, a near miss. Although he failed to score, Atlético fans promptly showered Griezmann with applause. Prior to the match, Simeone had advised his players to exert pressure on their opponent from the outset and maintain control of the game's rhythm. Judging by their performance thus far, the Atlético players were executing this strategy commendably. 3 minutes later, Koch, Gabi, and Sael surged towards Sevilla's midfielder Zonzi. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Sael successfully seized the ball. At that moment, Carrasco on the left flank found an opening. The next instant, Sael's long pass reached the Belgian winger, who, confronted by Mercado's defense, executed a series of dazzling step-overs and sudden directional changes. In summary, Carrasco, through a flurry of intricate feints, accomplished a breakthrough. Near the baseline, Carrasco decisively opted to cross the ball. In an instant, the football landed accurately within the penalty area. At the edge of the small box, Chu Feng positioned himself decisively. In that moment, Lenglet attempted to use his body to block Chu Feng, striving to gain a favorable position. However, regardless of Lenglet's efforts to jostle him, Chu Feng stood resolute, immovable as a mountain. In a heartbeat, the ball descended upon Chu Feng's head. At that moment, Chu Feng summoned all his strength, resolutely bearing Langley as he executed the header. Bang! Chapter 62. The first goal of the Metropolis. The crowd erupted. Bang! Chu Feng executed a powerful header with remarkable precision. In an instant, the ball surged through the air like a cannonball, crashing into the net. On the goal line, Sevilla's goalkeeper Rico remained utterly unresponsive. Swish! The ball found its mark. This moment marked Chu Feng's inaugural header since joining Atlético Madrid and, more significantly, his first goal at the iconic Metropolitano Stadium. Consequently, after scoring, Chu Feng was overwhelmed with emotion and sprinted to the corner flag, performing his signature machine gun celebration. Meanwhile, the Atlético Madrid fans erupted from their seats in unison. Incredible! This Asian talent is poised to be the hope of Atlético Madrid for the next decade. Such a commanding header. At that moment, Sevilla's goalkeeper had no chance to react. Is this the prowess of a prodigious young talent? Astonishing. Atlético Madrid is the champion. Scanning the stands, every fan donned in Atlético Madrid's colors genuinely rejoiced for Chu Feng. His teammates on the pitch rushed to embrace him in celebration. Most exhilarated of all was head coach Simeone. As Chu Feng's header thundered into Sevilla's goal like a projectile, Simeone, clad in a sharp black suit, raised his fists in triumph toward the Atlético fans, fervently shouting Chu Feng's name. In the commentary hall of Dongxiu Network, the header struck. Sevilla's goalkeeper Rico was powerless to respond. The ball swiftly buried itself in the corner of the net. 1-0. The home team, Atlético Madrid, took the lead. Chu Feng netted his 7th goal in La Liga, matching Cristiano Ronaldo's tally. Furthermore, this header marked Chu Feng's first goal at the Metropolitano Stadium. Now, the entire Atlético Madrid home ground was ablaze with excitement as everyone chanted Chu Feng's name. In the corner flag area, Atlético's star player Griezmann was the first to reach Chu Feng, playfully patting the back of his head. Well done, Chu Feng. You've proven you can score with your head. It seems your height has its advantages. Captain God and also sprinted from the back line to the corner flag, embracing Chu Feng and enthusiastically shouting, "Keep it up, Chu Feng. Maintain this form. We will help you secure the La Liga Golden Boot." Chu Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude to his teammates for their well wishes. However, his joy was ephemeral, for he understood that the match had merely commenced. It was inevitable that Sevilla would unleash a relentless assault on Atlético Madrid's goal in the ensuing moments. In a certain sense, the true battle was just beginning. When the referee's whistle signaled the resumption of play, Sevilla, as anticipated, initiated their offensive with fervor. On the sidelines, Coach Berizzo fervently urged his attacking players to make their runs. Yet, after scoring, Atlético Madrid promptly opted to reinforce their defensive line. All players retreated to their half to bolster their defense. Simeone once again deployed his renowned bust defense strategy. As an exceptionally conservative coach, Simeone has long been the embodiment of passionate defense. Whether during his playing days or as a head coach, his football philosophy has always been rooted in defensive solidity. Under Simeone's reclusive tactics, Sevilla's offensive efforts were rendered nearly futile. The trio of forwards, Sarabia, Muriel, and Jess S. Navas, found themselves devoid of any significant shooting opportunities. As the match approached the 30th minute, the tension escalated. A long ball, a distant shot. Don't hesitate. Seize the opportunity to shoot. The expression on Berizzo's face in the coaching area was one of palpable anxiety. In the first 30 minutes, Sevilla's attempts on goal were scant. With almost no shots on target, he realized that a change was imperative. This time, Sevilla's defensive midfielder Banega received the ball near the center circle and, abandoning short passes, strictly adhered to Berizzo's tactics. Suddenly, the ball soared towards Atlético Madrid's flank. Mere seconds later, Sevilla's winger Sarabia intercepted the ball. Confronted by Versalco's close marking, Sarabia swiftly executed a series of intricate footwork. However, the Atlético defender refrained from recklessly lunging in and instead adopted a strategy of restraint, forcing Sarabia to deliver a cross under pressure. In the penalty area, the towering striker Muriel soared above the small box, exerting every ounce of strength to contest the header. But regrettably, he was unable to make contact with the ball amidst the disruptions caused by God-In and Savic. God-In was the first to clear the ball with a header. Yet, Sevilla's offensive onslaught persisted. God-In's clearance fell to the edge of the penalty area, where Sevilla's midfield maestro Banega arrived just in time. This Argentine international possessed remarkable long-range shooting prowess, and he would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. Boom! Without stopping the ball, he executed a volley. Instantly, the football traced an enigmatic arc through the air, hurtling towards the far corner of the goal. Thud! A crisp sound of metal striking resonated through the air. At that moment, the pillars of the metropolis stood resolutely in favor of Atlético Madrid. What a splendid play! Banega's long-range shot could be described as a thunderous warning. Oblak, the goalkeeper for Atlético Madrid, had seemingly surrendered, though fortune was not on his side. Just as he finished speaking, Oblak unexpectedly took a goal kick. In an instant, the ball landed at the feet of the winger Carrasco. The reason for Oblak's swift decision to kick the ball was his realization that Sevilla's formation was pressing forward, particularly with their two central defenders encroaching upon the center circle. This presented a promising opportunity for Atlético to launch an attack. On the flank, Carrasco received the ball and was immediately besieged by Vizquez, Mercado, and others. In that fleeting moment, the Belgian winger chose not to attempt a dribble, but instead delivered a precise cross. Bang! The ball was deflected slightly by Sevilla's fullback Mercado, altering its trajectory. Originally, Carrasco intended to send the ball directly to Griezmann within the penalty area, but now it fell at the edge of the penalty arc. Just when everyone assumed that Atlético's counterattack would come to an abrupt halt, Chu Feng emerged. Chapter 63. 8 goals. The scoring chart surpasses Cristiano Ronaldo. In a sudden retreat, Chu Feng appeared at the apex of the penalty area. Simultaneously, Sevilla's defensive midfielder, Nzozi, surged forward to confront him. The two players engaged in a fierce battle for the ball. In a flash, their bodies collided with a resounding impact. At that moment, Nzozi lost his balance entirely and was propelled onto the grass, while Chu Feng remained as steadfast as a mountain. The next instant, the ball landed at Chu Feng's feet. With a powerful strike, he unleashed a volley. The sound of activation echoed in his ears as the formidable Balotelli skill was triggered. Upon the moment his right foot made contact with the ball, it soared like a celestial steed toward the far corner of the goal. The pressure of defense suddenly bore down on goalkeeper Rico. To be candid, Rico was utterly unprepared for Chu Feng's audacious shot from that position. In an instant, the ball hurtled toward the goal's blind spot. Throughout this sequence, the Sevilla goalkeeper failed to respond. Goal! The young talent from the eastern continent netted the second goal of the match. The volley left Rico helpless. This marked Chu Feng's 8th goal of the season, propelling him past Cristiano Ronaldo to the summit of the scoring charts. The excitement of the Spanish commentator reached a crescendo. his voice trembling with fervor as he bellowed in exhilaration. Meanwhile, over 60,000 Atlético Madrid fans in the stands raised their fists, fervently cheering and waving their arms. In that moment, it felt as though Atlético had already secured victory. On the sidelines, Simeone celebrated, exchanging high-fives and embraces with each assistant coach. With the first half not yet concluded, Atlético Madrid had doubled their lead, and undoubtedly, the scales of victory had tipped entirely in their favor. In the corner flag area, Chu Feng refrained from performing his customary celebratory gesture akin to a machine gun spray. Instead, he executed a sliding kneel in jubilation with the speed of a 100-meter dash. In the celestial realm of the broadcast studio, Huey expressed his heartfelt astonishment. Once again, it's Chu Feng. He has scored twice in his inaugural home match. The La Liga season had only seen 7 rounds of play. Yet Chu Feng had already netted an astounding 8 goals. He was crafting miracles. The fans, who had been languid just moments prior, were instantly invigorated upon witnessing Chu Feng's spectacular volley, and the barrage of comments on the screen surged forth at an exhilarating pace. Incredible. How can this be? Chu Feng's shooting is nothing short of extraordinary. It feels as though whenever he takes aim, he is bound to strike true. The Sevilla defense pales in comparison to Chu Feng's prowess. Who would dare believe that he is merely 17? His performance is astonishingly prodigious. He currently tops the La Liga scoring chart. Could he truly be in contention for the Golden Boot this season? At last, our nation has birthed a premier football superstar. Although Chu Feng may not secure a World Cup victory, he is undoubtedly capable of claiming the Ballon d'Or, with 2 shots resulting in 2 goals. His conversion rate is nearly perfect. On Sevilla's bench, Berizzo was left utterly dumbfounded. Despite having heard of Chu Feng's name prior to this match, Berizzo regarded him merely as an Asian player, convinced that his abilities could not possibly disrupt the flow of the game. Yet now, Chu Feng had undeniably proven him wrong. Before the first half had even concluded, he had scored twice, essentially orchestrating the entirety of Atlético Madrid's offensive play. Keep a close watch on this Asian player. Langlet, stick to him closely. Do not grant this fellow any opportunities. Berizzo was infuriated beyond measure. He began to frequently deploy his troops, attempting to thwart Chu Feng's shots in the forthcoming matches. Of course, for the Sevilla players, besides fortifying their defense, they needed to strive to equalize the score before the halftime whistle. Once the game resumed, Atlético Madrid, having established a 2-goal lead and playing on home ground, once again adopted a defensive formation. Judging by the results, this was undoubtedly a wise choice. The Sevilla players found themselves utterly helpless against Atlético Madrid's fortified backline. Even their hallmark possession-based technique seemed to lose its potency. Despite achieving a staggering 80% possession during this period, they failed to muster a single shot on goal. Before long, the referee signaled the end of the first half. Thus, Atlético Madrid, buoyed by the remarkable prowess of the 17-year-old prodigy, Chu Feng, temporarily led Sevilla by 2 goals on home turf. Upon returning to the locker room, Simeone was visibly elated, embracing Chu Feng and enthusiastically patting his shoulder. Chu, splendid work. Let us maintain this momentum in the second half. Turning to the tactical board, Simeone addressed all the starting players of Atlético. Our strategy for the second half is singular. Defend with all your might. If we secure a counterattack, ensure the ball reaches Chu. At that moment, Chu Feng had undeniably become the focal point of Atlético Madrid's offensive strategy. Meanwhile, in a wealthy district of Lisbon, Portugal, Mendes was intently watching the match. It had been a long time since he had encountered such an exceptional young talent as Chu. Perhaps only Kylian from Paris could be considered his equal. Mendes felt a tumult of emotions. He was immensely eager to secure Chu Feng's signature. It seemed a trip to Spain was inevitable. With a resigned sigh, Mendes instructed his assistant to book him a flight to Madrid. He was determined to visit Chu Feng for a second time. He did not wish to let such a remarkable talent slip away to another agent. 15 minutes later, the second half of the match between Atlético Madrid and Sevilla officially commenced. The game had scarcely begun when the visiting Sevilla embarked on a frenzied assault against Atlético's defense. During the 15-minute halftime interval, head coach Berizzo had delivered a stern directive to the Sevilla players, insisting they must equalize the score. However, faced with Atlético's impregnable defense, Sevilla could only attempt to create threats through relentless crosses. The outcome of such an attacking strategy was predictable. It failed to pose any significant danger to Atlético's backline. Ironically, As Sevilla pressed forward in attack, they inadvertently provided Atlético Madrid with even more opportunities for counterattacks. In the 58th minute of the match, Venegas' cross was cleared by Godin, but the second ball was swiftly seized by Gabi. In an instant, Atlético Madrid launched a counterattack. The 64th chapter saw Sevilla's goalkeeper's composure shattered. A hat-trick. After controlling the ball from a defensive midfield position, Gabi wasted no time. He swiftly turned and unleashed a powerful kick, sending the ball forward. Mere seconds later, Gabi's long pass found Griezmann in the attacking third. At the edge of the penalty area, the French star received the ball, but before he could make any adjustments, several Sevilla players surged towards him, including Zanzi and Mercado. A double team. How would Griezmann navigate this predicament? In the commentary booth, commentator Hiwei focused on the ball-carrying Griezmann, while also observing Chu Feng's positioning. Chu Feng charged into the penalty area. Before him stood only Lenglet. A pass. Indeed, Griezmann delivered a highly penetrating diagonal ball. As Hiwei's words hung in the air, Chu Feng received Griezmann's pass at the side of the penalty area, just as Lenglet lunged forward to intercept him. During halftime, Coach Berizzo specifically instructed Lenglet to mark Chu Feng during the match. Lenglet's defense this time was exemplary. He quickly positioned himself in front of Chu Feng, successfully blocking the shot's trajectory. Furthermore, the fullback Carroll also surged into the penalty area, attempting to assist Lenglet in containing Chu Feng. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Feng did not engage in idle chatter with the defenders. Instead, he swiftly raised his right foot and executed a rapid shot. Ding! The powerful shot card of Balotelli activated. Ding! The luck-enhancing card of Alvarez was also triggered. In an instant, both skill cards acquired by Chu Feng were simultaneously activated. Bang! As the resounding sound of the strike echoed, Lenglet, standing before Chu Feng, hurriedly lifted his right foot in an attempt to block the shot. However, it was precisely this action that allowed the ball to slip through his legs, such as the passive effect of Alvarez's luck-enhancing card. Chu Feng has been graced with an extraordinary stroke of luck. Such a shot, even if attempted 100 times, would typically fail to pass between the legs of Lenglet. Yet this time he succeeded. In an electrifying moment, the football veered towards the goal like a bullet. On the goal line, Rico instinctively extended his hands to make a save, but it was all in vain. The ball grazed Rico's fingertips and confidently nestled into the net. 3-0. Once again, it is Chu Feng who has scored. This marks his second hat-trick of the season. Tonight, Chu Feng's performance has been nothing short of explosive. He has taken 3 shots on goal, all of which have resulted in scores. As Hiwei just remarked, guest Su Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems Sun Heung-min should be feeling anxious." At this rate, it won't be long before the title of Asia's football king is snatched away by Chu Feng. On the pitch, after netting this goal, Chu Feng exhibited no celebratory gestures. It seemed he had grown accustomed to scoring. Meanwhile, on the goal line, Sevilla's goalkeeper Rico wore an expression of despair. Faced with Chu Feng's 3 shots, Rico felt utterly helpless. At this moment, his mentality was unraveling, and he longed for the match to conclude. Similarly, Sevilla's center-back Lenglet shared this sentiment. In the recent defensive encounter, Lenglet had done all he could, even blocking every possible shooting angle for Chu Feng. Little did he anticipate that Chu Feng could find a path through the narrowest of openings between his legs. Yet, that was precisely where Chu Feng found his opportunity. It was as if he saw the shadow of Lionel Messi in this young talent. Lenglet stood frozen, gazing at the celebrating figure of Chu Feng, reminiscent of his teammate Messi from their days at Barcelona. During training sessions at Barcelona, Lenglet had witnessed Messi score in this very manner, and after all these years, he was once again reminded of Messi's brilliance through Chu Feng. Substitution. Sevilla makes a change. Forward Ben Yedder enters the fray, replacing the underwhelming Muriel. It appears Berizzo is not ready to concede defeat just yet. However, with Sevilla trailing by 3 goals and given their current form, a desperate offensive push could lead to even more goals conceded. Hiwei spoke casually into the microphone. In the 73rd minute of the match, the recently substituted Ben Yedder showcased his attacking prowess. Although he donned number 9 jersey, he was by no means a traditional center forward. Ben Yedder preferred not to linger within the confines of the penalty area, as his height barely exceeded 1.70 meters, making it nearly impossible for him to contest aerial duels inside the box. Thus, for the majority of the time, he yearned to roam outside the penalty area. On this occasion, he received a pass from Vasquez at the edge of the penalty arc, with Savic closely marking him. In a swift motion, Ben Yedder spun around. Particularly due to his relatively diminutive stature, His agility allowed him to pivot far more quickly than the towering Savic. Bang! After the turn, he unleashed a powerful shot. The fluidity of Ben Yedder's entire shooting motion was remarkable. However, regrettably, his sudden strike could not breach Oblak's formidable defenses. Unbeknownst to many, the match had seamlessly progressed into the 70th minute. On the sidelines, Torres and Gate-In were already warming up, and it was anticipated that Simeone would make substitutions. Following this match, Atlético Madrid would continue to host Chelsea at the Metropolitano Stadium for their Champions League encounter, necessitating that Simeone prepare in advance for the upcoming challenge. Chu Feng cast a glance towards the sidelines, acutely aware that Simeone intended to substitute him. However, for Chu Feng, the desire to score remained fervent. The more goals he netted, the greater the accumulation of free attribute points, naturally accelerating his prowess on the field. At that moment, Carrasco's breakthrough along the flank resulted in a foul by the defending player, awarding Atlético a set piece near the sideline. This would be Chu Feng's final opportunity to shoot in this match. Anuin, watch my position. Pass the ball to me. In a bid to seize the scoring chance, Chu Feng called out to Griezmann, who was preparing to take the free kick. Griezmann nodded slightly in acknowledgement before gradually approaching the penalty spot. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, Griezmann raised his right hand and swiftly delivered a pass with his left foot. At that instant, players from both Atlético and Sevilla surged into the penalty area, yet Chu Feng stood resolutely at the edge of the box, hands on hips. Chapter 65, a quadruple delight. Praise from the opposing coach. Griezmann's pass did not soar into the Sevilla penalty area, but rather veered towards the edge of the box. This unexpected maneuver left everyone astonished. Within the penalty area, both Atlético and Sevilla players were momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, concealed at the top of the box, swiftly lifted his right foot. As the ball descended before him, he unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! In an instant, the ball soared like a heavy cannonball, whistling past the heads of the defenders and hurtling towards the bottom corner of the Sevilla goal. On the goal line, goalkeeper Rico, though he heard the sound of the shot, was obstructed by a throng of defenders, rendering him unable to see the ball's trajectory. By the time the ball materialized before Rico, it was evident that he had no chance to react. Whoosh! The ball slammed into the net. The score was consequently altered to 4-0. Chu Feng has achieved his first career quadruple. The stands of the Metropolitano Stadium reverberated with the cheers of nearly 70,000 Atlético Madrid fans, all exulting in the name of Chu Feng. Undoubtedly, in that moment, he was the deity of the Metropolitano. All the Atlético players instinctively rushed to embrace and celebrate with him. Chu, you did it! A magnificent goal. The most exhilarated among them was Griezmann. Initially, when Griezmann heard Chu Feng request the ball to be delivered to the edge of the penalty area, a flicker of hesitation crossed the mind of the French star. However, in light of the outcome, it is indisputable that Griezmann's decision was indeed the correct one, culminating in an assist. On the sidelines, Simeone was animatedly gesturing towards the camera, his spirits buoyed. This goal not only secured the victory for Atlético, but also allowed Chu Feng to showcase his prowess before nearly 70,000 fans. In the broadcast studio, commentator He Wei passionately exclaimed, "A quadruple." 17-year-old Chu Feng becomes the first Asian player in La Liga history to score 4 goals in a single match. He is also the youngest player to achieve such a feat. I firmly believe that Chu Feng's name will be etched indelibly in the annals of Atlético Madrid's history. This evening, he has demonstrated to the world that players from the Celestial Empire can indeed thrive in La Liga and ascend to the status of a premier star in elite teams. On the live commentary, fans from the Celestial Empire expressed their pride in Chu Feng. Incredible. That long-range shot reminds me of Zidane's iconic strike. Who else? Keep it coming. Xiaohe. This evening, Chu Feng single-handedly dismantled the entire Sevilla defense. A prodigious talent. A future Ballon d'Or winner. It's all set now. Atlético is in the top 3 of the league. Scoring 4 goals in a single match is something even Son Heung-min couldn't achieve, leading the La Liga scoring chart, surpassing both Ronaldo and Messi. This performance is truly extraordinary. Shortly after Chu Feng's goal, Simeone made a substitution. Torres replaced Chu Feng. As Chu Feng slowly made his way to the sidelines, the crowd erupted in a thunderous ovation. In that moment, Chu Feng's name echoed across the stadium. Chu, you play fantastically. I am proud of you. Upon reaching the sidelines, Chu Feng shared a heartfelt embrace with Torres, a moment captured by numerous media outlets. Thank you. Chu Feng harbors a deep sense of gratitude towards Torres for it was through competing alongside him and integrating his star card that he ascended to Chelsea's first team. Upon reaching the substitutes bench, Coach Simeone was the first to rush forward and embrace Chu Feng. Rest well, Chu Feng. Strive to bring your form into the next Champions League match. I have faith in your abilities. Undoubtedly, the Atlético Madrid coach has come to regard Chu Feng as a pivotal asset for the team, which elucidates Simeone's decision to substitute him. In 4 days, Atlético will face Chelsea in the second round of the group stage at the Metropolitano Stadium. The outcome of this match will be crucial in determining whether Atlético can advance as group leaders. Thus, for Coach Simeone, it is imperative to allow key players to exit the field early to conserve energy. However, unbeknownst to Simeone, Chu Feng, having utilized an extraordinary stamina elixir, has experienced a significant enhancement in his physical condition. He currently feels invigorated, with his legs brimming with strength and devoid of fatigue. Several minutes later, the referee signaled the end of the match, the score firmly set at 4-0. Competing on home soil, Atlético Madrid triumphed effortlessly over Sevilla, thanks to Chu Feng's remarkable 4-goal performance at the Metropolitano Stadium. In the aftermath, it was no surprise that Chu Feng was crowned the best player of the match. In the interview zone, Chu Feng received the trophy for best player of the match from the hands of La Liga staff. Furthermore, having scored more than 3 goals, he is also entitled to take the match ball home. Chu Feng, you're the youngest player to achieve a hat-trick in La Liga. How do you feel now? Journalist Ma Fan Shu from Dongqiu Network promptly interviewed Chu Feng. Quite well, he replied. Chu Feng replied succinctly, in truth. The number of goals I score holds little significance for me. What truly matters is whether the team secures victory. Without the support of my teammates, I could not have achieved such a tally of goals. I am grateful to the team. Chu Feng, being a man of the second generation, possesses remarkable emotional intelligence. Despite achieving a remarkable 4 goals in this match, he consistently emphasizes that Atlético Madrid functions as a cohesive unit. As the team prepares to face Sevilla at home in their next match, when asked if he believes they can secure a victory, Chu Feng promptly responded, "Absolutely. We are on the right path. I have faith that Atlético can uphold the honor of our home ground." Simultaneously, at the post-match press conference, Sevilla's coach Berizzo was thoroughly impressed by Chu Feng's performance. With a subdued tone, he remarked to the reporters present, "We were defeated by a mere 17-year-old boy. I firmly believe that it won't be long before the current rivalry is transformed into a triumvirate. Chu Feng possesses the capability to achieve such greatness." Chapter 66. The media's frenzied adulation for Chu Feng. Chelsea approaches. The 17-year-old once again delivers a mesmerizing performance. His 4 goals in a single match help Atlético secure a home victory. Marca. Atlético Madrid demolishes Sevilla with a 4-goal triumph at home. The forward from the Celestial Empire conquers Sevilla with a stunning 4-goal display. World Sports. The youngest player in La Liga history to score 4 goals in a match. 17-year-old Chu Feng shines at the Metropolitano Stadium. Spanish 6. Chu Feng's 10 goals surpass Cristiano Ronaldo. He ascends to the top of the La Liga scoring charts. Daily Sports. This prodigious youth, promoted by Simeone, is gradually conquering La Liga. With 10 goals in the first 6 rounds, the mysterious Eastern force sweeps across the Iberian Peninsula. Undoubtedly, following the conclusion of this match, Chu Feng's name once again became the focal point of fervent discussion among the Spanish media. That very evening, the sales of his number 18 jersey skyrocketed to over 500,000, making it the most sought-after jersey in Atlético's flagship store. Furthermore, Chu Feng's social media following surged to 800,000 overnight. It can be said that after this remarkable performance, Chu Feng's name became widely recognized among every Spanish football fan. However, Chu Feng remained unfazed by the attention. Upon returning to his player apartment, he did not seek out news about himself. Instead, he opened the system and began to allocate points. Having scored 4 goals in a match, he earned 4 free attribute points post-game, due to the effects of a divine stamina potion. Chu Feng's physical condition would remain unaffected by the rigorous schedule for the upcoming week. Consequently, he chose not to enhance his stamina attributes, opting instead to allocate all 4 free attribute points to his combat skills. Combat, 75-79. Chu Feng's latest personal attributes are as follows. Chu Feng. Age, 17 years and 5 months. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Physical attributes. Speed, 77. Explosiveness, 75. Reaction speed, 70. Strength, 88. Stamina, 72. Jumping, 73. Injury resilience, 67. Physical attribute rating, C. Offensive attributes, shooting, 80. Long shot, 76. Heading, 77. Set pieces, 66. Dribbling, 72. Offensive attribute rating, B-. Passing attributes, long pass, 70. Short pass, 64. Through ball, 67. Cross, 67. Vision, 80. Passing attribute rating, C. Defensive attributes, tackle, 56. Slide tackle, 56. Interception, 56. Save, 56. Physicality, 79. Defensive attribute rating, D. Overall rating, 75. Comprehensive evaluation level, C. Star skills, Alvarez luck boost card, Balotelli heavy artillery card. Available attribute points, 0. Equipment, 0. The overall rating remains at 75, unchanged. However, the physicality attribute has reached 79, which is regarded as an average level in La Liga. Nevertheless, there remains a significant gap from Chu Feng's ideal values. Thus, he proceeded to activate his divine training ground, focusing on enhancing his physicality attributes. The following day, which was initially designated as a rest day, was transformed into a training session due to the impending fierce battle between Atlético Madrid and Chelsea. Consequently, Simeone canceled the day off and resumed regular training. Throughout the session, Simeone continually emphasized the importance of defense, particularly focusing on containing Hazard. As an experienced head coach, he understood that within Chelsea's tactical framework, Hazard would undoubtedly be the focal point. If Atlético's players could effectively limit Hazard's breakthroughs during a match, they could essentially neutralize Chelsea's offensive threat. However, given Hazard's status as one of the world's elite players, fully restraining him in a match is a formidable challenge. Moreover, Chelsea, as the reigning champions of the Premier League, possess an exceptional defense, bolstered by top-tier players like Kant and Fabregas in midfield. In summary, Chelsea stands as Atlético Madrid's most formidable opponent since the commencement of the new season. For Simeone's team to secure victory at home, meticulous preparation is imperative. Chu Feng was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by Chelsea. Thus, immediately after the conclusion of the day's training, he hurried back to the player's apartment, eager to engage in additional practice at the exceptional training facility. However, just as he activated the elite training ground, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from Dofu. Xiao Feng, tomorrow, your Aunt Elena and I, along with little Mia, will be arriving in Madrid. Please arrange a few tickets for us. We want to cheer for you in person. Upon hearing his uncle's words, a spark of excitement illuminated Chu Feng's face. Really? You are actually coming to Madrid? Since the onset of the new season, Chu Feng had devoted himself entirely to matches and training, and it had been quite some time since he last saw Dofu and Aunt Elena. Therefore, the news of their impending visit filled him with genuine joy. We'll arrive tomorrow afternoon. I've managed to book a hotel. I'll send you the address shortly. And remember to secure 3 tickets for the Champions League. Goodness. Obtaining tickets for Atletico's matches is an arduous task. Dofu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Make sure to play well in the next match. Don't embarrass me in front of Elena. All right. I must go now. Customers have arrived at the store. Don't forget about the tickets. Beep, beep, beep. After Chu Feng hung up the phone, he hurriedly accessed the Divine Blade training ground and began an intense regimen to enhance his confrontation attributes. In his estimation, as a team from the Premier League, Chelsea's upcoming match would undoubtedly be fiercely contested. Therefore, Chu Feng must elevate his confrontation attribute to 80 as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, in London, England, the Chelsea players boarded their flight, bound for Spain to face Atlético Madrid in a significant clash. As the plane took off, head coach Conte was engrossed in reviewing match footage of Atlético Madrid from the current season on his laptop. Despite Chelsea's superiority in terms of strength and market value, the gap between the two teams was not particularly pronounced. Conte was well aware that this away trip would not be without its challenges. The 18-year-old forward for Atlético has been in remarkable form recently, and we must keep a close watch on him, Conte remarked to his assistant coach. This young man has already scored 10 goals in La Liga, surpassing even Cristiano Ronaldo in scoring efficiency. We must remain vigilant. Chapter 67, Conte's Strategy, a new celebration move. The next day, after the training concluded, Chu Feng promptly arrived at a hotel in the heart of Madrid. At that moment, Dofu and Elena were already waiting at the entrance to welcome Chu Feng, accompanied by Elena's daughter, Mia. Xiao Feng, over here. Upon spotting Chu Feng, Dofu's face lit up with a look of relief as he rushed forward to embrace him tightly. How are you, Xiao Feng? Did you manage to secure the tickets? Chu Feng had initially anticipated that Fu would share some profoundly moving words with him. To his surprise, the first thing he uttered was about the tickets. He had obtained them. 3 box tickets. As Chu Feng spoke, he retrieved 3 tickets from his pocket and handed them to Fu. Box tickets? Little Feng, you truly possess remarkable abilities. These tickets must be quite expensive, Fu exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement upon receiving them. They are complimentary. Players from the Atlético Madrid first team receive additional tickets. At this moment, Elena, who stood beside Fu, finally spoke. Little Feng, how are you adapting to life in Madrid? After spending such a considerable amount of time together, Elena had come to regard Chu Feng as her own child. Thus, her heart ached with longing after a few months of separation. It's going well. By the way, Aunt, when are you and Uncle getting engaged? Before Chu Feng could finish his sentence, Fu rushed to cover his mouth, admonishing, don't bring up things that shouldn't be mentioned. You need to be quiet. As Fu and Chu Feng playfully tussled, Elena's face flushed a bright red. Suddenly, Mia dashed in front of Chu Feng, pulling out an Atlético Madrid jersey with the number 18 from her backpack. She handed it to him, saying, Great star, please sign this for me. I told my classmates you are my brother, but they don't believe me. Afterward, Mia took out her phone and insisted on taking a selfie with Chu Feng. Brother Chu Feng, if you score tomorrow, can you please do a different celebration? The machine gun gesture is just too cringeworthy. Hearing his carefully thought-out celebration mocked, Chu Feng's expression soured. He coldly replied to Mia, Then what gesture do you suggest would be better? A heart gesture. Mia demonstrated the heart sign for him. After watching, Chu Feng shook his head repeatedly, firmly rejecting the idea. As a man, I cannot possibly perform such a gesture. Absolutely not. Mia, feeling a bit aggrieved, pleaded, I've already told my classmates that you would definitely do the heart gesture after scoring. If you don't, I will be ridiculed. Brother Chu Feng, I beg you. With a resigned sigh, Chu Feng reluctantly acquiesced to Mia's request. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he primarily extended an invitation to Fu, Elena, and Mia to dine at an upscale restaurant. Although Chu Feng's salary was not particularly high, his bonuses for scoring goals were quite substantial, earning him €50,000 for each goal scored, thus providing him with a modest financial cushion. Meanwhile, in the press conference hall at the Metropolitano Stadium, Chelsea's head coach, Conte, along with player representative Hazard, had already arrived. Coach Conte, which player from Atlético Madrid do you believe poses the greatest threat to Chelsea's goal? A journalist from Madrid Sports was the first to pose a question to Conte. Griezmann and Carrasco will be our primary focus, Conte replied. In addition to these two, I have also noticed that Atletico's number 18 forward has been in exceptional form recently. However, considering his tender age of 17, we will not place undue pressure on this young talent. As Conte concluded his statement, a murmur of discontent rippled through the assembled journalists. Sir Conte, allow me to remind you that this 17-year-old has already netted 10 goals in La Liga, surpassing even Messi and Ronaldo on the scoring chart, remarked a reporter from Marca. A faint smile crossed Conte's face as he confidently responded, If I recall correctly, only 6 rounds of La Liga have been played thus far, and the statistics are still inconclusive. I trust that by the end of 30 rounds, the top scorers will undoubtedly be Messi or Ronaldo. In summary, the Chelsea coach's remarks at the press conference exuded confidence, entirely dismissing Chu Feng's potential, which inadvertently sparked considerable dissatisfaction among the Madrid media. Additionally, Chelsea star player Hazard shared his thoughts on the upcoming match. Our sole purpose in Madrid is to secure a victory and 3 points. I understand that Coach Simeone favors a defensive strategy, but regrettably, Chelsea is least intimidated by such tactics. We will breach Atletico's formidable defense. In an instant, the responses from Conte and Hazard at the press conference were eagerly reported by numerous Spanish media outlets. Pre-match press conference. Conte claims he will not specifically target Chu Feng. This 17-year-old poses no threat to Chelsea's goal. Marca, the pride of the Italian. Chelsea's coach disregards Chu Feng, asserting that this young talent is merely a fleeting phenomenon. Daily Sports. Conte and Hazard exude confidence in defeating Atletico. Bold declarations ahead of the match. Upon the release of these reports, it inevitably ignited the fury of Atlético Madrid supporters. Across various fan forums, Atlético fans began to hurl insults and mock Conte. Moreover, Conte's pre-match remarks reached the ears of Atlético players. In truth, this was a deliberate tactic by Conte, designed to create the impression that Chelsea would not place significant emphasis on disrupting Chu Feng's performance. However, the reality was that the Chelsea manager's tactical preparations primarily focused on containing Chu Feng. to ensure Chu Feng's complete neutralization during the match. Conte even arranged for dedicated defensive measures. The intention behind his statements in the press conference was primarily to surprise Chu Feng. As Chu Feng returned to the player's apartment, the clock had already struck 8 in the evening. His phone buzzed with numerous shares of Conte's pre-match statements. However, Chu Feng remained indifferent. He reclined on his bed, quietly accessing the elite striker training ground to commence his practice. Chapter 68. Champions League Single Match Task Update. The following day, match day, at 4 in the afternoon, the Atlético Madrid team bus slowly approached the Metropolitano Stadium. The players donned headphones, immersing themselves in music to maintain a state of relative tranquility. Meanwhile, Chu Feng kept his eyes closed, continuing his additional training in the elite striker training ground. Finally, as the bus neared the stadium's parking area, Chu Feng's confrontation attribute successfully reached 80. Target value, confrontation 80. Progress, 100. Description. Upon reaching a confrontation attribute of 80, the host has attained the average standard of the 5 major leagues. Just the average standard. Chu Feng initially believed that reaching an attribute level of 80 would allow him to charge recklessly across the pitch. However, he soon realized it merely represented an average standard. This revelation inevitably left him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he swiftly adjusted his mindset, knowing that if he scored in the UEFA Champions League match against Chelsea that evening, he would earn valuable attribute points. A single goal would grant him 2 free attribute points, and the more goals he scored, the more points he would accumulate. Surrounding the Metropolitano Stadium, tens of thousands of fans clad in Atlético Madrid jerseys had already gathered. They sang the club anthem, Atlético de Madrid, as they awaited entry. A glance around revealed that the supporters were predominantly wearing the number 18 jersey, worn by none other than Chu Feng. Undoubtedly, since Chu Feng had become Atlético's key player, the fans had quickly grown fond of this young talent hailing from the eastern continent. With Chu Feng atop the La Liga scoring chart, he had firmly established himself as the attacking hope in the eyes of Atlético supporters. At the entrance to the away fan section, nearly 2,000 Chelsea loyalists had also traveled to Madrid, filled with confidence as the reigning champions of the Premier League. As they entered, these die-hard Chelsea fans chanted slogans against Atlético Madrid. Of course, Atlético fans were equally unyielding, with many surging over barriers to confront the Chelsea supporters, resulting in a flurry of punches and kicks. Fortunately, security personnel acted swiftly, intervening to prevent the situation from escalating further. At 8 o'clock in the evening, as both Atlético and Chelsea fans took their seats in the stands, a verbal battle commenced with insults, jeers, and taunts echoing throughout the stadium. Even before the match had begun, tensions between the two fan bases were palpable. Meanwhile, in the luxury box, Do-Fu, accompanied by Elena and Mia, successfully entered under the guidance of staff. It was their first time watching a match from such a vantage point, and they were instantly awestruck by the scene before them. An abundance of cake, snacks, and complimentary beer and beverages awaited them. The view from the box was impeccable, offering a complete panorama of the Metropolitano Stadium. How wonderful it is to have money, Do-Fu mused, unable to contain his admiration. Elena, however, dismissed his sentiment, asserting, the most important thing is to enjoy the game with someone you love. That is what truly matters. Even watching from a television can bring happiness. Elena's message was crystal clear, yet Do-Fu chose not to respond. Meanwhile, Mia transformed into a photography enthusiast, fervently capturing the moment with her phone, even managing to snap a group photo of herself with Elena and Do-Fu. On the distant Eastern Highway, within the broadcast hall of Don'Show Network, 2 commentators are poised and ready. At the director's signal to commence, He-Wei and Su-Yong immediately immersed themselves in their duties. Welcome, dear football enthusiasts, to the second round of the 2017 to 2018 UEFA Champions League group stage. Atlético Madrid faces Chelsea. Both teams secured victories in the opening round. Currently, Chelsea holds the top position in the group based on goal difference, while Atlético Madrid claims the second spot. In their last 5 encounters in the Champions League, Atlético has achieved 2 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss, thus maintaining a slight edge overall. This evening, Coach Simeone has opted for a 4-4-2 formation. The goalkeeper remains Oblak, with defenders from right to left, Juanfran, Godin, Lucas Hernandez, and Felipe. The midfield consists of Koke, Partey, Sael, and Carrasco, while the 2 forwards are Griezmann and Chu Feng. Conversely, the visiting Chelsea, under Conte's guidance, has deployed a 3-4-2-1 formation. The goalkeeper is former Atlético player Courtois, with 3 defenders, Gary Cahill, David Luiz, and Azpilicueta. The midfield features Marcos Alonso, Bakayoko, Candy, and Moses, with 2 forwards, Hazard and Fabregas, and a lone striker, Morata. It is noteworthy that during the pre-match press conference, Coach Conte asserted that the 17-year-old Chu Feng does not pose a threat to Chelsea's goal. Consequently, Chelsea is unlikely to focus on disrupting Chu Feng during this evening's match. Let us await the unfolding of events. This match has also attracted a significant number of fans from our nation, with a live viewer count in the Dongxiu Network broadcast room exceeding 8 million. On the barrage, fans expressed great anticipation for Chu Feng's performance, demanding that he prove Conte wrong. Go, young brother. Although Chelsea is the reigning champion, Atlético enjoys the advantage of home ground, making victory a distinct possibility. Come on, young brother. Don't let me down. Let these Londoners feel the intimidating atmosphere of the home ground. I have a premonition that our young brother will score at least twice tonight. In the player tunnel, both teams' players have taken their places. Before the match, they appear relatively amicable, exchanging greetings. However, Chu Feng stands quietly at the back of the line, continually adjusting his mindset through deep breaths. This match marks Chu Feng's first encounter with a formidable opponent since joining Atlético Madrid. Within Chu Feng's heart, a sense of trepidation undoubtedly lingered. Yet, more prominently, there was an exhilarating excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness to dominate the field. Beep! At that moment, the referee blew the whistle repeatedly, signaling the players of both teams to take the field. As Chu Feng emerged from the players' tunnel, a thunderous cheer enveloped him. At that instant, nearly every seat in the Grand Metropolis Stadium was occupied, a sea of enthusiastic fans. Ding! The mission for this match has been announced. Achieve a hat-trick. Mission reward: a random Chelsea star card. Just then, a familiar voice resonated in Chu Feng's ear. Chapter 69, A Dual Assault. Locking down Chu Feng's breakthrough. A hat trick? A chance to randomly obtain a Chelsea star card? How intriguing. After carefully reviewing the system task, Chu Feng's face immediately illuminated with excitement. If he could achieve a hat trick this evening, he would earn a coveted Chelsea star card. Undoubtedly, this would significantly enhance Chu Feng's personal prowess. Thus, he must seize this opportunity at all costs. In the VIP box, Do Fu, upon seeing Chu Feng take the field, raised his voice in fervent encouragement. Xiao Feng, go for it. Your uncle is proud of you. His enthusiastic shout drew the attention of nearly everyone present. A well-dressed, middle-aged man approached Do Fu, initiating a conversation. Do you know Chu? Of course, I'm his uncle. Do Fu's tone brimmed with pride, prompting a smile from the middle-aged man upon hearing his words. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Mendez, a football agent. Chu is undoubtedly the most talented player I have encountered. I believe that it won't be long before he is compared to Messi and Ronaldo. As Mendez spoke, he produced his business card. I hope to become Chu's agent. If possible, before Mendez could finish, Do Fu waved his hand dismissively, stating, You should discuss this with Chu Feng directly. I cannot make decisions for him. Although Do Fu appeared somewhat frivolous, he displayed remarkable composure when faced with such matters. Of course, that is your prerogative. In any case, it is a pleasure to meet you. Mendez responded graciously, unfazed by the rejection. This marked Mendez's second visit to Spain within a week, and truthfully, he felt an increasing urgency as Chu Feng's performance continued to improve. Moreover, other top football agents, including his primary competitor Raiola, had also expressed interest in Chu Feng. Thus, Mendez found himself racing against time to secure Chu Feng's signature. At that moment on the field, the players of both teams had taken their positions. With the referee's whistle signaling the start of the match, the clash was imminent. Chelsea, playing away, kicked off first. It wasn't too long before the ball reached the feet of Chelsea's playmaker, Fabregas. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a long pass. 2 seconds later, the ball landed precisely at the feet of Moses on the flank. The match had barely begun, yet Chelsea launched a fierce assault towards Atlético Madrid's goal. In response, the players of Atlético Madrid retreated to defend their half, with Griezmann, Chu Feng, and others contributing to the defense. This was Simeone's strategy, to park the bus. Then, seizing the opportunity to counterattack, bang, Moses made a slight adjustment and immediately delivered cross. In the blink of an eye, the football soared like a shooting star, flashing over the heads of several Atlético Madrid players. In the small box, Morata had already leaped into the air, amidst the tussle with 2 Atlético defenders. Morata exerted every ounce of strength to secure the first touch. Bang! A powerful header. It was an emphatic strike, yet, regrettably, this header could not breach Oblak's steadfast grip. On the goal line, the Atlético goalkeeper securely cradled the ball. Bang! Following that, an opportunity for Atlético's counterattack emerged. Oblak swiftly threw the ball forward with his hands. As the ball just crossed the halfway line, Chu Feng seized it. In an instant, the stands of the Metropolitano Stadium erupted with deafening cheers. Over 60,000 fans simultaneously shouted Chu Feng's name. However, Chu Feng found no space for breakthrough. Marcos Alonso, along with the defensive midfielder Kenny, swiftly positioned themselves directly in front of him, effectively obstructing his path to advance. A dual blockade. Prior to the commencement of this match, Coach Connie had asserted that his team would not focus on marking Chu Feng, yet the current outcome suggests that this was merely a smokescreen. In the studio, commentator He Wei couldn't help but express his critique. Upon witnessing this, Chu Feng's countenance was marked by an air of calmness. He did not opt for a reckless breakthrough. In truth, deep within his heart, he was acutely aware of the prowess possessed by these two players, particularly Kenny. Currently, Kenny could almost be regarded as one of the finest defensive midfielders in the top 5 leagues. Even in a one-on-one confrontation with Messi, there is no guarantee of absolute victory. The current prowess of Chu Feng in terms of breakthrough capabilities is beyond question. Bang! Chu Feng exhibited little hesitation, promptly directing the football towards the flanks with his right foot. Suddenly, Atlético Madrid's winger Carrasco received the ball. On the left side, this Belgian winger faced Moses' defense, executing a graceful nutmeg to effortlessly break through. Chelsea's defense revealed a chink in its armor. At the apex of the penalty area, Griezmann had found a pocket of space. However, Carrasco opted against the pass and continued his relentless advance along the left flank. It was only upon encountering Azpilicueta that he met resistance. The Chelsea wingback engaged Carrasco without uttering a word, launching into a direct, airborne tackle. Both player and ball were sent tumbling. Beep! In the next instant, the referee decisively blew the whistle for a foul. Yet, the Atletico fans expressed their discontent as the referee refrained from issuing a yellow card to Azpilicueta. Commentator He Wei could not contain his critique. No card? The referee has let Azpilicueta off the hook. To be frank, Azpilicueta's foul was certainly worthy of a yellow card. Under the scrutiny of a stricter official, it might even have warranted a red. Yet, this time, the referee remained unperturbed. On the sidelines, Atletico coach Simeone swiftly approached the fourth official, fervently voicing his objections. Regrettably, his efforts bore no fruit. In fact, the referee handed Simeone a yellow card for his outburst. On the field, Griezmann stood poised at the penalty spot, while defenders Godin and Lucas Hernandez had already positioned themselves within a box. Chu Feng stood at the edge of the penalty area, awaiting his moment. Suddenly, the football soared towards him at the top of the box. It was evident that Griezmann aimed to replicate his previous goal against Sevilla. Chapter 70. The classic Chelsea counterattack. Hazard silences the MetLife Stadium. At the very instant the ball landed at the apex of the penalty area, Chu Feng had already lifted his right foot. However, just as he was about to unleash his shot, a player clad in Chelsea's blue jersey appeared before him, intervening with a resolute header to clear the danger. This player was none other than Chelsea's formidable defensive midfielder, Kenny, a pivotal defensive maneuver. This exemplifies why Kenny is often hailed as the Premier League's premier holding midfielder. He invariably positions himself where he is most needed. As He Wei's words echoed, Chelsea successfully regained possession of the second ball, and the recipient was none other than the illustrious Fabregas. This signaled the onset of a counterattack for Chelsea. Ever since Mourinho assumed the role of Chelsea's manager, the team's genetic makeup has been infused with the essence of swift counterattacks. Upon receiving the ball, Fabregas immediately showcased his exceptional passing prowess. With a resounding thump, he sent a long ball soaring forward. To the left flank, Chelsea's star player, Hazard, received the pass with finesse. In the stands occupied by the visiting supporters, over 2,000 dedicated Chelsea fans erupted in cheers. These away fans understood that once Hazard received the ball on the wing, he possessed the requisite skill to exert pressure on the opponent's goal. Indeed, this was the case. The moment Hazard gained possession, he surged towards the Atlético Madrid goal with remarkable speed. Of course, the defenders were already in position. The first to confront Hazard was Juan Fran, closely followed by Koch, who also rushed towards him. Faced with a double team, Hazard could easily have opted to pass the ball into the penalty area, where Chelsea's towering striker, Morata, had already made his way to the penalty spot. However, noticing that Morata was being closely marked by Atletico defenders, Hazard decisively chose to forego the pass. For a player of Hazard's caliber, he exudes confidence in his individual abilities. As expected, with a deft touch of his left foot, he maneuvered the ball past his challengers. In a flash, the football glided perfectly through the gap between Juanfran and Koch. A breakthrough. Truly, he is the Premier League's master dribbler. Hazard offered no opportunities for Atletico's defenders. Within the halls of the broadcasting studio, Hiway, having witnessed the unfolding events, immediately exclaimed with fervor, "At this moment, Atletico Madrid's defense has utterly collapsed. Both Juanfran and Koch have completely lost their positions in this defensive effort." No sooner had Hiway's words echoed than Hazard surged into the penalty area, approaching the arc of the box. At that moment, the goal lay well within his striking range. Upon seeing this, centre-back God Int did not hesitate. He charged forward to confront Hazard. Alas, at the very instant God Int made his move, Hazard had already initiated a shot. The football streaked past God Int's head like a comet, swiftly finding its mark. In less than 2 seconds, the ball had successfully sailed into the net's corner. On the goal line, goalkeeper Oblak exerted every ounce of strength in an attempt to save it, but regrettably, he was a fraction too late. The ball elegantly bypassed Oblak's outstretched hands, decisively entering the goal. 1-0. Chelsea, playing away, had struck first, breaching their opponent's defenses. Following the goal, Hazard exuberantly celebrated within the Metropolitano Stadium, while over 2,000 Chelsea fans in the away stand raised their fists in unison, chanting Hazard's name. Naturally, many among them also directed fervent insults towards the Atletico supporters. "Curse these Madrid folk. Chelsea are the champions. This is the Metropolitano Stadium. This is Hazard, the world's number one. Foolish Spaniards. They do not deserve victory. Annihilate Madrid," perhaps owing to a brawl that had erupted prior to the match. Every Chelsea fan was particularly exhilarated after the goal. In stark contrast, Atletico supporters were momentarily stunned, unable to believe that the formidable defense crafted by Simeone could be so easily dismantled by Hazard. This completely shattered their perception of the team's strength. On the pitch, Chu Feng maintained an air of calm. Evidently, he had anticipated that this match would be a fierce contest. After all, if it were to be an effortless game, the system would not have initiated the match tasks. In summary, for Atletico to defend their home honor, they would need to exert every effort. As the game resumed, Chu Feng was the first to receive the ball in the attacking half. However, before he could turn around, Marcos Alonso appeared right before him, decisively pushing him down without a word. In the initial 10 minutes of the match, Chu Feng gradually realized that no matter where he positioned himself, Marcos Alonso would invariably be the first to impede his movements. This was indeed the surprise that Connie had orchestrated for Chu Feng. It was evident that Hiway also discerned this pattern, as he couldn't help but voice his frustration into the microphone, recalling how, at the pre-match press conference, Connie had boldly declared to the media that there would be no targeted defense against Chu Feng that evening, a clear smokescreen. From the very first second of the match, Marcos Alonso shadowed Chu Feng closely, akin to a relentless specter. One must concede that during this period, Chu Feng found himself thoroughly constrained by Chelsea's defense, lacking even a solitary opportunity to shoot. On the sidelines, Simeone became increasingly anxious upon witnessing the performance of his players, even resorting to stomping his feet in frustration. Undoubtedly, this was far from the outcome the Atletico Madrid coach had envisioned. Both Griezmann and Chu Feng were performing dismally that night. Focus. Have confidence. Seek opportunities to shoot. At this moment, Simeone had no effective solutions at hand. All he could do was rally his players from the sidelines. Fortunately, Chu Feng managed to secure a set-piece opportunity in the attacking third for Atletico Madrid. As the deadlock in open play persisted, the moment to test the players' prowess in set-piece offense had arrived. Once again, it was Griezmann who would take the free kick. However, this time, Chu Feng did not remain stationed at the top of the penalty arc. Instead, he ventured into the penalty area with a resounding thud as Griezmann delivered the set piece. The ball elegantly arched over the heads of the defenders at the near post and soared directly towards Chu Feng. At last, Chu Feng seized the opportunity to strike. Chapter 71, a double delight. The darkest hour for Atletico Madrid has arrived. Undoubtedly, this presents an exceptional heading opportunity for Chu Feng. Within the small penalty area, he summoned all his strength and swiftly engaged his core, propelling the football like a cannonball. which hurtled into the net in an instant. Currently, Chu Feng's heading attribute stands at 77. To be frank, as a center forward, such a value is not particularly high. Yet in this moment, Chu Feng has achieved everything within his capabilities. The football surged like a cannonball, hurtling towards the goal. Alas, in that fleeting moment, Chelsea's goalkeeper Courtois emerged. Just as the ball was about to cross the goal line, the Belgian international swiftly deflected it with a powerful fist, successfully thwarting Chu Feng's header. In the previous second, the Atlético Madrid fans had raised their arms in anticipation, ready to celebrate the arrival of a goal, but in the next instant, those jubilant hands were tightly clasped atop their heads in despair. In that moment, over 60,000 Spurs fans experienced a tumultuous shift of emotions. The header, it was parried away. Courtois executed a world-class save. With a single fist, he cleared Chu Feng's close-range header. Truly, he is the foremost goalkeeper in the top 5 leagues. His prowess is remarkable. In the commentary hall of Don'tio Network, He Wei, upon witnessing this, could not help but lavish additional praise into the microphone. Another commentator, Su Yang, lamented, "What a pity. If only Chu Feng's header had been more cunningly angled. Perhaps Courtois would have been left in awe." At that moment, Chelsea's counterattack quietly commenced. The football, deflected by Courtois, soared towards the flanks, where it was received by none other than the illustrious Fabregas. As a world-class midfielder, Fabregas rose to fame at a young age, once regarded by Wenger as the hope for Arsenal's resurgence. However, everything changed when the prodigious talent opted to join Barcelona during his prime. Yet, it is undeniable that Fabregas remained one of the world's elite midfielders at that time. Without uttering a word, Fabregas swiftly demonstrated his long-passing prowess after controlling the ball. Boom! Mere seconds later, the football sped toward the halfway line as if guided by a remote control. Hazard was the first to seize the ball. Having already scored during the match, the moment Hazard received the football, the entire Atlético Madrid defense tensed with anxiety. On the sidelines, Coach Simeone shouted fervently, "Foul quickly. Don't let him break through. Hurry." Simeone was all too aware of Hazard's formidable dribbling abilities. In his view, if Hazard were allowed to penetrate into the top of the penalty area, he might again exploit a long-range shot to breach Oblak's defenses. Thus, for the sake of caution, Simeone issued a tactical order for his players to commit a foul. In an instant, the first to confront Hazard was Atlético's right back Juan Fran, accompanied by the formidable midfielder party. However, before the two Atletico defenders could make any interference, in the blink of an eye, Hazard transformed into a bolt of blue lightning. Swift as the wind, he glided past the two defenders with an array of feints, effortlessly evading their grasp. Neither Juan Fran nor party had the time to commit a foul. In an instant, Hazard surged into the arc of the penalty area. Glancing up at Oblak's position, he immediately swung his right foot and struck the ball. Bam! Despite the rapid attempts of Atletico's center backs, God-In and Lucas Hernandez, to obstruct him, they were utterly powerless against Hazard's shot. The football soared like a cannonball, whistling over the defenders' heads. Whoosh! Oblak, prepared to make a save as Hazard approached the edge of the penalty area, found himself unable to keep pace with Hazard's rhythm at the moment of the shot. In a flash, the ball crashed into the net, firmly above Oblak's head. The Atletico goalkeeper never even touched it. 2-0. Chelsea, playing away, scored another goal. This exemplifies Hazard's prowess. As the Premier League's Messi, Hazard once again pierced through Atletico's defense with his extraordinary individual skill. Neither Juan Fran, God-In, nor goalkeeper Oblak could find a way to contend with Hazard. In a commentary booth, He Wei's spirits plummeted. Honestly, he had anticipated the match would be quite challenging, understanding that Atletico would likely be pressed by Chelsea. Yet now, the score revealed Atletico was trailing by 2 goals. The pressure silently mounted on the Chelsea players. Meanwhile, millions of fans from the homeland began to sweat for Atletico. Come on, Atletico, give it your all. Chelsea truly deserves the title of Premier League champions. Their attacking prowess is formidable. It feels as though Hazard's individual ability can be compared to that of Messi and Ronaldo. Atletico seems to have no chance at all. Chelsea's counterattacks are consistently precise. Forget about finishing first in the group. Strive for the top 2. Damn, Connie is indeed crafty. Before the match, he claimed there would be no targeted defense against Chu Feng. Yet, during the game, he assigned a specific player to mark him. The camera suddenly focused on Simeone, revealing a hint of resignation on the face of the Atlético Madrid coach. Clearly, the entire first half had unfolded in a manner that was entirely unexpected for Simeone. Particularly concerning was his proud defensive line, which had been nearly dismantled by Hazard alone during this evening's match. In the VIP box, Mia felt a surge of anxiety after Atlético conceded 2 goals. "Come on, brother Chu Feng. I believe in you," she silently prayed, while Do Fu, standing beside her, wore a serious expression. Elena, next to them, quickly offered words of comfort. There's still plenty of time left in the match. "I'm sure Chu Feng will have his chance." Do Fu nodded, responding with unwavering conviction. "Of course, I have always believed in that rascal. Atlético will triumph." The match continued. In the stands of the Metropolitano Stadium, over 60,000 devoted Atlético fans once again sang their team anthem. Just like the players on the field, the fans refused to abandon hope for their team. Chapter 72. Alvarez's fortuitous activation. The opportunity arises. For Atlético, their only recourse was to attack. Thus, upon the restart, the players surged into Chelsea's half, launching an all-out assault. Meanwhile, Chelsea, already holding a 2-goal advantage, set up a formidable defensive formation. All attacking players withdrew to fortify their defense, as the 2-0 scoreline was deemed sufficient for securing victory that evening. Therefore, Chelsea's sole objective was to preserve their lead until the final whistle. Conte's team had erected a solid defensive wall. It is well known that, as an Italian coach, Conte has instilled a profound sense of Italian defensive prowess into Chelsea. Now, Atlético's offensive efforts would face a significant trial. In the commentary booth, Huey expressed skepticism regarding Atlético's attacking capabilities. After all, during the first 30 minutes, Atlético's offense had been nearly non-existent, with only Chu Feng's header posing any threat to Courtois. With Chelsea now fully entrenched in defense, the challenge for Atlético's attack intensified. In the 38th minute, Carrasco received a long pass from Coke on the wing, as Atlético's offensive focus shifted towards the flanks. Given that both strikers, Chu Feng and Griezmann, had been effectively neutralized by their opponents, the team relied more heavily on the prowess of their wing players. However, once all Chelsea players retreated to their half, Carrasco found few opportunities to penetrate the defense. Azpilicueta and Kant functioned as Carrasco's left and right arms, effectively stifling his advances. As Carrasco was about to make a breakthrough, in the next instant, 2 players swiftly closed in on him. He attempted to dribble past Kant with a nutmeg. But little did he know that Kant had already anticipated his move. With a crucial block, Kant successfully intercepted the ball from Carrasco. In the blink of an eye, possession was once again seized by the Chelsea players. On the stands filled with away fans, over 2,000 Chelsea supporters began to cheer exuberantly. Undoubtedly, in that moment, the Chelsea fans sensed an opportunity for a counterattack. Indeed, after intercepting the ball, Kant immediately nudged it with his right foot, delivering it to Fabregas. Bam! The attacking linchpin of Chelsea swiftly executed a long pass. In an instant, the ball found itself at Morata's feet. Yet another chance for Chelsea to counterattack. Amidst the cheers of over 2,000 Chelsea fans, Morata received the ball and sprinted with all his might. Like a meteor, he charged towards the opponent's penalty area. However, Atlético's 2 central defenders remained focused, and in a flash, both Godin and Lucas Hernandez rushed to confront Morata. These 2 Atlético defenders effectively thwarted the opponent's advance with their resolute defending. Ultimately, Godin cleared the ball with a powerful kick. The Atlético fans finally exhaled deeply upon witnessing this. In the broadcasting studio, Huey couldn't help but exclaim, "Chelsea's counterattacks are truly incisive." If the player receiving the ball had been Hazard instead of Morata, the score might have already shifted to 3-0. Another commentator, Su Yang, also expressed skepticism towards Atlético, remarking, "It seems only a matter of time before Atlético succumbs to defeat. Chelsea's performance tonight is a complete overpowering." In the blink of an eye, the match had reached the 40th minute. As the first half approached its conclusion, it was evident that Atlético's players were gradually growing anxious. The underperforming Chu Feng began to retreat to the midfield. Within the penalty area, he found himself surrounded almost entirely by Chelsea defenders and lacking aerial prowess. Chu Feng struggled against both Gary Cahill and David Luiz. Hence, for Chu Feng, the best strategy was to keep as far away from the penalty area as possible, positioning himself more at the top of the box to receive the ball. In the 42nd minute of the match, Oblak executed a swift throw-in, delivering the ball to Carrasco on the flank. Regrettably, just as Carrasco halted the ball, 2 defenders, one of whom was Kant, swiftly closed in. After several encounters, Carrasco had developed a clear understanding of Kant's defensive prowess. He was acutely aware that, given his current capabilities, breaching Kant's defense would pose a significant challenge. Thus, without hesitation, Carrasco launched a long pass into the penalty area the moment he received the ball. However, Kant intervened, causing the ball to deviate from its trajectory and land at the top of the penalty arc instead of within the box. Fortuitously, the player positioned to respond was none other than Chu Feng. As Chu Feng expertly controlled the ball with his right foot at the edge of the penalty area, the once quiet Metropolitano stadium erupted in fervent cheers. Undeniably, in that moment, over 60,000 Atlético Madrid fans yearned for Chu Feng to conjure a miracle. They recalled that in previous matches, whenever Atlético found themselves in dire straits, Chu Feng had always risen to the occasion, and thus the fans eagerly anticipated his assuming the role of savior once more. Contain him. Do not afford this Asian player a chance to shoot. Hurry. In the Chelsea coach's technical area, Antonio Conte visibly displayed his anxiety upon witnessing this unfolding moment. Prior to the match, he had scrutinized all of Chu Feng's performances from the season, fully aware that allowing Chu Feng to receive the ball in such a position could lead to disastrous consequences. As predicted, when Chu Feng received the ball, Marcos Alonso was the first to rush towards him, with Kant also sprinting in his direction. In an instant, Chelsea resorted to a double-team tactic. Nevertheless, Chu Feng did not falter in his advance. Confronted by Alonso's defense, he boldly opted to force his way through. Ding! The Alvarez's lucky card activated. At the moment Chu Feng was about to engage in a physical contest with Marcos Alonso, the system's voice echoed once more in his ears. Finally, Chu Feng successfully activated the star player skill card. Chapter 73. Goal. Balotelli's powerful strike. Strength 10, dribbling 20, shooting 20. As Chu Feng activated the Alvarez's lucky card, his three attributes received distinct enhancements, instilling him with newfound confidence. When Chelsea's formidable defender Marcos Alonso charged towards Chu Feng, he instinctively nudged the ball with his right foot, and miraculously, it slipped through Alonso's legs. A nutmeg. With a deft nutmeg, Chu Feng skillfully maneuvered past Marcos Alonso, an astonishing breakthrough. In this fleeting moment, not only was he way overwhelmed with excitement, but thousands of Atlético Madrid fans in the grandstand also began to raise their fists in jubilation. Simultaneously, every Atlético supporter was fervently chanting Chu Feng's name. In the VIP box, Dofu and Mia mirrored the actions of the Atlético fans, raising their fists while enthusiastically calling out Chu Feng's name. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng has surged into the arc of the penalty area. Simultaneously, he swiftly swung his right foot, clearly intending to take a direct shot. Chelsea's central defender David Luiz, upon noticing this, dared not to hesitate for a moment and rushed towards Chu Feng. In that split second of his advance, David Luiz had already resolved to adopt a defensive maneuver, namely, to commit a foul. He would rather concede a free kick to Atlético Madrid than allow Chu Feng an opportunity to shoot. However, just as David Luiz charged towards him, the Atlético prodigy had already executed his shooting motion. Bang! Balotelli's thunderous strike was unleashed. In an instant, the ball cruelly zipped past the head of David Luiz. The Brazilian international found himself utterly helpless at that moment, with his only recourse being to watch the ball fly towards the goal. At this juncture, all hope for Chelsea rested squarely upon Courtois. This world-class goalkeeper had previously thwarted Chu Feng's inevitable goal, and now they were poised to face each other once more. Positioned on the goal line, Courtois, witnessing Chu Feng's shooting motion, rapidly mustered his strength, nearly propelling himself into action with utmost urgency. Yet, as the ball drew ever closer to the net, a sense of dread and resignation began to manifest in Courtois' gaze. As a seasoned goalkeeper, he understood in that fleeting moment that, given the current speed and trajectory of the ball, he stood no chance of making contact. Whoosh! As anticipated the very next second, the ball headed straight for the corner of the net. 1-2. The home team, Atlético Madrid, had finally managed to claw back a goal. Following his goal, Chu Feng refrained from any celebratory gestures, instead dashing towards the goal at breakneck speed to seize the ball from Courtois' hands. Racing like the wind towards the center circle, Chu Feng. Indeed, each time Atlético's offensive maneuvers faltered, he consistently rose to the occasion. This powerful strike from the edge of the penalty area shattered the morale of Chelsea's defenders. With the score adjusted to 1-2, there was no doubt that Atlético Madrid, playing on home turf, had ample opportunity to secure victory. On the sidelines, Simeone, having suppressed his emotions for a full 40 minutes, could finally unleash his fervor, vigorously waving his fists with a ferocious expression on his face. Simultaneously, he bellowed hoarsely, urging his players, press on, keep pushing forward, don't give the opposition any chances. Strive to equalize before the end of the first half. Upon the resumption of play, the Chelsea players remained devoid of offensive intent, engaging predominantly in futile passes within their own half. For the time being, their sole objective was to preserve their lead until the halftime whistle. Any reckless foray into attack could potentially grant Atlético Madrid an opportunity to counter. Hence, prudence was the order of the day for the Chelsea squad. However, following their goal, every Atlético player was invigorated, buoyed by the thunderous cheers of the home crowd, which sent their adrenaline surging. In the dying moments of the first half, Atlético's warriors continued to apply relentless high pressing in the attacking third, particularly Chu Feng. Perhaps owing to the previous consumption of an extraordinary stamina elixir, Chu Feng felt no semblance of fatigue. In fact, Chu Feng felt an overwhelming surge of strength in his legs. Brothers, charge! Do not grant the opponents any opportunity to pass. Hold on a little longer. Under Chu Feng's fervent exhortations, numerous Atlético Madrid forwards surged toward the Chelsea players. Griezmann, Coque, Carrasco, and Chu Feng relentlessly pressed forward. After a series of swift passes, the ball finally found its way to David Luiz's feet. At that pivotal moment, both Chu Feng and Griezmann, the lethal strikers of Atlético Madrid, lunged toward David Luiz in unison. In a critical juncture, David Luiz opted for a powerful clearance. Yet, at the very instant he lifted his foot, Chu Feng hurled his body forward with determination. In a fleeting moment, Chu Feng's body intercepted David Luiz's pass, and in that fleeting moment, the ball rebounded and landed perfectly at Griezmann's feet. At last, Atlético Madrid seized yet another golden opportunity for attack. The club's star player received the ball and immediately executed a powerful stride. In a flash, Griezmann surged into the penalty area like a shooting star. A one-on-one chance. At that instant, the entire stands of Atlético fans involuntarily rose to their feet. They were already poised to celebrate. Simultaneously, Chelsea's goalkeeper Courtois made a decisive move to rush out. Griezmann had no time to deliberate. He could only shoot with utmost speed. However, just as Griezmann lifted his foot, Courtois barreled toward him. Ultimately, Griezmann's shot was thwarted by Courtois' body. He missed the chance to equalize against Chelsea in the first half. Beep, beep. As Griezmann's shot was parried, the referee promptly blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. 1-2. Atlético Madrid, playing away, momentarily trailed Chelsea by goal. Chapter 74. A penalty emerges. Griezmann draws the penalty. Chu Feng takes the shot. In the locker room, Atlético players appeared quite fatigued. Except for Chu Feng, everyone was incessantly drinking water and gasping for breath. Indeed, the recent schedule for Atlético Madrid had been quite grueling, facing formidable opponents consecutively with matches twice a week. This posed a significant test for the players' stamina. We have just 45 minutes left. Boys, hold on a little longer. Chelsea's defense is not impenetrable. We certainly have a chance to score. Coach Simeone did not dwell too much on tactical discussions in the locker room. Instead, he focused on uplifting the players' spirits. As an exceedingly experienced head coach, he understood that the primary challenge lay in maintaining the right mindset. As long as Atlético's players could uphold a winning mentality, victory was within reach. Chu, how is your stamina? Can you hold on? Simeone protect Chu Feng, inquiring about his physical condition. In Simeone's view, at just 17 years old, Chu Feng was at risk of injury if his stamina waned. Rest assured, coach. Me perfectly fine. Chu Feng's face bore an expression of unwavering determination. For him, the singular focus was to devise every possible means to score and propel his team toward victory. Meanwhile, during the halftime intermission, the sports network in the Far Eastern Expanse disseminated a plethora of reports regarding the match. The score stood at 1-2, with Atlético Madrid trailing at home. Chu Feng had secured the only goal of the first half. A prodigy, he maneuvered through defenders with a deft touch, unleashing a thunderous strike that pierced the net. His goal rekindled hope for Atlético Madrid. Hazard had netted a brace by halftime, single-handedly dismantling Atlético's defense. In the comments section, fans from the Celestial Empire rallied to support Chu Feng. To be candid, the first half was indeed excruciating. Chelsea's counterattacks were remarkably incisive. For Atlético to clinch victory, they must first neutralize Hazard's advances. Although Chu Feng had scored in the dying moments of the first half, the performance of his teammates was dismal. Griezmann squandered a golden opportunity for an equalizer. Luck seemed to abandon Atlético today. Indeed, aside from Chu Feng, the other players appeared to be in a stupor throughout the first half. This wretched football should be entrusted to Chu Feng. It was inconceivable that a 17-year-old prodigy from the East would emerge as Atlético's beacon of hope in attack. The 15-minute halftime interval vanished in an instant. As the second half commenced, neither Simeone nor Conte opted for substitutions. The visiting Atlético Madrid continued to adopt a defensive posture. In a certain sense, Chelsea's defense was also a form of counterattack. Should Atlético commit numbers forward, any interception by Chelsea in midfield would grant them a prime counterattacking opportunity. In Conte's view, a defensive counterattack was the optimal tactical solution for Chelsea at this juncture. The subsequent events validated Conte's strategy. Within 10 minutes of the second half, although Atlético Madrid's possession soared to a staggering 80%, genuine goal-scoring opportunities remained scarce. In fact, in the 53rd minute, Griezmann's advance was thwarted by his national teammate Conte, who executed a swift interception. With remarkable efficiency, Conte's long pass found Hazard in the attack. Chelsea's familiar counterattacking opportunity had arrived. On the flanks, Hazard, akin to a whirlwind, elegantly maneuvered past both Juan Fran and Lucas Hernandez. From the left side of the penalty area, Hazard created space and instinctively opted for a powerful shot. The ball surged towards the far post of the goal. At the moment Hazard struck, the over 60,000 Atlético fans fell utterly silent. The Metropolitano Stadium was enveloped in a profound stillness. Bang! Oblak failed to save Hazard's shot. Instead, it was the goalpost that thwarted the attempt. Atlético Madrid narrowly escaped disaster. The post at the Metropolitano stood resolute against Hazard's strike. In that fleeting moment, Lady Luck seemed to favor Atlético once more. In the studio, Huey had just finished speaking when Oblak swiftly launched the ball forward with a powerful kick. For Atlético, time was of the essence, and they needed to equalize with utmost urgency. At the edge of the center circle, Chu Feng and Conte leapt simultaneously, utilizing his height advantage. Chu Feng successfully claimed the first touch, but in the next instant he swiftly distributed the ball to Carrasco on the left flank. Although both Carrasco and Hazard hail from Belgium and play as wingers, their performances tonight were worlds apart. Upon receiving Chu Feng's pass, Carrasco was immediately met with a flying tackle from Azpilicueta. The Atlético winger barely had time to react before being brought down by Azpilicueta. Beep. The referee decisively called the foul. Another opportunity for a set piece. Throughout the first half, Atlético Madrid had earned several set pieces, yet regrettably, they failed to convert these chances into goals. Once again, Griezmann stood over the ball. Bang! A long pass. In a flash, the ball soared into the penalty area. At the far post, Atlético's center-back, out jumped David Luiz to seize the first touch. Just as was poised to head the ball towards a goal, David Luiz performed a miraculous handball. Ultimately, Godin's header was blocked by Luiz's right hand. Beep. The referee, having observed the incident clearly, did not hesitate for a moment. He immediately blew the whistle for the foul and pointed towards the penalty spot. In the 63rd minute, Atlético Madrid was awarded a penalty. At last, the stands of the Metropolitano erupted with fervor from over 60,000 Atlético supporters. A penalty. David Luiz had obstructed Godin's header with his hand. The decision was undeniably correct. Let us see which Atlético player will take this crucial penalty. On the pitch, Griezmann took the ball from the referee, hesitated for a moment, then passed it to Chu Feng. You take it. I believe you can do it. Griezmann's penalty success rate was rather average. And facing the world's best goalkeeper, Courtois, truth be told, Griezmann felt far from confident. After nodding at Griezmann, Chu Feng accepted the football and silently stood at the penalty spot. Chapter 75. The penalty is scored. Chu Feng égalité. Chu Feng. Griezmann tossed the ball to Chu Feng. Undoubtedly, this penalty will be taken by Chu Feng. Can this 17-year-old withstand such immense pressure? Within the broadcasting hall, both Huey and Su Yang displayed hints of anxiety, their expressions revealing concern for Chu Feng. Meanwhile, over 60,000 Atlético fans in the stands held their breath, all eyes fixated on Chu Feng. On the goal line, Courtois spread his arms towards Chu Feng, a mocking smile gracing his face as he taunted, "Hey, Asian, I will definitely save your penalty. I am certain of it." However, upon hearing these words, Chu Feng's expression remained unyielding. He understood that Courtois' taunts were primarily aimed at unsettling his composure. Chu Feng would naturally not fall into the trap. Beep. At that moment, the referee blew the whistle for the penalty. After taking a deep breath, Chu Feng gradually began his run-up, while at the goal line, Courtois was already poised to make a save. To be honest, at the very moment Chu Feng commenced his approach, he had yet to determine the direction of his shot. His gaze remained fixed on Courtois' positioning, and as Chu Feng's right foot was about to make contact with the ball, Courtois could no longer contain himself. He made the first move. His weight subtly shifted to the left, clearly indicating that at that moment, Courtois believed Chu Feng would aim for the left side of the goal. Chu Feng, however, keenly sensed this and promptly directed the ball to the right. Simultaneously, Chu Feng's player card was successfully activated. Ding! Balotelli's powerful shot card. Activated. With the activation of this skill, in the blink of an eye, the football surged towards the right side of the goal. The ball, akin to a cannonball, hurtled toward the upper right corner of the net. On the goal line, Courtois had already initiated his save, but regrettably, he dove in the wrong direction. The ball found its way in. 2-2. Both teams returned to an equal standing. Chu Feng seized the opportunity. His penalty successfully deceived Courtois. The score was equalized. The teams were once again at the same starting point. Chu Feng completed a brace. This 17-year-old prodigy helped his team level the score tonight with 2 exquisite goals. In this moment, Chu Feng became the miracle of the team. In the broadcast hall, Wei, upon witnessing Chu Feng breach Courtois' defense, felt his pupils dilate as if in shock. His co-commentator, Su Yang, could not contain himself and shouted, "Chu Feng has saved the Spurs." I believe that after this match, Chu Feng will become a legend among Atletico fans. The barrage of comments from Chinese fans erupted in excitement. Nearly all fans were praising Chu Feng's performance. I can hardly believe that a 17-year-old player from China could score twice against Courtois. A star is born. It's astonishing to think how many fans will sing Chu Feng's praises post-match. Did Courtois falter so much? How could he be scored upon twice by this young player? Is it possible that Courtois is simply too formidable? Courtois completely misjudged Chu Feng's intentions. Steady now. Let's aim for another goal. On the sidelines, Atletico's coach Simeone was utterly exhilarated, fervently waving his fists in the air. His face radiated excitement. He shouted hoarsely in ecstatic disbelief, "Beautiful! Chu, you are the hero of the team. A magnificent goal." Within the confines of the pitch, Chu Feng was enveloped by several Atlético Madrid players, who exuberantly embraced him in celebration of his goal. In stark contrast, the expressions on the faces of the Chelsea players were laden with resignation and despondency. To have a 17-year-old player from the Celestial Empire score 2 goals during the match was a profound humiliation for these Chelsea athletes. On the sidelines, Coach Connie's countenance was marked by displeasure. In his quest to effectively restrain Chu Feng's performance that evening, Coach Connie had devoted significant effort to targeted training. Yet he was unprepared for the fact that Chu Feng would achieve a brace. It is easy to imagine the extent of Connie's frustration. Upon the resumption of play, Connie promptly issued an offensive command to his charges. Once the score was equalized, Chelsea's so-called bus parking defense lost all significance. For the Blue Army, their only recourse was to launch a full-scale attack. In the 60th minute, Fabregas's long pass once again found the frontline player Hazard with precision. However, just as Hazard prepared to showcase his prowess, a multitude of defenders swiftly converged upon him, including Coke, Party, and Juan Fran. Evidently, after Atlético Madrid equalized with Chu Feng's penalty, Coach Simeone promptly adjusted his tactics, now opting for a defensive posture. The correctness of Simeone's choice was soon proven. As all Atlético players retreated to their half, the space available for Hazard to maneuver was diminished significantly. Though he skillfully executed a nutmeg to evade Juan Fran, he was soon brought down by the combined efforts of Coke and Party, losing his balance in the process. The referee, without hesitation, blew the whistle for the foul, granting Chelsea a set-piece opportunity. As an Italian coach, Connie was acutely aware that if Atlético committed wholeheartedly to a defensive strategy, it would be exceedingly difficult for Chelsea to score in open play. Thus, it was imperative to capitalize on this set-piece opportunity. "Advance! Everyone push forward!" he urged passionately. Under Connie's fervent exhortations, Chelsea's 2 towering center-backs, David Luiz and Gary Cahill, surged into the Atlético penalty area. Alongside Marcos Alonso and Morata, Chelsea boasted an undeniable height advantage. The team's offensive linchpin, Fabregas, took it upon himself to execute the free kick. At that moment, Over 60,000 fans in the stands of the Metropolitano Stadium united in a fervent chant of defensive rallying cries. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, Fabregas swiftly directed the ball with his right foot towards the penalty area. For the far post, Morata has soared into the air. Chapter 76, the hat trick. The mindset of the world's best goalkeeper collapses. Fabregas delivers a long pass. The ball lands at the far post. Morata seizes the first touch, a header towards the goal. The ball is parried away by Oblak with both hands. At this moment, the Atlético Madrid goalkeeper finally proves his mettle. He has thwarted Morata's certain goal. The voice of commentator He-Wei resonates throughout the entire broadcasting hall. Meanwhile, in the stands of the Metropolitano Stadium, over 60,000 Atlético fans are ignited by Oblak's save. In an instant, the crowd erupts into a frenzied chant of Oblak's name. Moreover, the ball parried by Oblak lands perfectly at Koch's feet, signaling the onset of Atlético Madrid's counterattack. As Koch receives the ball on the left side of the penalty area, he finds himself unchallenged by any Chelsea player, which means he can easily execute a long pass. Although Koch's long passing ability slightly pales in comparison to Fabregas, he still manages to accurately locate a teammate on the Atlético front line. Bang! As expected, Koch's long pass precisely traverses the field, heading straight for the front line. Griezmann is the first to intercept the ball. In an instant, the dynamics of the match undergo a dramatic transformation, and the pressure undoubtedly shifts onto the Chelsea players. On the sidelines, the most anxious figure is none other than Chelsea's head coach. Conte, upon witnessing this, feels his pupils dilate in disbelief as Atletico's counterattack penetrates Chelsea's defense with such swiftness. Defend. Quick. Don't let him break through. Conte bellows hoarsely, and in that moment, the entire Chelsea backline sprints towards Griezmann with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Azpilicueta and Canny, two stalwart defenders, simultaneously commit fouls in a coordinated effort to contain Griezmann. To be fair, seeing this impending challenge, Griezmann feels a twinge of panic. He knows that at this moment, his chances of breaking through have evaporated. The only course of action left for Griezmann is to pass the ball. Anwar, over here. Hurry. On the left side of the penalty area, Chu Feng raises his right hand high, vociferously calling out Griezmann's name. Upon hearing Chu Feng shout, Griezmann, without a moment's hesitation, instinctively passes the ball to him. It proves to be the right decision. As the ball arrives at Chu Feng's feet, the entire Metropolitano Stadium erupts in euphoria. Goal! 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 Over 60,000 ardent Atlético Madrid supporters simultaneously chanted for a goal. The fans eagerly anticipated that Chu Feng would seal the match with this crucial strike. However, at that pivotal moment, Chelsea's midfielder Bakayoko also arrived before Chu Feng. In fact, Bakayoko had already extended his arms, firmly grasping Chu Feng's jersey. He attempted to employ a tactical foul to thwart Chu Feng's advance. Yet, regrettably, faced with this golden opportunity to turn the tide, Chu Feng would certainly not let it slip away. He proactively collided with Bakayoko, using his shoulder with great force, while simultaneously summoning all his strength to sprint forward. Ding! The star card of Alvarez was activated with remarkable fortune. In that instant, the system successfully engaged Alvarez's star card, and Chu Feng felt a surge of power in his legs. Physicality, 30. Dribbling, 30. Speed, 30. All three pivotal attributes received a 30% enhancement at that moment. Suddenly, Chu Feng unleashed his power. Like a wild stallion breaking free, he forcefully escaped Bakayoko's defense, striding like a meteor towards Chelsea's penalty area. After the collision with Chu Feng, Bakayoko completely lost his balance, unable to impede Chu Feng's breakthrough, and could only watch as Chu Feng charged into the box. Now, all the defensive pressure from Chelsea was concentrated on goalkeeper Courtois, who had already conceded 2 goals to Chu Feng in tonight's match. Truth be told, Courtois felt considerable dissatisfaction within. He could not allow this 17-year-old prodigy from the East to breach his goal 3 times in a single match. Thus, by any means necessary, Courtois had to thwart Chu Feng's attempt. As Chu Feng entered the penalty area, Courtois swiftly charged out from his goal. Courtois had only one objective. Even if it meant knocking Chu Feng down, he must prevent the shot. When Chu Feng saw Courtois rushing towards him, his face remained devoid of any emotional turmoil, as if everything lay within his control. At the 12-yard mark, just as Courtois was about to collide with Chu Feng, he remarkably and calmly nudged the ball with his right foot. Then, the ball precisely slipped through Courtois' legs. leaving the Chelsea goalkeeper to gaze helplessly as it sailed into the net. Swish! No surprises here, the ball found the back of the net. 3-2. Chu Feng has assisted Atlético Madrid in turning the tide of the match. Following his goal, Chu Feng could hardly contain his emotions, as he exuberantly dashed to the corner flag, removed his jersey, and celebrated passionately with the fans in the stands. All the Atlético players, too, surged towards Chu Feng with the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Chu, magnificent! You did it! A hat trick! Chu, you are the hero of the team. In the private box, Dofu was overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears of elation. He had never imagined that Chu Feng could achieve a hat trick on the grand stage of the Champions League. At this moment, a profound sense of pride welled up within Dofu. Meanwhile, Mia beamed with a radiant smile, capturing moments of Chu Feng's celebration on her phone. On the sidelines, the most exhilarated was the charismatic coach, Simeone. Upon witnessing Chu Feng's goal, the Atlético Madrid manager sprinted to the corner flag, even outpacing his players to embrace his prodigy tightly. On the field, Chelsea's goalkeeper, Courtois, stood despondently on the goal line, occasionally shaking his head in disbelief. It was evident that this world-class keeper was deeply dissatisfied with his performance, and he could hardly fathom that this 17-year-old prodigy could execute a nutmeg shot in such a brief span of time. This completely reshaped Courtois' perception. On the Chelsea bench, head coach Conte had returned to his seat, turning to his assistant coach with a sigh. Tell the owner that if Chelsea aspires to win the Champions League, we must find a way to sign this 17-year-old. Chapter 77. One less player. Chelsea equalizes instantly. The third goal. Chu Feng. He has completed a hat trick against Chelsea. This 17-year-old prodigy from the Middle Kingdom has once again sent shockwaves across the Iberian Peninsula, facing the reigning champions of the Premier League. Chu Feng penetrated the goal defended by the world's best goalkeeper, Courtois, with a nutmeg shot. For the third time in the match, he breached Chelsea's defense. At this moment, Chu Feng was like a celestial being descending to earth. Though this is merely his first season with Atlético, there is no doubt that he has already forged numerous historic moments. In the broadcasting studio, he struggled to regain his composure. As a commentator, he had always felt envious watching players from Japan and South Korea excel in the top 5 leagues. He yearned for a time when players from the Middle Kingdom could prove themselves on such a grand stage. And now, He has witnessed that moment. In tonight's match, Chu Feng single-handedly propelled Atlético Madrid to a lead, and astonishingly, he is only 17 years old. His future is boundless. On the Chelsea bench, Conte swiftly initiated substitutions. With merely 20 minutes remaining in the match, Chelsea had to exert every effort to secure 3 points at the Metropolitano Stadium. Substitute. Coach Conte could no longer remain passive. Chelsea made 3 substitutions. Number 22, Willian, was replaced, followed by Pedro stepping in for Marcos Alonso, and Rudiger taking the place of Azpilicueta. With 2 attacking players and 1 defender substituted, Chelsea was poised to launch a vigorous assault in the final 20 minutes. As remarked, upon the resumption of play, Chelsea's offensive immediately threatened Atlético's goal. Fabregas's precise long pass found its way to Hazard, who was a force to be reckoned with on the wing. Confronted by Koch, Partey, and Juan Fran, Hazard resolutely opted to break through. The ball seemed glued to his feet, regardless of the defensive tactics employed by Atlético's players. They could not dispossess him. He nutmegged Koch, halted abruptly to evade Partey, and skillfully navigated past Juan Fran's defense. At that moment, Hazard showcased the true caliber of Chelsea's number 10. Like a bolt of blue lightning, he swiftly darted past the defenders and surged into the edge of the penalty area. Fortunately, Atlético's midfielder Saul rushed to confront Hazard. A flying tackle. Saul, in a desperate attempt, brought him down. Beep. The referee, without a moment's hesitation, sprinted to Saul and decisively produced a red card from his pocket. What? A red card. Saul was sent off. Consequently, Atlético Madrid would be a man down for the remainder of the match. Oh dear, this would be a tremendous blow for Atlético. He was momentarily stunned, unable to believe the referee's swift decision to issue a red card. Meanwhile, commentator Su Yang quickly stated, Simeone must devise a strategy. Atlético's defense has no answer to Hazard, and now, with 1 less player, if changes are not made, Atlético risks being equalized. On the sidelines, Simeone, upon witnessing the incident, did not exhibit excessive excitement. In a rare display of restraint, He refrained from questioning the referee's decision and promptly approached assistant coach Burgos to discuss forthcoming tactical adjustments. On the field, Saul seemed to acknowledge the recklessness of his foul, and in response to the referee's red card, he bore no grievances, silently making his way off the pitch. For Saul, committing a foul was the sole means to thwart Hazard, and it was a necessity he had to embrace. Allowing Hazard to break through would grant the Chelsea linchpin a direct opportunity at goal, a prospect that, given Hazard's shooting prowess, could easily culminate in a goal against.The. Thus, Saul had no choice but to foul. As anticipated, Simeone made a substitution. Griezmann departed, making way for midfielder Gabby. It appeared that coach Simeone intended to adopt a lone striker formation. With less than 20 minutes remaining in the match, one could only hope that the Atletico players would uphold the honor of their home ground. To be frank, at this juncture, Huey harbored no expectations for Atletico. Despite leading by a goal, they were at a numerical disadvantage. Following the restart, Atletico players resolutely formed a defensive blockade, with all players, including Chu Feng, retreating to their half. Simeone's strategy became abundantly clear: to employ a defensive shell in an effort to maintain the 3-2 scoreline until the final whistle. In the 80th minute, Chelsea's midfield maestro Fabregas once again found Hazard on the flank, who faced an array of 3 defenders. However, this time, Hazard opted against a breakthrough, delivering a precise diagonal pass that effortlessly found Pedro at the edge of the penalty area. Have it just come on, Pedro was brimming with energy. Upon receiving the ball, he unleashed his explosive speed, hurtling into the penalty area in a flash. At that moment, nearly all the defenders were drawn towards him, with Godin and Lucas Hernandez instinctively converging to block Pedro's path. It must be said, the reaction time of Atletico's 2 central defenders was remarkably swift, as they nearly instantaneously obstructed Pedro's shooting lane. Yet in that critical instant, Pedro chose to pass. With a deft flick of his right foot, the ball found itself at the edge of the penalty area. The reverse triangle pass sent the ball gliding towards the penalty area line, where Hazard awaited to receive it. Boom! The star of Chelsea unleashed a ferocious shot as he met the ball. The football darted across the heads of several Atlético Madrid players like a bullet, swiftly finding its way into the net. Oblak remained utterly unresponsive throughout this moment. The score is now 3-3. Chelsea has successfully equalized. Clearly, when Chelsea surged forward with all their might, Atlético Madrid, reduced to 10 men, could not withstand the onslaught. Hazard has completed his hat trick. The score is once again tied at 3-3. Chapter 78, the final counterattack. Pass the ball to Chu Feng. The comments section erupted with excitement from Chinese fans. A score of 3-3 is not what they had hoped to witness. Unbelievable. How could this be equalized? With one player down, it must be said that Chelsea's attack is indeed ferocious. Securing a draw is already a victory. Let us just avoid a loss. Hazard's performance is truly remarkable. He is undoubtedly the 3rd best after Messi and Ronaldo. The young prodigy has also achieved a hat trick. He shares the same caliber as Hazard. Only 10 minutes remain. They must not concede again. Saul has ruined this match. On the Atlético bench, Coach Simeone's eyes were filled with disappointment. He had anticipated that the equalizer might come once Saul received a red card. However, at this point, Simeone would consider it acceptable to secure a point tonight. The final 10 minutes present the greatest challenge for Atlético's players. After the restart, Chelsea, having just equalized, were invigorated. Although Atlético players maintained possession in their own half, they could not withstand Chelsea's relentless pressing, ultimately leading center-back God-In to resort to a desperate clearance. In an instant, Chelsea regained control. In midfield, Fabregas delivered a long pass, precisely finding the newly substituted Willian on the wing. This player, fresh on the field, displayed his physical prowess, instantly showcasing his speed as he received the ball on the flank, especially against Felipe, who had played the entire match. In a flash, Willian surged ahead of his opponent by a full stride. The very next moment, Willian sent in a cross. The ball arced sharply through the air before landing swiftly at the edge of the penalty area. At that instant, Morata was already in position. The Chelsea striker, having leaned against Atlético's center-back God-In, executed a volley. Oblak, on the goal line, lunged to the side with great agility, managing to make a difficult save with both hands. In the blink of an eye, the ball flew toward the left side of the penalty area. However, due to Chelsea's numerical superiority, Fabregas successfully seized the first touch. Most critically, when Fabregas received the ball, the majority of Atletico's defenders had already surged into the penalty area, leaving him remarkably unmarked. The Chelsea midfield maestro glanced at Oblak's positioning and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a powerful strike. At that pivotal moment, Chu Feng emerged heroically. As Fabregas launched his shot, Chu Feng extended his long leg, successfully intercepting the ball. A crucial defensive maneuver. Chu Feng had risen to the occasion. His block effectively aided Atlético Madrid's backline in clearing the danger. To be candid, when Hiwei witnessed Fabregas receiving the ball at the edge of the penalty area, his heart nearly ceased to beat. But fortunately, Chu Feng thwarted Fabregas's long-range effort. The score remained unchanged at 3-3. In the VIP box, Mendes, upon seeing this, sincerely applauded Chu Feng, expressing to Do Fu and others beside him. Chu's playing style is almost a perfect fit for Atlético. It is truly hard to fathom that a forward would dash back to defend in his own half, regardless of the match's outcome. I believe every Atlético fan would be satisfied with Chu's performance. Do Fu, who had been in a state of constant anxiety, felt his heart settle somewhat upon hearing Mendes's remark. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from the stands of the Metropolitano Stadium. Atlético had gained the opportunity for a counterattack. After Chu Feng blocked Fabregas's shot with his body, the football swiftly bounced to Bakayoko's feet. However, the Chelsea midfielder made a grave error in controlling the ball, allowing it to drift a full 3 meters away. At that moment, Atlético's midfielder Gabi decisively extended his foot to seize the ball. The counterattack from Atlético was underway. Bang! In the next instant, Gabi quickly distributed the ball, placing it at Carrasco's feet. At this juncture, over 60,000 Atlético fans rose from their seats, anticipating that Carrasco would deliver a last-minute triumph for the team. This evening, in Chelsea's lineup, another Belgian, Eden Hazard, had netted a hat-trick, fueling the hopes of the Atlético supporters for Carrasco to make his mark as well. However, as Carrasco received the ball, several Chelsea defenders surged forward to confront him. Kanté and Gary Cahill stood resolutely in position, denying Carrasco any opportunity to break through. To be frank, after nearly 9 minutes of intense play, Carrasco's stamina had reached its limit, leaving him devoid of confidence to successfully maneuver past Kanté and Cahill. Just when Carrasco found himself in a moment of hesitation, Chu Feng suddenly burst onto the scene. "Hey, pass it, quick!" As Chu Feng sprinted forward, he desperately called for the ball. Simultaneously, on the sidelines, Simeone was vociferously shouting Chu Feng's name. With a resounding thud, as Kanté and Gary Cahill were about to impede Carrasco, the Belgian winger opted to pass. At last, the football came to rest before Chu Feng. Carrasco made the pass. The ball again found its way to Chu Feng's feet. Could he conjure up a miracle this time? Hiwei nearly shouted into the microphone with a trembling voice, fully aware that this would be Atlético Madrid's final chance for an attack. Failure meant despair. Near the center circle, upon receiving the ball, Chu Feng immediately unleashed a powerful dribble, advancing with meteoric strides. However, he found himself devoid of teammates. To score, it was solely reliant on his individual prowess. On Chelsea's side, the two central defenders, Rudiger and David Luiz, had already positioned themselves. Nevertheless, Chu Feng resolutely refused to relent. He expended every last ounce of his strength, surging forward with all his might. Ding! The luck of Alvarez activated. At the very moment Chu Feng launched into his dribble, the little spider's luck card was triggered once more. Stamina 30, physicality 30, dribbling 30. All three attributes surged by 30%. Just as Chu Feng activated his skill card, Rudiger was already in position to defend. As a robust central defender, Rudiger chose to confront Chu Feng head-on. In Chapter 79, the fourth penetration of Courtois' defenses resulted in a dramatic finish. For Rudiger, his defensive mission was singular: to impede Chu Feng's breakthrough, even if it meant committing a foul. Thus, Rudiger charged forward with ferocity, swiftly appearing in front of Chu Feng. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chu Feng did not evade Rudiger's advance. In fact, he chose to collide directly with him. Consequently, the two players crashed heavily near the edge of the penalty area. With a resounding impact, Chelsea's central defender Rudiger was sent sprawling to the ground. Upon activating Alvarez's fortuitous card, Chu Feng secured a 30% enhancement in confrontation, coupled with his own remarkable core strength, rendering him akin to a swiftly advancing tank. Unstoppable, Rudiger found himself utterly defenseless. At the moment their bodies collided, the Chelsea center-back felt as though he had crashed into an iron wall. As Chu Feng exerted his strength once more, Rudiger lost his balance. What on earth? How could this be? The fallen Rudiger began to question his existence. In his perception, Chu Feng was merely a 17-year-old lad, and having played nearly 90 minutes, one would expect his stamina and strength to be significantly depleted. Yet in that recent encounter, Chu Feng exuded an unexpected vigor, entirely contradicting Rudiger's understanding. Regardless, Rudiger had no chance for redemption. He could only place his hopes upon David Luiz. As the last line of defense for Chelsea, Luiz charged toward Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng had already penetrated the penalty area. For Luiz, the opportunity to commit a foul had slipped away. His singular focus now was to thwart Chu Feng's impending shot. Throughout the match, Chu Feng had engaged with Luiz on numerous occasions, often emerging victorious. Thus, when Chu Feng once again beheld David Luiz, a flicker of excitement graced his visage. With a swift flick of his right foot, he deftly maneuvered the ball to the side. Chu Feng had but one objective: to swiftly create space and execute a shot. Unfortunately, David Luiz, having learned from past encounters, was not deceived this time. With Chelsea's defenders closing in behind him, Chu Feng had no choice but to take the shot. If he hesitated any longer, the incoming defenders would likely reclaim possession. Bang! He lifted his right foot for a powerful strike. Observing this, David Luiz instinctively raised his foot to block. He succeeded. The Chelsea center-back utilized his left foot to thwart Chu Feng's attempt, yet the ball ricocheted back to Chu Feng's feet. In that fleeting moment, he swiftly maneuvered. David Luiz, in his effort to block Chu Feng's initial strike, had completely lost his balance, allowing Chu Feng to successfully bypass his defense. This exemplifies the extraordinary luck bestowed upon Alvarez, as fortune always seemed to favor Chu Feng. In a flash, the action unfolded. Chu Feng surged into the small penalty area, confronted by the diving Courtois. With remarkable speed, he lifted his right foot to take a shot. Courtois swiftly fell to the ground, attempting to make the save, but in that fleeting moment, Chu Feng transformed his shooting motion into a deft touch. A feigned shot turned into a skillful dribble. In an instant, Chu Feng bypassed Courtois with sheer determination. The very next second, with a gentle push of his right foot, the ball rolled into the empty net. 4-3. In the 86th minute of the match, Chu Feng once again breached Chelsea's defenses. As the ball nestled into the net, an ecstatic uproar erupted from the stands of the Metropolitano Stadium. Over 60,000 fervent Atlético fans waved their fists in exhilaration, shouting and cheering with unbridled joy. This was a moment that belonged to the Atlético supporters. Overcome with emotion, Chu Feng felt compelled to sprint to the supporters section behind the goal, expending his last vestiges of energy to remove his jersey in celebration. Joining the fans in their chants, Chu, 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 Chu. At that moment, the voices of over 60,000 devoted Atlético fans harmoniously echoed his name. In the coaching area, Simeone could no longer contain his excitement. Upon witnessing Chu Feng's decisive goal, he transformed into a sprinter, dashing towards him in his suit, and enveloping the hero of Atlético in a warm embrace. Beautiful, beautiful, Chu, we shall prevail, Simeone exclaimed, gripping Chu Feng's head with fervor, his voice filled with passion. Meanwhile, players from Atlético, both on the field and the bench, rushed to surround Chu Feng, reveling in this extraordinary moment of triumph. Atlético is the champion. Chu, you are the hero of the team. Thanks to you. Chu, you are truly remarkable. It seems I must relinquish the number 10 jersey to you. Each Atlético teammate expressed heartfelt joy for Chu Feng, and their pride for the team was palpable. Conversely, within the confines of the pitch, Chelsea players began to question their existence, particularly goalkeeper Courtois. Helplessly, he retrieved the ball from the net and, in a fit of frustration, launched it into the sky with all his might. Undoubtedly, Courtois was exceedingly dissatisfied with his performance this evening. Similarly, Chelsea's central defender David Luiz shared this sentiment. In his encounters with Chu Feng, David Luiz faced nothing but failure, gazing at the celebrating Chu Feng with a mixture of helplessness and a hint of resentment. As the team's manager, the Italian Conte stood on the sidelines, shaking his head persistently. Despite the match not yet concluding and Chelsea having an extra player, Conte understood deeply that the game had lost its significance. Chelsea had succumbed to defeat. Wow, Chu Feng truly showcased his prowess by scoring 4 goals this evening. In the VIP box, Mia felt an overwhelming admiration. However, her expression swiftly transformed from shock to anger as she suddenly recalled something. He didn't perform the heart gesture in celebration. That detestable Chu Feng. Mia remembered their pre-match agreement, and beside her, Dofu quickly reassured, Do not worry, Mia. Once the match concludes, I will ensure to teach that lad a lesson. Chapter 80. Task Reward. Hazard's Breakthrough Talent. In the Eastern Continent, the Heavenly Dynasty. Inside the Don't Show Network broadcasting hall, due to signal transmission issues, the live broadcast was several seconds delayed compared to the on-site action. Atlético's final counterattack opportunity. The ball found its way to Chu Feng's feet. 1v2. The newly entered Rudiger charged towards Chu Feng. Accelerate. The two players collided heavily. Chu Feng toppled the Chelsea central defender. Splendid. He surged into the penalty area. Shot. The ball, blocked by David Luiz, rebounded back to Chu Feng's feet. He dribbled past. Only one defender remained before Chu Feng as Courtois opted to charge forward. The clincher. The ball is in. Chu Feng scored a golden goal in the dying moments of the second half. 4-3. Atlético Madrid completed a stunning comeback. The 17-year-old Chu Feng achieved an extraordinary quadruple this evening. Despite Huey's voice being hoarse, upon witnessing Chu Feng breach Chelsea's goal once more, he still shouted with fervor. Another commentator, Su Yang, remarked with a trembling voice, "This is nothing short of a miracle." Chu Feng executed a Messi-like breakthrough to seal the deal. He deftly maneuvered past 3 Chelsea defenders, once again emerging as the hero of the team. On the barrage, the previously drowsy fans from the Heavenly Dynasty, upon witnessing Chu Feng's goal, were instantly invigorated and began sending a flurry of messages. Wow, for goals? And a bloody clincher. The young prodigy truly excels, and with the next update, his market value is destined to soar to at least 80 million euros. I reiterate my question. Is he genuinely a representative of the Celestial Empire? This is Chelsea, the reigning champions of the Premier League, and he has astonishingly netted 4 goals against them. Courtois, the world's esteemed goalkeeper, seems to have lost his luster. Instantly, all weariness dissipates. Chu Feng is indeed the pride of our nation. The football of the Celestial Empire is finally on the rise. On the pitch, amidst the cheers of over 60,000 Atlético Madrid fans, the match resumes. In the final minutes, all Atlético players retreat to their half for a staunch defense. Although Chelsea's lads refuse to concede defeat, they find it nearly impossible to make any headway against such a resolute blockade. For the majority of the match, they can only resort to long-range shots. As the 5th minute of stoppage time concludes, the referee's whistle signals the end of the game. The score is firmly set at 4-3. Playing on home turf, Atlético Madrid secures 3 points thanks to the remarkable 4 goals from the 17-year-old prodigy. Chu Feng. After the match, the over 60,000 Atlético fans chant Chu Feng's name in unison, while his teammates gather around him in celebration and embrace. Both players and fans of Atlético are acutely aware that the team's victory tonight is largely attributed to Chu Feng's outstanding performance. In stark contrast to the exuberant celebrations of Atlético's players, the faces of the Chelsea lads reveal their disappointment. Frankly speaking, throughout the majority of the match, Chelsea displayed a performance that clearly outshone that of Atlético Madrid. It was merely that Chelsea's defense could not contain Chu Feng, leading to their loss of 3 points. Of course, this match is merely a group stage encounter in the Champions League, not a knockout round, and Chelsea still has ample opportunity to advance from the group. In the Players' Tunnel, Chu Feng has been awarded the trophy for the best individual performance in a Champions League match. Additionally, a throng of journalists eagerly rushed to interview him. Chu, this marks your first match of the season in which you scored 4 goals. Please share your feelings. Do you believe that Atlético Madrid can claim the Champions League title this season? What do you consider to be the key to your victory? In the face of the journalist's barrage of questions, Chu Feng remained remarkably composed. With a calm demeanor, he responded, "I am confident that Atlético will continue the remarkable form showcased this evening. Together with my teammates, I will strive to help Atlético secure that coveted trophy." Meanwhile, in the post-match press conference hall, Atlético's head coach, Simeone, was also fielding questions from reporters. "Mr. Simeone, do you believe that Chu Feng can be compared to Messi and Ronaldo?" A journalist from Marca inquired first. Upon hearing the question, a hint of pride surfaced on Simeone's face. "Absolutely," he asserted with conviction as he addressed the Marca reporter. "In my opinion, Chu Feng can indeed be compared to Messi and Ronaldo. As far as I know, neither Messi nor Ronaldo displayed such prowess at the age of 17. I firmly believe that in the near future, he will have the capability to seize the Ballon d'Or from their hands." In the locker room, all Atlético players were still exuberantly chanting Chu Feng's name. Carrasco even offered to relinquish his number 10 jersey to Chu Feng, a number often reserved for the team's core player. Thus, in Carrasco's eyes, Chu Feng was more deserving of donning the number 10. Of course, the numbers had already been registered with La Liga prior to the season, and Chu Feng would have to wait until the winter transfer window to change his number. Nonetheless, Chu Feng's flawless performance this evening had completely won over every teammate. Ding! The system detected that the host achieved a remarkable 4-goal haul and assisted the team in securing victory. The system task has been successfully completed. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Chu Feng's ears. Prior to the match, the system had set the task of achieving a hat trick, and Chu Feng had exceeded expectations. Please select a star skill card. Suddenly, 5 gleaming golden cards appeared before Chu Feng. From their reverse sides, the cards appeared nearly identical, prompting Chu Feng to randomly select the rightmost card. Ding! Star skill card loading. 10, 50, 100 nationality, Belgium, as the card shimmered with golden light. The first image that came into view was the flag of Belgium. Position winger. In the next moment, the position of this star player materialized before Chu Feng. Finally, Eden Hazard, clad in the Belgium national team jersey, appeared before Chu Feng. Star player. Hazard. Hazard. No way. Chu Feng's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. The most prominent star in Chelsea's current lineup is undoubtedly Eden Hazard, and to his astonishment, he drew the most formidable card with a casual flick. Skill. Hazard's breakthrough talent. In the next moment, the system announced the full name of this skill card. Chapter 81. Multiple Attribute Enhancements. Overall, level reaches B grade. Peak Hazard's breakthrough talent card level. S-type. Active effect 1. Breakthrough 15 effect 2. When the host attempts a breakthrough during a match, this star card will automatically activate, granting a temporary acquisition of Peak Hazard's breakthrough talent. Proficiency 0. Upon seeing the details of the Peak Hazard's breakthrough talent card, a beaming smile spread across Chu Feng's face. He understood, well, that once he trained the proficiency of this star card to 100, it would signify that he would fully obtain Peak Hazard's breakthrough talent. Moreover, Chu Feng's breakthrough attribute would increase by an impressive 15 points. This would mean that his breakthrough attribute had now reached a formidable 87. Although an 87 in breakthrough attributes cannot yet be compared to stars like Messi or Neymar, it is still a relatively high value. With the enhancement of the Peak Hazard's breakthrough talent card, Chu Feng's breakthrough level could undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of football. Just then, he heard the system's prompt sound by his ear. Ding! Detected that the host scored 4 goals in the Champions League match, rewarding 8 points of free attributes. There are also goal rewards. In the Champions League, scoring a goal grants 2 points of free attribute points. So, after this match, Chu Feng would acquire 8 points of free attributes. Without further ado, he quickly opened his personal attribute panel and began contemplating his upcoming allocation plan. In Chu Feng's view, an 87 in breakthrough attributes was already more than sufficient, especially since he had acquired the Peak Hazard's breakthrough talent card, rendering further points in this attribute unnecessary. Additionally, his speed and explosiveness attributes were 77 and 75, respectively, which were relatively low. However, considering that once the proficiency of the Peak Hazard's breakthrough talent card reached 100, it might also enhance his speed and explosiveness, Chu Feng decided against allocating points to these attributes as well. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to invest in his stamina. Although he did not feel fatigue for the majority of this match, this was largely due to the divine stamina potion he had used previously. After this match, the effect of the divine stamina potion would dissipate, and for the next month, Atlético would have a grueling schedule with matches twice a week. Furthermore, Coach Simeone's tactics are primarily centered around relentless pressing, which undoubtedly takes a toll on the player's stamina. Therefore, Chu Feng decided to prioritize enhancing his stamina. Stamina 8. Currently, Chu Feng's latest personal attributes are as follows. Chu Feng. Age, 17 years and 5 months. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Physical attributes. Speed, 77. Explosiveness, 75. Reaction speed, 70. Strength, 88. Stamina, 80. Jumping, 73. Injury, 67. Physical attribute rating, C. Offensive attributes. Shooting, 80. Long shot, 76. Heading, 77. Set pieces, 66. Dribbling, 87. Offensive attribute rating, B. Passing attributes. Long pass, 70. Short pass, 64. Through ball, 67. Cross, 67. Vision, 80. Passing attribute rating, C. Defensive attributes. Tackle, 56. Slide tackle, 56. Interception, 56. Save, 56, physicality. 80, defensive attribute rating. D, total score 80. Overall evaluation level. B, star skills. Alvarez luck boost card. Balotelli heavy shot card. Peak hazard dribbling talent card 0. Available attribute points 0. Equipment 0. After the series of enhancements, Chu Feng noticed that his total score had finally changed to 80. Furthermore, his overall evaluation level had also risen to B. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from his uncle.The. Tomorrow.The, along with Elena and Mia, would be returning to Catalonia, so they wished to bid farewell to Chu Feng this evening. Upon hearing his uncle's words, Chu Feng promptly closed the system and hurriedly left the locker room. In a CAF near the MetLife Stadium, Chu Feng met with The and the others. Xiao Feng, over here, Elena exclaimed, rising to wave at Chu Feng upon spotting him. Due to their prolonged interaction with The, both Elena and her daughter Mia could speak some Chinese, albeit with a few pronunciation issues. However, this did not hinder communication with The. Wow, Xiao Feng, you are truly remarkable. All the fans in the stadium were shouting your name. It's unbelievable. Elena could not help but praise him. Do, coveted in agreement. Remarking to Chu Feng, indeed, quite impressive, reminiscent of my youth. Upon hearing his uncle's audacious response, Chu Feng could not suppress a cold laugh. One must be cautious of injuries. After all, you are merely 17, and your body has yet to fully develop. Before Elena could finish her words, Mia, in a fit of anger, stormed up to Chu Feng and struck his back fiercely with her fist. Why didn't you perform the heart gesture to celebrate? Mia exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks. This truly startled Chu Feng. I forgot, he apologized. I'm sorry, Mia. The competition was too intense. He gently patted Mia's head and continued. In the next match, I will definitely make the heart gesture. What if you forget again? Little Mia pouted, retorting angrily. Then I'll do it in the match after next. Chu Feng ziplit po lai fu li. With her hands on her hips, Mia indignantly shot back. Indeed, a man's words cannot be trusted. I no longer like you. Oof. Chu Feng, Xiao Feng, stop jesting with Mia. Remember to make a heart gesture in the next match. This is your uncle's task, and it must be accomplished. Upon witnessing Xiao Mia's displeasure, The stepped forward to support her. At that moment, several fans clad in Atlético Madrid jerseys suddenly entered, instantly recognizing Chu Feng. They rushed towards him, eagerly requesting autographs and photographs. Gradually, more Atlético fans began to flood into the CAF, fervently clamoring for pictures with Chu Feng. Reluctantly, in order to avoid disturbing others, Chu Feng had no choice but to bid farewell to The, Elena, and Mia in advance. With the assistance of the staff, he discreetly slipped out through the back door. Upon returning to the player's apartment, Chu Feng immediately accessed the Divine Striker training ground. Next, he needed to elevate the proficiency of the Peak Hazard Breakthrough Talent Card to 100 in the shortest possible time. Training Project, Peak Hazard Breakthrough Talent Card Proficiency, 1100 time required. 90 days Chapter 82. Rising Fame. Transfer rumors arise. What? 90 days. 3 months time. Upon observing that the time required was 90 days, Chu Feng's face immediately displayed an expression of disbelief. Perhaps sensing Chu Feng's confusion, the system promptly provided clarification. The duration required is contingent upon the level of the skill card. Among these, D-grade skill cards necessitate the least time, while S-grade cards demand the most. Furthermore, the time is not fixed and will fluctuate based on training efficiency. There is no recourse. In a state of impatience, Chu Feng could only silently enter the Divine Sharp training ground and commence rigorous training. At this moment, media outlets from Spain and England were burning the midnight oil, drafting news articles and reports regarding Chu Feng. Following this remarkable match, Chu Feng had firmly established his presence in European football as a 17-year-old prodigy from the Celestial Empire. As reported by AS, Atlético Madrid secures back-to-back Champions League victories, triumphing 4-3 against reigning Premier League champions Chelsea. Marca proclaimed, a night belonging to Chu Feng. This young Eastern talent, at merely 17, shattered Connie's defensive line with 4 goals. Daily Sports highlighted, back on track. After experiencing turbulence at the season's outset, Atlético, under Simeone's guidance, has achieved 3 consecutive victories across all competitions. World Sports reported, 6 goals in 2 Champions League matches. Chu Feng firmly occupies the top spot in the Champions League scoring chart. Sky Sports exclaimed, the emergence of a 17-year-old genius. Chu Feng breaches Courtois defenses 4 times. This young talent single-handedly upholds his team's home honor. The Times declared, the youngest player in Champions League history to score 4 goals. Atlético's number 18 has become one of Europe's finest forwards. In the comment section of various media platforms, both English and Spanish fans expressed profound interest in Chu Feng. Chu Feng, 17 years old, and a forward from the Celestial Empire? How is this possible? To be frank, this young man's scoring efficiency is astonishing. I have never seen Courtois in such disarray before. 6 goals in 2 Champions League matches. Can he truly be just 17? Atlético Madrid is indeed the birthplace of remarkable forwards. It seems a new superstar is on the rise. To possess such a high scoring efficiency in Simeone's squad is a testament to this player's strength. Are we about to witness history? Another supernova is emerging. Beyond the fans' fascination with Chu Feng, scouts from elite clubs also swiftly took an interest in him. Rumors have already begun circulating that clubs such as Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain are keen on acquiring him. Furthermore, these transfer rumors appear credible. Breaking news. Paris Saint-Germain is set to bring Chu Feng to Parc des Princes for €80 million. Manchester City has entered the fray for Chu Feng's signature. Guardiola is determined to secure Chu Feng after the winter transfer window opens. Real Madrid has also expressed interest in Chu Feng. Will this 17-year-old prodigy switch to the neighboring club? Upon the emergence of these transfer rumors, an uproar erupted among the supporters of Atlético Madrid. That very day, a multitude of fans flocked to Chu Feng's social media comment section, imploring him to remain with Atlético Madrid. Even after the conclusion of training, the restaurant staff inquired with Chu Feng regarding the transfer situation. It was only then that Chu Feng realized the gravity of the situation. Upon returning to the player's apartment, he located Mendes' phone number and arranged to meet with him next weekend to discuss the details regarding the employment contract. Chu Feng is preparing to hire an agent. As his fame continues to rise, numerous external factors have begun to trouble him, making it increasingly challenging for him to focus wholeheartedly on training and competition. In Chu Feng's perspective, it is now imperative to seek a professional to assist him in navigating these off-field issues. Moreover, he learned from assistant coach Burgos that, due to his recent exceptional performance, the club's higher-ups have decided to offer him a new player contract. These various factors underscore the necessity for a professional agent, and Mendes undoubtedly stands out as the optimal choice. 3 days later, the 7th round of La Liga officially commenced, with Atlético Madrid facing Liga S away from home. Currently, Liga S occupies the 13th position in La Liga, having secured only 1 victory in the first 6 matches. In light of facing a team of relegation caliber, Coach Simeone implemented extensive personnel rotations for this evening's match. Chu Feng, along with key players such as Griezmann, Godin, and Koch, found themselves on the bench, awaiting their turn. As the match commenced, the home team Liga S adopted a defensive strategy, retreating into a compact formation. Despite Atlético Madrid implementing extensive rotations, the starting players still outclassed their opponents. From the very first minute, Liga S coach Garitano instructed his players to fall back into their half for defense. Unfortunately, just 10 minutes into the game, Atlético's forward Torres unleashed a powerful long-range shot that breached Liga S defenses. 5 minutes later, another forward, Angel Correa, skillfully maneuvered within the penalty area, finding the perfect angle to deliver a lethal strike. Atlético Madrid surged ahead with a 2-goal lead. The final score of 2-0 remained unchanged throughout the match. Following this victory, Atlético Madrid celebrated a 3rd consecutive win in La Liga, elevating their standings to 3rd place. With the international break approaching, players selected for their national teams prepared for upcoming matches, while Chu Feng dedicated himself wholeheartedly to training during this week. He aimed to enhance his proficiency in executing the peak dribbling skills reminiscent of Eden Hazard. On October 3rd, during the weekend, a CAF nestled in the outskirts of Madrid served as the backdrop. After the training concluded, Chu Feng hurriedly took a taxi to the venue. As he arrived at the entrance, Mendes promptly stood up to greet him. "Chu, it has been a long time." Mendes beamed with a radiant smile. "Without further ado, let us delve into the matter at hand." Chu Feng settled into a chair, ordered an iced Americano, and proactively engaged Mendes in a discussion regarding the contract details. "Certainly, I have already prepared the contract. Here are some specifics." Mendes quickly retrieved a stack of documents from his briefcase and presented them to Chu Feng for review. "If you appoint me as your agent, I will oversee all your commercial activities and the maintenance of your personal image. Although I represent a multitude of players, I assure you that I will personally handle any contract negotiations on your behalf." "What is the fee?" Chu Feng inquired, addressing his primary concern directly. "I will take only 5% of your salary and 3% from commercial contracts," Mendes replied candidly. Chapter 83. Confirming Mendes as agent. Talent card, level 10. Rest assured, I am undoubtedly the most professional agent in all of Europe, supported by an exceptionally skilled team. Most importantly, my fees are the lowest in history. I will personally oversee your salary negotiations with the club and the commercial contract discussions with sponsors, utilizing my utmost expertise to safeguard your career. At that point, you only need to focus entirely on your performance in matches, while I manage everything else. At that moment, Mendes transformed into a fervent salesperson, employing every strategy to persuade Chu Feng. His desire to become Chu Feng's agent stemmed from his firm belief that Chu Feng would eventually reach the caliber of stars like Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. Therefore, he aimed to act swiftly. Once Chu Feng secures the Ballon d'Or, the commercial endorsements would undoubtedly be exorbitant, leading Mendes to reap substantial rewards. I can lower the commission for salary to 3%, and for commercial contracts to 2%. If agreeable, I am ready to sign the contract with you now. Chu Feng was not inclined to squander time with Mendes, so he promptly revealed his hand. Upon hearing Chu Feng's demands, Mendes exhibited a noticeable hesitation. After all, he had already offered a relatively modest commission in order to secure Chu Feng's signing. Now, the prospect of further reducing the price was evidently beyond Mendes's threshold of acceptance. "You have only 5 seconds to contemplate." 5. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Mendes abruptly rose to his feet and promptly declared, "No problem. We shall proceed as you have requested." Ultimately, Mendes chose to concede. His desire to secure Chu Feng was overwhelming. Furthermore, it was not just Mendes who was intent on signing Chu Feng. Prominent figures such as Raiola and Zahavi also exhibited significant interest in him. With no alternative, Mendes had no choice but to acquiesce to Chu Feng's terms. A delightful collaboration. A delightful collaboration. Upon inscribing his name on the contract, Chu Feng extended his hand to Mendes for a handshake. "Recently, there have been numerous rumors regarding my transfer, and I would appreciate your assistance in managing them. Additionally, Atlético Madrid wishes to negotiate a new contract, and I require your help in advocating for a higher price." After the signing, Chu Feng promptly conveyed his request to Mendes, who confidently patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, Chu, I will handle everything for you." Chu Feng noted that he had heard of Mendes' prowess in his previous life, and naturally, he felt confident in Mendes' professional abilities. After bidding farewell to Mendes, Chu Feng promptly returned to the player's apartment and resumed his training at the Divine Striker training ground, focusing on enhancing the proficiency of the peak hazard breakthrough talent card. The following day, Mendes utilized his connections within the Spanish media to swiftly release reports about Chu Feng's extended stay at Atlético Madrid. The club was on the verge of signing a new contract with a prodigious young talent. This 17-year-old forward would remain in Madrid. Chu Feng has declared his unwavering commitment to remain at the Metropolitano Stadium, aspiring to become a legendary forward for Atlético Madrid. Recent statements from his agent, Mendes, have clarified that Chu Feng will not depart the team until he has aided Atlético in securing the Champions League title. This announcement swiftly quelled the doubts of Atlético supporters. With the conclusion of the international match day, the key players of Atlético have returned to the squad. Subsequently, Simeone and his coaching team commenced preparation for the upcoming clash against Celta on October 15th, marking the 8th round of La Liga. At 8 o'clock in the evening, over 40,000 Celta fans eagerly anticipated this monumental encounter at Bilbao Stadium. This season, Celta has undoubtedly emerged as a dark horse in La Liga, currently holding an impressive record of 3 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss, positioning them in 8th place. Furthermore, they have remained unbeaten at home with 3 victories and 1 draw. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Simeone approached the match with utmost seriousness, fielding his strongest lineup. In the players' tunnel, both teams engaged in final preparations. As the top scorer for Atlético this season, Chu Feng stood at the rear of the starting lineup. As was his custom, prior to his entrance onto the pitch, he took a moment to check the progress of his training in the Elite Striker program. Training project, Peak Hazard Breakthrough Talent Card Proficiency, 10, 100 times spent, 80 days after 10 days of diligent training. The proficiency of the Peak Hazard Breakthrough Talent Card had reached 10%. Although this may seem modest, Chu Feng could distinctly feel that his legs were significantly lighter than before, and he was eager to experience the power of the Peak Hazard Breakthrough Talent Card. Soon, under the guidance of the referee, the starting players of both teams stepped onto the field at Bilbao Stadium. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd of over 40,000 Celta fans, creating an atmosphere so intense that Chu Feng experienced a brief bout of tinnitus. This exemplifies the daunting nature of Celta's home ground. For Atletico to emerge unscathed this evening, every player must give their utmost. With the referee's whistle, the La Liga match between Celta and Atletico commenced. Atletico kicked off first. Chu Feng passed the ball back to midfielder Gabi, who then distributed it to forward Griezmann. The French star found himself surrounded. A pass. Chu Feng received the ball on the left side of the penalty area. As commentator, He Wei's voice faded. Chu Feng began his performance. Positioned on the left side of the penalty area, after stopping the football with his right foot, multiple defenders from Celta surged towards Chu Feng. As of this round of the league, Chu Feng has already netted 10 goals this season, placing him at the pinnacle of the La Liga scoring chart. Consequently, Celta's head coach must have focused on closely marking Chu Feng prior to the match. Defensive midfielder Daniel Was, alongside Pablo Hernandez, simultaneously moved to obstruct Chu Feng's path. In previous instances, Chu Feng would have instinctively chosen to pass upon witnessing this scenario. However, this time he opted for a daring breakthrough, despite the fact that the peak Eden Hazard's dribbling talent card only boasted a mere 10% proficiency. Chu Feng radiated confidence. As the two defenders charged toward him, he instinctively flicked the ball with the inside of his right foot, and, in that moment, a familiar sound resonated in his ear. Ding! Peak Hazard dribbling talent card, 10, activated. Chapter 84. Effortless breakthrough. Powerful strike. The instant Chu Feng received the ball, center back Cabral and defensive midfielder Lobotka advanced towards him without delay. A double team, particularly Lobotka, who was quick to extend his right foot in an attempt to thwart Chu Feng's advance. Yet at that precise moment, Chu Feng deftly flicked the ball laterally with his right foot, bringing it under the control of his left foot, followed by a swift touch. These two movements transpired in less than 2 seconds, leaving the defenders no opportunity to react. With remarkable ease, Chu Feng effortlessly surpassed Lobotka. In the next moment, he unleashed a powerful strike. The pressure of defense suddenly shifted onto Cabral. To be candid, the Celta defender felt an immense weight in his heart after witnessing Chu Feng's breakthrough. Simultaneously, Celta's head coach, Vunsu, was vociferously calling for a foul from the sidelines. Yet, Cabral was still a moment too late. As he charged toward Chu Feng, the latter deftly flicked the ball with his left foot, bringing it under his command. After elegantly maneuvering past Cabral, Chu Feng swiftly executed a shot. Ding! The mighty cannon of Balotelli was activated. In the blink of an eye, the ball soared like a missile, crashing into the net with a resounding thud. The Celta goalkeeper had no time to react, merely watching as the ball zipped past him. The football firmly struck the bottom corner of the goal. 1-0. Once again, Chu Feng has aided Atlético Madrid in securing a lead. At this moment, the home fans at the Bilbao Stadium cannot help but question their existence. This is not the outcome they had anticipated. The goal scored by Chu Feng subtly tilted the scales of victory in favor of Atlético Madrid. In the stands occupied by the away supporters, thousands of Atlético's fervent fans waved their fists and chanted Chu Feng's name with exhilaration. This time, upon scoring, Chu Feng immediately rushed to the corner flag, performing a heart gesture towards the camera, a celebration promised to Mia before the match. Chu Feng kept his word. On the Celta bench, Coach Vunsu's face flickered with a mix of tension and resignation. Prior to this match, Celta had never suffered defeat at home. Yet they found themselves behind early as Atlético netted the opening goal, plunging Vunsu into a state of panic. In fact, before the match commenced, the Celta coach had scrutinized numerous videos of Chu Feng's performances, implementing a series of defensive strategies aimed specifically at him. However, he was unprepared for how effortlessly Chu Feng would score. What Vunsu did not anticipate was Chu Feng's remarkable ability to evade two defenders in such quick succession, a feat clearly beyond his expectations. Stay composed. Fall back defensively. Mark number 18 closely. Do not afford him any shooting opportunities. Vunsu urgently relayed tactical instructions to his players on the field. Undoubtedly, Chu Feng's prowess had firmly established him as Atlético's foremost striker. Chu, what has happened? Your dribbling skills have improved dramatically. Griezmann exclaimed, astonished. To Griezmann, Chu Feng's skill set resembled that of a striker rather than a winger. Yet in the recent match, Chu Feng had effortlessly maneuvered past a double team from Celta. Perhaps it was simply a matter of talent, Chu Feng mused casually. As the game resumed, Atlético Madrid's offensive momentum showed no signs of waning. In the ensuing moments, Chu Feng launched a vigorous assault. On the flank, Angel Correa received a long pass from Sa and immediately unleashed his full potential. The first defender to engage was Sisto, who, despite being a forward, possessed only mediocre defensive skills. Correa easily maneuvered past him with a subtle change of pace. However, just 2 seconds later, 2 more Celta players, midfielders Lobotka and Honiato, barreled towards Correa. At that moment, the Argentine star's optimal choice would have been to pass. Both Griezmann and Chu Feng were well positioned in the forward line. Yet, Angel Correa resolutely opted for the dribble, deftly controlling the ball with his right foot before swiftly advancing. Although the entire sequence appeared remarkably fluid, it ultimately bore no fruit. Confronted by the dual defensive onslaught of the Celta players, Angel Correa ultimately lost possession. In the blink of an eye, the ball was launched by the fullback, Honiato, with a long pass directly reaching the flanks. Up front, Sisto received the ball. This was Celta's forte, rapid counterattacks. Upon receiving the ball, the Celta winger unleashed his speed, accelerating before delivering a cross. Bang! Within the penalty area, all attention was fixated on the number 10 player, Aspas, thereby neglecting Maxi Gimez, who was lurking near the edge of the box. Sisto's pass found Maxi Gimez with pinpoint precision. Rather than controlling the ball, he opted for a first-time shot. In the next instant, the ball zipped like a bullet, successfully breaching the goal defended by Oblak. The home side, Celta, instantly equalized. In a heartbeat, the stands of the Balados Stadium erupted with deafening cheers and roars. Following the goal, Maxi Gimez sprinted at breakneck speed toward the corner flag to celebrate with a slide on his knees. Equalized, Celta truly embodied the spirit of a home team, delivering a lethal blow to Atlético Madrid through their signature rapid counterattack, bolstered by the support of thousands of fervent fans. In the commentary booth, Hue was understandably despondent. As a devoted fan of Chu Feng and Atlético, this was not the outcome he had desired. Commentary guest Su Young lamented, stating that the primary reason for Atlético's concession was Angel Correa's reckless attempt to break through on the flank, highlighting the considerable gap between his abilities and those of Chu Feng. While Chu Feng managed to break through a double team and score, Angel Correa lost possession amidst the 2 defenders, ultimately leading to the opponent's goal. On the sidelines, Atlético Madrid's coach, Simeone, was visibly infuriated, unleashing a torrent of criticism toward the defending players and Angel Correa. As an experienced manager, Simeone understood that allowing Celta to equalize would undoubtedly bolster their morale. Consequently, securing a goal would prove exceedingly challenging for Atlético. Chapter 85, Conceding 2 goals. The fury of Coach Simeone. Upon resuming play, the Celta players indeed retreated to a defensive stance within their half. Coach Unzu proactively organized a fortified defense. In truth, for Celta, earning a point against Atlético was entirely acceptable. However, for Atlético, in their quest to seize the La Liga title from Real Madrid and Barcelona, securing victory in tonight's match was imperative. Confronted with Celta's impregnable defense, Atlético Madrid's offensive strategy largely resorted to relying on crosses from the flanks for the majority of the match. Angel Correa, and others frequently delivered balls into the penalty area during this period. Despite Chu Feng's impressive height of 185 meters, it must be acknowledged that he did not possess a distinct advantage when contesting aerial duels. Furthermore, Celta's defenders had retreated deep into their own box, meaning that whenever Chu Feng aimed to challenge for a header, he was invariably surrounded by at least 2 opposing players, hindering his efforts. Thus, Atlético Madrid found themselves at a loss for effective tactics against Celta's resolute formation. As the match progressed into the 38th minute, with the halftime whistle approaching, the mentality of each Atlético player began to shift. In a bid to create a shooting opportunity, Griezmann consciously dropped back to the midfield to receive the ball. However, just as the midfielder party passed the ball to Griezmann, several Celta defenders swiftly closed in. Pablo Hernandez, Daniel Was, and even Celta's forward Iago Aspas rushed towards Griezmann. In an instant, the French star found himself encircled by a dense cluster of defenders. While Griezmann does possess a certain degree of dribbling prowess, the reality is that his chances of navigating through such a formidable wall of defenders were nearly non-existent. Consequently, his only viable option was to pass. Yet, just as he prepared to do so, another Celta midfielder, Lobotka, surged in from Griezmann's flank. Crucially, Lobotka's challenge caused Griezmann to lose his balance and, consequently, his grip on the ball. In the next moment, Celta's Daniel Was effortlessly seized control of the soccer ball. With a decisive thud, Was executed the tactical directive of Coach Aspas, launching the ball forward with remarkable speed. A mistake. Griezmann's possession was intercepted. This was a golden opportunity for a counterattack. Celta's forward Aspas received the ball. In the commentary booth, the two commentators, Wei and Simeone, exchanged glances of palpable anxiety upon witnessing this turn of events. Meanwhile, within the Bilbao stadium, tens of thousands of Celta fans erupted into a frenzy, waving their fists in exhilaration and chanting Aspas's name with fervor. Undoubtedly, every Celta supporter yearned for their number 10 to score and turn the tide in their favor. At the edge of the penalty area, on the right side, Aspas halted the ball, preparing to pivot for a strike just as Atlético Madrid's central defender, Salvaging, positioned himself to intercept. Meanwhile, Celta's other striker, Messi, was tightly marked by Godin. In this fleeting moment, the two stalwarts of Atlético's defense executed their roles impeccably. However, this did not render their defense impenetrable. Upon realizing that his striking partner, Messi, lacked a shooting opportunity, Aspas resolved to take matters into his own hands. The Celta star swiftly turned his right, simultaneously raising his right foot to initiate a shot. Salvaging, witnessing this, instinctively lifted his own foot, aiming to block Aspas's attempt. Yet at that precise moment, Aspas unexpectedly altered his direction, shifting his weight to the left. Notably, Aspas is not a towering center forward, standing at only 1.76 meters, which grants him remarkable agility in the attacking third. In comparison to the tall god in, Aspas's turning radius is considerably shorter, and his reaction time is significantly quicker. Bang! As Aspas completed his turn to the left, he wasted no time, executing his shot almost instantaneously. Despite Godin's valiant effort to block the strike, he was a fraction too late. The ball skidded along the grass, veering swiftly towards the right side of the goal. Oblak could only watch in astonishment. Celta scored again, bringing the tally to 2-1. With the advantage of home ground, Celta had turned the tide. In an instant, the Bilbao stadium erupted. Celta fans raised their arms in jubilation, with some diehard supporters leaping enthusiastically in the stands. The name of the goalscorer, Aspas, resonated throughout the arena. In that moment, Chu Feng truly felt the electrifying atmosphere of a La Liga home ground. As play resumed, Celta reverted to a defensive posture, with all players, including forwards, retreating to their half. Perhaps buoyed by their recent goal, every Celta player exuded confidence and tenacity. Whenever Atlético players gained possession in the attacking zone, Celta players were quick to commit fouls. In the final minutes of the first half, the rhythm of the match became disjointed. Atlético struggled to mount any threatening attacks. Ultimately, as the additional time concluded, the referee signaled the end of the first half. 2-1. Celta, playing at home, held a slender lead over Atlético Madrid. Both teams have entered the halftime break. Simeone was the last to enter the locker room, angrily kicking the door open and unleashing a tirade at the Atlético players. Useless. A bunch of useless players. The opponent is only Celta, not Barcelona. Get your act together. Stop wandering on the pitch. Do you still wish to claim the La Liga title? If you want to seize the championship, then win this damned match. There is no doubt that Simeone was exceedingly dissatisfied with his disciples' performance in the first half, scolding them for a full 10 minutes before his emotions gradually calmed. Subsequently, he devoted the final 5 minutes to strategizing for the second half. Chapter 86. The activation of the dual star cards. Dribbling with finesse. At halftime, Atlético trailed Celta 1-2 away from home, with Chu Feng scoring the only goal for the team. A truly impregnable defense. Celta's bus parking strategy effectively stifled Atlético's attacks. Griezmann and Gel Correa repeatedly faltered, enabling Celta's swift counterattacks to find the net. Simeone's team was underperforming. The Atlético players appeared collectively lethargic in the first half. Rapid counterattacks. The home side, Celta, capitalized on 2 swift breaks to score during the halftime interval. Various news outlets swiftly published a plethora of reports concerning Atlético, most of which were negative. In the comments section, fans from the homeland expressed their dissatisfaction with the players' first half performance, collectively lamenting the team's display. Is this really Atlético? They utterly lack the ability to break through a dense defense. It has become evident that Simeone's team excels in defense, but falters in attack. Atlético's offense feels as constricted as constipation. Apart from Chu Feng, the performances of other players are simply appalling. We can only rely on the young lad. Let's hope he can save Atlético. 15 minutes later, the second half commenced. Simeone initiated personnel changes, substituting the relatively lackluster Angel Correa for Carrasco. Additionally, the defensive midfielder party was replaced by striker Torres. As a result, Griezmann dropped back to the midfield, while the forward line now featured Chu Feng and Torres. Simeone was preparing to take a bold gamble. As the second half began, the home side Celta continued to maintain their ironclad defense. In the stands of the Bilbao Stadium, over 40,000 diehard fans echoed a chorus of defensive chants. In the 52nd minute of the match, Carrasco received a pass from a teammate on the left flank and commenced his personal showcase. To speak candidly, within the current roster of Atlético Madrid, aside from the central defender Godin, the midfield duo of Coque and Griezmann, as well as the forward Chu Feng, the remaining players are not unequivocally considered first-team regulars. Although Carrasco dons the prestigious number 10 jersey for Atlético, the head coach Simeone does not place immense trust in this Belgian winger. Consequently, upon his introduction in the second half, Carrasco exhibited remarkable determination. When Carrasco received the ball on the left flank, he showcased his innate ability to break through defenses. Confronted by Celta's fullback Malo, Carrasco executed a series of deft stops and direction changes, effortlessly maneuvering past him. Following this, he continued to advance with purposeful strides. As he did so, an increasing number of defenders began to converge upon him, including Daniel Was and Pablo Hernandez among others. Typically, most players would opt to pass the ball in such a scenario, yet Carrasco, driven by a desired score, pressed forward towards Celta's penalty area. The outcome was predictable. Under the pressure from the two Celta midfielders, Carrasco found himself bereft of shooting space, ultimately resorting to a forced attempt. The ball was deflected by the opposing defenders, leading to a counterattack from Celta. Fortunately, Atlético's defense had learned from prior experiences, as Godin anticipated the play and cleared the ball before Aspas could capitalize on it. Before long, Atlético regained control of possession. With a resounding thud, Sael's long pass found its way once more to Carrasco on the left wing. Confronted by Celta's resolute defensive formation, Atlético sought to exploit the flanks for opportunities. Thus the ball returned to Carrasco's feet. However, the Celta defenders had grown wise to his tactics. The moment Carrasco received the ball, Was and Malo swiftly closed in on him, executing a double team. To be frank, witnessing this, Carrasco felt a surge of anxiety. He feared that a failed breakthrough could lead to a loss of possession. Just as he hesitated, Chu Feng called out his name emphatically. In the second half, Chu Feng's positioning had become more liberated compared to the first, and he had anticipated that Celta would focus their efforts on neutralizing Carrasco. Thus, he rushed to Carrasco's side to provide support. Without hesitation, Carrasco swiftly passed the ball to Chu Feng. Positioned at the left edge of the penalty arc, Chu Feng embarked on his individual display of skill. The peak talent of Hazard was unleashed, and with it, the fortuitous charm of luminaries activated. At the moment when Chu Feng was poised to make a breakthrough, a familiar sound echoed once more. Two S-rank star cards were simultaneously activated. Chu Feng could feel the power surging through his legs as he instinctively maneuvered the football with swift precision. In the blink of an eye, he effortlessly evaded the interference of the defensive midfielder, Pablo Hernandez. In the stands of Bilbao Stadium, over 2,000 Atlético Madrid fans, having witnessed Chu Feng's performance, finally displayed a glimmer of hope upon their faces. On the sidelines, Coach Simeone clenched his fists tightly, eagerly anticipating that Chu Feng would deliver a decisive blow to the opponent's goal. At that moment, the Celta defense was in utter disarray. Two central defenders converged upon Chu Feng, while another midfielder, Lobotka, positioned himself as well. This meant that three Celta defenders were simultaneously bearing down on Chu Feng. Yet, even with such overwhelming opposition, nothing could impede his progress. Chu Feng had activated two star skills, and although his peak Eden Hazard dribbling talent card had only a proficiency of 10, the fortuitous boost from the luminaries luck card enabled him to execute successive breakthroughs within a short span. With a deft touch of his right foot, he flicked the ball past Lobotka, leaving the Celta midfielder utterly defenseless. In the next instant, Chu Feng cast a glance at the goal, and in an instant, he raised his right foot to take a shot. At that moment, the center-back, Sergi Gomez, rushed towards Chu Feng, desperately attempting to block the shot. However, Chu Feng deftly altered his shooting motion into a gentle push of the ball. With a delicate touch using the inner side of his right foot, he effortlessly maneuvered past the defending players once more. In one fluid motion, Chu Feng evaded two defenders from Celta. Now, Before Chu Feng stood only the central defender, Cafferel. Chapter 87, Assist 1. The veteran Torres scores. Cafferel commits a foul. Hurry and foul. Do not let him penetrate the penalty area. On the sidelines, Celta's head coach, Vunsu, was visibly anxious, shouting the name of central defender Cafferel at the top of his lungs. In Vunsu's view, relying solely on Cafferel's abilities was utterly insufficient to impede Chu Feng's advance. The only recourse left was to commit a foul. Moreover, it had to happen outside the penalty area. The weight of defensive pressure fell squarely on Cafferel's shoulders, and undeniably, in that moment, the defender's reaction was remarkably swift. Sprinting at breakneck speed, he positioned himself just outside the penalty area, successfully placing himself in front of Chu Feng. However, before Cafferel could initiate the foul, in the next instant, Chu Feng deftly flicked the ball with his right foot, then surged forward. With this simple change of rhythm, Chu Feng slipped past Cafferel's right side. The Celta central defender had no time to react. Bang! At the moment Chu Feng penetrated the penalty area, he uttered no words and immediately unleashed a right-footed strike at the ball. In an instant, the ball crashed into the dead corner of the net. Celta's goalkeeper, Sergio, was left completely unresponsive. The score stood at 2-2. With his formidable individual prowess, Chu Feng once again propelled his team to equalize the score. In the grand hall of the celestial realm, commentator He Wei, witnessing Chu Feng's spectacular strike, rose from his seat in sheer exhilaration. What goal! At that moment, Chu Feng resembled the embodiment of Messi himself, deftly maneuvering past three defenders before unleashing a shot that pierced through Celta's net. The score was transformed to 2-2. This is Chu Feng. Despite his tender age of 17, he consistently rises to the occasion whenever Atlético requires a goal. This marks his 12th goal in the La Liga season. Not only was He Wei filled with enthusiasm, but the fans from the celestial realm, upon witnessing Chu Feng's remarkable goal, were utterly enraptured. The live screen was inundated with fervent comments. Kid, amazing. This is simply Messi-like. Wow. How has Chu Feng's dribbling ability suddenly intensified? It seems effortless. Another goal. Could Chu Feng truly be in contention for the La Liga Golden Boot? Celta's defensive formation is rather lackluster. We're set. With Chu Feng in this form, victory for Atlético is merely a matter of time. Chu Feng's improvement is palpable. Within the stadium, while Atlético supporters celebrated fervently, Chu Feng himself wore an expression of serene composure. Chu Feng was acutely aware that this solitary goal would not suffice to secure victory for his team. He needed to score more. Atlético Madrid's aim this evening was not merely to settle for a point, but to seize all three. Upon the restart, Celta held possession. However, it must be said that the Celta players found themselves in a state of indecision, uncertain whether to maintain a defensive formation or to launch an all-out attack. This hesitation resulted in a disconnection among Celta's three lines. Naturally, the attacking players yearned to initiate an offensive surge, striving to turn the tide in their favor. Consequently, the forwards pressed forward aggressively, while the defenders, fearful of conceding and wary of Atlético's counterattacks, largely remained back, abstaining from joining the offensive efforts. This imbalance rendered Celta vulnerable, inadvertently providing Atlético with a golden opportunity. Upon receiving the ball in the attacking third, Aspas was swiftly dispossessed by God-In and Savic. Following this, God-In, having regained possession, promptly launched a long pass toward Carrasco in the left flank. As Carrasco halted the ball, he instantly caught the attention of the left back, Malo. However, this time Carrasco exhibited shrewdness. As he advanced with the ball, he keenly observed Chu Feng's positioning. The moment Malo lunged to intercept, Carrasco decisively delivered a precise through ball. In an instant, the ball found its way to Chu Feng's feet. Yet, having learned from past experiences, Celta's defenders did not afford Chu Feng an opportunity this time. Center-back Sergi Gomez and Cabral, along with two defensive midfielders, Daniel Was and Lobotka, all converged upon him. Just as he was about to be engulfed by Celta's defenders, Chu Feng exhibited no hesitation and immediately played a through ball. Mere seconds later, the ball slipped through the gap between Sergi Gomez and Cabral, landing perfectly at the feet of forward Torres. Such is Chu Feng. He consistently makes the most astute offensive choices. Inside the penalty area, the golden boy Torres faced the advancing Celta goalkeeper and effortlessly slotted the ball into the far corner of the net. 3-2. Atlético Madrid accomplished a monumental comeback. After scoring, Torres intentionally ran to Chu Feng, and the two embraced tightly. Thank you, Chu. Your through ball was magnificent. Torres expressed heartfelt gratitude, fully aware that Chu Feng could have opted for a forceful breakthrough or a pass to the better-positioned Griezmann. Together, they would strive onward. Chu Feng patted Torres on the shoulder and continued, "A one-goal lead is not secure. We must continue to score." On the sidelines, the emotions of the two coaches underwent a stark transformation at that moment. Upon witnessing his team take the lead, Simeone erupted with joy, even leaping into the air, his face alight with fervor akin to that of the Atlético Madrid supporters in the away section. In stark contrast, Celta's coach, Vizquez, stood motionless on the sidelines, his eyes filled with despair. Perhaps, at that moment, Vizquez comprehended that the scales of victory had irrevocably tipped in favor of Atlético Madrid. Beep. Following the restart, it was now Atlético Madrid, having scored 2 consecutive goals, whose morale soared. Soon, the front players of Atlético initiated a high press, rendering Celta's defenders unable to find passing options. Ultimately, center-back Cabral was left with no choice but to frantically clear the ball with a hasty kick. Before long, possession returned to Atlético's feet. Boom! Midfielder Gabi, noticing Chu Feng's movement to the edge of the penalty area, delivered a precise long pass. In an instant, the ball was once again under Chu Feng's control. This evening, he had undeniably transformed into the offensive linchpin for Atlético Madrid. It is no exaggeration to assert that every attacking play necessitated Chu Feng's initiation, and this instance was no exception. Upon receiving the pass from Gabi, Chu Feng surged forward like a meteor towards the opponent's penalty area, causing a stir among the Celta defenders. Chapter 88. The first to achieve 90 attributes. Full training talent card. Ding. Peak hazard breakthrough talent card. 10. Activated. As the Celta defender charged towards Chu Feng, his player card reactivated once more. The first defender to confront Chu Feng was Cabral. The tall central defender of Celta did not hesitate. Instead, he barreled towards Chu Feng with determination. Clearly, Cabral's sole intention was to commit a foul against him. In that electrifying moment, however, Chu Feng deftly flicked the ball with his right foot, allowing it to glide effortlessly between Cabral's legs. The timing was impeccable. The Celta defender missed his mark, but to thwart Chu Feng's advance into the penalty area, Cabral immediately reached out, firmly grasping Chu Feng's jersey. Bang! Chu Feng was acutely aware of Cafu's intentions. Thus, he refrained from shooting and instead gently prodded the ball forward. Almost immediately, the football found its way to forward Torres, positioned near the penalty spot. As Torres received the ball and prepared to unleash a strike, another Celta defender, Sergio Gimez, had already arrived on the scene, accompanied by left-back Johnny Otto, who was also closing in on Torres. It is well known that Torres is not a forward renowned for his ability to break through defenses. Hence, with both defenders converging upon him, his only viable option was to pass. In an instant, the ball was at Griezmann's feet. In the vicinity of the penalty area, the moment Griezmann received the ball, he found himself utterly unmarked. With a resounding crack, the French star swiftly swung his left foot, and within a heartbeat, the ball pierced through the Celta goalkeeper's grasp, hurtling into the net. Atlético Madrid had scored again, transforming the scoreline from 3-2 to 4-2. Simultaneously, Griezmann's strike effectively extinguished any lingering suspense in the match. After scoring, Griezmann exuberantly raced towards the corner flag, fervently pumping his fist towards the fans in the stands. Shortly thereafter, Torres and Chu Feng joined him, and in that moment, the trio linked arms and charged toward their warming-up teammates. The scene of Chu Feng, Griezmann, and Torres sprinting together was captured by a journalist's camera stationed by the advertising boards. With the score now at 4-2, the contest's intrigue had utterly dissipated. In the ensuing moments, Celta's players appeared to have lost all fighting spirit, and the match devolved into mere garbage time. Beep, beep, beep. As the second half of stoppage time commenced, the referee blew the final whistle. Atlético Madrid departed Celta's home ground unscathed. Post-match, Chu Feng, who had netted 2 goals and provided an assist, once again claimed the title of man of the match. In the interview zone, journalist Ma Fanshu from Dongxionet excitedly raised her microphone towards Chu Feng, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Chu Feng, on your remarkable brace. You have now scored 12 goals in La Liga this season. Do you believe you can secure the Pichichi trophy this season?" Chu Feng shrugged his shoulders and, in a relaxed tone, responded to the reporter from Dongxio Network. "While winning the La Liga Golden Boot would indeed be a splendid achievement, my primary desire is to assist Atlético Madrid in clinching the championship." At the post-match press conference, Simeone once again transformed into a fervent supporter of Chu Feng. The young talent emerged as a hero for Atlético yet again. Frankly, I have grown accustomed to his remarkable performances. He has already netted 12 goals in La Liga, while both Messi and Ronaldo have managed only 10. In my perspective, the 17-year-old Chu Feng is undoubtedly capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the legends of the game. Following the press conference, Simeone's remarks ignited a firestorm across Spanish social media. Renowned outlets swiftly published a plethora of news articles. Atlético Madrid secures a remarkable 4 consecutive victories in La Liga. Simeone's squad is determined to claim the title. Post-match, Simeone asserted that Chu Feng has already reached Ballon d'Or caliber. Marca, 17-year-old Chu Feng once again dazzles with a brace, orchestrating an astonishing comeback for Atlético Madrid. World Sports, Simeone lauds Chu Feng, believing that the Atlético coach sees him as capable of being compared to Messi and Ronaldo. Telecinco, following 4 consecutive victories, Atlético Madrid returns to the title race. The young prodigy will undoubtedly emerge as the X factor, as Chu Feng returned to the player's apartment. The clock struck 2 in the morning. Despite the profound fatigue enveloping his body, he took the initiative to activate his personal panel. In this match, Chu Feng had scored 2 goals, consequently earning 2 additional attribute point post-match. This time, he opted to allocate both points entirely to his strength attribute. Strength increased from 88 to 90. His previously 88 strength attribute successfully ascended to 90, marking it as the first attribute of his to reach such a milestone. Deep down, Chu Feng understood that his remarkable performance in La Liga and the Champions League group stages was largely attributable to the potency of his star skill cards. Without these 3-star skill cards, given his current capabilities, merely securing a starting position at Atlético Madrid would be a considerable achievement. Thus, upon completing his skill enhancement, Chu Feng immediately activated the elite training ground, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the rigorous training for the peak-level hazard breakthrough talent card. Following the match against Celta, Chu Feng became acutely aware of the card's formidable power. Despite possessing only a 10% proficiency, he moved across the pitch with remarkable agility, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. The following day marked a training session. Prior to the commencement of the routine drills, Simeone announced the 18-man roster for the upcoming match against Elche. This encounter was part of the Copa del Rey round of 16, and with Elche being a comparatively weaker adversary, Simeone deemed it unnecessary for key players like Chu Feng and Griezmann to participate. Consequently, both players were excluded from the squad. This turn of events provided Chu Feng with the perfect opportunity to concentrate entirely on refining his peak hazard breakthrough talent card. Given the limited time available at the training ground, he sought to supplement his efforts with additional practice in the real world. With dual efforts in motion, the time required for mastery would be significantly reduced. On October 19th, Atlético Madrid faced Elche. Although playing away, they triumphed with a resounding 5-0 victory, effortlessly eliminating Elche from the competition. Subsequently, Atlético Madrid would refocus their attention on the Champions League group stage. Chapter 89, New Contract. Weekly salary of $80,000 for players. The Yellow Submarine approaches. On October 26th, Atlético Madrid was set to challenge Qarabag away from home. Despite the team's relatively modest strength, having suffered heavy defeats against Chelsea and Roma in their previous 2 matches, Simeone remained vigilant. His strategy involved securing the top position in the group to advance to the knockout stages. Thus, he would deploy his strongest lineup even against weaker opponents. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Baku Olympic Stadium lit up as the 3rd round of the Champions League group stage commenced. Simultaneously, in Madrid, within the Atlético Madrid club, Chu Feng's agent, Mendez, is currently in discussions with the club's sporting director, Berta, regarding a new contract for Chu Feng. As of this round, Chu Feng has scored 12 goals in La Liga and 6 goals in the Champions League. In both competitions, he stands as the top scorer. Most significantly, Chu Feng is merely 17 years old, leaving Atlético Madrid with no justification for withholding a new contract from him. After 90 minutes, the highly anticipated Champions League clash between Atlético Madrid and Qarabag concluded with a resounding victory for the visiting team, Atlético Madrid, who triumphed 5-0. In this match, Chu Feng delivered a remarkable hat-trick, earning him an additional 6 attribute points post-match. For these 6 points, Chu Feng opted to enhance his heading attribute. As a center forward standing at 185 meters, it is only fitting that he excels in aerial duels. His heading attribute now stands at 77 to 82. Currently, Chu Feng's latest personal attribute values are as follows. Chu Feng, age 17 years and 6 months, height 185 centimeters, weight 80 kilograms. Physical attributes: speed 77, explosiveness 75, reaction speed 70, strength 90, stamina 80, jumping 73, injury 67, physical attribute rating C. Offensive attributes: shooting 80, long shot 76, heading 82, set piece 66, dribbling 87. Offensive attribute rating B. Passing attributes: long pass 70, short pass 64, through ball 67, cross 67, vision 80. Passing attribute rating C. Defensive attributes: tackle 56, slide tackle 56, interception 56, save 56, physicality 80. Defensive attribute rating D. Overall rating 80. Comprehensive evaluation level B. Star skills: Alvarez luck boost card, Balotelli heavy artillery card, peak hazard dribbling talent card 30. Usable attribute points 0. Equipment 0. After allocating the attribute points, Chu Feng took a moment to review his personal panel. His physical attribute rating had reached C. Additionally, the proficiency of the peak hazard dribbling talent card had successfully attained 30. However, his overall rating remained at 80, showing no increase. Clearly, Chu Feng understood that to enhance his capabilities further, he needed to score more goals in various competitions. At 3 o'clock in the morning, as Atlético Madrid players were returning to Madrid, Chu Feng received a phone call from Mendes. Chu, I have great news. The details of your new contract with Atlético Madrid have been finalized. Mendes exclaimed with excitement on the other end of the line. The contract duration remains the same as before, but your weekly salary has reached 80,000 euros, which translates to an annual salary of around 400,000 euros, all post-tax. Furthermore, your goal bonus has increased to 20,000 euros. There are also various championship bonuses. In summary, this contract is astronomically better than your first one. I see, Chu Feng replied, displaying remarkable composure. Deep down, he was well aware that his current performance warranted a lucrative contract. In fact, he believed his contributions could merit a weekly salary exceeding 80,000 euros. By the way, there is another matter. Puma is interested in having you as their spokesperson, though the contract details are still under negotiation. In any case, if you maintain your current scoring rate, I'm confident Puma will present you with an irresistible major contract. Mendes continued. Moreover, several other brands are also eager for you to become their ambassador, but the specifics have yet to be finalized. Once everything is arranged, I will inform you. It must be said that Mendes, as the foremost agent in Europe, exhibits an astonishing level of efficiency. In less than a month, he facilitated a new contract for Chu Feng, along with the initiation of various brand endorsements. After concluding the call, Chu Feng returned to the training ground, immersing himself in rigorous practice. Remarkably, he achieved a proficiency level of 30 in just over 2 weeks, proving that the estimated time displayed by the training facility was inaccurate. This discrepancy only fueled Chu Feng's determination. He was eager to elevate his proficiency to a perfect score of 100. With the season advancing, Atlético Madrid was soon to engage in critical matches against title contenders such as Real Madrid and Barcelona, and Chu Feng needed to enhance his skills swiftly. 5 days later, on October 30th, Atlético Madrid faced their final match of the month at home against Villarreal, the Yellow Submarine. Coach Simeone and his staff regarded this match with utmost seriousness. Although Villarreal had struggled early in the season, they had quietly ascended to 5th place in La Liga, trailing Atlético by a mere 4 points. Furthermore, Villarreal had secured victories in their last 5 matches, celebrating a streak of triumph. At the pre-match press conference, Villarreal's coach Calleja spoke confidently to the gathered journalists, stating, "We are well prepared to breach the Metropolitano Stadium." Undeniably, Atlético Madrid has found their rhythm and is regaining their fighting spirit. However, we are equally resolute. Atlético has achieved 4 consecutive victories in La Liga, while we have secured 5. Moreover, Atlético has been contending with a demanding schedule of 2 matches per week, which will undoubtedly test them. I believe Villarreal's players can claim 3 points tomorrow. In response to Calleja's confident demeanor, a journalist from Understand Football inquired about Chu Feng's potential impact. Do you believe Villarreal's defense can withstand Chu Feng's assault? This 17-year-old prodigy has already scored 12 goals in La Liga. Upon hearing the question, Calleja scoffed lightly before responding coldly, of course. This young player from the East is only 17. He is neither Messi nor Ronaldo. He is merely a child. Chapter 90. A duel against the world's premier defensive midfielder. Chu Feng versus Rodri. For the coach of Villarreal, despite Chu Feng having already scored 12 goals in La Liga, this proud Spaniard remains convinced that Chu Feng poses no threat. He audaciously claims that his team will keep Atlético Madrid at bay for the entire 90 minutes. In response, Atlético's coach, Simeone, merely smiled, choosing not to engage in pre-match banter with Calleja, as he deemed it futile. The most crucial objective was to secure 3 points. On match day, at 7:30 in the evening, over 60,000 devoted Atlético fans began to sing their anthem, Atlético de Madrid, filling the Metropolitano Stadium with resounding fervor. Under the guidance of referee Undiano, the starting players from both teams gradually took to the pitch. Meanwhile, on the distant eastern continent, fans from the Middle Kingdom eagerly flocked to the live stream half an hour before the match commenced. Within 5 minutes of kickoff, the live viewership had already surpassed 5 million. Welcome, fans, to the 9th round of the 2017 to 2018 La Liga season. Atlético Madrid faces Villarreal at home. Coach Simeone, in a rare move, deployed a 4-3-3 formation this evening. The goalkeeper remained au bloc, with a defensive line comprising Juanfran, Savic, Godin, and Felipe. The midfield featured Gabi, Saul, and Partey, while the forward line consisted of Griezmann, Torres, and Chu Feng. If I recall correctly, Simeone has never utilized a 4-3-3 formation since taking charge of Atlético. Hiway's tone was filled with astonishment, as he believed Simeone's tactical style predominantly focused on defense and a frantic midfield approach, which starkly contrasted with the 4-3-3 setup. Meanwhile, Villarreal's away coach, Calleja, opted for a 4-4-2 diamond formation. The goalkeeper was Barbosa, with the backline featuring Jaume Costa, Victor Luis, Alvaro Gonzalez, and Mario Gasper. The lone defensive midfielder was Rodri, while the midfield included Trigueros and Fornals, with Roberto Soriano as the attacking midfielder and a dual forward line of Baca and Baca. At that moment, amidst the cheers of tens of thousands of Atlético fans within the Metropolitano Stadium, referee Undiano blew the whistle, signaling the commencement of the match. Beep. At their home ground, Atlético Madrid initiated the offensive. In the 3rd minute of the match, Sael's incisive pass found the right flank's Griezmann. The French star, brimming with confidence upon receiving the ball, swiftly maneuvered to cut inside, evading the challenges posed by Villarreal's defenders. The rapid change in rhythm effectively disoriented Alvaro Gonzalez. In a matter of moments, Griezmann surged into the top of the penalty area, just as midfielder Rodri advanced to confront him. Although Rodri had yet to ascend to the status of the world's premier defensive midfielder at that time, his interception skills and defensive prowess were undoubtedly among the elite in La Liga. Sensing the situation, Griezmann opted against a forced breakthrough, promptly passing the ball to Torres at the top of the box. The Atlético striker, with his back to Villarreal defender Vitor Ruiz, deftly executed a flick to his left. Ultimately, the ball found its way to Choupo-Moting's feet. Bang! Chu Feng did not engage in excessive disruptive actions. Instead, he lifted his right foot and, in an instant, directed a powerful strike towards the opponent's goal. Balotelli's cannon shot was unleashed. In a flash, the football soared like a projectile, crashing forcefully into the corner of the net. Perhaps due to the extraordinary power behind Chu Feng's shot, the Villarreal goalkeeper remained utterly unresponsive. Regrettably, the ball failed to veer into the goal's corner, instead striking the junction of the post and the crossbar. Bang! In the next moment, the ball ricocheted out of bounds. Just moments into the match, Chu Feng had already delivered a formidable warning to Villarreal's goal. The goalkeeper, Barbosa, nearly relinquished his defensive duties, only to lament that Chu Feng's shot had missed by a mere millimeter. Prior to the match, Villarreal's coach, Calleja, had asserted that Chu Feng would pose no threat to the team's defense. Yet merely 2 minutes into the game, Chu Feng demonstrated his prowess with a menacing strike. As Hiway had just concluded his statement, Atlético Madrid launched their second wave of offense. In midfield, Gabi and Sael converged upon Villarreal's player, Fornals. The latter was caught off guard, swiftly losing possession. Consequently, Atlético launched a rapid counterattack. Gabi's incisive pass immediately found Chu Feng. Throughout this match, Chu Feng's positioning has been notably agile, resembling a shadow striker, frequently maneuvering behind Torres. This time, as Chu Feng received the ball, defenders quickly closed in on him, including the formidable Rodri and Trigueros from the Yellow Submarine. Ding! The peak talent of Hazard's breakthrough is activated. Chu Feng swiftly nudged the ball with his right foot, evading the interference of Trigueros, yet found himself with little room to maneuver against Rodri's interception. As a seasoned defensive midfielder, Rodri refrained from recklessly extending his foot, opting instead for a positional advantage. Furthermore, Rodri's physical prowess surpassed that of Chu Feng. Given Chu Feng's current capabilities, breaching Rodri's defense in a short span appeared to be a formidable challenge. Just as Chu Feng found himself cornered, he deftly flicked the ball with his right foot. And in the blink of an eye, the football reappeared at Griezmann's feet, positioned at the right side of the penalty area. Griezmann, upon controlling the ball with his left foot, quickly glanced at Villarreal's goal, and in the next moment, the French star decisively lifted his left foot to shoot. In an instant, Villarreal's center-back Álvaro González, along with full-back Mario Gasper, surged towards Griezmann. However, instead of shooting, the Frenchman opted for a precise through ball. Within moments, the ball arrived near the penalty spot. At this juncture, Atlético's striker Torres had also positioned himself, executing a swift shot. Thud! The powerful strike, unfortunately, was directed too centrally, allowing goalkeeper Barbosa to secure the ball with ease. Although Atlético's attack once again ended in disappointment, the synergy between Chu Feng, Griezmann, and Torres was evident. In most instances, Atlético's offensive threats relied heavily on this trio. Chapter 91. A powerful header finds the net. Simeone's provocative display. The reason Simeone opted for a 4-3-3 formation tonight largely stemmed from the chemistry among these three players. In the stands of the Metropolitano Stadium, Atlético fans, witnessing the team's attacking prowess during this period, erupted in admiration. Is this truly Atlético's offense? It flows so seamlessly. Keep pushing forward. It feels like a goal is imminent. The attacking combination of Chu Feng, Griezmann, and Torres is indeed formidable, a blend of experience and youth. One can only hope that all three players find the back of the net tonight. Is this the defense of Villarreal? It seems less formidable than that of Celta. Clearly, the majority of Atlético fans were relatively satisfied with the players' performances on the pitch. However, on the sidelines, Simeone's expression was a portrait of seriousness. After all, during this stretch, Atlético's forwards had squandered two golden opportunities. Continuously wasting chances could lead to dire consequences. Soon enough, the match reached the 10th minute, with Atlético still maintaining control of the ball. In fact, to expedite their offensive efforts, Madrid's wingers, Juan Fran and Felipe, advanced eagerly into the attack. Thud! In the 11th minute, Saul's long pass found Griezmann on the right flank. After feigning an inward cut, he successfully drew the attention of two Villarreal players. Suddenly, Griezmann flicked the ball with his heel, and in an instant, the football landed at the feet of Juan Fran. The Atlético Madrid right-back glanced at his teammates' positioning before swiftly delivering a cross with his right foot. With a resounding thud, the ball sped towards the penalty area. Within the small box, Torres and Villarreal center-back, Victor Ruiz, became entangled, preventing either player from claiming the first touch. In the next moment, the ball appeared at the back post. At that instant, another forward from Atlético, Chu Feng, galloped in. Prior to this match, Chu Feng had just elevated his heading ability to 82. Although his heading prowess was somewhat inferior to that of elite strikers, on this occasion, Chu Feng managed to outjump the opposing fullback, seizing the ball first. With a powerful leap, Chu Feng utilized his core strength to deliver a commanding header. On the goal line, Villarreal's goalkeeper, Álvaro, reacted as swiftly as possible. Yet his hands failed to make contact with the ball. In the blink of an eye, the football ruthlessly zipped past Álvaro. With a swish, the ball nestled securely into the net. 1-0. Chu Feng once again propelled Atlético Madrid to an early lead. Undoubtedly, his commanding header ignited the atmosphere among the Atlético supporters, unleashing a thunderous roar from the stands. In unison, nearly 60,000 fans erupted in chants of Chu Feng's name. Following the goal, Chu Feng, embodying the spirit of gratitude, rushed to Juan Fran, and the two celebrated with a jubilant high-five and embrace. On the sidelines, Simeone, witnessing the goal, completely lost himself in the moment, charging onto the opposing bench and furiously waving his fists at Calleja. Hey, did you see that? This is the prowess of Chu Feng. The Villarreal defense appeared utterly feeble against him. It must be noted that Simeone's psychological strategy is indeed formidable. At that moment, the Villarreal coach's face was etched with anger and frustration, even contemplating confronting Simeone physically. However, Simeone remained unfazed, for he is a renowned figure in the football world. In his playing days, he was known for his fierce and aggressive demeanor. and in a physical confrontation, Calleja would stand no chance against him. The ball is in. Chu Feng, with an audacious header, has helped Atlético take the lead. 1-0. Atlético is ahead. This marks Chu Feng's 13th goal in this season's La Liga. He continues to showcase his remarkable scoring form. Commentator Simeone praised. It seems Chu Feng's heading ability has significantly improved. He outjumped the opposing fullback to score, evolving into a versatile striker. In a live chat, millions of Chinese fans flooded the comments after witnessing Chu Feng's goal. It all relies on our young star. Chu Feng's improvement is evident. After his breakthroughs, his heading skills have also enhanced. It proves that to become stronger, one must engage in high-level competition. 13 goals already. His scoring efficiency is nothing short of terrifying. This year's Golden Boy award might very well go to Chu Feng. Atletico's attack truly hinges on Chu Feng now. Upon the restart, Villarreal's players, playing away, initiated their offensive. Prior to the match, Calleja had made it clear that they aimed to secure points at the Metropolitano Stadium. In the 18th minute, Rodri's long pass from midfield swiftly found attacking midfielder Roberto Soriano, who, under pressure from Party, opted not to force a blind breakthrough, but rather quickly passed the ball to the forward Baca. At the edge of the penalty area, an opportunity for a one-on-one encounter with God-In presented itself to the Villarreal forward. The striker executed a series of feints before God-In, who remained steadfast and unyielding. Observing God-In's reluctance to engage, Baca attempted to advance forcefully. However, just as he prepared to sprint, the seasoned God-In preemptively collided with Baca using his shoulder. In the next instant, Baca fell to the ground. A penalty. This is a penalty. Why was the whistle not blown? In the coach's area, Calleja reacted instantaneously upon witnessing his player down within the box, erupting in vehement criticism of the referee, yet to no avail. The official deemed it not a foul and signaled for play to continue. With no hesitation, God-In launched the ball forward with a powerful kick. Moments later, the ball found its way to Torres. In a duel with Vitor Ruiz, Torres managed to seize the ball and subsequently flicked it with his head. In an instant, the ball entered the penalty area, where another Atlético forward, Griezmann, was already charging in. Chapter 92, Rodri's world-class strike. Villarreal equalizes. Inside the box. After receiving the ball on his right foot, Griezmann did not shoot immediately. Instead, he adjusted the ball to his left foot. As a left-footed player, Griezmann lacked confidence in his weaker foot, thus opting for a more secure approach. However, this adjustment inadvertently presented an opportunity for Villarreal's defenders. In the next moment, the Yellow Submarine center-back, Vitor Ruiz, rushed in and blocked Griezmann's shot. Atlético missed a chance to extend their lead. The stands of the Metropolitano Stadium erupted with sighs of disappointment from over 60,000 Atlético fans. Shortly thereafter, the ball was seized by Villarreal's midfielder, Rodri. This signaled the onset of a counterattack for the Yellow Submarine. With a resounding thud, Rodri's long pass found the forward, Baca. Upon stopping the ball on the left side of the penalty area, he successfully created a direct opportunity at goal. Although Atlético's fullback, Felipe, had also surged forward, he was a step too late. Without hesitation, Baca unleashed a powerful shot towards the opponent's goal. The ball hurtled like a cannonball into the net. But at a crucial moment, Atlético's goalkeeper, Oblak, once again salvaged the team. With a swift dive and a right fist, he deflected the ball away. Oblak's save. This evening, Oblak's form has been nothing short of spectacular. He has thwarted Villarreal's attempts on goal multiple times. The ball landed at the feet of Simeone. Once again, a long pass. The pace of the game's offensive and defensive transitions is remarkably swift. It is now time for Atlético Madrid to launch a counterattack. Within the commentary hall of Doncio Network, the commentator He Wei's speech has noticeably accelerated due to the rapid tempo of the match. The guest commentator Simeone has scarcely had the opportunity to speak. In the stands of the Metropolitano Stadium, the cheers of Atlético fans soar to the heavens, especially when they see that the player receiving the ball is Chu Feng, prompting an ecstatic chorus of his name from the crowd. In the central midfield area, Chu Feng commenced his personal performance. Ding! The peak talent card of Hazard, 30, was activated. With the resonating sound of the system prompt, Chu Feng distinctly felt an infusion of boundless strength into his legs. However, just as he prepared to break through, Rodri's defense was already in position. In their previous encounters, Chu Feng had not managed to gain a significant advantage over Rodri, and this occasion was no different. Rodri, maintaining his composure, refrained from hastily extending his foot and instead positioned his body against Chu Feng. Clearly, the breakthrough capability of the 30-rated peak hazard was insufficient to surpass Rodri in such a brief moment. Chu Feng's only recourse was to pass the ball. Yet, at the very instant Chu Feng lifted his right foot, Rodri's defense was already in place. In that fleeting moment, Rodri's left foot made contact with the ball first, leading to yet another unsuccessful attack for Atlético Madrid. Rodri proved to be formidable once again. He triumphed over Chu Feng in their confrontation. Chu Feng needed to reassess his game strategy. Hiwei couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Chu Feng. Chu Feng was acutely aware of this reality, and thus, in the subsequent matches, he refrained from retreating to the midfield, instead choosing to remain steadfastly within the penalty area, awaiting a pass from his teammates. Unbeknownst to anyone, the clock silently ticked towards the 40th minute, and as the first half of the match drew to a close, the Villarreal players, competing away from home, began to mount a significant offensive. Once again, it was Rodri's pass that set the stage. This Villarreal defensive midfielder, after intercepting the ball from Saul, quickly delivered a piercing through ball, which landed precisely at the feet of attacking midfielder Roberto Soriano. As Soriano halted the ball at the edge of the penalty area and prepared to shoot, Atletico's defensive midfielder, Party, swiftly closed in. To be fair, Roberto Soriano is not particularly known for his dribbling prowess, and faced with Party in a one-on-one situation, he lacked confidence. In the next moment, Soriano opted to pass the ball to Baca inside the penalty area. As Baca controlled the ball, Atletico's stalwart defender Godin rushed towards him, closely followed by another center-back, Savic. In an instant, Baca found himself besieged by the Atletico defense. Yet, undeterred, Baca chose to take a shot. The result was predictable. The ball ricocheted off Godin's body. However, this did not signify the end of Villarreal's assault, as the ball rebounded back to the edge of the penalty area, where suddenly, a Villarreal player unleashed a furious strike. This player was none other than Villarreal's midfielder Rodri. With a powerful shot from his instep, the ball zipped past several Atletico defenders at remarkable speed. Neither Godin nor Savic could obstruct its path. In a heartbeat, the ball veered towards the far corner of the goal. This time, the ever-reliable Oblak found himself helpless. Due to the lightning-fast velocity of Rodri's shot, his hands never made contact with the ball. In an instant, the ball thundered into the net. Goal! Rodri's long-range strike has found the back of the net. An explosive shot that left Oblak powerless. Villarreal, competing away from home, successfully equalized the score. As the first half neared its conclusion, Rodri emerged as the hero of the team. In the broadcast room, Hiwei, with palpable excitement, passionately shouted. It must be said that Rodri's performance tonight has been truly commendable. His presence was felt both in attack and defense. Perhaps in the near future, this midfielder may find himself joining a prestigious club. Former national team player Su Yang, after witnessing Rodri's performance this evening, could not help but praise the player profusely. Meanwhile, in the live stream's comment section, fans from the Middle Kingdom were equally astonished by Rodri's striking shot. Rodri is truly exceptional. I have never seen such an impressive defensive midfielder. I hope Atletico can recruit Rodri. I heard Rodri spent some time in Atletico's youth team. By that logic, he could be considered a senior to Chu Feng. I have a premonition that Rodri will win the Ballon d'Or in the future. Those above, stop boasting. Can the Ballon d'Or really be awarded to a defensive midfielder? How is that even possible? Chapter 93, Becoming the Savior once again. A powerful strike after escaping danger. On the field, upon witnessing Rodri's long-range goal, Chu Feng's expression remained unperturbed. He understood that this future Ballon d'Or winner possessed the ability to determine the outcome of the match. However, Chu Feng was determined not to concede defeat in the match. He fervently clapped his hands and shouted to his teammates, urging them to pass the ball more frequently. The Villarreal defense was not particularly robust. He believed they could exploit it through clever passing. After nearly 40 minutes of play, Chu Feng began to discern the capabilities of the Villarreal defenders. In his estimation, apart from Rodri, the rest of the Villarreal players appeared to be a disorganized bunch. As long as other players could divert Rodri's attention, he felt confident in his ability to score. Upon a restart, Atlético Madrid regained possession. Despite recently conceding an equalizer to Villarreal, thousands of fervent Atlético fans in the Metropolitano Stadium continued to sing the club anthem, rallying the players on the pitch. Soon, Atlético mounted an attack. Saul swiftly advanced the ball into the attacking third, successfully drawing the attention of two Villarreal defenders before passing it to Griezmann on the right flank. At that moment, Chu Feng and Torres had positioned themselves well within the penalty area. Without hesitation, Griezmann delivered a decisive cross. In an instant, the ball evaded the intervention of the fullback, Jaume Costa, and found Torres in center. The former golden boy leaped into the air, attempting to execute a header. However, Villarreal's center-back, Gonzalez, charged in front of Torres, causing him to be unceremoniously knocked down mid-air. Simultaneously, Gonzalez managed to clear the ball away. Fortunately, Atlético's midfield stalwart, Gabi, seized the second ball, ensuring the attack continued. After regaining control, Gabi initially aimed to pass the ball directly into the penalty area, but both Griezmann and Torres were surrounded by numerous defenders. Thus, Gabi decided to take matters into his own hands, charging towards the edge of the penalty area. It seemed he was intent on a solo effort. At this critical moment, Villarreal's defensive midfielder Rodri quickly rejoined the fray, positioning himself in front of Gabi and successfully halting his advance. Meanwhile, Chu Feng sprinted back to the top of the penalty area, waving his arms to signal Gabi for the ball. Chu Feng was acutely aware that the opportunity to score was imminent. With a resounding thud, Gabi, a seasoned veteran at the age of 35, displayed his considerable experience. He feigned a shooting motion, prompting Rodri to extend his leg in an attempt to block. In that fleeting moment when Rodri lifted his leg, Gabi swiftly executed a pass. Just like that, the ball deftly slipped between Rodri's legs, landing squarely at Chu Feng's feet. At that instant, the stands of the Metropolitano Stadium erupted with deafening cheers from the Atlético Madrid fans, while on the sidelines, Simeone raised his arms in eager anticipation of Chu Feng's goal. However, as Chu Feng brought the ball to a halt, several Villarreal defenders were already advancing towards him. The right-back Mario Gasper and the center-back Alvaro Gonzalez arrived almost simultaneously before Chu Feng. Chu Feng remained utterly composed. After more than 40 minutes of play, he had gained a fair understanding of the capabilities of the two defending players. In a flash of inspiration, Chu Feng swiftly nudged the ball outward with his right foot. The moment he made this move, the activation sound of star card echoed in his ears, signifying the onset of the peak hazard breakthrough talent, 30. In the previous activation, Chu Feng had faltered against Rodri's defense, but now, bolstered by the enhancement of the peak hazard card, he effortlessly maneuvered past the right back, Mario Gasper. In the next instant, Chu Feng used the back of his right foot to deftly touch the ball, just as Alvaro Gonzalez attempted to block him. In this critical moment, Chu Feng executed a swift feint, seamlessly bypassing the two defenders with his skillful ball control. As he surged into the penalty area, he wasted no time and promptly unleashed a powerful shot. The sound of another star card activation resonated. This time, it was the Balotelli cannon card. In an instant, the ball rocketed forward like a cannonball, evading multiple Villarreal players and hurtling precisely into the corner of the net. Villarreal's goalkeeper, Barbosa, stood frozen, unable to make any attempt at a save. The score was now 2-1. Atlético Madrid had regained the lead. Following his goal, Chu Feng raced towards the corner flag, once again making a heart gesture for the cameras. Meanwhile, within the penalty box, several Villarreal players bore expressions of despair, most notably Barbosa, who had never anticipated that this young man with yellow skin and black hair could break through the encirclement of two teammates in such a brief moment. He was equally astonished by the sheer power of Chu Feng's shot. In the broadcast room, with Chu Feng's strike breaching Villarreal's defenses, Huey finally relaxed. A brace. After skillfully evading defenders, Chu Feng executed a high-quality shot that left Villarreal's goalkeeper utterly powerless. Now, the score stood at 2-1. Atlético Madrid, playing at home, had once again taken the lead. A few minutes later, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Overall, Atletico's performance in the first half was markedly superior to that of Villarreal. As the second half commenced, Simeone reverted to his familiar ironclad formation. All players, including the three forwards, retreated to defend, rendering Atletico's formation more akin to a 4-6-0 setup. All 10 players were engaged in defensive duties in their half. Villarreal is not a team proficient in breaking down defenses. Confronted with Atlético Madrid's formidable defensive formation, the players struggled to find any opportunities. For the majority of the match, the Yellow Submarine could only threaten Atlético's goal through long-range shots. However, this method proved to be highly ineffective, with Villarreal often sending their attempts soaring into the stands. Chapter 94. Sealing the fate of the match. 2 goals in quick succession. Soon, the clock hit the 60-minute mark, and the score remained 2-1, with Atlético momentarily leading Villarreal. Under the relentless pressure of Atlético's dense defense, the Yellow Submarines' offensive efforts stagnated, making it exceedingly difficult for strikers Bakambu and Baca to find any openings against Atlético's ironclad backline. During this time, the broadcast shifted its focus to Villarreal's coach, Calleja, who approached the bench to whisper to his players. In a swift move, the player donning the number 10 jersey, Castillo, made his way to the sidelines, poised for substitution. At just 22 years of age, wearing the emblematic number 10 shirt, his talent was unmistakable. Additionally, the player in the number 7 jersey, Cheryshev, stood ready at the edge of the pitch. Calleja was finally ready to unveil his strategy. Villarreal was making substitutions. Castillo replaced the underperforming Bakambu, while Cheryshev came on for Roberto Soriano. Calleja was making aggressive adjustments to the attack. Was Villarreal preparing to take a bold gamble? In the broadcast room, the commentator Hiwei began to express concerns for Atlético upon witnessing Villarreal's substitutions. Although Atlético held a temporary lead of 2-1 in the realm of football, anything could unfold before the final whistle. At the 62nd minute, the newly substituted Villarreal launched a vigorous assault towards Atlético's goal. On the flanks, the newly introduced Cheryshev received the ball and displayed immense confidence against Atlético's fullback, Felipe. Suddenly, Cheryshev executed a swift dribble with his right foot, and in an instant, a flash of yellow darted past Felipe. As a substitute, Cheryshev's stamina evidently surpassed that of Felipe, and he possessed notable explosiveness. With a resounding thud, he swiftly swept the ball across the goal front. The entire maneuver was remarkably fluid, leaving Felipe with no chance to react, and the ball was soon hurtling into the penalty area. At a critical moment, God-N rose to the occasion. The Atlético captain leaped high, successfully clearing the ball in front of Baca. Evidently, Villarreal sought to breach Atlético Madrid's formidable defensive formation through crosses from the flanks, a task fraught with difficulty. In midfield, the second ball was seized by Villarreal's holding midfielder, Trigueros. After he deftly controlled the ball, he surveyed the positioning of his teammates, and just as he prepared to pass, Chu Feng surged in from the side. In the second half, Chu Feng assumed a more liberated role, unconfined to the position of a forward. A successful interception, Chu Feng collided with Trigueros. The referee refrained from calling a foul. This was an effective steal. Atlético's counterattack commenced. Within the broadcast studio, as Hiwei's voice resonated, Chu Feng darted forward like a cannonball, advancing with the ball across the midfield. In that moment, the long-silent Metropolitano Stadium erupted into a cacophony of roaring cheers. On the sidelines, the team's head coach, Simeone, fervently rallied behind Chu Feng. However, just as Chu Feng charged into the opponent's half, Villarreal's sole-holding midfielder, Rodri, had already positioned himself for support. Chu Feng has never engaged in an unprepared battle. He understands that, given his current capabilities, overcoming Rodri's defense poses a slight challenge, and there exists a significant possibility that Rodri may commit a foul against him. Should the opponent succeed in fouling him, this opportunity for a counterattack would undoubtedly vanish. Bang! After a swift contemplation, Chu Feng ultimately opted to pass. His precise long ball with his right foot found Griezmann on the left flank. Although Villarreal's full-back, Jaume Costa, had positioned himself well to defend, Griezmann executed a deft nutmeg, effortlessly evading his opponent. Mere seconds later, Griezmann surged into the arc of the penalty area. After a quick glance at the goal, he decisively unleashed a shot with the outside of his foot. Bang! The football traced an exquisite arc through the air, hurtling towards the far corner. Goalkeeper Barbarossa could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed into the net. 3-1. Griezmann's goal nearly extinguished any suspense in the match. Chu Feng's assist. Griezmann found the back of the net. Atlético Madrid once again capitalized on their signature quick counterattack to score. This marked Chu Feng's 7th assist of the season. After 9 rounds, he had amassed 14 goals and 7 assists, contributing to a total of 21 goals. Although it was Griezmann who scored the goal for Atlético, commentator Hiwei praised Chu Feng's performance throughout. With the scoreline now at 3-1, it signified that the scales of victory had entirely tipped in favor of the home side, Atlético Madrid. Despite Villarreal still having time to mount a comeback, the players' morale had plummeted. Upon resuming play, Villarreal's players seemed increasingly obsessed with individual efforts. This time, Castillo received the ball in the central attacking area but chose not to distribute it. Instead, he charged towards Atlético's penalty area with great strides. However, With Saul and center back Godin closing in, Castillo's breakthrough ultimately failed. In a flash, Godin's long ball surged forward again, and veteran Torres flicked it on with his head. Chu Feng, with his relentless running, managed to intercept the second ball ahead of his opponents, positioned on the left side of the penalty area. Upon receiving the pass, Chu Feng immediately lifted his leg and unleashed a furious shot. Ding! Balotelli's cannonball had been unleashed. This is the shooting technique in which Chu Feng excels. The football, akin to a projectile, whistled past the heads of numerous Villarreal players with tremendous spin. And then, the ball soared into the net. 4-1. The match concluded. Chu Feng's powerful shot reverberated through the Metropolitan Stadium, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. Chu Feng, Chu Feng, Chu Feng. The fervent support of over 60,000 Atlético Madrid fans transformed them into ardent admirers of Chu Feng, fervently chanting his name. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Coach Simeone exhaled a sigh of relief, leisurely strolling to the bench and propping his leg up. He understood that the victory of the evening had already been secured by his team. The final minutes of the match devolved into mere garbage time. As the stoppage time commenced, the referee signaled the conclusion of the match. Chapter 95. The intense schedule of November. Chu Feng's strategy for enhancements. Ding! The system detected that the host had achieved a hat trick during the match, awarding him 3 points of free attribute values. Following the match, the system promptly rewarded Chu Feng with the free attribute points. This time, however, Chu Feng chose not to allocate the points immediately, opting instead to save them. The schedule for Atlético Madrid was notably packed during this period. Shortly after this match, they were set to face Qarabag in the fourth round of the Champions League group stage, followed by an away challenge against Deportivo La Coruña just 3 days later. According to Chu Feng's plan, he intended to allocate points after these two matches, particularly as Atlético was to host Real Madrid thereafter. To triumph over Real Madrid at the Metropolitan Stadium, Chu Feng needed to perform exceptionally well, and such performance hinged on the enhancement of his attributes. Thus, he aimed to score as many goals as possible against Qarabag and Deportivo La Coruña to garner additional free points. Furthermore, he sought to swiftly elevate the proficiency of his peak hazard breakthrough talent card. In summary, Chu Feng's life during this period revolved around a singular focus: training, and more training. Before long, the date slipped into November 1st, Champions League group stage, Atlético versus Qarabag. As November arrived, Madrid experienced a distinct chill in the autumn air. Surrounding the Metropolitan Stadium, Atlético fans wrapped themselves in towels emblazoned with the club's crest, gradually entering the arena. An hour before the match against Qarabag commenced, Simeone announced the starting lineup. To Chu Feng's surprise, he found himself excluded from the first 11. Why? Chu Feng promptly approached Simeone for clarification. "Coach, I am uninjured and brimming with energy. I am entirely capable of taking the field." Chu Feng ardently expressed his desire to play, yet Simeone remained resolute in his refusal. "Chu, the schedule in November is exceedingly demanding, and I must implement a degree of rotation within the team." Simeone responded in a rather formal manner to Chu Feng's plea. Upon hearing Simeone's words, Chu Feng had no choice but to acquiesce. Over the past few months of interaction with Simeone, Chu Feng had developed a certain understanding of the character of the Atlético Madrid coach. Once Simeone resolves to undertake a particular course of action, no one can alter his decision. This is the essence of Simeone, incredibly stubborn yet confident. It is precisely this trait that has established him as one of the most distinguished coaches in Atlético Madrid's history. In summary, currently, the only course of action available to Chu Feng is to abide by Simeone's directives. At 7:30 in the evening, the match between Atlético Madrid and Qarabag commenced. In addition to Chu Feng, who occupied a place on the substitutes bench, notable players such as Griezmann, Koch, and Carrasco were also absent from the starting lineup. Simeone continued to deploy a 4-4-2 formation, with the forward duo consisting of Gamero and Torres. As the match unfolded, the visiting Qarabag team adopted an exceedingly defensive stance. From the very first minute, their players retreated to a defensive position within their half. For head coach Kurbanov, securing even a single point at the Metropolitano Stadium would suffice. It is noteworthy that Qarabag had suffered defeats in their previous 3 matches, each by significant margins, effectively eliminating their chances of progressing from the group. Nevertheless, Kurbanov still fielded his strongest lineup against Atlético Madrid this evening. In the 5th minute, the home team, Atlético Madrid, registered their first shot on goal. From the edge of the penalty area, Angel Correa, after a series of incisive cuts from the flank, found space and decisively opted for a left-footed curled shot. In an instant, the ball evaded several defenders and headed straight for the corner. The stands of the Metropolitano Stadium erupted as thousands of Atlético fans waved their arms, convinced that this shot would surely find the back of the net. However, a second later, Korea's attempt was magnificently parried away by the opposing goalkeeper, Siak. The 30-year-old Bosnian goalkeeper, standing at an impressive height of 1.9 meters, utilized his physical advantage to make a remarkable save with his right hand. On the substitutes bench, the Atlético players, including Simeone, displayed expressions of regret. Everyone believed that Korea's shot would breach the opponent's defenses, and even Chu Feng in the corner shared this sentiment. "This goalkeeper possesses some skill," Chu Feng remarked to Griezmann beside him. "Let's muster our strength and aim to score before halftime. If we fail to do so, the coach will undoubtedly be furious." Griezmann responded, "I certainly do not wish to witness Simeone's wrath. It's quite terrifying." Chu Feng did not respond to Griezmann. At that moment, he had subconsciously activated the training ground for strikers, commencing his practice of the peak dribbling techniques of Hazard within the simulated arena. This is Chu Feng, who makes the most of every available moment, wasting not a single minute. Upon seeing Chu Feng close his eyes, Griezmann ceased further communication and instead focused his attention on the match unfolding on the field. Soon, in the 8th minute of the game, Atletico's offensive surge returned. Saul delivered a precise lofted pass from midfield, and in an instant, the ball sailed over the head of the defensive midfielder, Galiev. Inside the penalty area, Torres received the ball with his back to the goal, swiftly turning to unleash a powerful shot. Although Shekic failed to touch the ball, the post thwarted what would have been a certain goal for Torres. 2 consecutive shots, both narrowly missing the target. This began to fray the nerves of Atletico's players on the field, and with rising anxiety came an increased risk of errors. In the 15th minute, midfielders Partey and Gabi of Atletico made a passing blunder. Gabi's pass was too forceful, causing Partey to control the ball 5 meters away. At that moment, the number 10 for Carabao, Pedro Enrique, utilized his explosive speed to intercept the ball ahead of Partey. Then a precise through ball. In the blink of an eye, the ball found its way to the feet of the attacking midfielder, Michel. At the top of the penalty arc, Michel executed a blind shot. Not even taking the time to assess the position of the goal, he instinctively took the shot upon receiving the ball. At this critical juncture, Atletico's central defender, Godin, stepped up. With a swift stride, he leapt to block the shot. The ball struck Godin's right foot, altering its trajectory and ricocheting into the goal, traveling faster than when Michel had struck. Oblak had no reaction. 1-0. The away team, Carabao, miraculously scored. "Chu, wake up. We've conceded a goal." On the bench, Godin hudiden du set Chu Feng. Chapter 96. A defense as fragile as paper. Simeone's fury. Upon being roused by Griezmann, Chu Feng immediately cast a glance at the scoreboard of the Metropolitano Stadium, where it glaringly displayed that Atlético Madrid was trailing Carabao by a score of 0-1. At that moment, Chu Feng's emotions were undoubtedly intricate. He understood that when the team fell behind, the likelihood of his appearance on the pitch would consequently increase. However, as a player of Atlético Madrid's first team, he also yearned for his team to be in the lead. In summary, Chu Feng did not persist in rigorous training at the Shunsheng training ground. Rather, he shifted his focus entirely to the match. He was eager to discern the true capabilities of the away team, Carabao. As the game resumed, Atlético Madrid's players exhibited no hesitation, launching an offensive almost immediately. In the 20th minute, Sael's long pass found Angel Correa on the flank. This Argentine forward had, at the season's outset, formed a commendable partnership with Chu Feng, even becoming a mainstay for Atlético. However, as time progressed, Correa's performance fluctuated, often squandering opportunities, leading to his relegation to the sidelines by Simeone. Now, in this match, particularly as the team found itself trailing, Correa yearned to assume the role of the team's savior. Upon receiving the ball on the right flank, Correa was quickly confronted by 3 Carabao players. To be frank, Correa is not renowned for his dribbling prowess. Yet this time he resolutely opted to attempt a breakthrough. Ultimately, under the pressure of the opposing players, he lost possession, inadvertently granting his adversaries a chance for a counterattack. Bang! Carabao's midfielder, Galiev, executed a long pass that swiftly reached the striker, Sadeyev. Utilizing his height advantage, Sadeyev successfully won the initial challenge against Atlético's central defender. Almost immediately, the Carabao forward executed a sudden turn and shot, Central defender Savic was caught off guard. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Atlético's goalkeeper Oblak showcased his talent, reacting swiftly on the goal line to parry the opponent's shot. It was a truly chaotic moment. Having lost all three of their previous UEFA Champions League group matches, Caraba's players, on this night, managed to rattle Atlético Madrid's defense, even taking the lead. And this was Atlético's home ground. It was nothing short of a disgrace. In the broadcast hall, commentator Hiwei, after witnessing a series of brilliant performances from the Carabao players, could no longer restrain his criticism. Meanwhile, over 60,000 Atlético Madrid fans in the stands unleashed a chorus of boos to express their dissatisfaction with the team's performance. Initially, the supporters had anticipated a resounding victory, yet now, their team was being thoroughly dominated by a squad that had suffered 3 consecutive defeats. For the throngs of Atlético fans, this was simply intolerable. Undoubtedly, the one who found this most unacceptable was Atlético's head coach, Simeone. Ever since the team conceded a goal, he had been standing in the technical area, vociferously berating his players. At that moment, Simeone began to regret his decision to rotate the squad for this match. However, with the situation at hand, he could only place his hopes in the players on the field. In the 30th minute of the match, after considerable effort from several Atlético players in the attacking third, they finally found an opportunity to shoot. Veteran Gabi, advancing with the ball from midfield, successfully drew the attention of 3 Carabao players. Under pressure from his opponents, Gabi managed to deliver a penetrating pass. In a flash, the ball found itself at Gamero's feet. However, the latter's shot from the penalty spot inexplicably soared into the stands. Atlético missed their chance to equalize. In the ensuing moments, Carabao decisively formed a defensive blockade, seemingly intent on preserving their 1-goal lead until the final whistle. In the blink of an eye, the match clock reached the 43rd minute. With the first half drawing to a close, the Atlético players visibly grew more anxious. All the starters were acutely aware that entering halftime with a score of 0-1 would surely invite the wrath of Simeone, who might even resort to physical reprimands in his fury. To avert such a scenario, the Atlético players surged forward in a desperate offensive, with fullbacks Juan Fran and Felipe joining the fray. Gabi's pass found Gamero in the forward line, who swiftly relayed it to his striking partner Torres. Shortly thereafter, Torres distributed the ball to Saul. The Atlético players continued their intricate passing in the attacking third. However, regrettably, their efforts could not breach Carabao's resolute defense. Ultimately, the ball found its way to Felipe, the left back. Without a moment's hesitation upon receiving the ball, Felipe decisively sent in a cross. Inside Carabao's penalty area, 3 Atlético players had positioned themselves for the opportunity. Bang! In the next moment, the football swiftly descended into the heart of the small penalty area. At this juncture, Atlético Madrid's forward, Gamero, exerted every ounce of his strength to seize the opportunity, while Felipe's cross was remarkably precise. The ball sailed over the heads of several Carabao players, landing perfectly on Gamero's head. He successfully made contact, yet the force of his header was just a tad excessive, sending the ball crashing against the crossbar. Atlético Madrid once again squandered a chance to equalize. Thud! As Gamero clasped his head in despair, Carabao launched a counterattack. The goalkeeper opted for a quick goal kick. A powerful long pass from Sheik found its way to Pedro Enrique on the right flank in an instant. As the number 10 for Carabao, it is undeniable that Pedro Enrique's incursions possess a certain sharpness. Receiving the ball on the right wing, he surged forward with unstoppable momentum. Moreover, with several Atlético defenders having rushed upfield to join the attack, the Madrid defense was rife with vulnerabilities. In the blink of an eye, Pedro Enrique, like a whirlwind, raced into the right side of the penalty area and unleashed a curling shot. The ball sailed into the far corner. At that moment, Oblak could only watch in dismay. The score stood at 0-2. Carabao, playing away, had once again taken the lead. Chapter 97. Anticipation Peaks. Chu Feng has entered the fray. Shortly after Pedro Enrique's stunning goal, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. The score was finalized at 0-2. Undoubtedly, when Atletico's coach, Simeone, returned to the locker room, he unleashed a torrent of criticism upon all the starting players. "I'm ashamed of you. The opponent has lost all 3 of their previous Champions League matches, yet here they are leading by 2 goals. And on our home turf, if you don't want to play, then get out," he exclaimed. "A bunch of useless players. If we can't secure this damn victory tonight, everyone will face extra training tomorrow." Since assuming the role of Atletico's head coach in 2011, Simeone has remained in this position for 6 years. Both the management and the fans place immense trust in his professional capabilities, and he commands significant respect within the team. Thus, when Simeone is enraged, no player dares to oppose him. This Argentine holds unparalleled authority at Atlético Madrid. Chu, you will take the field in the second half. Antoine, you too. I shall reiterate. Regardless of the circumstances, this evening's match must not result in a defeat. After venting his frustrations, Simeone promptly approached the tactical board, diligently outlining the strategic maneuvers for Atlético Madrid's players for the second half. On the Eastern continent, the official website of Doncio Network swiftly disseminated a plethora of news regarding the Atlético Madrid versus Qarabag match. As the first half concluded, Simeone's team found themselves on the receiving end of 2 swift blows from Qarabag, trailing by 2 goals. Gamero and Torres squandered numerous opportunities, leaving Atlético's offense utterly barren in the first half, completely stifled. The home side was dominated by Qarabag. Simeone, in a fit of rage, unleashed a torrent of expletives from the sidelines as the Metropolitano Stadium echoed with jeers. In the comment section, many fans from the Celestial Empire expressed their discontent. Had I known Chu Feng would not take the field, I would not have stayed up late. Atlético is playing atrociously. This is undoubtedly the weakest Atlético Madrid in history. I can hardly believe they're performing so poorly at home. Is it possible Atlético might actually lose? Gamero is merely masquerading as a professional player, utterly inept. Hurry and bring on Chu Feng. Without him, Atlético is merely a second-rate team. 15 minutes later, the second half commenced. In the broadcast studio, commentator Hiwei visibly brightened upon witnessing the simultaneous entrance of Chu Feng and Griezmann. 2 substitutions. It seems Coach Simeone is serious. With the introduction of these 2 top-tier stars, the second half promises to be riveting. In the stands of the Metropolitano Stadium, over 60,000 Atlético fans erupted in thunderous applause upon seeing Chu Feng and Griezmann take the field. The supporters understood well that the simultaneous presence of these 2 players signified Atlético's earnest intent to turn the tide. As anticipated, the moment the second half commenced, Atlético's attacking fervor surged into Qarabag's territory. In the 53rd minute, Saul's long pass swiftly traversed past several defenders, landing precisely at Griezmann's feet. The freshly entered Griezmann showcased remarkable zeal in the offensive front. Upon receiving the ball, he immediately opted for an inward cut with a swift flick of his left foot. He effortlessly evaded Qarabag's fullback and, in a flash, strode into the arc of the penalty area. At that moment, Griezmann found himself with ample space to shoot. The Qarabag defenders, wary of the threat, quickly converged, with both holding midfielders Galiev and Richard Almeida rushing to confront Griezmann. Bam! As the 2 defensive players closed in on Griezmann, the French star opted to pass. The ball swiftly darted past the defenders of Qarabag, and in the next moment, it found its way to Chu Feng's feet. At that instant, Chu Feng readied himself, poised to unleash a powerful shot. This tactical maneuver had been devised during the first half, while seated on the bench, with Griezmann drawing the defenders' attention and allowing Chu Feng to deliver a decisive blow to their opponents. Bang! The thunderous strike of Balotelli was unleashed. As Chu Feng's right foot made solid contact with the bottom of the ball, it surged towards the Qarabag goal like a cannonball. The moment arrived to test the opposing goalkeeper, Šekić. Throughout the first half, the Qarabag keeper had demonstrated exceptional skill, making several remarkable saves on the goal line, even using his body to block multiple attempts from Atletico's forwards. However, this time, Šekić stood motionless in the face of Chu Feng's violent shot. In the blink of an eye, the ball crashed into the bottom corner of the net. Šekić was utterly unresponsive. 1-2. This exemplified Chu Feng's prowess. What a goal! In the broadcasting room, commentator Hiwei, witnessing Chu Feng's strike, immediately raised his voice in exhilaration. No doubt, he is the top scorer for Atletico this season. Chu Feng broke through Qarabag's defenses with his very first shot in the second half. Of course, Griezmann's breakthrough was equally spectacular. The entrance of these 2 Atletico stars instantaneously transformed the dynamics of the match. On the field, Chu Feng maintained an expressionless demeanor after scoring, swiftly dashing towards a goal to reclaim the ball from the goalkeeper. Atlético Madrid aimed to secure victory in this match, requiring at least 2 more goals. In the live chat, fans from the homeland showered Chu Feng with praise and blessings. It all depends on Chu Feng. Qarabag's defense appears rather mediocre. I can't fathom how Atletico played in the first half. The synergy between Chu Feng and Griezmann is becoming increasingly remarkable. How wonderful. Continue the attack. Don't stop. The king of adversity. Chu Feng. If Simeone had started Chu Feng, perhaps Atletico would have been leading by a significant margin already. Simeone, hurry and give the kid a chance. On Atletico's bench, Simeone, upon witnessing Chu Feng's goal, finally displayed a hint of relief on his face. He understood that it would not be long before Chu Feng and Griezmann would assist the team in turning the tide. Chapter 98, another hat trick. Advancing to the next round 2 matches early. Chu Feng's goal directly disrupted Karabaugh's tactical approach in the second half. During halftime, Coach Kurbanov had instructed his players to adopt a defensive strategy, aiming to maintain a 2-0 scoreline until the 75th minute. However, unexpectedly, within less than 5 minutes into the second half, Chu Feng struck, breaching Karabaugh's goal. On the sidelines, Kurbanov could not hide his helplessness. A score of 2-1 is an exceedingly precarious situation, leaving the players in a quandary about whether to commit fully to defense or to shift their focus to offense. Soon after, Karabaugh's defense faced another assault from Atlético Madrid. In the 58th minute, Atletico's forward Griezmann did not confine himself to the penalty area. Instead, he proactively retreated to the midfield to receive the ball. Upon receiving a pass from center-back Salvaging near the center circle, Griezmann opted against an immediate return pass and suddenly accelerated. With a change of pace, he effortlessly evaded the approaching defender. Subsequently, Griezmann surged forward with great strides, seemingly intent on a solo run into the opponent's territory. Naturally, Karabakh players would not grant Griezmann such an opportunity. In an instant, numerous defenders rushed toward him. Yet, Griezmann remained unruffled. In fact, the greater the number of defenders, the more exhilarated he became. In a heartbeat, when 3 players clad in Karabakh jerseys converged upon Griezmann, the Atletico superstar calmly opted to pass. In a flash, the ball found its way to Angel Correa. According to Griezmann's strategy, once the ball reached Correa, the Argentine winger would find himself in a one-on-one situation with Karabagh's fullback. Griezmann had faith in Correa's current dribbling prowess to breach the opponent's defense. However, this time, not only did fullback Agoli close in on Correa, but Karabagh's winger, Garay, also arrived on the scene. Correa was now facing a double team. Just as the Argentine winger found himself in a state of confusion, Chu Feng appeared. "Hey, Angel, over here." With resolute determination, Chu Feng surged from within the penalty area to the edge of the arc, fervently gesturing and calling for the ball from Gel Correa. In the blink of an eye, the football landed precisely at Chu Feng's feet. Positioned at the apex of the penalty area, he successfully received the ball. At that moment, an uproarious cheer erupted from the stands of Metropolitano Stadium, as if every Atlético Madrid supporter was collectively yearning for Chu Feng to once again unleash a powerful strike. "Quick, stop this man's shot!" Immediately, shouted Karabagh's head coach, Kurbanov, as he urged his players to defend with urgency. The defensive midfielder Galiev, center-back Sadikov, and full-back Maxim, among others, were acutely aware of the situation and rushed to confront Chu Feng with utmost speed. 3 defenders from Karabakh converged upon him, leaving Chu Feng with no room to shoot. In the broadcasting room, Yue began to worry as he saw Chu Feng ensnared by the opposition. However, for Chu Feng himself, a flicker of excitement danced across his face. The moment Galiev charged towards him, Chu Feng deftly nudged the ball with his right foot, skillfully slipping it through Galiev's legs. Ding! The peak hazard breakthrough talent card, level 50, activated. By the end of the first half, Chu Feng had adeptly elevated the proficiency of this S-level star card to 50. Empowered by the peak hazard breakthrough talent card, Chu Feng effortlessly executed the nutmeg. And in the next instant, facing a dual blockade from Maxim and Sadikov, he swiftly darted through the gap between the 2 defenders. At that moment, Chu Feng glided across the pitch like an eel, leaving no opportunity for his opponents to thwart his advance, let alone commit a foul against him. Merely 3 seconds later, he had skillfully penetrated the penalty area. Only 1 defender remained in Karabagh's box, but before the defender could react, Chu Feng unleashed a powerful shot. Bang! With a clean and decisive strike, the football whizzed past the Karabakh goalkeeper's ear, finding its way securely into the net. It was 2-2. Chu Feng scores another goal. Simultaneously, the home team Atlético Madrid successfully equalizes the score. In the stands, over 60,000 Atlético Madrid fans erupted into a deafening roar, echoing Chu Feng's name throughout the stadium. As the head coach of Atlético, Simeone could be seen leaping up and down on the sidelines, brimming with exhilaration. The goal scored by Chu Feng ignited the team's morale. Following the restart, The dynamics of the match took a dramatic turn. Carabao began to exhibit a plethora of passing errors. 3 minutes later, Korea made a breakthrough down the flank, earning Atlético Madrid a corner kick. Gabi's corner was directed straight towards the near post. At this moment, Chu Feng once again took center stage. Harnessing his core strength, he executed a formidable aerial challenge that toppled his opponent, Hongwu Sadikov, and swiftly followed up with a powerful header into the net. The score advanced to 3-2, as Atlético Madrid rapidly regained the lead. Furthermore, Chu Feng celebrated his third goal of the match. Following this setback, the morale of the Carabao players plummeted to an all-time low, devoid of any competitive spirit. In the ensuing moments, Griezmann and Sa-El capitalized on long-range efforts, further dismantling the opposing defense. As the clock struck 90 minutes, the match concluded with a score of 5-2. The home side, Atlético Madrid, secured a comfortable victory, claiming 3 vital points. After the match, head coach Simeone was in high spirits, taking the time to invite Chu Feng to join him at the press conference. Simeone was acutely aware that this 17-year-old prodigy from the East had once again salvaged the team's fortunes. Moreover, due to Chelsea's victory over Roma in the same group, Atlético Madrid had successfully advanced from the group stage. For Atlético, the only remaining mystery lay in the contest for the group's top position against Chelsea. The current group standings are as follows. First place, Atlético Madrid, with 4 wins and 12 points. Second place, Chelsea, with 3 wins and 1 loss, totaling 9 points. Third place, Roma, with 2 wins and 2 losses, amassing 6 points. Fourth place, Carabao, with 4 losses and no points. Should Atlético remain unbeaten in their upcoming match against Chelsea, they will emerge as the group leaders. Chapter 99. Group Stage Advancement Rewards. A-Class Star Skill Card. Coach Simeone, first and foremost, congratulations on Atlético's early advancement from the group. How far do you believe Atlético can progress in the Champions League? The first question directed at Simeone came from a blonde reporter representing Marca. I wouldn't dare claim we are champions, as we are still in the group stage of the Champions League. However, regardless of the opponent we face, Atlético will give their utmost effort. Simeone's response was notably cautious. The Atlético coach understood that, given the current composition and strength of the team, pursuing the Champions League title would indeed pose significant challenges. In today's match, Chu Feng achieved yet another hat-trick, positioning himself at the pinnacle of the Champions League scoring chart with 12 goals at the tender age of 17. Additionally, he has netted 15 goals in La Liga, also ranking first in that league's scoring standings. Do you think this young player can secure the Golden Boot in both tournaments? In response to the Marca reporter's inquiry, a smile graced Simeone's face as he gestured towards Chu Feng, playfully stating, "Chu, I believe you should take this question." Chu Feng forced a smile, gradually beginning to speak. To be honest, I never anticipated achieving such a remarkable number of goals before the season commenced. While securing the Golden Boot is undeniably a source of pride, I must reiterate that my yearning for team accolades surpasses personal honors. I have faith that Atlético Madrid, under coach Simeone's guidance, will advance to the final of the Champions League. After the press conference concluded, Simeone took the time to apologize to Chu Feng. Prior to this match, he had chosen to disregard Chu Feng's request to participate, which directly resulted in Atlético trailing their opponents by 2 goals at halftime. You were right, Chu. You certainly should have been on the field for this match. Rest assured, I will not easily relegate you to the bench again. Simeone assured Chu Feng with a serious tone. In that moment, it felt as though their roles had reversed. One might have mistaken Chu Feng for the coach and Simeone for the player. It's all right, Chu Feng replied, slightly taken aback by Simeone's earnest demeanor. In his subconscious, he had always perceived Simeone as a rather obstinate coach, one who seldom heeded any advice. Thus, it was indeed surprising for Chu Feng to receive such respect from him. Ding! The system detected that the host successfully led Atlético Madrid out of the group stage. Ding! Reward for completing the group stage mission granted. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in Chu Feng's ears, and in the next instant, 5 shimmering golden star cards appeared before him. Upon witnessing this, Chu Feng hurriedly bid farewell to Simeone and swiftly returned to the locker room, settling into a corner to diligently select from a system. The backs of these 5-star cards were inscribed with an A, indicating that they were all of A-level quality. Furthermore, they bore identical appearances. Thus, Chu Feng randomly drew one. Ding! Loading star skill card. 10, 50, 100. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an A-level star skill card. Following this, the card emanated a burst of white light, subsequently revealing the Argentine flag. Nacionality, Argentina. To be candid, when Chu Feng beheld the blue and white flag, his heart skipped a beat. Could it possibly be Messi's star skill card? Upon a moment of reflection, Chu Feng dismissed the thought, considering that the star card merely held an A-level ranking. Were it a Messi skill card, the ranking would undoubtedly soar to at least S level. Just then, the position of this player materialized before him as a defensive midfielder. A defensive midfielder? From Argentina? Could it possibly be the diminutive maestro, Mascherano? Before Chu Feng could finish his thought, a familiar figure clad in the Argentine jersey suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ah, the head coach? Simeone. Chu Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. He could scarcely believe that he had obtained the skill card of Simeone. In truth, Diego Simeone was considered a top-tier star during his playing days. As a defensive midfielder, Simeone possessed remarkable physical attributes and tireless stamina. Most importantly, he embodied an indomitable spirit in the face of competition. Whether at Sevilla, Atlético Madrid, Inter Milan, or Lazio, Simeone was an indispensable core of his teams. He was equally vital to the Argentine national team. Perhaps for many fans, their first acquaintance with Simeone occurred during the 1998 World Cup in France, when, in a round of 16 match between Argentina and England, he successfully provoked Beckham, leading to a retaliatory act that resulted in Beckham receiving a red card from the referee. Ultimately, England succumbed in the penalty shootout. This match effectively transformed Beckham, once the darling of England, into a pariah. Simeone's physical attribute skill card. Level, a type, active effect 1, physicality 5, stamina 5, jumping 5 effect 2, in the final moments of the match. The host's stamina and technical execution remain at a high level, unaffected by fatigue. Furthermore, the likelihood of receiving a card due to fouls is significantly reduced. Proficiency, 0. After reviewing the description of Simeone's physical attribute skill card, Chu Feng felt a surge of excitement, even though it did not provide substantial assistance on the offensive front. Nevertheless, this skill card successfully enhanced Chu Feng's physical prowess. Particularly, Effect 2 ensured that he could maintain peak performance during the closing stages of the match. This skill card seemed to complement Alvarez's fortuitous luck card splendidly. However, as the proficiency of the peak hazard breakthrough skill card had yet to reach 100, Chu Feng prioritized training hazard skill card, relegating the newly acquired Simeone physical attribute card to a secondary position. Additionally, due to his hat trick in the match against Caraba, he also earned 6 points in free attributes. Chu Feng adhered to his prior plan, refraining from allocating points and instead opting to conserve them for later use. He intended to deploy the accumulated points all at once after the match against Deportivo La Coruña. 4 days later, the players of Atlético Madrid boarded a bus en route to the Riazor Stadium, where they were set to challenge Deportivo La Coruña that evening. After 9 rounds of competition, Deportivo temporarily occupied the 8th position in La Liga, categorizing them as a mid-table team. However, Atlético had failed to secure victory in their last 3 visits to the Riazor Stadium. Furthermore, they had just engaged in a fierce battle against Caraba. Chapter 100, the opening gambit, the selfish Chu Feng. Deportivo La Coruña, officially known as Real Club Deportivo.De La Coruña, has historically claimed the La Liga championship only once, in the distant 1999-2000 season. Additionally, the team reached the semi-finals of the Champions League in the 2003-2004 season, marking their finest achievement in European competitions. During their successful period, Deportivo earned the affectionate nickname of Super Deportivo from their fans. However, times have changed. Today, Deportivo's primary objective in La Liga revolves around securing relegation survival. Prior to the commencement of the match against Atlético, Deportivo's head coach, Crispal, humbly remarked that it would be an exceedingly challenging contest, as Atlético was in remarkable form, boasting a 5-match winning streak in La Liga. Moreover, they had already qualified early from their Champions League group stage. In his view, Atlético Madrid's prowess was on par with that of Barcelona and Real Madrid. For Deportivo, securing even a single point at home would be deemed acceptable, although the Deportivo La Coruña manager appeared remarkably understated before the match. The true intention of Crispal was to secure all 3 points at home. The press conference merely served as a smokescreen, designed to deliberately lower Atlético Madrid's guard. At 8 o'clock in the evening, amidst the fervent cheers of over 30,000 Deportivo fans, the grand encounter commenced. Both Deportivo and Atlético Madrid fielded their strongest lineups for this evening's clash. As the match began, Deportivo struck a heavy blow to Atlético's goal. A long pass from the defensive midfielder, Guilherme, found the attacking midfielder, Valverde. This prodigious talent, merely 19 years of age, had recently transferred from Real Madrid's B team to Deportivo, despite Valverde's current market value being a few million euros in 7 years. This Uruguayan midfielder's worth is expected to surpass 100 million euros, potentially elevating him to the ranks of the world's elite midfielders. Nonetheless, such speculations are for another time. Presently, the youthful Valverde is still honing his skills. At the edge of Atlético's penalty area, Valverde skillfully controlled the ball with his right foot and, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful shot. Duong. In that instant, the ball flashed over the head of Atlético's defender, got in, and hurtled towards the goalpost. A warning shot. This young Uruguayan midfielder nearly scored with his very first long-range attempt. It appeared that Deportivo was not merely inclined to defend this evening. In the broadcasting studio, the seasoned commentator, Huey, also sensed the impending danger. Meanwhile, in the stands of the Riazor Stadium, the throng of Deportivo fans erupted in applause for Valverde. Though his shot did not find the back of the net, it instilled confidence in the home supporters. On Atlético's bench, Simeone wore a serious expression. To his credit, he had not anticipated such an aggressive offensive display from Deportivo at the onset of the match. Before long, Deportivo launched a second wave of attack. Valverde, receiving the ball in midfield, immediately drew the attention of two Atlético players. However, rather than attempting another long-range shot, Valverde decisively passed to the flanks, finding the Argentine winger, Catavia. At just 24 years of age and standing at only 1.69 m, Catavia boasted exceptionally agile dribbling skills. On the wing, Catavia faced off against Atlético defender Lucas Hernandez with unwavering confidence. With a series of rapid stops and directional changes, Catavia then delivered a deft cross, which found Lucas Pires in the penalty area. Regrettably, the high striker from La Coruña suffered a complete defeat in his confrontation with Godin, who skillfully intercepted the ball. Now it was time for Atlético Madrid to launch their counterattack. Godin's clearance was swiftly controlled by midfielder Augusto Fernandez. This seasoned Argentine, recently recovered from injury, garnered the unwavering trust of Simeone, who promptly reinstated him as a starter. Bang! The moment Augusto Fernandez received the ball in midfield, La Coruña's defensive midfielder, Guilherme, surged in from the side. In that fleeting moment, the veteran Augusto Fernandez deftly trapped the ball with his left foot, then swiftly turned and executed an elegant Marseille turn a break through. Following this, Atlético's dual forwards, Griezmann and Choupo-Moting, raced towards the opponent's penalty area. After a brief moment of contemplation, Augusto Fernandez's long pass found the informed Choupo-Moting on the left side of the penalty area. Chu Feng seized the opportunity, summoning all his strength to engage in a physical confrontation with his opponent, the fullback Moreno. At the moment their shoulders collided, the fullback from La Coruña immediately lost his balance. In the next instant, Chu Feng successfully received the football. Simultaneously, Deportivo La Coruña's central defender Fabian Schr and defensive midfielder Celso Borges rushed towards him with fervor. Moreover, in the central area in front of the goal, Griezmann found himself unmarked. It appeared that passing would be Chu Feng's most prudent choice. Alas, he opted for a different route, choosing instead to unleash a powerful strike. The next match for Atlético Madrid was a highly anticipated derby against Real Madrid, necessitating Chu Feng to score in order to accrue more attribute points and augment his prowess. In that instant, he acted with a touch of selfishness. Rather than passing the ball to the unguarded Griezmann, he unleashed a thunderous shot. Ding! The Balotelli cannon activation. In the blink of an eye, the football thundered into the corner of the goal. Unsurprisingly, Chu Feng's powerful strike propelled Atlético Madrid into the lead. The score was altered to 0-1, with Atlético taking an early advantage in this away match. What an outstanding play! Chu Feng's technical style increasingly resembled that of a traditional center forward, as he successfully bulldozed past the opposing fullback during this offensive move. Certainly, his thunderous shot left the Deportivo La Coruña goalkeeper utterly helpless. Within the commentary hall, commentator Huey lavished praise upon Chu Feng's goal. It seemed that the home team, Deportivo La Coruña, was no match for Atlético Madrid. After an initial flurry of attacks, La Coruña had failed to threaten their opponent's goal. Another commentator, Su Yang, firmly concurred.